In the eastern Lingyin Kingdom atop Cloud Mist Mountain stood Qingsong Academy. Yi Qingfeng had been reborn into a world ravaged by chaotic monsters. The cities on the ground had already fallen, and humanity could only establish settlements high upon the mountains. At this moment, people were crowded all around him, craning their necks to peer at a stone stele standing in the center of the square. Today was the Academy's graduation ceremony. Each student was about to embark on a new journey in life, class advancement. Some of you will obtain high-tier classes and become the pillars of the empire. Dean Guchangfeng of Qingsong Academy gently stroked his graying beard, sharp light flashing in his eyes as he swept his gaze over the gathered students. However, the vast majority of you can only advance into ordinary classes, perhaps even into support or production roles. There is no nobility or disgrace in any class. All exist to contribute their strength in the empire's struggle against the chaos. Yi Qingfeng glanced around. Most of the classmates beside him possessed far more resources than he did. Some were cherished by their parents, others gifted with extraordinary talent. Their class advancements would not be poor. As for me, all alone, I will likely become a low-tier class, such as a farmer or a woodcutter. Well, so be it. Even if I become a drudge in logistics looked down upon by others, at least I will not have to step onto the battlefield. Punching in meetings, performance indexes, endless overtime, sleepless schedules. As he thought of these, his muscles twitched, his scalp tingled, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Wu Yifan. The dean's mouth curved into a smile as his gaze locked onto a young man in the front row. You go first to claim an auspicious beginning. Yes. The young man drew in a deep breath, straightened his collar, and stepped onto the stone steps. Looks like the strongest class today will appear right from the start. Do we even need to say it? The classmates beside Yi Qingfeng rose on tiptoe, resting their hands on others' shoulders, stretching their necks as far as they could to see. Both of his parents hold rare classes. The resources his family gave him are beyond imagination. Besides, he's also one of the teacher's key protégés. Have you ever seen the dean smile at anyone else? The stone stele was about the height of 2 men, square and pitch black from top to bottom. At its center was a vortex-shaped rune deeply carved into the stone surface. When Wu Yifan placed his hand upon the rune, faint light appeared. 1 ring, then 2, then 3, spinning faster and faster, until they converged into a swirling vortex. A rushing sound arose. The vortex stirred up airflow that spread outward in all directions, blowing the dean's graying beard flat against his cheeks. This display is definitely extraordinary. Seems our cohort is about to produce another special rare class. With a boom, the vortex abruptly contracted into a single point of light, then suddenly scattered. This is... The dean stared at the words appearing on the stele. He nearly lost his balance and stumbled forward. A faithbound. Ha ha ha. It seems this is an auspicious year for our Qingsong Academy. The dean clasped Wu Yifan's hand, nodding repeatedly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes layering over one another. Yi Qingfeng was utterly bewildered. It did not sound particularly formidable. Compared with classes like Berserkers or Lightning Mages in games, the 3 characters for Faithbound seemed rather ordinary. Faithbound is a special rare class that appears only in those with unshakable spiritual resolve. The dean's voice rose and he spoke in a rapid, unending stream, abandoning his usual cold aloofness. Among all classes, combat strength is paramount. Faithbound rely on absolute conviction, infusing that faith into their companions to unleash tremendous offensive power. In the future, once they reach the sacred tier in support abilities, it will not be impossible. Sacred tier. So powerful. But Wu Yifan never even spared me a glance before, and no matter how strong he is, it has nothing to do with me. After crossing into this world, I actually became a drudge. Heaven above, my heart refuses to accept this. He did not know how much time had passed before all the classmates around him had completed their class advancements. Several impressive combat classes emerged among them. Rare elemental mages, rare sword dancers, formation masters focused on offensive support, and healing apothecaries. Although these classes were rare, they were not special. It would not be difficult for them to obtain entry passes into dungeons, but solo clearing an instance would be nearly impossible, unless they were propped up with immense resources or acquired some heaven-defying equipment and skills. Even so, such classes were not worth lavish investment. The worst were the basic classes, farmers, woodcutters, carpenters. They were destined to live as beasts of burden, unable to enter dungeons or tread into secret realms. A life spent under others' command. Yi Qingfeng. The dean swept a careless glance over the students, confirming with the corner of his eye that he was present, then paid him no further attention. You're the last one, hurry up. Don't be afraid, or at worst you'll just be a farmer. The classmates nearby were all engrossed in discussing their own classes, and no one paid any heed to Yi Qingfeng's every move. Yi Qingfeng stretched out his hand. The stone steel's icy rough surface was uneven, pressing painfully against his palm. Come then, deliver the verdict for a beast of burden. Suddenly the surrounding noise vanished. His body seemed to plummet from high above his heart, suspended in midair, unable to find any point of support. His legs flailed uncontrollably, his arms groped for something to hold on to. His 10 fingers clenched and loosened again and again in countless futile attempts. Yet he could grasp nothing. He felt his consciousness being drawn out of his body by some force utterly beyond his ability to resist. Ding. A host has been detected. System activation in progress. Name Yiqing Feng. Class Necromancer. Level 10. Strength 10. Agility 15. Intelligence 30. Constitution 10. Luck 25. Talent Lord of the Netherworld. Lord of the Netherworld. By using spiritual media you can summon undead nether entities. The completeness of the summon form depends on the spiritual power and level of the medium. Summoning Art Skeleton Warrior. Skeleton Warrior does not require a spiritual medium. The Necromancer can summon it by consuming spiritual energy. Passive skill Puppet Art. Puppet Art summoned creatures bear 100 of incoming damage, and Yiqing Feng's attributes stack with theirs. Summoning mediums none. Summoning space 0-10. Base resistances water resistance 30, fire resistance 30, lightning resistance 30, poison resistance 30, physical resistance 30. What? The sensation of weightlessness vanished, and Yiqing Feng found himself suspended in the void, gazing around him. A vast green sea of undead bowed in reverence at his feet. In the hazy distance he could make out the skeletal frames of dragons, the torsos of giants, and a divine aura, mighty yet faint, lingering in the air. Is this the underworld? I am a necromancer. I can summon them, the mighty beings who have fallen. It means that with a single command, these undead will lay down their existence for me. So much for a beast of burden class, huh? The phantom vision abruptly dissipated, and Yiqing Feng returned to the square. The sound of people's voices surged back into his ears. A deafening crash of thunder resounded, drowning out all other noise. Look up there. Following the shout, everyone turned their eyes toward the horizon. I've never seen such a terrifying sky phenomenon. Rolling black clouds surged like towering waves, as though the ocean had been overturned and all its waters flipped upside down. Their noses and mouths felt like bellows blocked at the vents. They had to strain their entire bodies just to go on breathing. Yiqing Feng looked up at the dark clouds. You've come at just the right time. I truly love this feeling. Rumbles of thunder rolled endlessly as lightning flashed and snarled through the clouds overhead. Yet the plaza of Qingsong Academy remained tranquil, stirred only by a faint passing breeze. What? The dean's eyes flew wide open. He leaned in close to the rune, his knuckles turning white as he clutched the edge of the stone steel. His body tilted and trembled as though struck by a sudden paralysis. Nuh, crow. Each syllable left his lips only after a pause, like a child halting over unfamiliar characters. Man. Sare. The buzzing chatter faint as mosquitoes ceased at once. This old man has only ever heard the name Necromancer in ancient legends. The dean's lips were cracked, his eyes bloodshot. He rubbed at them fiercely. In all 5 great empires such a class has never truly appeared. Yiqing Feng is actually a necromancer. The classmates who usually treated Yiqing Feng with cold indifference finally focused their gaze upon him. Impossible, someone blurted. With his aptitude, he'd be lucky to be afar. His words were abruptly cut off as a classmate beside him tugged him back. We can't speak carelessly now. Oomph. Wu Yifan strode up to Yiqing Feng and sized him up from head to toe. So this is a necromancer. You don't look like much. Even if it's a hidden class, the road of cultivation ahead is a long one. Was this fellow provoking him? Yiqing Feng did not react rashly, though he was an 18-year-old youth. In his previous life, he had weathered the rise and fall of an entire lifetime. Even if the sky itself collapsed, his emotions would not waver. Moreover, after changing class to a necromancer, he had gained a serenity that transcended life and death. Birth and demise had become like fleeting smoke, as though he had walked through endless ages. Yiqing Feng, I want to make a wager with you. Wu Yifan grinned, taking a round stone from his robe. If I lose, this skill stone is yours. Wow, that's a skill stone. He just changed class and already has a skill stone. He clearly came prepared. His family background is good. Oh, we can't compare. The classmates stared at the stone in Wu Yifan's hand, eyes shining, throats gulping. A skill stone. In this world, I had no one to rely upon. Whatever I desired, I could only seize with my own hands. Just now within the void, I had sensed that the necromancer class was anything but simple. It was definitely a mighty existence, one that would not lose to this fellow's faith-based class. He'll be taking that skill stone. Yiqing Feng asked calmly, what are we betting on? On who reaches level 10 first, Wu Yifan replied. Do you dare? Wu Yifan toyed with the skill stone, one brow raised, mouth slanted in a smirk as he stared at Yiqing Feng. Very well. It seemed that becoming a farmer was no longer an option. Since fate had brought me to this world and granted me the class of necromancer, I would not be polite about it. Those who followed me would prosper. Those who opposed me would perish. You are all classmates and friends. Must you be at each other's throats right after graduating from the academy? The dean grabbed Yi Qingfeng with one hand and Wu Yifan with the other, forcing a smile toward both sides. You should get along and cooperate, working together to enter a higher academy. Dean, I am doing this for the academy's reputation. That is why I must compare myself against Yi Qingfeng. After all, none of us has ever seen a necromancer. Wu Yifan let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Fu knows if he's just a fraud. With Yi Qingfeng's background and resources, how could he possibly obtain a powerful class? Even if it was a hidden class, there was no way he could defeat me. I had to suppress him here and now. Otherwise, how could I lead a team into dungeons in the future? In this cohort, I would be the boss. Fine, he declared. The dean beckoned 2 teachers over. Open a level 10 beginner 5-man dungeon for them. Bring in 2 strong attackers and 1 healer. Wu Yifan's eyes shifted toward the rare class students nearby. You 3 come with me. The 3 exchanged glances, then nodded their assent. With these 3 on board, my team was as good as set. Once inside the dungeon, I would like to see how a lone necromancer planned to play. Although faith-based classes were considered support, their enhancement to a team far surpassed other classes. With 3 damage dealers under their blessing, it was as though our attack power had doubled. A necromancer had no battle buffs to offer. He probably wouldn't even be able to hack down minor monsters. Without looking back, Wu Yifan led his trio straight toward the dungeon entrance. Dean, Wu Qingfeng, however, walked in the opposite direction. I don't want to go with him. The dean frowned. Are you admitting defeat? Yi Qingfeng shook his head. Please open another identical dungeon, he said. He'll go alone. This? The dean's aged face turned pale. He involuntarily stepped half a pace back. You want to solo a dungeon? Yes. Yi Qingfeng did not hesitate in the slightest. He'll clear it alone. Solo it. The dean's brows knit tightly, his tone turning grave and earnest. This is no joking matter. Your class strength is unknown. You must not act recklessly. Dean, there's no need to worry. I know my own class skills better than anyone. Lowering his voice, the dean leaned in to whisper in Yi Qingfeng's ear. What kind of skills does a necromancer have anyway? So this old fox wanted to probe my bottom line. Did he take me for some naive youngster with no worldly experience? Since I was the sole bearer of this hidden class, it meant no one knew my skills. Dean, how can you pry into someone else's privacy? Ha ha ha. Laughter rippled outward. This old man was merely curious, just asking casually, the dean muttered. Rubbing his hands together, a blush actually crept onto the dean's cheeks. A necromancer shouldn't be weak. Since it's a legendary class, no one has witnessed your power yet. By now, Wu Yifan and the 3 rare class students had already entered the dungeon. Are you going to open a dungeon for me? Or not? Yi Qingfeng asked. We can open it. The dean exchanged a glance with the teachers beside him. But I have one condition, Teacher Li will go. I don't want the legendary necromancer to fall in the beginner dungeon of my Qingsong Academy. If that happened, this old man would become the laughingstock of the entire Lingyin kingdom. This old man was even more cautious than I was. If I truly died in a beginner dungeon, that would be the greatest joke ever made of necromancers. Dean, I agree to have someone accompany me. Good. The dean's smile blossomed only to freeze when Yi Qingfeng continued. No need to trouble Teacher Li. Just find a support class classmate to go with me. A necromancer, such a rare class. The old man thought I must not offend him. Fine, let him be. If he really died in a beginner dungeon, this old man could simply die alongside him and be done with it. Very well. You can find 4 classmates to go with you. The last time I injured my leg, only Zhao Xianger fetched water, brought meals, and even washed my clothes for me. She had never looked down on me. No need, I replied. Yi Qingfeng walked over to Zhao Xianger, who was standing quietly in a corner. She can go with me. The dean swayed on his feet, nearly collapsing to the ground. You're taking a flower farmer into a dungeon. Zhao Xianger poked her head out from the crowd, her hands pressed tightly against her body, not daring to make any superfluous movements. Aside from the slight rise and fall of her chest with each breath, she remained utterly rigid. Qingfeng. The corners of the dean's mouth curled. He seemed to be smiling, yet his gaze was fixed on another person. Perhaps you should take the spirit pharmacist along. Qingfeng. Dean, you finally remembered my name. Before you always referred to me as that guy or that lad. Xianger, would you be willing to enter the dungeon with me? He walked past the dean, locking eyes with the delicate pity. They'll help you level up, don't worry. The crowd grew restless. They pressed together, craning their necks, as if taking a flower farmer into the dungeon to level up. Might as well solo it. Yeah, bringing a burden on your first dungeon run, courting death. The dean pulled the array master and spirit pharmacist along, pushing through the crowd as they hurried over. All 3 of you go together. Bringing the flower farmer along is also fine. No need. He'll only take the flower farmer. Yi Qingfeng took Zhao Xianger by the arm and led her to the dungeon entrance. The 2 teachers could only look to the dean for guidance. Should we activate the dungeon? The dean tilted his head, blinking rapidly, first shaking it, then opened the dungeon. Light flickered within the teleportation portal, revealing a stretch of low shrubland. Thump. Thump. The highest level monster is level 10, 10 times my level. Xianger, just stay close to me. Breathing quick and palms sweating, the first summoning must go without a hitch. Taking a deep breath, mustering all his strength. Summon Skeletal Warrior. Skeletal Warrior's strength, 1010 agility, 1015 intelligence, 530 constitution, 1510 luck, 1025 activate puppetry, absorb 100 damage, stat stack, with Yi Qing Feng. Almost at the same moment, a patch of greenish mist seeped out from the ground. The mist began to drift rhythmically, converging to form the shape of a human. A human skeletal form. Hollow eye sockets blazed with ghostly flames. Within the ribs, pulsing organs shimmered, submerged in green fluid, writhing incessantly. Crack. Two skeletal warriors seized the fanged hamster by its head and tail, tearing it clean in two. Successfully defeated fanged hamster. EXP 10. Xiang, did you get experience? She stood frozen, fists clenched, temples damp, only snapping back to reality when he tapped her shoulder. I got experience. Yi Qing Feng gripped Zhao Xianger's hand firmly, ensuring she stayed within his control. Just follow me and watch the show. Let the experience roll in. All skeletal warriors emerge. In one breath, he summoned 8 more skeletal warriors. Summoning space 1010, the skeletal warriors moved like marionettes, their joints swinging without restriction. The netherworld aura was bitingly cold, making Zhao Xianger shiver, her breath turning to white mist. Why do I suddenly feel so hungry, a bit hypoglycemic? Summoning too many at once has drained my energy. Switch to offensive formation. Annihilate everything within 100 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The skeletal warriors let out low growls, their tight formation quickly dispersing. Their glowing green eye sockets scanned the surroundings like hounds entering a hunting ground. They charged, leaped, and with the boost from Yi Qing Feng's intelligence attribute, displayed a semblance of cunning. From the low shrubland came a cacophony of screams, and experience notifications began flooding the screen. Successfully defeated fanged hamster. EXP 10. Successfully defeated fanged hamster. EXP 10. Successfully defeated fanged hamster. EXP 10. Yi Qing Feng advanced along the dungeon path. Any pressure that appeared vanished instantly. Name: Yi Qing Feng. Class: Necromancer. Level 5, 63, Strength 15, Agility 20, Intelligence 40, Constitution 15, Luck 35. Leveling was automatic, but the pace was slowing. Senior brother Yi, why did you? The danger receded and her icy fingers regained some warmth. Why did you bring me into the dungeon to level up? Xianger is just an ordinary flower farmer. Even if I cultivate, there's no future. Why is there no future for a flower farmer? This class is like this. Eventually, it'll only tend to the gardens of the nobles. Her voice was naturally soft and delicate. Without confidence, it became even fainter, almost inaudible. At most, it'll become a gardener. A gardener for some noble. Yi Qing Feng snorted coldly, saying flatly, if you're not afraid of my undead army, you can be my gardener. Xianger is not afraid. By the time they reached level 9 monsters, Yi Qing Feng had reached level 8. Summoning space 12 skeletal warriors, equivalent to 12 people clearing a 5-man dungeon. Efficiency was more than doubled. Opening the dungeon map, they had reached the final boss stage. This novice dungeon seemed to have no elite monsters, only a single final boss. The undead squad could easily overlevel monsters with my stats stacked. It was a complete steamroll. I wonder if this boss drops anything. Getting some equipment would be even better. At the end of the path lay a desolate wilderness. The cracked earth stirred up gusts of flying sand. Here it comes. Thump. Thump. Only one level above me, yet such pressure. Its strength is formidable. Bang. Suddenly the ground before them burst open, spewing dirt mixed with a foul stench. The skeletal warriors formed 2 rows, building a barrier of bone to shield their master from the filth. Hiss. A shriek assaulted their eardrums, tightening teeth, clenching uncontrollably. A giant venomous scorpion. Its orange-yellow carapace bore spikes, and from its raised stinger black liquid dripped. A level 10 boss. Destroy it. Though only a dozen skeletons. They were fearless, painless, and knew no dread. True death warriors. Their charge made the ground tremble beneath their feet. They leaned forward, arms flailing wildly, howling as they advanced. The giant scorpion's legs gripped the earth, its stinger retracting. The curved tail suddenly straightened, the stinger whipping forward to spray thick black liquid. The venom clung to the skeleton's bones, emitting white smoke with a sizzling sound. The joints were weak points, arms fell off first, then knee joints shattered. Legless skeletons crawled, armless ones thrashed and bit wildly. Even severed fingers twitched and curled, inching like worms toward the scorpion. Injured ones return. He recalled the damaged skeletons regathered the green mist, and the warriors could be replenished, endlessly charging back into battle. The scorpion's body was swarming with skeletons. Dozens of bony hands pulled at its tail, prying open the joints to reveal a white thread-like substance. Hiss! The stinger was torn off. The stench of blood, venom, and decay mingled together. The undead squad didn't relent. They pried off armor plates one by one, scattering torn fat across the ground. Muscle fibers were ripped apart, producing a wet snapping sound like strings strummed haphazardly. Ding. Defeated level 10 giant venomous scorpion. Obtained EXP 896. Level 10 12 strength, 20 agility, 25 intelligence, 50 constitution, 20 luck, 45 summoning space, 15 obtained 1 skill point. Click to claim. Level 10 giant venomous scorpion dropped common refined iron bracers unidentified X1 rare scarlet venom stinger X1 refined iron or X8. Brothers, shall we also place a bet? Yes. I still favor Wu Yifan's believer. After all, the strength of this profession has been proven in the Lingyan kingdom. Moreover, you'd better find out who his father is first. Exactly. Wu Yifan leading 3 rare attackers is bound to win. A necromancer still has to prove himself. The road ahead is long and arduous. What's more ridiculous is that he even brought a flower farmer into the instance. I'm afraid the necromancer will die in his first battle, ha. The teleportation portal of the instance flickered with light, and 2 figures abruptly appeared. The necromancer and the flower farmer returned together, stepping onto the bluestone pavement of the square. Why are you staring at me? You look like idiots drooling. Only the rustling of leaves blown by the wind filled the square. Only. The dean's throat moved as he glanced at his pocket watch. Only 15 minutes. A level 10 necromancer. Level 10. A level 10 flower farmer. Bro. Classmates who usually ignored Yi Qingfeng were eager to rush over and embrace his legs. Take me next time. Bro. Please take me. How did you do it? The dean strode quickly toward Yi Qingfeng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, pinching his arms and patting his back. A necromancer. There wasn't a single scratch, and even his clothes were free of dirt. What skill did you use? Dean, it's not appropriate to pry into someone's skills. Yi Qingfeng shot him a sharp glare. Unrelenting, the dean turned his eager gaze toward Zhao Xiang. She covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously, not uttering a word. Even at my level, one-shotting my way through the instance wouldn't be faster than you. Could you really one-shot all the monsters in the instance? Even the giant venomous scorpion. Yi Qingfeng pulled out the rare crimson venom stinger. One-shotting all the way was effortless. The dean staggered, his eyes twitching. That item has a 1-drop rate, and you got a rare item from your very first beginner instance. Could this be because of my high luck stat? Very likely. Luck is a high attribute second only to It's easy to understand. Literally, luck governs the probability of favorable events, and drops are naturally tied to it. And this ordinary refined iron gauntlet. How do I appraise it? A short glove protecting the knuckles, looking like it was meant for close combat. This drop rate is truly unprecedented in my experience. The teacher handed the dean a scroll, pressing the wax seal with his thumb. This is an appraisal scroll. Normally, dropped items need to be appraised to reveal their properties. A flash of light passed, and the refined iron gauntlet revealed 2 white affixes. Armor 5. Strength 5. Hey, not bad. The dean nodded repeatedly, his gaze shifting between Yi Qingfeng and the gauntlet. Though it's just basic white equipment, it still has affixes. The giant venomous scorpion treated you well. Then I won't be polite. 5 points of strength is no equipment slots. Helmet none. Armor none. Gauntlets refined iron gauntlet, armor 5, strength 5. Legs. Feet. Amulet. Ring. Weapon. Offhand. Dean, how do I use this rare crimson venom stinger? Well, the dean stroked his beard, squinting as he looked toward the instance entrance. Once Wu Yifan gives you the skill stone, you'll know how to use it. Why isn't he out yet? My stamina bar is fully recovered. The minute hand on the pocket watch had turned another 6 ticks before Wu Yifan and the 3 rare attackers were teleported out. Panting heavily, his pristine white stand-up collar robe was full of wrinkles splattered with mud, and he was bent over, gasping for air. The sword dancer's arm was stained with venom, and the teacher quickly cast a spell to dispel it. The mage and the warrior had only minor injuries, and had also successfully reached level 10. The moment Wu Yifan turned and saw Yi Qingfeng, he froze entirely. Level 10. He got out and without a single injury. Impossible. Dean, please ask classmate Wu for the skill stone on my behalf. Thank you. His voice was not loud, but Wu Yifan could hear every word clearly. Since there was a bet. The dean extended his wrinkled hand toward Wu Yifan. Then pay up gracefully. Wu Yifan scanned the crowd and noticed that Zhao Xianger was a level 10 flower farmer. He took a flower farmer into the instance. A flower farmer is useless in the instance. Could it be that a necromancer can solo with a useless class? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Classmate Wu, what's wrong? Can't bear to part with a mere skill stone. He was eager to learn the use of the crimson venom stinger at this stage. This item should be quite powerful. He still had 1 skill point unclaimed. He would allocate it later. You must have used some trick. The proud youth's face flushed red as he raised his voice. How can you solo a instance? Dean, esteemed teachers, fellow students. Do you believe there's a class in this world that can solo? Could you have some divine artifact you haven't told us about? This kid is unwilling to accept defeat. Is he trying to weasel out? Or does he want to see my trump card? Just like the Dean, always prying into others' secrets. In this chaotic world, how could I let you know my skills? Who knows if we might become enemies one day? Such things are all too common in the human world. However, to reclaim what is rightfully mine, showing a little skill won't hurt. Since classmate Wu is being a sore loser, I'll take it myself. Yi Qingfeng's eyes sharpened, and the Necromancer's innate killing chill made the air icy and piercing. So cold. My fingers are frozen stiff. I can't let him see. The Necromancer really has some tricks. It's not just the cold, even my breathing stings. We're both. Why can he exert such immense pressure on me? I'm also a hidden class of believer. Is the gap this huge? The arrow is already on the string. I have to shoot. If I back down now, how can I hold my head up later? Necromancer, let's see what you've got. Wu Yifan gripped a crystal ball the size of an apple, emitting a flash of white light that shot toward the person trying to take the skill stone. Blinding suppression. Truly from a wealthy family. Having such equipment right after class change. What are you doing? How can you attack a classmate? Seeing this, the Dean swung his long sleeve and stepped forward to intervene. Dean, haven't you always asked me what skill I use? A crescent-shaped smile curved at the corner of Yi Qingfeng's mouth. Let me show you my skill. The cracks in the square's ground creaked, and green mist spread like poisonous smoke, drifting, gathering, and condensing into a humanoid form. Its internal organs were filled with green gaseous liquid, and two faint green lights flickered in its eye sockets like dancing candle flames. Frost spread outward from its bony toes, withering the wild grass wherever it stepped. The skeleton warrior was struck by the skill, its head wobbling, while another lunged toward the caster. Stagnate. Just as everyone was stunned by the appearance of the skeletal warrior, Wu Yifan swiftly unleashed his second skill. His face turned pale, lips cracked, and his fingers trembled slightly as he cast the spell. Not bad. Indeed, he is one of the outstanding individuals of this generation, not sufficiently scared to the point of losing control, capable of releasing skills. The stagnation created a pool of magical mire beneath the skeletal warrior, an invisible force ensnaring its slender leg bones. I want to see how many skills you possess. The bluestone slab was shrouded in mist, a green haze enveloping the toes, shins, pelvis, sternum, spine, and skull. The third one. The chill gradually thickened, coalescing into blocks, crackling as it transformed into ice crystals. Cough, cough, cough. The air inhaled into his lungs irritated his throat, instinctively triggering a cough. The skeletal warrior had acquired the attributes of a level 10 necromancer, combined with its own attributes equating to at least 3 times the pressure of a level 10. The newly transitioned freshman was merely level 1, already trembling in fear, some even starting to roll their eyes and faint. Fortunately, the teachers were present, protecting these fledgling villagers. Otherwise, there could be a situation of incontinence. The skeletal frame appeared slender, yet it suddenly kicked off the ground, propelling its entire body more than a meter into the air. It spread its arms wide, the 10 bony fingers sharp and pointed like daggers. It lunged at Wu Yifan. Whoosh. Suddenly a figure flashed out, bursting forth with red light that stung the eyes. Do you want to help him? The elementalist shot a fireball, whistling towards the skeletal warrior. Bang! The fire exploded, scattering sparks that nearly harmed the freshman. The teacher immediately cast a protective aura, shielding them from the residual shockwave of the attack. The skeleton is actually unharmed. That is a rare profession, the elementalist. Having trained to an advanced level, the elementalist is a pillar of strength in the entire Lingyi nation. A mere summoned creature actually took the fireball attack heat-in, and it suffered no injuries. The skeletal warrior was only pushed back a few steps, its entire frame intact. Its body cannot be harmed by attached flames. It's simply invincible. Yi Qingfeng's peripheral vision glanced at the dean, who was carefully observing the skeletal warrior. Students were fighting, and as the dean, he should be putting a stop to it. Yet he seemed engrossed, clearly having a voyeuristic desire to know my skills. If you don't intervene, and Wu Yifan dies here, don't come looking for trouble with me. For a skill stone. It's not worth it, or just teach him a lesson, making sure he doesn't show off in front of me. Let the fourth skeleton emerge. This is easy. The green mist surged forth, continuously transforming the cold into tangible particles. Heavens, another one is coming. The ghostly fire flickered in the eye sockets, the exposed teeth grinding against each other, causing some women to avert their gaze. Following the gaze of the ghostly master, it fixated on the pale-faced youth like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Suddenly accelerating, it charged towards Wu Yifan. Yi Qingfeng crossed his arms as if everything happening had nothing to do with him. Let's see how many skeletons you can make me summon. Huff, huff. After casting his spell, the elementalist took a deep breath, blood seeping from the wound on his arm, his legs trembling. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. Wu Yifan maintained 2 skills while controlling 2 skeletal warriors. He was drenched in sweat, his face covered in frost devoid of any color. With 2 skeletons attacking from both sides, his pupils dilated rapidly. Who else can help you? Yi Qingfeng looked towards the sword dancer who had entered the dungeon alongside him. This profession should be an agile physical attacker. Useless. It can't inflict any damage on my little babies. The 2 skeletal warriors charged simultaneously, their movements synchronized like mirrored images. The murderous aura had suffocated Wu Yifan, leaving him frozen in place. The teacher's expression grew tense, constantly glancing at the dean. Dean, please don't let there be a fatality. Wu Yifan's father is. Just as the 2 skeletons were merely a step away from Wu Yifan, stop. They'll give you the skill stone, he shouted, raising his right hand high, tossing the skill stone towards Yi Qingfeng. Finally, unable to endure any longer, all 4 skeletal babies have acquired my attributes equivalent to facing the pressure of a level 40. Though this calculation may not be very reasonable, it can serve as a reference. That's not too bad. If it were an elementalist, 2 skeletal babies would probably scare him to the point of losing control. At that moment, Wu Yifan was already immobilized, and when he raised his eyes to look, 4 skeletons surrounded him, green smoke emanating from their excised eye sockets, making his breath rapid. It's terrifying. How can such a horrifying profession exist? Dean. He was so engrossed that he didn't even respond to the teacher's calls. A teacher stepped forward and pulled him, and he finally came to his senses. Students cannot fight. Yi Qingfeng, you must get along harmoniously with your classmates. Get along harmoniously. Do you even see who attacked me first? I was just defending myself, okay? I can't be bothered to explain to you. I just want to get the skill stone. The skeletal frame became transparent, like jelly melting away, dissipating into mist. Ouch! Finally, I can breathe normally. I was almost out of breath just now. So cold. So creepy. So this is how powerful a necromancer. Bro. Take me to level up. Bro, if you can take one, you might as well take me along too. In support, I can give the skeletal brothers oil to lubricate them. Bro, are there any female skeletons? You bunch of shameless people. Seeing the student's eager expressions, he couldn't help but laugh. Taking you all along is no problem, but you have to offer something in return. Just shout bro, and they'll take you. Is my worth so low? Today you call me bro, tomorrow when you meet someone stronger you won't even glance at me. Hypocrites, I won't waste my breath on you. First I need to sort out my skills. Only by continuously becoming stronger is the true path. Yi Qingfeng opened the panel and received skill points. Gained new skill, Skeletal Archer, a ranged attack unit that condenses arrows from ghostly energy, inflicting physical damage. This is great. Ranged strikes. The Undead army's lineup has been further enhanced. Skeletal warriors in the front line. Skeletal archers in the back line. Is there anything more satisfying? I can just play on my phone from the back. Too bad this world doesn't have phones. However, watching my skeletal babies kill monsters is also a form of enjoyment. Yi Qingfeng opened the skill stone. Gain skill slot. You can place skills in the skill slot to enhance skill attributes with reinforcement items. This thing is quite interesting. The combination of summoned creatures and skills is crucial. If matched properly, the Undead Legion can be greatly enhanced. Assign the skill to the Skeletal Archer. Have you already used the skill stone? The dean was bustling around, gesturing with his hands, pacing back and forth restlessly. The Crimson Poison Needle you just acquired can be placed in the skill slot. The skill comes with the venom of a giant scorpion. Skill slot 1, Skeleton Archer, place the Crimson Poison Needle for a venom effect. Thank you, dear dean. Yi Qingfeng. When the dean wore a serious expression, he appeared very imposing, but when he smiled, he resembled a retired old man exuding a certain warmth. This venom is quite potent, but it must not be used on fellow students. Can't you see what's going on? I'm just defending myself. Rest assured, dear dean, I've always been kind and helpful to my classmates. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The Necromancer is all about mutual aid. Brother, I'm always here for you. Give the skeleton brothers some lubricant. Get lost. I won't fall for that kind of flattery. No benefits, no help. Dear classmates, I really want to take you all along, but leveling up is tough for me too. You have no idea, maintaining these skeletons costs a fortune, and I can barely afford a meal. Indeed, Yi Qingfeng's insinuation was understood by the sycophants. Some people's eyes darted around while others began to whisper among themselves. They suddenly turned their gaze towards Zhao Xiang. Classmate Zhao, the Necromancer can help you level up to level 10. What's the price? What's your relationship with the Necromancer? Zhao Xianger was surrounded by them, her face flushed with fear as they bombarded her with questions. Stop asking her. Yi Qingfeng pulled Zhao Xianger behind him, shielding her with his hand. I'm taking her voluntarily for free. Oh, for free. Several female classmates exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with flirtation. Brother, whatever Zhao Xianger can do, I can do too. I'm a healer, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Are today's female students really that shameless? You're all at an age comparable to high school students. However, after graduating from high school, you're adults now. You can do what adults do. Classmates, if you want me to help you level up, that's fine. I have 2 conditions. Brother, you can name any conditions. All the students turned their eager eyes towards Yi Qingfeng, their gazes filled with admiration as if they were looking at an idol. The sword dancers originally following Wu Yifan also quietly squeezed into the crowd. For them, even tackling a novice dungeon was quite a struggle. In contrast, Yi Qingfeng cleared the dungeon in 15 minutes without a scratch. Essentially, it was just the time spent traversing the map. The efficiency was astonishing. For a typical class, a group of 5 might not even clear this level 10 novice dungeon. First, I will take whoever offers the highest value in terms of money or items. Second, you will only receive experience points. All drops will be mine. Silence lasted for only 3 seconds. Brother, I'll give 1,000 gold. I'll give 2,000 gold. Brother, do you fancy this black iron sword? Brother, I don't have money, but can I offer you? Anything will do as long as I need it. As soon as these words were spoken, the female classmates began to stir. Brother, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. All right, I'll take you all for a run. The dean and the teachers looked increasingly pale, their faces shifting from green to purple. Outrageous. What do you think my Qingsong Academy is? Is this a vegetable market? Bargaining here. Offering services. You are students. Though, we have already graduated and have our professions. However, there are still more advanced academies waiting for you to strive for. The students shot a few disdainful glances at the dean. Aren't we working hard? Don't you see how hard the academy's teaching ability is lacking? Can we blame ourselves for being weak in our professions? Isn't seeking help from brother to level up also a form of effort? Dean, will you help us? The old dean's mind was in turmoil. The usually obedient students. How had they become so rebellious? Could it be a rebellious phase? You must practice fighting monsters on your own. Practice using skills. Relying on others to level up is cheating. Without practical experience, how will you face strong enemies in the future? This time the dean was very resolute, waving his hand decisively. No, I won't open a dungeon for you to level up. You have already graduated. If you want to apply to an academy, go home to find your mother or seek a profession. Please feel free to do as you wish. After saying that, the dean led the teachers into the academy. The entire Yunwu Mountain is so vast, it's not like only your Qingsong Academy has dungeons. There are even fewer people outside to guide novices. Rare professions might be alright, but ordinary sorcerers like me can't even join a party. How you level up is... I just want to gather resources. With my current strength, taking on level 15 dungeons shouldn't be a problem. I'll also collect some money from these rich second-generation kids. Do you 3 want me to take you along? Yes, brother. But the dean won't open a dungeon. Isn't there a howling wolf? I'll take you to level there at the price you just offered. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling, but then hesitated. Brother, the Howling Wolf Cave is level 15. Its difficulty is more than double that of the Academy's novice dungeon. Normal difficulty requires a party of 5. Can we handle it? If you're not going, then just stay at the Academy and play the novice dungeon. Xianger, do you dare to go with me? Yeah, Zhao Xiang didn't hesitate at all, nodding vigorously, her eyes clear like a spring. Yi Qingfeng opened the map and marked the location of the Howling Wolf Cave. That area was outside the Academy's range, considered a popular dungeon beyond the novice village. Howling Wolf Cave, recommended level 15, party size 5. Drops Howling Wolf Pelts, Howling Wolf Claws. It didn't seem too difficult. The Howling Wolf Claw might be similar to the Crimson Poison Needle, an item for enhancing skills. The pelts could be sold or crafted into equipment. Brother, why don't we just go to the level 10 Flea Swamp? We're too low level, we're afraid of dying. Yeah, brother, please take care of us. Take care of you. My own leveling is the priority. It's fine to carry you along and earn some money, but specifically taking you wastes my time. Classmates, I have no experience in clearing level 10 dungeons. Think it over. Either come with me to the Howling Wolf Cave, or you go play the novice dungeon on your own. Without waiting for their response, Yi Qingfeng led Zhao Xianger out of the academy. Necromancer. A sturdy young man chased after them, handing over a black iron sword with both hands. I'll go with you. The black iron sword was engraved with the words, "My son, do your best." What's this? Brother, my name is Huang Jiefa. I'm not a rich second generation. If this sword belongs to my father. Huang Jiefa's eyes suddenly welled with tears, and he took a deep breath, lifting his head slightly. Yi Qingfeng quickly stopped him. Brother, don't cry. You keep the sword. Follow me. That kid Huang Jiefa. I remember he usually wore tattered clothes and had more vegetables than meat in his meals. He didn't interact with other classmates and would only leave the library after the lights went out. He changed his job to the most ordinary profession, swordsman. In Lingyin country, swordsmen filled the streets. It was quite difficult to enter a dungeon of the same level, unless other professions were strong enough to be willing to take a swordsman along. Don't be nervous. Just as Huang Jiefao stepped out of the gates of Qingsong Academy, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he kept licking his lips. The slightest rustle of the wind made him turn his head sharply like a frightened cat. Zhao Xianger is braver than you. Sure thing, brother. He is only level 1, Zhao Xianger said softly, so he can feel the pressure from wild creatures. I almost forgot, both Zhao Xianger and I were already level 10. This kid was still at level 1, not yet out of the novice village. Alright, I'll arrange for a bodyguard for you. If anything happens here, I wouldn't be able to face your father. Suddenly a chill hit him, and the level 1 swordsman shivered, turning his head sharply. A skeleton, its eye sockets glowing with green fire, stared at him. My goodness. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't be afraid, my skeleton warrior. It will follow you, and wild monsters won't dare to approach. Ah, brother. You are so good to me. Beads of sweat on his forehead had actually frozen into ice particles, and his eyebrows were covered with white frost. After all, he was only level 1. The skeleton warrior stood 5 meters away from Huang Jiefao, and only then did he regain some color in his face, with sweat trickling down his brows. Just endure a bit, you'll level up soon enough. Right now you are completely in a state of being naked. Sure thing, brother. Clenching his teeth all the way, he stumbled along, panting heavily, while carrying the iron sword. But he kept his gaze forward, showing no signs of retreat. This kid can do it. Yi Qingfeng silently nodded. Let's have a healer join us at level 4. New group, come as you please. The entrance to the Howling Wolf Cave was crowded with people like a bus station in the suburbs, only leaving when full. Hey, what is that? Eyes turned towards the skeleton warriors, staring at it, as if it were some kind of anomaly, as if they themselves were not also skeletons. What profession can have such a pet? Necromancer. I've never seen one before. Bro, we need an attacker. Do you want to join us? There is only one pet. It doesn't look that powerful. How much damage can a pet do? Really? It's just a rare support class, barely able to tank some monsters. Yi Qingfeng quietly opened the dungeon information. Normal difficulty, torture difficulty, experience gain 20. Let's see what drops. Torture difficulty drops Howling Wolf, Fur, Howling Wolf Claws, Beginner Defense Gem, added a beginner defense. Defense is always beneficial for my skeleton baby. Although I can summon it again, it will consume mental. No way. He's bringing a flower farmer and a swordsman into a dungeon. Swordsman at level 1. No way. He's bringing a flower farmer and a swordsman into a dungeon. Swordsman at level 1. Flower farmer at level 10. Have you seen that before? What kind of tactic are you playing? Aren't you bringing a healer? So annoying. They directly entered the teleportation portal, and the noise ceased. Huff, huff. The intense heartbeat disrupted his breathing rhythm. Each breath seemed as if it could be his last. His eyes had not yet adjusted to the pitch-black cave, and he could see nothing, only the sound of dripping water echoing against the rock walls. In this narrow terrain, 5 skeleton warriors could walk side by side in the front. They could both open up the view and form a barrier, while archers in the back provided damage output. Everyone come out. Green mist flowed out from the stone walls' crevices, and the cave walls immediately became smooth, covered with a layer of transparent ice. In the distance, there was complete darkness, with only the green glow of the skeleton warriors illuminating the path, the visibility range about 5 meters. Oh whoa! The skeleton team advanced through the cave, occasionally hearing the howls of animals. Swish, swish. The pungent smell intensified, forcing him to cover his nose with his sleeve. So stinky. If only the cold air from the skeleton could freeze the odor into ice. Suddenly scattered lights appeared in the darkness, moving slowly in pairs. Level 15 Howling Wolves. This was different from the Academy's novice dungeon. They were level 15 right from the start. The pressure was immense. Huang Jiefao could only steady himself against the rock wall, using the long sword as a crutch. Skeleton archers, heed my command. Draw your bows. Clack, clack, clack. The bone bows emitted a deep sound of collision, drawing bows and aiming arrows at the front. Fire. Swish, swish, swish. 10 beams of green light lined up just the width of the cave, forcing him to crouch or jump to avoid. The sound of the wind breaking became even crisper under the cave's pressure, resembling a shriek. Crash. The howls of the wolves echoed. Experience gained from killing Howling Wolves 150. Experience gained from killing Howling Wolves 150. Experience gained from killing Howling Wolves 150. Experience notifications flooded the screen, and Huang Jifa's level skyrocketed. Brother. Color returned to his face, and he could stand firm on his legs, no longer limping like an old lady. I just reached level 10. Let me try to kill a Howling Wolf. Stop. The skeleton archers tightened their bowstrings while the skeleton warriors were busy finishing off the remaining Howling Wolves. Just then one of the wolves, injured and still carrying poison on its back, came into view. Kill. Huang Jiefa raised his iron sword above his head and lunged forward, his body bending backward as he slashed down. Clang! The blade struck the howling wolf's neck, but only its fur was flattened and the wolf's hide remained intact. Why can't I deal any damage? The howling wolf was held back by the skeleton warrior biting wildly, but unable to reach Huang Jiefa. Critical hit attack increased by 70 OI plus a speed boost. Clang! Still it produced a crisp sound, just a bit more forceful than before, bouncing back and causing his right shoulder to crash against the rock wall. No damage. This is my strongest skill. Clang, clang, clang. He slashed 3 times in a row, but the last strike missed the target, and the sword tilted to the side, hitting the ground instead. Brother, how do I play this? I have no attack power at all. Crack. The skeleton warrior twisted its arm and twisted the wolf's head off. At level 15, in torture difficulty, you're only level 10. It's normal that you can't deal damage. Don't strain yourself, just follow me to gain experience. Yi Qingfeng led the necromantic army deeper into the cave, where all was covered in ghostly blue arrows. The skeleton warriors only needed to provide visibility in the front. The howling wolves had not even approached before being pierced by arrows. Those not killed by the arrows would still suffer lethal damage from the poison in a short time. Your swordsman's profession can probably only deal with monsters of the same level, and you need to form a party to do so. If you want to solo, you have to lower the difficulty by 5 levels. Hearing Yi Qingfeng say this, Huang Jiefa lowered his head in silence, pursing his lips. While others are still struggling in the novice dungeon, you've already reached level 12. Right. If I go to the novice dungeon now and the big brother. Be careful. An elite monster is coming. Thump. Thump. His heart raced, and within the musty scent there was a hint of blood. Minor monsters only drop experience and some worthless items for sale. The truly valuable treasures lie with the elite monsters. Their appearance signals the possibility of rare drops. Prepare. The skeletal archer drew his bow, nocked an arrow, the bowstring taut as a green light danced upon the arrowhead. Suddenly the oppressive aura vanished. This creature can feel fear. Is it fleeing? Monsters of torment difficulty indeed possess higher intelligence, unlike the mindless foes in beginner dungeons. Interesting. They dare to play tricks with me. Yet before absolute strength, all schemes are futile. Advance. The front line of 5 skeletal warriors marched in unison, stepping forward with their left foot moving as one. In this familiar dungeon, there are no secrets. The terrain, monsters, and difficulty are all known. The map indicates the end is near, with the boss, the Howling Wolf King, awaiting. At the cave's deepest chamber lies a spacious area with stone pillars stretching to the ceiling. This must be the lair of the Howling Wolf King. Yi Qingfeng arranged his undead legion in a fan formation. Summon space 1717. After leveling up, 2 additional skeletal archers were summoned. 17 summons scattered into every corner. A howl echoed as shadows flickered between pillars. With obstacles present, the shots needed to be dispersed. The skeletal warriors pressed against the Howling Wolf King from the front, while skeletal archers flanked from both sides. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly a dark shadow charged out, knocking melee skeletons flying into pillars, shattering bones. Such strength. Unlike humans, skeletal warriors feel no pain nor blink. They never retreat. Even with broken bones, fractured legs, or a missing head, they never cease their assault. They grasped the Wolf King's fur or bit with their jaws, their bony fingers hooked like claws, clinging to the Wolf King's spine, thighs, and tail. Any place with fur was covered by the verdant skeletons. The Howling Wolf King violently shook its head, leapt, and thrashed its tail, arching its body in a frenzy, yet it could not break free from the corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down from all directions. The archers did not hesitate for their comrades. They simply summoned replacements. A howl erupted as the Wolf King's fur bristled, resembling an exploding furball. Arrows deflected off its hide, while venom was blocked by the fur, unable to harm its body. Suddenly another shadow stealthily crept forward. The elite monster emerged, intending to attack me. Thud. With no skeletal warriors nearby, Yi Qingfeng was knocked down by the elite wolf, its claws pinning his shoulders. The one-eyed giant wolf bore a long scar stretching from its mouth to the nape. Stay back. Huang Jiefa tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Yi Qingfeng. It cannot harm me. The elite wolf's fangs, stained with rotting flesh, bit towards Yi Qingfeng's shoulder. Bang. A red light barrier protected his body. The wound appeared on a skeletal warrior. Instead, its entire right shoulder suddenly shattered. Focus fire on this one. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 12 skeletal archers turned their arrows toward the elite wolf's back. The arrows pierced its spine. A howl. It tilted its head back, attempting to bite the arrows, trying both sides, but falling just short. Black blood smeared its fur, clinging tightly to its back, making it appear gaunt. Bang! It collapsed onto the ground. Killing the elite one-eyed wolf granted 1500 experience. Obtained Howling Wolf Claw X1, Howling Wolf Fur X6. Necromancer level 1. Summon space 1. Skeletal Warrior stats: Strength 1024, Agility 1029, Intelligence 560, Constitution 1524, Luck 1053, Armor 05. Activated Puppetry absorbs 100 damage stacking with Yi Qingfeng's attributes. Skeletal Archer stats: Strength 724, Agility 1329, Intelligence 860, Constitution 624, Luck 1253, Armor 05. Activated Puppetry absorbs 100 damage stacking with Yi Qingfeng's attributes. Fortunately, this divine skill grants me immortality as long as the skeletons live. Hold down the Wolf King. Now there are 18 summon slots. 8 skeletal warriors surged towards the howling Wolf King, grabbing its legs, fur, and tail. The Wolf King was pinned to the ground, bloodshot eyes wild as it bit and clawed wildly. Formidable. The torment difficulty might require a level 20 and a 5-member team to clear it. Trouble. The Wolf King's body swelled, muscles engorged with blood, and blood oozed from its eyes. Charge. All skeletal warriors and archers lunged forward, enveloping it in a skeletal net. The howling Wolf King's body exploded. For skeletal archers, shattered their torsos, broken sternums detached. The closest skeletal warriors suffered the worst, their heads brutally torn from their necks, flying apart. An ordinary team could not withstand such a blow. Without healers and tanks, total annihilation is inevitable. You are at your end. AI will give you a swift end. Prepare. The skeletal warriors pinned the howling Wolf King to the ground, restricting its movement. Shoot. A dark green glow converged into a beam, briefly illuminating the shadowy cave. Killing the howling Wolf King granted 3,000 experience. Name: Yi Qingfeng. Profession: Necromancer. Level 1521. Strength 25. Agility 30. Intelligence 62. Constitution 25. Luck 55. Armor 5. Acquired new skill: Click to Claim. Obtained Basic Defense Gem X1. Obtained Howling Wolf King Summoning Medium X1. Torment difficulty cleared with 5-star rating. Earned random reward: Unidentified Short Sword X1. The portal glowed as Yi Qingfeng leveled from 10 to 15. My heavens. How much time has passed? My team isn't even assembled, and he's already out. Moreover, he cleared the torment difficulty. Level 15 Flower Farmer. Level 15 Swordsman. Level 15 Necromancer. Did they get equipment? Huang Jiefa, awakened from his daze, stared at his level 15 status, speechless. I did nothing and couldn't kill a single monster. Yet, I'm level 15. It seems to thrive one must follow the elder brother. If I leveled by myself, it would take half a year to reach 15. Let's return to the academy to rest. After unlocking the map, teleportation becomes available. Entering the academy square, only a handful of people were present. They're back. It seemed a notable figure had arrived. Classmates gathered, jaws agape, eyes wide. Level 15. You two were too timid to go. Regret it now, huh? Now even the flower farmer can lead us to refresh the hand dungeon. The dean quietly observed Yi Qingfeng through the window. This profession surpassed his expectations. Yi Qingfeng opened his skills. New skill acquired: Skeletal Warrior Skill 1, upgraded to Shield Skeletal Warrior. Wielding a bone shield, gaining 20 armor. Teacher, I want an identification scroll. Alright, they are sold in the academy shop and are quite affordable. Opening the identification scroll, a faint glow passed. Obtain Short Sword X1, Agility 10. How do I use the Basic Defense Gem? Having crossed over, I missed some basic courses. Go to the equipment section, punch a hole in the gear, and embed. The beginner's defense gem can only be embedded in armor. Your gauntlet can indeed have a gem socket. The sturdy iron gauntlet was propped open by a hand-shaped stand, resembling it being worn on a hand. I've been at Qingsong Academy for many years. It's the first time I'm drilling holes for a student's equipment. Are beginner defense gems really that rare? Not rare for us teachers. The teacher faced the back of the iron glove, wiping the sweat from his palm with a towel. What's rare is that you just switch professions and manage to create this. Currently, only you can achieve this. The other students from well-off families simply have their parents buy the equipment directly. It's just that they can't use high-level equipment yet, and the situation at the front lines is tense. Many items are out of stock, even money can't buy them. Good equipment and supplies are all used by the Empire's army. Only the discarded can be given to students. His eyes remained fixed on the iron gloves, gently tapping with a small iron hammer, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Alright, you can embed the defense gem now. Ding. A pleasant sound echoed, akin to the thrilling feeling of receiving a reward. The sturdy iron gauntlet embedded with a beginner defense gem, Armor 5. There was also a summoning medium for the Howling Wolf King. It should be possible to summon it now. After the rewards were settled, Yi Qingfeng opened his panel. Name: Yi Qingfeng. Profession: Necromancer. Level 1521. Strength 25. Agility 30. Intelligence 62. Constitution 25. Luck 55. Armor 5. Talent: Lord of the Underworld. Lord of the Underworld can summon undead spirits through the medium. Completeness depends on the medium's spiritual power and skill level. Summoning skill. Skeleton Warrior. Shield. Skeleton Warrior does not require a medium. The Necromancer can summon it by consuming spiritual power. Skeleton Archer does not require a medium. The Necromancer can summon it by consuming spiritual power. Skill slot 1. Skeleton Archer. Place the Howling Wolf Claw, inflicting a tearing wound effect. The Necromancer is truly powerful. Unless there are special materials, I wouldn't recommend making equipment. Then I'll sell you these materials and the Howling Claw. Summoning Medium. Howling Wolf King. Summoning Medium. Summoning Space. 1818. Basic resistances: water resistance 30, fire resistance 30, electric resistance 30, poison resistance 30, physical resistance 30. Shield. Skeleton Warrior. Strength 1024. Agility 1029. Intelligence 560. Constitution 1524. Luck 1053. Armor 205. Puppet technique activated. Skeleton Archer. Strength 724. Agility 1329. Intelligence 860. Constitution 624. Luck 1253. Armor 05. Puppet technique activated. Equipment slot. Helmet none. Armor none. Gauntlet sturdy iron gauntlet armor 5. Strength 5. Beginner defense gem armor 5. Pants none. Shoes none. Amulet none. Ring none. Ring none. Weapon short sword attack 10 agility. Offhand none. Teacher, can these materials be used to forge equipment? The solid wood table was piled high with various materials, with some residual blood seeping from a coarse cloth bag. I suggest you sell them. The equipment made from these ordinary materials has no attributes and is not as good as what you get from dungeons. You have gained 532 gold coins. The dean wants to see you in his office. At that moment, another tall and thin teacher pushed open the door, standing at the threshold without entering. What does the old man want me for? He accompanied me all the way, occasionally turning back to give a smile, until we reached the dean's office door. Creak. Without knocking, he directly pushed open the heavy brown wooden door. Qingfeng, please sit down. We're all old acquaintances, so I'll get straight to the point. Who are you calling old acquaintance? You just learned my name is Yi Qingfeng today. Those in power are very realistic. Whoever provides the milk is the mother. For students who have switched to rare professions, I will recommend them to continue their studies at higher academies. Your profession is very special, one of a kind. Moreover, you cleared the 15-level torment difficulty of the Howling Wolf Cave at level 10. In my lifetime, I have never seen such a formidable new student. Academy. Continue attending. The dean rolled up his sleeves and personally poured a cup of tea for Yi Qingfeng. The tea fragrance was refreshing, with a hint of bitterness and a faint sweetness. Yes, I hope you go to our best academy in Lingyin Country. Named after the country, it's a gathering of geniuses. Lingyin Academy. Among the 5 empires, it ranks in the top 3. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were blank as he silently raised the teacup and took a gentle sip. It started with a slight bitterness, but as the tea slid down his throat, a wave of sweetness followed. Aren't you interested? Not necessary, I can just grind dungeons on my own. I don't want to be with those geniuses. The pronunciation of the word genius was heavy and long, with a roll of the eyes. Moreover, I have to participate in boring exams. I find it troublesome. The dean continued, filling Yi Qingfeng's teacup, pulling out a tissue to wipe the water stains off the table. Although Qingsong Academy doesn't rank in the top 10 of the entire empire, I will guarantee you, with the entire Qingsong Academy, recommending you to enter Lingyin Academy directly, without an exam. The number of spots for entering the academy without an exam in the entire empire is only 10. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. Humph. What once in a lifetime? You just want me to earn some prestige for Qingsong Academy. You want to ride on the coattails of this hidden necromancer to make a name for yourself at Lingyin Academy. Dean. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the dean raising his hand. Don't call me dean, or just call me old goo. We're all on the same side, no need to be so polite. Old goo, didn't you say that there should be respect? In front of the strong, all rules can be bent. Old goo, I think I won't go after all. I'm used to being idle and don't want to be constrained. The dean furrowed his brows tightly, repeatedly rolling up his sleeves, and then letting them down, his face gradually turning red. Qingfeng, in such a high-ranking academy like Lingyin Academy, no one will constrain you. You can be yourself. I know you geniuses are all free-spirited. Yi Qingfeng yawned, gently shook his head and pouted. If you agree to me, I will give you my treasures hidden at the bottom of my chest. Benefits. Treasures hidden at the bottom of my chest. Now that's something we can talk about. Old goo. For you I can consider it. What treasures? The dean's eyelid twitched, his lips quivered slightly as he calmed his chest. The moon. The feather of the moon goddess. The feather of the moon goddess. It has the word God in it. Looking at old Gus's sincere eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead, it seems this is no mere claim. It must be dripping blood. But I will sweeten the deal for him. Old Gu treasures like this are of no use to me. The skeleton babies I've summoned are quite taxing. I need something practical. Money. Resources. The dean chuckled, his eyes narrowing into a slit. Ha ha ha. Money is certainly no issue. Resources are also no problem. However, some things cannot be bought with money. Ordinary resources hold little significance for you. Old Gu remained very perceptive. It seems this dean has some depth. Since we are all understanding people, I will no longer pretend. What practical effect does the feather of the moon goddess have on my cultivation? The dean's smile faded, gently shaking his head, and stated, I do not know. Do not know? Old Gus's expression was serious. He chose not to fabricate an answer. This was his heartfelt response. He genuinely did not know. One thing is certain, this treasure is undoubtedly of great importance. Your suggestion? I agree. Old Gus's lips curled slightly as he exhaled, lifting his teacup and drinking it down in one go. Yi Qingfeng's mind is quite mature. At his age, he should be more childish. With such thick-skinned cunning and the hidden profession of a necromancer, he is bound to achieve great things. I trust my judgment. Follow me. The dean walked ahead while Yi Qingfeng followed behind, the corridor echoing only with the rhythmic sound of footsteps. They ascended the winding staircase to the top floor of the academy. This place was usually off-limits to students, and they would rarely come here. Apart from an attic, it was completely empty. Moreover, the door to the attic was sealed by a barrier. The dean stood in front of the door, whispering a few words, almost as if in prayer or confession. Light and shadows began to shimmer on the wooden door, forming a complex pattern that resembled symbols rather than words. The surreal, oil-painted wooden door transformed into a tangible wooden structure. A faint scent of wood wafted through, mingled with a hint of decay and dampness. Creak. The attic had windows on all sides, feeling vacuous. Rather than an attic, it felt more like a viewing platform. The moonlight filled the entire attic as if entering a silvery world. From here one can see the entire fog mountain. The dean took a deep breath, filling his lungs to their maximum. It was slightly cool, slightly moist, and refreshing. Indeed, it was beautiful, the entire mountain range, bathed in silver, stretching out of sight. Living atop the high mountains is quite nice for humanity. There is no noise and one can gaze at the starry sky every day. However, I wonder how long such peaceful days can last. Following the dean's gaze, I looked down at a patch of darkness. That darkness felt oppressive, and Yi Qingfeng's fingers gripped the windowsill tightly. The mountainside served as the dividing line. Hell lay beneath while heaven was above. Will chaos erode the mountains? The dean sighed, deeply, staring intently at the shadow on the mountainside. Sigh. It is only a matter of time. I have heard that the 5 great empires are struggling. The situation against chaos is grim. Fortunately, these mountains have brought hope to humanity. The dean shifted his gaze from the foot of the mountain to its peak, and his tone became more peaceful. Your generation has not experienced the apocalyptic war. You do not know the feeling of despair. The children born in the mountain settlements still believe this world is beautiful. Little do they know. The dean's eyes glimmered with tears. In the moonlight, they appeared like crystalline snowflakes, slowly melting. Unlike the youth, I can sense the crisis in this world. The world before my crossing was also fraught with danger. Yet those monsters wore human skins, unlike here, where there was an obvious distinction of monsters. Did you attend Teacher Zhang's history class and remember the Moonlight Goddess? Moonlight Goddess. No impression. That must have been a class before my crossing. I wasn't very attentive in class. I forgot. The dean was not angry. Instead, he stroked his beard and began to recount. It is said that humanity was created by the gods. Until chaos struck, the gods fell one after another. Yi Qingfeng looked at the starry sky, trying to outline the constellations representing the gods. Where is Andromeda? Strange. The arrangement of the stars has changed. Could it be that this world is not in the same universe as the one before my crossing? Or, as Old Gu said, after the fall of the gods, the constellations also changed. How did the gods fall? What is chaos? The dean's hand stroking his beard quickened, and his grip. As for the first question, those who know may have already fallen and are no longer in this world. I participated in the apocalyptic war. His emotions fluctuated and his breathing and heartbeat quickened. Chaos etched deep scars into Old Gus's memory. Chaos is. Suddenly Old Gu the dean burst into hearty laughter. Regardless of what chaos is, humanity will surely overcome it. This statement felt less than sincere. Nevertheless, it was a well-intentioned lie. In truth, Old Gu wanted to say, despair. It does not matter. I do not care. Let me see the feather of the moon. The dean nodded without any unnecessary movements. A 3-dimensional triangular structure formed from light appeared in his palm. The surrounding moonlight was drawn in, forming visible silver light points. The light points spun and intertwined like threads in the hands of an embroiderer weaving a piece of art. It was a silver feather. The tip was missing a piece, yet it gave a sense of perfection. So beautiful. Can this be touched? As I extended my finger, the feather brushed past the tip. I felt my entire body filled with power. This power was overflowing. It surged in endlessly. It was simply impossible to fully accept it. Is this a divine object? The silver moonlight erased the wrinkles from his face, making him appear somewhat younger. As I mentioned earlier, the gods have fallen. However, relics of the gods still scatter across the world. This feather comes from one of the gods. Which god is this? The moon god. The feather. It has fallen. This is a treasure passed down in my family, meant to be handed down through generations. Unfortunately, my children. Moreover, after being gravely injured in the apocalyptic war, my body is no longer what it used to be. Qingfeng. The necromancer is the most inscrutable profession I have encountered. I am willing to lend. Bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity is worth it. Looking at the dean, their gazes met as he accepted the feather of the moon goddess. She is also the goddess of hunting. It's quite embarrassing to say. Although my family has guarded it for generations, I do not know how to use it. The dean wore a bitter smile, looking at the feather of the moon goddess as if it were his own kin. You have become a necromancer possessing summoning skills. At that time I had the thought of giving it a try. That's why I kept inquiring about your abilities. If we could make Artemis descend again, she would surely become a powerful force against chaos. Indeed, one could feel the extraordinary nature of this feather. The moment I touched it, my spiritual power skyrocketed, but I still couldn't fully absorb it. Perhaps it was due to my insufficient level. After all, I was only at level 15. Yi Qingfeng held the feather in his palm. Acquired divine artifact, relic of Artemis, feather of the moon goddess. Gained special terrain bonus, negative effects in wilderness, mountains, caves, and forests decreased by 20. Gain special terrain bonus, spiritual power recovery speed in wilderness, mountains, caves, and forests increased by 20. Gain special terrain bonus, movement speed in wilderness, mountains, caves, and forests increased by 20. Gain special environmental bonus under moonlight, skill cooldown time reduced by 30. Is it really that powerful? It's merely a feather from Artemis' arrow. Have I not become the god of hunting in an invincible existence under the moonlight? What would be the effect if I could collect more relics of the gods? What form does the complete Artemis take? Are Zeus, Odin, and Pangus still around? Or have they already fallen? Have the other gods also perished? Or are some deities still in existence? I don't know either. This kind of thing is a top secret for every empire. After all, divine power is the ultimate trump card. No one would reveal it. The dean's expression relaxed considerably, his arm unexpectedly draped over Yi Qingfeng's shoulder. Like good friends of similar age, they shared others' little secrets. You should study how to use this feather well. If you can summon Artemis, let me witness it. Personally meeting this deity guarded by our family for generations. Is she beautiful? Is that even a question? Can the moon goddess not be beautiful? What if she turns out to be an old lady? You rascal. You must not say such things. Return the feather of the moon goddess to me. Cloudy Mountain Airport Dock. The sunlight fell through the gaps in the clouds, the distant mountains clearly visible. Birds flew close in the woods, and golden monkeys frolicked on the branches. Take this gold coin, buy whatever. Acquired 5,000 gold coins. You can buy other ordinary supplies. There are plenty of good things in Lingyin Academy. Study hard. Don't worry, old goo. Yi Qingfeng leaned close to the dean's ear, whispering, I will study hard and summon Aunt Artemis. You rascal. Facing the strong wind generated by the propeller, Yi Qingfeng stepped onto the airship. My goodness. Direct admission to Lingyin Academy. No more than 10 people in the entire empire. The necromancer is indeed impressive. The dock was crowded with people, not just students from the academy. There were also parents, passers-by, and even porters at the airport stopping to watch. Why can that flower farmer and swordsman go to Lingyin Academy too? Who told them to be with the right big brother? Yi Qingfeng wants to bring the flower farmer and swordsman. The dean can only agree. Although they are just going for training, without student status, that's still something beyond your and my reach. I heard that only elites from each troop are qualified to participate in the training class. Oh, it's not that strict. The person quickly rubbed his fingers, mimicking the action of counting money. With connections and enough money, one can go for training. Isn't it just a matter of getting credentials? Rumble. The spiral stairs slowly retracted, and the roar of the propeller gradually grew louder. The tail wing of the airship swayed slightly, the strong wind forcing the crowd at the dock to step back. Old Gu, I will definitely fulfill your wish. Old Gus' figure grew smaller. The chaotic darkness at the foot of the mountain was also obscured by the clouds. Brother, are we really going to Lingyin Academy? It's not a dream, right? Clap, clap. Huang Jiefao blushed, giving himself a few slaps. Of course it's true. Zhao Xianger tilted her head, looking content, enjoying the gentle breeze and sunshine. I heard that Lingyin Academy has the most powerful people. I'm just a low-level flower farmer. Why take me along? Although the airship wasn't large, it could accommodate 50 people. Apart from the crew, there were only Yi Qingfeng, Zhao Xianger, and Huang Jiefa. I have no parents. Before meeting you, I had no friends. Now you are my friends. Whoa, brother. Huang Jiefa hugged Yi Qingfeng tightly. The night above the clouds without any obstruction. The bright moon seemed to be right in front of me within reach. Yi Qingfeng sat quietly on the deck, gazing up Lingyin Academy. I must make good use of the resources there to continue to grow. A moment of tranquility is the dangers of this world are unimaginable. Attention, all crew members. Attention, all crew members. Detected an unidentified flying object approaching ahead. For crew members quickly ran to the sides of the deck searching for the flying object with binoculars. Yi Qingfeng stood at the bow, his vision clearer than during the day, able to see farther. This is the blessing of the feather of the moon goddess. Although I am in the sky, however, the mountains are right beneath my feet. The negative effects of night have decreased for me. That is, such a large bird. Right here, 30 degrees directly ahead. For crew members approached two of them installing a giant crossbow. How come your eyesight is so good? The crew member handed a monocular to Yi Qingfeng. Help me see what it is. No need. It's a giant bird with a wingspan similar to that of the airship. Completely black with a hooked. The feathers seem to have been corroded. The crew member confirmed again with the binoculars. Prepare the crossbow. It's a mutated blackwing bird likely to attack the airship. Whoosh. The blackwing bird swooped down. Crack. Its sharp claws merely grazed the ship's side, sending a row of goods tumbling, and the wooden shelves splintered into wood chips. Fire. The crossbow was as thick as an arm, and when fired the base shook, causing the crew member's body to recoil back a step. Whoosh. The loading speed was too slow. It was impossible to hit the blackwing bird this way. All skeleton archers come out. Green mist enveloped the airship, and suddenly 18 skeletons appeared. Don't be afraid, they are summoned skeleton babies. The crew members turned pale, frozen in place, unable to move. Such moving targets with spatial and temporal differences require predicting their flight path in advance. Yi Qingfeng's eyes were fixed on the black-winged bird like a radar, locking onto its target. 18 skeletal archers drew their bows following the movement of Yi Qingfeng's gaze. Shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of green light shot into the sky like dazzling fireworks. No, the bird's speed was too fast. It was difficult to hit with simultaneous shots. Huh. The skeletal archer's speed of changing arrows had noticeably increased. Right, I have the blessing of Artemis. With the moonlight, my skill cooldown time is reduced by 30. The shots from the skeletal archers are also part of their skills. Let's see how fast I can shoot continuously. Does it have the effect of a Gatling gun? I moved my focus slightly forward from the head of the black-winged bird, allowing for some lead. Fire in sequence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crisp sound of bowstrings breaking through the wind echoed 18 times. The arrows, imbued with green light, traced a diagonal line across the night sky, resembling shooting stars in a race. Hiss! 2 arrows pierced through the feathers of the black-winged bird. It twisted in the air, flapping its wings frantically before stabilizing its body as it fell to the lower part of the airship. It was startled. Yi Qingfeng could see the fear in the eyes of the black-winged bird. My vision was surprised. I could see these details very clearly. Shoot! Don't stop if you miss the target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were shot in sequence, lighting up with green light wherever Yi Qingfeng's gaze fell. The skeletal archers in front finished shooting, and those behind followed closely, resembling a row of automatic crossbows. The loading speed seamlessly connected, although it still can't compare to a Gatling gun. Once the summoning space increases, the numbers will fill these gaps, achieving true all-angle shooting. Goddess Artemis, you are my mother. 3 arrows pierced through the body of the black-winged bird, scattering feathers as its wings weakly flapped a few times. With its body losing power, it fell below the clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Kill the mutated black-winged bird to gain 3,500 experience. Reward Blackbird Egg X2. Young man, we've never seen a profession like yours. The crew trembled, tucking in their stomachs and tiptoeing, afraid to touch the skeletal archers. Ouch! A crew member accidentally got grazed by an arrow, instantly bleeding. This is a tearing effect. You should bandage that, the wound will expand. Yi Qingfeng recalled the skeletal archers, and the chill of the airship immediately dissipated. Brother, your skeletal archers are terrifying. Huang Jiefa ran out from the cabin. Anyway, I am a burden, so I can only hide and watch you perform. No need to worry, just level up with me. Although I lack combat experience, levels are the true strength. Just rely on level crushing. Brother's logic is truly spot on. What practical experience? In the face of levels, it all pales in comparison. Crew, prepare for landing. We will enter Taishan Airport in half an hour. Taishan. Is it the same Taishan as in my world? The airship descended below the clouds, revealing a majestic mountain range that filled the entire view. It was 10 times more magnificent than the Taishan I had seen. The mountains in this world are at least 10,000 meters high. Surrounding Taishan Airport were densely packed human structures forming a city on the mountain. In the distance, scattered other settlements appeared with mines, logging yards, farmland, and even lakes. Truly beautiful. It felt like a world from a game. Booming. The vibrations swaying and tilting of the airship tightened the seatbelt against my shoulder, causing some discomfort. Taishan Airport seemed endless with hundreds of airships coming and going. Wow! Zhao Xianger exclaimed as her head was overshadowed by a massive object. This airship is bigger than Song Academy. It can hold at least a few thousand people. This is an international metropolis. People on the streets brushed past with blondes, redheads, fair-skinned, and dark-skinned individuals. Are those elves? A tall blonde beauty walked by, her ears pointed, carrying a faint scent of essential oil. Brother, look, someone is selling fish. What's strange about fish? Huang Jiefa stared at Yiqing Feng with his mouth agape, astonished, as if seeing a skeletal warrior for the first time. I've never eaten fish in my life. I heard only the wealthy can afford it. Perhaps building a settlement on the mountain makes the cost of creating lakes too high. Naturally, the costs are high. Just in time, I'm hungry. Today we eat fish. The fish shop's entrance was grand, more impressive than the others, with busy and indifferent staff. Brother, this taste is simply amazing. One fish was as big as half a pig, and Huang Jiefa finished an entire one by himself. Check out. Gold coins decreased by 300. I didn't know it was so expensive. His face was filled with disappointment, head down like a child who had made a mistake, speaking weakly. It's small change. Just say if you want to eat fish. Opening the map, Lingyin Academy was located in the northeast direction of Taishan District. The ancient characters carved on the white jadestone gate carried a sense of historical weight. The academy's buildings were all hidden in dense woods. Occasionally a corner would reveal itself, but their full appearance was obscured. There were no majestic skyscrapers, only subtlety and mystery everywhere. Apart from the main road, the other paths were paved with small stones winding deeper into the tranquil woods. Indeed, it gives a feeling of being a great hidden gem in the city. The bustling atmosphere of the market was completely swept away, as if one were in a paradise. Students, I am your homeroom teacher, Su Baiyan. This is a classical beauty. Her voice is also melodious. Her frame is even more delicate than my skeletal archers. Her long hair shone as it fell to her shoulders, styled with an ancient hairpin, and a retro long dress tightly accentuated her curves. You are all recommended. That means you are exempt from entrance exams. Why are there only 5 of you? Didn't old Goose say that there were 10 people recommended for the entire Lingyin Kingdom? All those previously recommended have been eliminated. Oh, can recommended students really be eliminated? None of those previously fast-tracked candidates proved truly capable. All of them are worthless. They even flinched at the thought of death during missions. Her skeletal structure moved with seamless coordination, no history of severe injury. Her skin clung evenly to her frame with no excess fat and precisely balanced musculature. If you too tremble before danger, then leave immediately. Inside the vast, silent academy hall, 5 sat cross-legged upon the floor. Only the soft rustling of bamboo groves beyond the walls eased the heavy, wordless tension. Her cranial contours possessed striking, three-dimensional definition. Were she reduced to a skull, eyes blazing emerald, she might become my ethereal skeletal companion. Su Baiyan's gaze burned like white-hot flame. Whoever met it broke into a cold sweat. You, return home. This place is not for you. Su Baiyan tilted her chin toward the youth beside Yiqing Feng, her tone calm, yet unassailable. Teacher Su. His words were cut off without mercy. No explanations needed. Return. Rising silently, the youth bowed deeply to Su Baiyan before stepping out of the classroom. The remaining 4 stay, for now. Until graduation, I may dismiss any of you at will. What kind of institution was this? Though breathtakingly beautiful, this woman was utterly ruthless. She possessed none of a teacher's nurturing patience. Only the cold, unyielding discipline of a seasoned military commander. Not my concern. Stealthy cultivation, that was my sole objective. Teacher, I believe your treatment of that student is unjust. He was dismissed without any formal, a meddlesome sort indeed. His silken robes were impeccably woven, his hair flawlessly arranged, his expression arrogantly assured. Clearly born to wealth or nobility. I have already assessed him. His mental defenses crumbled the moment our eyes met. He would fail every subsequent trial. Su Baiyan rested her right forearm on the desk, idly scratching at her temple. Lingyin Academy exists to forge elite warriors for the most formidable battalions. Too many substandard recruits have gravely compromised battalion integrity. Moreover, the chaos blight intensifies with each passing day. The High Command has mandated the strictest possible selection criteria for Lingyin Academy students. Do you understand? Though fierce in bearing, Su Baiyan's eyes held quiet compassion, penetrating, incisive, unblinking. And she was right. That youth had trembled visibly, on the verge of collapse. His courage was insufficient. When the boy ceased questioning, Su Baiyan continued. Li Qingshu holds the rare vocation of Thundercaller. Jiang Yang is a rare beast tamer. Shui Tao wields the hidden vocation of Eye Weaver Mage. Yi Qingfeng embodies the hidden vocation of Necromancer. All your vocations are exceptional. Su Baiyan's gaze drifted lazily toward Yi Qingfeng. A necromancer. I've never encountered one before. Why did this youth's gaze hold no ripple of emotion when he looked at me? Worse, his expression seemed almost delighted. Was I merely sustenance to him? His stare sent chills down my spine. My spiritual pressure failed to subdue him. Could it be? My peerless beauty stirred not even a whisper within his heart. Unacceptable. If I cannot command authority from our first meeting, how shall I ever wield true influence? Yi Qingfeng, look at me. If teacher Su perished, which part of her would serve best as a spirit conduit? Hair, too fine, easily lost. Arms, too long, impractical to carry. Thighs, out of the question. Breasts, where precisely are you looking? Su Baiyan erupted in a thunderous roar. The entire private academy shuddered. I said, look into my eyes. Eyes, not breasts. Such lewdness at so young an age. What would he become in adulthood? Teacher, I apologize. I was simply deeply immersed. Immersed? Calm yourself. Lust is no grave flaw. After all, my figure is simply too alluring. It is only natural that a youth newly awakened to desire should find such transcendent beauty irresistible. Look into my eyes. Oh, strange. Why can I now faintly perceive layers of flesh and bone? Perhaps a latent trait of the necromancer vocation. One must learn to modulate visual perception across strata. Indeed, the ocular musculature remains perfectly coordinated. Remarkable stillness, extraordinary control. His pupils dilate. She is growing anxious. Her eyelids tremble faintly. Localized musculature nears loss of tonus. Teacher, perhaps you should rest. Blink, to relieve ocular dryness. A monster. My piercing gaze holds no power over him. He dares suggest I rest. Dry eyes. Could there truly exist someone I cannot fathom? Instead, I feel utterly laid bare before him, as though stripped of all concealment, exposed in raw vulnerability. Impossible. Even the most exalted eye weavers lack such ability. Shui Tao, you are a prodigy eye weaver. Fix your gaze upon Yi Qingfeng. I wish to gauge your capabilities. Use a non-invasive observational technique upon him. Shui Tao nodded, turning fully to face Yi Qingfeng. Are you all unharmed? You've all turned your attention upon me. Very well, I shall observe you in turn. Sunset receded into shadow, and moonlight crept softly into the chamber. Yi Qingfeng's vision sharpened further. Her cranial sutures had fused by age 13. Her left wrist bore an old injury, well-healed, expertly treated with no residual impairment. Her eyes reddened and swelled as her body channeled energy into them. Yet the scrying art revealed nothing, not even his vocation. Such occlusion occurs only when levels differ by 20 or more. Yet I stand at level 17, 2 levels above him. Why then does this occur? He inflicts counter-resonance. My mental reserves drain catastrophically. Enough. Both Su Baiyan and Shui Tao stood drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Yi Qingfeng surveyed her entire form with the unabashed intensity of a lecher. Yi Qingfeng, cease staring. Aeon a century libertine. So enraptured he appears. Let another man stand before you instead. Jiang Yang, you face Yi Qingfeng. Ahem. Su Baiyan masked a fleeting mischievous smile behind a practiced cough. Surely this plainly unattractive man might stir some reaction within you. Yi Qingfeng sat upright, fixing Jiang Yang with unwavering focus. His nasal bone deviates slightly. His teeth show no orthodontic correction. His pelvis tilts forward, a condition correctable through targeted rehabilitation exercises. Yi Qingfeng observed with equal intensity and absorption. Su Baiyan's jaw slackened in disbelief, her expression momentarily resembling that of an airhead intellectually unmoored ingenue. Surely not. He gazes upon an unattractive man with that depth of devotion. Lust alone cannot explain such behavior. He is no mere lecher. He observes, analyzes, dissects. A necromancer. Could he perceive my very soul? Yi Qingfeng, when you look upon us, what do you see? Yi Qingfeng blinked, his gaze settling back into ordinary focus. I see. Even as your teacher, I cannot reveal my core abilities. Knowledge of my arts carries a price. Your skin is flawless. You live in comfort. Is that so? He conceals the truth, wary guarded. He shields his talents from all weaving deliberate uncertainty around himself. To possess such strategic acumen at this age, his depth of calculation is impenetrable, his thoughts veiled behind layers of stillness. A rare talent, worthy of cultivation. Both Lingyin Academy and the Empire require precisely such individuals. Time grows short. We forego rest tonight. Tonight, I shall lead you on a wilderness excursion. This area is called the Dark Forest. The trees before them stood about a dozen meters tall, their trunks requiring 4 people to encircle, while the dense canopy above blocked the moonlight. The leaves pressed tightly against one another, so tightly that even on a cloudless day sunlight could not penetrate. Entering at night would surely render everything invisible. Would this affect the moonlight's enhancement on me? They'll wait for you at the opposite exit. She tossed something to each of them. Upon picking it up, they saw it was a torch wrapped in oilcloth along with a flare. If you feel you can no longer persevere, then fire the flare. Someone will come to retrieve whoever sent the signal. However, once you fire the flare, it means you're eliminated. Bang! Shui Tao was the first to ignite her torch, the flames elongating and flickering her shadow. Without a word, she entered the dark forest alone. Shui Tao, wait. The 4 of us could move together. No need. She did not look back, continuing forward as sparks occasionally burst from the torch. How about the 3 of us stick together? The pressure in the dark forest is immense, and we could watch each other's backs. Su Baiyan fiddled with her bracelet, tucking wind-tousled hair behind her ear, then stretched lazily. I also think it's better if we all go together. Beast Tamer Jiang Yang agreed with Li Qingshu's suggestion, and both turned their gaze to Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng, do you want to join us? Shui Tao's solo action must have had its reasons. She was a pupil master. It was a reasonable guess that a pupil master possessed night vision. Also, she likely didn't want others to know her skills. With my forest terrain enhancement, going solo posed no problem for me either. If the moonlight enhancement still existed within the dark forest, for me the avatar of the hunting god, this place would only be an ideal leveling ground. It wouldn't hurt to tag along with them for a while. I could always go solo anytime. Alright, let's move together. Yi Qingfeng's agreement raised Su Baiyan's eyebrows slightly. He actually agreed to team up. According to his assessment report, necromancers preferred soloing dungeons. Yet now he agreed so readily. It was indeed somewhat surprising. Interesting. 3 torches ignited simultaneously, as Yi Qingfeng followed the other 2 into the dark forest. Once inside the dark forest, there was indeed no light at all. They could only see the area illuminated by the torches. Beyond that lay pure darkness. Yi Qingfeng opened his panel and saw that the moon god's feather skill was still active. Awesome. It didn't matter whether he was directly bathed in moonlight. As long as the moon was in the sky, he received the enhancement. Do you feel something's off? Li Qingshu slowed his pace, the firelight highlighting the tense muscles on his face and the twitching of his eyelids. I feel an immense pressure, and Jiang Yang stretched out his arm, trying to extend the torch's range. My entire reaction has become sluggish. I feel it too. Yi, how about you? Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath, allowing his body to fully sense the surroundings. There was some pressure, but not too strong. As for other sensations, it felt quite comfortable. His body felt lighter, and his senses were sharp. I'm about the same as you. Yi am Jiang Yang, the beast tamer. Jiang Yang extended his hand to shake Yi Qingfeng's. My ability is to control beasts with mental energy. Usually those 2 or 3 levels above me are no problem. For stronger ones, I need to weaken their will first before I can control them. You're quite straightforward. I didn't even ask, and you revealed your skill. But it's fine. We're cooperating now. Li, what's the lightning summoner skill? Since we're a team, knowing each other's abilities will help us coordinate. Actually, I'm an electric mage. I can cast spells anywhere electricity can be generated. Both turned to Yi Qingfeng, though they said nothing. But their eyes clearly sought to inquire about the necromancer's skill. Don't move. Yi Qingfeng sensed something behind the tree trunks, and there were many of them. The 3 quickly huddled together, ensuring their backs weren't exposed. Can you summon lightning to light up the area? Jiang Yang's sweat dripped down in beads as he pressed his back tightly against a tree trunk. Li Qingshu crouched down and plunged his hand into the soil. Crackle! Sparks flickered across the ground, and blue electric light pulsed faintly, forming a circular electric field about 10 meters wide. The field produced flashes that appeared and vanished eerily in the darkness. What skill do you have? Use it now. Jiang Yang pulled something from his chest and tossed it into the air. A patch of black mist swirled above his head. This is... Yi Qingfeng's enhanced vision allowed him to discern the dense black mist. A swarm of mosquitoes. And at his feet were countless ants. It seemed these creatures were all under his control. Don't let your lightning hurt my friends. These professions were somewhat interesting, but too green. Whether they'd be strong later was unknown, but for now, getting out of this forest seemed tough. Here they come. Dark shadows darted behind the trees, some leaping onto the trunks. Crack! Li Qingshu suddenly raised his arm, and an arc of electricity leaped from the ground, striking the branches above. I can't see these things. He blindly hurled lightning bolts based on instinct, the flashes growing brighter. In an instant, Yi Qingfeng saw the dark shadows clearly. Wow, mutated. They're huge. What exactly are those things? Yi Qingfeng tilted his chin toward Jiang Yang. Can you control them? They are. Jiang Yang looked around nervously, every sound causing him to panic. What creature is it? They were gathering. It seemed these things were about to launch an attack. A dozen dark shadows suddenly leaped high, pressing down on the three of them. Boom. Li Qingshu's electric field erupted, the acrid smell of burning mingling with blood stinging their noses and nearly choking them. Too many. His lightning had a limited range, and the shadows came from all directions. How are they so fast? I can't control them. It's over. Level 20. So many. For them it was a disaster. For me too few. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand, and a faint green mist seeped from the ground, condensing faster than usual. 8 shield skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton archers took shape instantly. The shields formed a square formation surrounding the three, with the skeleton archers positioned at the gaps. Whoosh! A crisp piercing sound rang out, blood splattered, and a foul stench wafted over. One arrow pierced 2-3 creatures. The more that came, the better. With the moonlight's blessing, the skeleton archers loaded their bows at lightning speed, almost seamlessly. Crack! The few that charged through were crushed by the shield's warm blood spraying onto their faces. Let's see how the new summon performs. Howl! A piercing shriek swept through like a hurricane. Bang! A massive wolf leaped up and whipped its tail, pulverizing 7 or 8 dark shadows into a bloody mist. Howling Wolf King Netherbody. Level 15. Strength 18. Agility 28. Intelligence 8. Stamina 30. Luck 10. Armor 11. Activate Puppetry Bear 100 damage attribute, stacking with Yi Qingfeng. Active skill Frenzied Bite. Frenzied Bite. The Howling Wolf King converts its own stamina into it. The greater the consumption, the stronger the attack. Exceeding the limit will cause an explosion. Its individual strength surpasses that of the shield skeleton warriors, and it also possesses skills. The nether body fears no attrition, but once it perishes I can simply summon it again. It only consumes a bit of energy. Fierce. Yi Qingfeng. These skeletons. Did you summon them all? The Howling Wolf King tore through the front lines, charging left and right, biting one after another, pouncing to the ground and dismembering monsters with its claws. Reduce 2 shield skeleton warriors from the back row and add 2 skeleton arrows. Arrows streamed out incessantly, streaks of green light piercing the darkness, weaving between the tree trunks. These giant fleas are all mutated. Under Yi Qingfeng's fire suppression, the number of monsters gradually dwindled. However, killing them released a nauseating stench. I can control them. Zhang Yang reached out towards several giant fleas. Their eyes lost their wildness, growing dim and listless following the movement of his hand. They turned around and charged back, tearing into their own companions. Stop using your lightning. If the smell of roasted meat makes me want to vomit. It's roasted fleas. The thought alone is disgusting. Ahead, a dense cluster was gathering, seemingly trying to flee. Charge! The Howling Wolf King lowered its body, its skinless muscles bulging, veins swelling. It suddenly kicked off the ground, sending a spray of dirt into the air. Arrows whizzed past it as the shield skeleton warriors charged alongside the Wolf King. As they charged, the green light trailed after images. So fast. With the terrain's advantage in this pursuit, they couldn't escape such speed. The Wolf King pounced on one with a claw, piercing through the giant flea's body and driving deep into the soil. The shield warriors crushed together, their bodies deforming much like a human killing a flea. Blood mist exploded with loud bangs, forming a stinking haze. Good thing I kept my distance. Getting that on my clothes would be a nuisance. Let's finish off this trash quickly. The number of shield skeleton warriors increased to 10, forming a circle that enclosed the giant fleas. Almost there. Wolf King, use your skill. Oh, whoa. After the howl, the Howling Wolf King's mane bristled into spikes, more teeth grew, and a film peeled from its claws, leaving them like new blades. Its body swelled, visible to the naked eye. The Howling Wolf King's stamina was instantly depleted, pushing its combat power to the limit. The green light's brightness surged. A sharp sting in the eyes. Boom. The forest floor trembled, and the scent of blood could be smelled from afar. The flea swarm was completely annihilated. Was it that fierce? The skeleton warriors' shields were cracked by the blast. Those with low health were blown away. Was that a corpse explosion skill? Killed mutated giant flea activity, EXP 300. Killed mutated giant flea activity, EXP 300. Killed mutated giant flea activity, EXP 300. Brother Yi, you're incredible. The experience is amazing. I leveled up. No drops, but grinding experience was good. That's it. I was just getting into the fight, and they're all gone. Li Qingshu and Zhang Yang had shed their initial worries. They looked at Yi Qingfeng with newfound admiration, obediently staying by his side. We're safe. We're safe. I was worried I wouldn't pass the exam at first. With Brother Yi here, we're incredibly lucky. As long as they didn't play tricks on me, leading them to level up wasn't a big deal. After all, they were classmates who would fight against chaos together. Your skills are pretty impressive too. His beast taming ability seemed somewhat underwhelming. Against a swarm like that, he'd need to control at least half to stand a chance. What made this class so powerful? If that flea swarm had stood still for you to control, how many could you Jiangyang scratched his head wearing a bitter smile. I've heard from seniors that this class truly shines when taming giant beasts. For now I can only control small animals, though I don't know how far it will develop. Unlike necromancers who can summon so many skeletons from the start, they were both top-tier classes with guaranteed admissions, yet they were this weak. Or was I just too strong? I hope necromancers don't become useless in the mid to late game. That would be so embarrassing. My lightning summoner can call down heavenly thunder in the late game. But that's only for the Empire's most elite. So these two were late game classes, no wonder they were worth. Let's go, it stinks here. The smell of blood mixed with the burnt scent of roasted meat plus the peculiar mustiness of fleas. Yi Qingfeng retched a few times. He had been hungry and wanted to eat something. Now he had completely lost his appetite. Put out the torches. The flickering firelight was useless to Yi Qingfeng. The transition from light to darkness required an adaptation period which could hinder judgment in sudden situations. Such a sense of security. The Howling Wolf King's skill cooldown ended, and it was summoned again to lead the way. Shield skeleton warriors flanked them, their dim green light illuminating the path without being harsh. It's like marching with an army. But the chill is too intense. They endured the weakening effect of the dark forest while also suffering the cold from the skeleton minions. Consider it a form of training. When has cultivation ever been easy? Drip, drip. Sparse droplets fell, catching them off guard, hitting their faces, causing their eyelids to instinctively blink. Was it raining? The path ahead grew muddy, the rain stirring up the earthy scent of the soil, with a faint white mist drifting. The Howling Wolf King's legs sank into the mud up to above its knees. Wait! Something was off. The atmosphere was eerie. Too quiet. Li Qingshu and Jiangyang breathed rapidly. Though standing still it felt more exhausting than running. Strange. I couldn't sense anything present. Nor could I see any moving objects. If there were any, they couldn't have escaped my eyes. The ground ahead is impassable. We'll all sink in. Could we move between the tree trunks? He summoned the Howling Wolf King to his side and mounted it. Up the tree. The trunk was thick enough and the wolf's claws dug into it, supporting the giant wolf's weight. Though the branches weren't as sturdy as the trunk, they could still bear the weight of several people. The Wolf King brought Li Qingshu and Jiangyang onto a branch, and the three moved among the branches. Look, at what? Except for Yi Qingfeng, they could only see darkness. They couldn't see. Good thing we got up the tree. Otherwise we would have fallen for it. The ground had turned into a massive quagmire. It wasn't ordinary water, but a thick muddy liquid. I didn't know what it was. Whoosh. A skeleton archer shot an arrow at the ground. Gurgle. Heavens. The faint glow of the arrow allowed them to see it was a swamp. And something was writhing in it. Ah, sound. Yi Qingfeng caught a faint noise. She was in pain. That sounds like Xue Tao's voice. And she might be in trouble. And her aura is extremely faint. And we're classmates. I can't just ignore her. Yi Qingfeng moved through the branches at nearly the same speed as on solid ground, agile and effortless as a monkey. And you too followed slowly. And Li Qingshu and Jiangyang could only cling to branches and leaves, advancing with painstaking slowness. And the Howling Wolf King possessed the highest agility attribute. Despite its massive frame, it surpassed even the skeleton archer in mobility. Riding atop the wolf, it leapt directly between tree trunks, from one to the next in a single bound. And I asked that Xue Tao. And she leaned against a trunk, apparently wounded. Yet her entire body was encased in thick mud, her face completely obscured. In Xue Tao, and I dare not descend. The swamp is unnervingly strange, and utterly repulsive. Can you hear me? Na faint, barely perceptible moan drifted over. Her breathing was almost imperceptible, only a slight tremor of her body betrayed life. Everyone go save her. In green mist coalesced around Xue Tao, condensing into three skeletal warriors bearing shields. And thank the heavens I didn't jump down. Gurgle. And gurgle. And no sooner had the skeletal warriors taken form than half their bodies sank into the mire. And something writhed beneath the sludge, powerful, relentless, burrowing fiercely into the gaps between bones. Leeches. And truly revolting. And black worm-like creatures swarmed over the skeleton's frames, slithering into every crevice, ribs, pelvis, eye sockets. More shield-bearing skeletal warriors were summoned. Using their bony limbs and shields, they constructed a ladder, lifting Xue Tao bodily onto the branch where Yi Qingfeng stood. Su Baiyan is merciless. And I asked this truly life or death. Yi Qingfeng reached out, intending to wipe the mud from Xue Tao's face, when suddenly her entire form began to disintegrate. Countless writhing tendrils, thick as human fingers, undulated toward Yi Qingfeng, lashing through the air. An illusion, and not Xue Tao. Ambushed. Na's shimmering protective aura flared across Yi Qingfeng's body, redirecting damage onto the summoned constructs. And empowered by the feather of the moon goddess, he evaded most attacks with breathtaking swiftness. Snap! And two serpentine creatures lunged onto his shoulders. only to be crushed instantly by the skeletal warriors. And from afar the darkwood forest appears ethereally beautiful. Inside, however, it is grotesque beyond measure. And fleas, or worms. And even worse, they mimic comrades to deceive me. And do they possess intelligence? Nor is some unseen hand manipulating them. Such perilous terrain. And how far could Xue Tao possibly have gone alone? And the trio pressed onward, the forest stretching endlessly in every direction. Dense canopy overhead blocked even moonlight from piercing through. And one cannot fathom the fate of anyone entering here alone. And I suspect none of us, not even the Necromancer, could navigate this unaided. But Xue Tao, it's fine. We can always deploy a signal flare. And surely it won't truly cost lives. This is an academy examination, not a confrontation with primordial chaos. Jiang Yang's pace slowed further, each step drawing 2 ragged breaths, hands braced against tree trunks to maintain balance. And we may descend now. And beyond the mire, the skeletal warriors regained stable footing on solid ground. Ahead lies an open expanse. Peering out from the forest's edge, that area shimmered like a waterfall woven from moonlight. Could this be the exit? No. We remained deep within the heart of the darkwood forest. Not a flicker of hope dimmed in Jiang Yang's eyes. He touched the signal flare at his waist. Brother Jiang, do you intend to yield? Ni's chest heaved violently. Each word emerged weak, strained, barely audible. I can no longer stand steady. Pity none among us is a healer. You're uninjured. Li Qingshu gasped heavily, his face deathly pale. Their stamina drained rapidly. No recovery in sight, only relentless decline. Without the feather of the moon goddess, I would scarcely fare so easily. If we level up soon, improved attributes will ease this burden. Agreed. Leaning on each other for support, they advanced toward the open clearing. There, Nai Qingfeng glimpsed another figure. Xue Tao. This time, unmistakable, unobstructed, every strand of hair sharply defined. Only her back was visible, but the delicate skin at her nape confirmed her identity. Wait here. 10 paces away, he summoned 8 shield-bearing skeletal warriors to approach Xue Tao. The clearing stretched vast, like a city plaza, yet utterly barren. Trees vanished abruptly at its edge. Xue Tao stood motionless at its center, gazing fixedly ahead, absorbed in something unseen, unnervingly focused, entranced, as if her very soul had been ensnared. Nas Yi Qingfeng drew, near veins bulged starkly around her eyes. Her irises burned crimson, her stare remained locked forward, expressionless. What did her ocular technique reveal? Xue Tao. Her lips trembled faintly, voice issuing as breath alone devoid of vocal vibration. They are there. Veins receded gradually from around her eyes, returning to normal. Do not advance. Xue Tao whirled toward Yi Qingfeng, startled backward 2 steps by the summoned warriors. Hulking wolves, skeletal frames sheathed in sinew, viscera glowing emerald, stood alongside identical skeletal forms. An icy dread seeped in, making Xue Tao shiver, her face drained of all color. What did you see? Nai Qingfeng spoke calmly, seeking to steady her. Deploy the signal flare. Her gaze deliberately avoided the horizon as she spoke. Or else we'll all perish here. Perish here. An academic exam demanding students' lives. I refuse to believe it. Tell me, what did you see? He guided Xue Tao backward, the 4 gathered close distance from the constructs, restoring warmth to her limbs. Ahead lies a temporal rift, and within it, chaotic darkness, an abyss of infinite depth and utter despair, and we stand utterly powerless against it. Why do I feel no such despair? Not despair, only a ceaseless surge of power flooding into my being. Such an extraordinary arena. Refusing a heart-pounding battle would dishonor Artemis herself, my divine mother. Rest assured. If I fail to return, ignite the signal flare. Why such composure? Not only Xue Tao, but all 3 shared the same bewildered question. Why did Yi Qingfeng show no fear throughout, only mounting exhilaration? Wolf King, rumor speaks of a chaotic temporal rift ahead. Go take a look. The howling Wolf King tossed its head sharply, a defiant, resonant howl echoing like a declaration of war. Its claws gouged the earth, muscles coiled. Then it launched forward, covering 7 or 8 meters in a single bound. Snap! Nits surged into the clearing's center, space itself fracturing before it cracks, spiderwebbing outward like shattered glass. A pulsating mass of flesh, bristling with writhing tentacles, pushed through the fissure, oozing from the void. Formless, like raw, unshaped dough. This darkwood forest truly reeks of horror. Cooldown, stamina, and buffs, all perfectly aligned. First, a Wolf King corpse explosion. Let's see what abomination you truly are. Boom. The shockwave's thunderous roar vibrated their hearts. The carnage-laced stench of self-destruction carried a savage, intoxicating thrill. And the fleshy orb contracted violently, blood gushing forth in rhythmic pulses. Tentacles sloughed onto the ground, thrashing wildly like eels stranded ashore, convulsing with desperate final spasms. We won. Where is the exit? Jiang Yang forced a smile onto his pale face, looking around. The summoning skill is on cooldown. Yi Qingfeng summoned the Howling Wolf King again and swiftly jumped onto its back. There are now 20 summoning spaces available. The Wolf King occupies 2 slots, leaving 9 shield skeleton warriors and 9 skeleton archers. They are arranged in a front and back formation, with the front in a defensive stance, while the back has drawn their bows. Zzz. Flesh and blood intertwined, and congealed finger-like appendages sprouting out. Suddenly the flesh split apart and violently shot out. Ray shields. Ha! Ha! The flying tendrils stuck to the bone shields as the skeleton warriors pressed against each other, flattening the flesh. Bang! 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 The flesh burst and splattered onto the skeleton's frames, the cold air freezing the blood into red ice chunks. The remaining tendrils were pierced by arrows, splattering like melting pools of blood. The scent of blood was carried by the wind, and the Howling Wolf King began to dig its claws into the earth. Kill Chaos Tendril for 100 experience. Kill Chaos Tendril for 100 experience. Kill Chaos Tendril for 100 experience. These trash actually grant experience, but it's just a bit too little. However, the quantity makes up for it. Swish. An arrow can kill a tendril in an instant, and a few that slipped through rushed towards Yi Qingfeng. The Howling Wolf King jumped up, biting and swallowing them whole. Little one, do you eat this too? The Spectral Wolf King only had a skeletal frame, with its insides being a green mist. The swallowed tendrils were faintly visible, the red blood and green mist merging into yellow. Ding! A burst of green light erupted from Yi Qingfeng's body, fully restoring the health of the injured skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. Necromancer level reaches 20 summoning space, 5, gained a skill, click to claim. Name: Yi Qingfeng. Class: Necromancer. Level 21, Strength 30, Agility 35, Intelligence 72, Constitution 30, Luck 67, Armor 5. Instantly added 5 skeleton archers, whose arrows surpassed the number of tendrils. Yi Qingfeng opened the skill. Skill upgrade obtains: Skeleton Archer upgraded to Skeleton Shooter. Skeleton Shooter gains new skill Lucky Arrow. Lucky Arrow, influenced by luck attribute, has a chance to shoot 2 arrows simultaneously, will accelerate the consumption of the Necromancer's mental power. Skeleton Shooter. Strength 8, Agility 16, Intelligence 9, Constitution 6, Luck 15, Armor 0. Activate Puppet Technique. Takes 100 of damage stacks with Yi Qingfeng's attributes. With my attributes, luck reached 82 points. The mental power consumption is negligible. Ooh, I have the blessing of the moon god's feather. Enough for the archers to lavishly waste. The green light rolled over the skeleton archers, refreshing them. The originally curved skeletal bow changed its form. A grip appeared in the middle, connected by 2 horn-like skeleton structures. The bowstring bore some patterns as if carved with bone textures. Push these trash tendrils back. Swish. Swish. The sound of breaking wind occasionally carried a double sound, 1 arrow turning into 2 streams of green light. There's about a 20 chance to shoot 2 arrows. With this shooting speed, it's equivalent to having significantly more skeleton shooters. Forward. Eliminate that disgusting flesh ball. The firepower now overwhelmed with green light, the tendrils were killed halfway, and even the shield skeleton warriors couldn't get close. Dozens of arrows shot towards the flesh ball, piercing through it. Shoot 1 and it twitches once. Shoot 2 and it twitches twice. Endless arrows shot and causing the flesh ball to convulse wildly. Before the tendrils could split out, they were shot to pieces inside the flesh ball. Too much green mist shot into the flesh ball, changing its color from red to yellow. The arrows didn't stop at all. The yellow was covered, and the flesh ball turned green. The blood began to congeal, dropping from midair and turning into ice blocks, shattering into ice shards upon hitting the ground. The stench decreased significantly as the blood froze. The twitching slowed. The arrows transformed the flesh ball into a cactus, covered in spikes. However, those spikes were thrust and not grown out. Bang! Bang! The flesh ball was frozen into an ice sphere, and the skeleton warriors struck, smashed, and pounded it with their bone shields. Clatter! The ground was littered with green ice shards. Ha! Ha! The skeleton warriors didn't halt, raising their shields to smash the ground. They crushed the bloody ice blocks into icy foam, burying them in the earth. The muddy ground was flattened by the skeletal shields, compressing the loose sand and gravel. Small stones were also shattered, and even the shields became burial offerings. Skeleton babies. You are too ruthless. What a huge grudge. You've truly ground this flesh ball to powder. Oh, whoa. The skeleton babies clapped their shields and raised their bows, roaring at the sky. Kill Chaos Flesh Entity for 5,000 experience. This thing isn't a boss, but should count as an elite monster. Surprisingly, no rewards. Shui Tao, Li Qingshu, and Jiang Yang should have leveled up too. After eliminating the flesh ball, the oppressive aura vanished. The expressions of the three improved significantly, and their bodies stopped trembling. Especially Shui Tao, whose face now bore a warm flush, looking much more relaxed. Is the exit still not appearing? Jiang Yang continued to look around, his right hand still tightly gripping the flare. Didn't Teacher Su say? Yi Qingfeng pointed to the mountain on the opposite side. She's waiting for us at the exit over there. Oh, do we still have to continue through the woods ahead? He felt a bit disheartened, the blood color he had just regained fading. This brother's willpower is too weak. Those recommended indeed lack practical experience, unable to cope with sudden dangers. Yet Shui Tao remained calm enough, just a bit weak in strength. Good courage. Let's go. Yi Qingfeng did not retract the summons, but arranged them into a square formation leading with the Wolf King. This mount is quite nice, though the skeletal structure is too rigid. It digs into my backside. I need to make a saddle for the Wolf King when I get back. A wolf saddle. Hiss. A wolf saddle doesn't seem feasible, wouldn't it just explode or require resummoning? Having to reattach it every time. Too impractical. Too embarrassing. Not the style of a necromancer leader. I need to be not just fierce, but also cool. Yi Qingfeng tossed his long hair over his shoulder, gently flicking it. Yi, if it weren't for you, would we all be dead? Don't worry too much. After all, this is the exam of the Lingyan Academy. It won't be life-threatening. There should be teachers nearby to protect us. It's just that their levels are too high for us to detect. Passing through this open area, the dense forest ahead remains the same. Tall trunks, thick foliage. The oppressive aura seeped from the depths of the darkness. Bang! The muffled sound startled everyone, and the ground trembled slightly. Help! A tendril stretched from the ground, wrapping around Jiang Yang, whose legs were already sunk into the mud. The Wolf King turned abruptly and pounced, biting down on the base of the tentacle. My hand! Crack! Jiang Yang let out a wail as his arm was brutally torn off by the tentacle. Both flesh and bone were shattered. The flare was still tightly gripped in his hand, but he could no longer launch it. Li Qingshu stood frozen in place. Shui Tao quickly rushed over to stop the bleeding, tearing off his sleeve to bandage the wound. This is really life-threatening. Half of an arm lay on the ground, fingers twitching, blood dripping steadily. Li Qingshu helped him secure the severed arm. Maybe it can be reattached later. He'll do it. Shui Tao wrapped Jiang Yang's arm and placed it into his satchel. We should still launch the flare. Li Qingshu came back to his senses, pulling out the flare from his waist, fingers gripping the fuse. You decide for yourself. If you can't hold on any longer, then pull it. Yi Qingfeng was waiting for his decision. Pulling the flare meant he would be eliminated. I'm sorry. I can't hold on any longer. I don't want to die here, nor do I want to. He looked at Jiang Yang's severed arm, his mind echoing with bloody and grotesque scenes. I am still young, I cannot become a cripple. Don't join this guaranteed admission class. Can't we just cultivate slowly? Damn the guaranteed admission. Bam! Li Qingshu pulled the flare. Boom! A red light shot into the sky. He lowered his hands, looking down at the ground, and forced a bitter smile. His eyes held fear, terror, and unwillingness. The dire situation before him exceeded his ability to endure. If it weren't for Yi Qingfeng, he would have long since given up. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I won't hold you back any longer. The light of the flare suddenly vanished. The dark forest remained, and nothing happened. No teacher appeared. No portal opened. Everything remained as it was. The pressure did not diminish at all. How could this be? Li Qingshu collapsed to the ground, sweat soaking his collar. I want to go home. Teacher Su. Jiang Yang used his left hand to throw a flare to Li Qingshu. Try this one. Boom. The red light of the flare shot into the sky once more. This time the red light disappeared even faster, like a burnt-out firework, only embers falling down. This is interesting. The Lingyan Academy is quite ruthless. They push students to their limits. Recalling what Su Baiyan had said, everything began to make sense. There had been too many useless students before, causing great losses to the empire. At their level, Jiang Yang and Li Qingshu would surely collapse the moment they faced life and death. Better for them to die at Lingyan Academy than in the hands of chaos. At least someone would collect their bodies. I have never seen a true chaotic monster, but it's not hard to imagine capable of causing the fall of ancient gods, pushing human civilization to the heights, struggling to survive. What is this minor peril in front of us? Let's go. Before his blood runs dry, we will surely reach that hill. Bang! Yi Qingfeng threw the signal from his waist. You take care of Jiang Yang. Li Qingshu slumped on the ground, receiving a kick from Yi Qingfeng. Get up. If you're not dead, keep moving forward. From now on, don't think about rescue. Consider yourself already dead. If you're not afraid of dying, what else is there to fear? Bang! Shui Tao also threw his signal flare. With a blank expression, he looked at that hill. These two men are not even as good as her. The Eye Sorceress is no simple character. The moonlight was completely blocked, and the surroundings were oddly quiet. Even the leaves ceased to rustle. The stagnant wind here brought no movement, and even the smell of earth could not be detected. The dark green light of the undead squad was the only range of sight. What can your eye technique see? I can influence people and observe invisible energy fluctuations. The darkness isn't a problem for you, right? The eye technique can see objects in places without light, but it consumes my mental energy. Why did you choose to go in alone earlier? Wouldn't it be safer to go in together? Looking at her, it was clear that she was not blindly arrogant. Instead, she had full confidence in traversing this dark forest. I'm not very good at communicating with others. I just want to use my eye technique to avoid danger. Just quietly complete the task. Being an eye sorceress, being a sniper, or a scout would be quite good. This profession should be of the mental control type. Winning without brute force and acting alone is indeed a good choice. What can you see now? Nothing at all. This forest is different from before. There really is nothing but these big trees. Yi Qingfeng nodded silently. Just as I see it. Though I do not have night vision ability, I have the blessing of the moon goddess feather. No rustle of leaves or any signs of movement can escape my eyes in this terrain. But it's too normal, which is odd. The leaves aren't even moving. Something abnormal must have a demon. How long have we been walking? Li Qingshu rolled up his sleeves, bringing the watch close to his eyes. The hands aren't moving. Time has stopped. He shook his wrist and fiddled with it a few times. It really isn't moving. Maybe it's broken. I don't know. I can't see anything. The surrounding trees look almost identical. How do I determine the direction? Does anyone have a skill to discern direction? The three of them helplessly shook their heads. Climb to the top of the tree and take a look. You all wait for me here. Yi Qingfeng jumped onto the back of the howling Wolf King. The Wolf King's sharp claws dug into the trunk as it alternated between its front and hind paws to climb. Rustle. The leaves made a scratching sound, swaying a bit before returning to a state of stillness. The branches bent underfoot, lacking resilience, slowly returning to their original position. Is it this tall? I can't feel the passage of time. I'm just continuously climbing. Before me are only leaves upon leaves. Pushing through one layer reveals another. Wait a moment. The Wolf King stopped climbing, and Yi Qingfeng looked down. Crap. A wall of ghosts. Shui Tao and the others were still below, only about 7 or 8 meters away. Keep climbing. The distance remains unchanged. It seems the top of the tree does not exist. We may have entered some kind of illusion. Snap. The Wolf King released its claws and jumped back down to the ground. If we can't unravel the secret of the forest, we'll never get out. This is an illusion. What should we do? How should I know what to do? Taking you all along is harder than guiding the boss. Though the boss is a bit dense, at least he pays. Since everything around isn't real. It's just like dreaming. When the dream awakens, the dream disappears. Was I hypnotized? Was I cursed by Su Baiyan? I suspect we were cursed by that wicked woman Su Baiyan. Do you know how to break a curse? Those two idiots surely don't understand. Yi Qingfeng looked at Shui Tao. I sorceress, do you know? A curse. Shui Tao blinked, pondering for a moment. This place indeed feels unnatural. Perhaps we've entered some kind of barrier. Yi Qingfeng crouched down and began sifting through the soil. Then he burrowed into the bushes, parting the weeds. Not a single insect. It must be a barrier. Do you know how to break it? I've heard of barriers, spaces created by someone. Within this space, the creator can influence things according to their will. So Su Baiyan wants to trap us here. Perhaps. It might be part of the test. Part of the test. A test of what? Su Baiyan's level far surpassed his own. She created a barrier to trap us here. What was her purpose? The forest ahead was the normal world. This section behind had become the barrier. Or perhaps the entire dark forest was a barrier. She was fully capable of it. Now we need to figure out how to break it. Jiang Yang. His body is ice cold. Drops of blood fell from the wound one by one. Shui Tao unwrapped the cloth covering the injury, her gaze turning grave. If we don't find an exit soon, I'm afraid Jiang Yang won't hold on. I've never encountered this before. It's beyond my knowledge. I don't know how to break the barrier either. Yi Qingfeng's heart suddenly jolted. A drop of blood from Jiang Yang's severed arm was slowly growing larger. The blood coalesced into a single bead. The leaves didn't stir. Why was his blood moving? He opened the panel to check the moon feathers buff. All indicators were lit. The forest terrain was real. Though the moonlight was invisible, the buff remained. This wasn't a barrier. It was the real world. Someone had made us hallucinate. He cast a sidelong glance at Shui Tao. A pupil manipulator. Your power isn't enough to create a perfect illusory world. Trying to toy with me. Let's see how long your mental strength can hold out. Let's keep moving forward. What? Jiang Yang lay limp in Li Qingshu's arms, pale and feeble like a patient on a sickbed. What's the point of moving forward? Don't worry, I've found the way out. You really found the exit. Shui Tao's eyebrows lifted slightly. How did you find it? I have a special skill that can see through barriers. Wait here, Shui Tao, and I will find the exit and come back for you. Without waiting for their response, Yi Qingfeng grabbed Xue Tao and strode forward. Skull babies, come and protect us. Yi Qingfeng gathered the scattered summons, encircling himself. When the netherworld summons were dispersed, the chill dissipated quickly. Now gathered together, the cold crystallized the air, and their breath turned to white mist as they spoke. You're too slow. What are you doing? He lifted Xue Tao onto the back of the howling wolf king, tightly holding her waist. Riding the wolf is faster. Zhang Yang can't wait. Let me go. Xue Tao struggled, but Yi Qingfeng's arms were like shackles. The more she resisted, the tighter his grip became. Full speed ahead. The wolf king's claws dug into the earth, flinging soil aside. Its massive body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, leaping 10 meters in a single bound. Little ones, keep up and surround us. Over 20 skeletal summons formed a tight circle, and a cloud of green mist raced through the forest. The wolf king's body rose and fell with each stride, Yi Qingfeng's arms sliding in rhythm as he swayed with Xue Tao. Under the chill's erosion, Xue Tao's mental energy drained rapidly. Yet her face flushed crimson. Yi Qingfeng's icy hands like a hula hoop around her rubbed against her in endless circles. Stop. I give up. Give up, eh? The running didn't cease. The jolting only grew fiercer. We're almost at the exit. Hold on. Xue Tao jerked her head back, trying to smash the back of her skull into Yi Qingfeng's face. He pressed his chin down tight against her neck. His body held her even tighter, his breath whispering in her ear. You dare use your pupil arts on me. I'll show you some tricks of my own. A necromancer. Do you think you can toy with me? I cast the illusion on you. I have no mental strength left to sustain. The illusion. Stop. Please stop. Her voice faded, her struggles weakening. Her body went limp, and she collapsed unconscious in Yi Qingfeng's arms. The Wolf King halted, and Yi Qingfeng summoned all his skeletons. The chill vanished instantly. The air around them began to flow, and the fresh scent of soil filled their nostrils. The chirping of insects resumed, mingling with the rustle of leaves. This was what a normal forest should be like. The little lass had a decent face and a well-proportioned figure. Her mental energy was nearly depleted. Should I give her mouth-to-mouth? Xue Tao. He leaned in, his lips about to meet hers. Ah! A sharp scream interrupted him. The piercing cry so close stung his eardrums, making Yi Qingfeng clench his teeth. Don't scream. It's all right. Your mental energy is recovering. Yi Qingfeng released his grip, and Xue Tao slid to the ground. Her clothes were rumpled hair, disheveled face filled with terror. She looked as if she'd been tossed into a washing machine, soaked, churned, rinsed, and spun dry. She stared at Yi Qingfeng, eyes bloodshot, the corners twitching. Silently, she tugged at her crumpled clothes and smoothed her tangled hair. Why are you looking at me like that? I just took you for a ride on the wolf. A few bounds, that's all. I didn't do anything inappropriate. You touched. Tears welled in Xue Tao's eyes, spilling over and streaming down her cheeks. I was afraid you'd fall off. Just holding you. What touching? If you dare use your pupil arts on me again, it'll be more than just touching. What's wrong with you two? Li Qingshu, carrying Zhang Yang on his back, trudged over, panting with every step. What did you touch? Is it the exit? Yes. Yi Qingfeng's voice was crisp as he stretched his arms and limbs. I touched the exit. Where? Let's get out of here. Xue Tao slowly got up, covered in damp soil. Xue Tao, what happened? You look like you've been. She shot Li Qingshu a fierce glare. I fell off the wolf's back. It's fine, I'm not hurt. Good, because I can't carry you all. Who asked you to carry me? If she were hurt, I'd carry her. Xue Tao's mouth twitched as she clenched her small fists and tugged hard at her clothes. Saying anything more was pointless. She could only suffer in silence. Yi Qingfeng's frivolous smile faded, and his tone turned serious. Why did you use your pupil arts on us? The hatred on her face hadn't dissipated. She turned away, ignoring Yi Qingfeng. If you weren't a teammate, I wouldn't bother. Since we are a team and classmates as well, I will not let any comrade die before my eyes. He was indeed sincere, although he seemed a bit cynical. Yet I could feel him bearing everything. I actually felt a sense of security. I'm sorry. Xue Tao nodded, a flicker of apology in her eyes. I cannot say. At least, she was just an ordinary little girl. There was no need to pressure her. If she wouldn't speak, then so be it. In this chaotic world, everyone had secrets they were compelled to keep. Sorry about earlier. Don't mind it. A blush crept across her face, making her fair skin even more delicate, her fine vellus hair like tender green grass. I don't mind. The path ahead grew steep, the slope becoming increasingly severe. Let's rest. I can't walk any further. Li Qingshu's body slumped, leaning against a tree trunk as he gasped for air, while Zhang Yang slid down from his back. Brother Yi, can your wolf carry him? I truly have no strength left. I don't know why. My energy is draining. Too fast. The Wolf King can carry him without issue. But the chill is too intense. Zhang Yang cannot withstand it. He was already pallid. If they delayed any longer, it might truly cost a life. He'll carry him. Yi Qingfeng crouched down, draping Jiang Yang's left arm over his own shoulder. We must hurry. Li Qingshu took a few deep breaths, picked up a tree branch to use as support. Help! They had only walked a few steps when Li Qingshu's cry suddenly rang out. He was entangled by branches, his body twisted and deformed. The skeletal warrior charged forward, using its bone shield to wedge the branches apart, while the Wolf King bit the roots and pulled back. Save me! Creak, creak. One by one the surrounding trees emitted strange noises, their branches seeming enchanted, beginning to writhe. Bang! A slender branch lashed down from above. The Wolf King shuddered as two of its ribs were broken. Raise shields. The skeletal warrior held its shield high. Thwack! Thwack! The low, heavy sounds of beating were like war drums, forceful and urgent. My leg is broken. Li Qingshu's left leg was completely mangled by the branches dangling freely like a tattered rag attached to him. There was no time to worry about that now. Yi Qingfeng flung both men onto the wolf's back. Survival was more important than the chill's encroachment. With the boost from the moon god's feather, he grabbed Xue Tao and sprinted at full speed. Too slow. He lifted her directly into his arms. Bang! 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 The bone shield was cracked. The skeletal warrior, now without its defense, was sent flying, its frame shattered. Such ferocious attack power. If the entire forest was like this, my skeleton minions wouldn't hold out. I have to charge out faster. Yi Qingfeng continuously summoned shield-wielding skeletal warriors. The defensive formation of bone shields remained intact. The lashing branches were like a downpour from the heavens, leaving no gap to dodge. If one could evade such dense attacks, they could walk through a rainstorm without getting wet. The bone shields rose to form a giant barrier, an umbrella holding firm against the storm. It blocked all assaults, ensuring the team suffered no casualties. My little ones, you've worked hard. Watching his shattered skeleton minions, Yi Qingfeng felt a pang of sorrow. 4 or 5 strikes would shatter a bone shield. Without shields, the skeletal warriors used their own bodies as shields. Skeletons scattered everywhere, some directly smashed and flung away. Damn it! Dark Forest. I swear I'll raze you to the ground. Avenge my little ones. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across from ahead. Yi Qingfeng saw it clearly. It was the trunk of an entire tree. Crash! A row of shield-bearing skeletal warriors was mowed down. The Wolf King and Yi Qingfeng leaped over it. Then came another enormous trunk, howling as it cleared everything in its path. As far as the eye could see, trunks lay across the path like stretched slingshots ready to fire. Branches lashed from above, trunks swept below. The entire forest had turned into an enemy. While leaping to avoid the trunks, they also relied on the skeleton minions to defend against the branches. Brother Yi, I fear we will die here. Regardless, I thank you. Yi Qingfeng had to dodge and summon skeleton minions, his mental focus razor sharp. Continuous high-intensity evasion coupled with almost non-stop summoning. The rate of mental recovery could not keep up with consumption. At this rate, his energy would be completely drained. He had to reduce the frequency of summoning and rely on his own dodging. Stop talking crap. Hold tight. Jiang Yang had been losing blood longer and was even weaker. His grip loosened and he fell from the wolf's back. No. A branch lashed down, heading straight for Jiang Yang. A skeletal warrior stripped of its shield, and bear leaped high and threw itself before him. Crack! It was reduced to scattered bones. Yi Qingfeng rushed forward, using his left arm to scoop up Jiang Yang. He charged toward the Wolf King, trying to place Jiang Yang back on its back. Anyone left behind would face only one fate: being crushed. Li Qingshu, can you grab him? The weight of 2 men pressed on Yi Qingfeng, though it didn't affect his speed, but it would accelerate energy consumption. If recovery couldn't keep pace with expenditure, all efforts would be in vain. He moved in sync with the Wolf King, jumping, dodging, and sidestepping left together. Maintaining the rhythm, he lifted Jiang Yang onto the wolf's back. Almost. Just a bit more. I almost have him. Li Qingshu hooked his foot around the Wolf King's spine, leaning half his body out. Just a hand's width away, but each time he got close, the branch's attack separated them. The sustained burst had drained over half his energy. The moon god's feather's recovery rate couldn't keep up with Yi Qingfeng's consumption. He could only let it go to waste, though any slower and the branches would claim him. Now, Yi Qingfeng bided his moment, spotting a branch flying from behind. Using the force of its strike, he pushed off and surged forward. Finally, he delivered Jiang Yang onto the Wolf King's back. Li Qingshu grabbed him tightly, using his teeth to bite the belt and pull him back onto the wolf. However, this borrowed momentum also shifted Yi Qingfeng's body. The force was too strong, the leap too high, and the fall too long. A branch shot from ahead, catching Yi Qingfeng in a moment where he couldn't exert any force. The damage I take will be transferred to my skeleton minions. This blow was unavoidable. Yi Qingfeng could only raise his arm to block. Smack! The damage was transferred. Only a single skeletal warrior was reduced to bone fragments. With a point of leverage, his energy generation began to slowly outpace consumption. They were about to reach the summit. Moonlight appeared ahead, revealing a corner of the sky. My eyes. Shui Tao's voice was low and trembling. Tears were streaming from his eyes. No. Blood was flowing from the sockets. I can't see. Su Baiyan, if you want to kill us, why all these twists and turns? They are just newly adult students. Broken legs, broken arms. Shui Tao, being a pupil of the eye technique, has been blinded. What kind of TM spiritual hidden academy is this? Don't worry, it's fine. Yi Qingfeng's tone was calm and gentle as he gently stroked her hair. Branches scratched across his face, leaving blood on his forehead, nose, and lips. I can heal you. We're here. A long-awaited breeze swept by, and the stars twinkled above, surrounded by trees on the slope. Endless. We made it out. Ha ha ha. Brother, we are not dead. Zhang Yang and Li Qingshu slid down from the wolf's back, leaning against each other. The two were already bloodied and limp on the ground, only their mouths could still speak as they gasped for breath. Shui Tao, sit tight. Yi Qingfeng supported her back and slowly laid her on the grass. He looked around. Su Baiyan, come out. Whoosh whoosh. The wind blew quietly. There was no sign of Su Baiyan, and there was no exit. Only the rustling of the leaves in the woods. Brother Yi, what should we do? Yi Qingfeng sat quietly with closed eyes. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Don't move, just sit like this. Sitting. We're bleeding out. Zhang Yang is already cramping. I can't feel my lower body. Let them wait for me here. They'll go find the exit. Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes, looking at the forest ahead. There was no end in sight, nor any direction. Is this despair? They were already on the brink of death. Shui Tao was also at the edge of collapse. I thought for a moment. Time passed just like that, and aside from the wind brushing my cheeks, there was no other sound. If they die here, what should I do? I refused to believe that Su Baiyan could just watch them die. Yi Qingfeng, he spoke to the air. Stop being mysterious, just come out. A glimmer of light appeared at the horizon. The clouds were ignited by the rising sun, turning a fiery red. Yi Qingfeng. Suddenly Su Baiyan's voice came. The vortex of the portal appeared, revealing half of her body as she reached out a hand. The barrier of the spiritual hidden academy has been broken by chaos. Hurry, come with me. What? So that's it. No wonder this exam is so strange. Li Qingshu, Zhang Yang, Shui Tao. The two did not respond, lying on the ground, unsure if they were dead or alive. Their hearts were still beating, they were just asleep. Shui Tao reached out to feel in front of her. Senior Brother Yi, Teacher Su is here. Su Baiyan's tone was urgent. Hurry, forget about them, there's no time. No, they are not dead yet. Her expression was serious, leaving no room for doubt. The light in her eyes was like a sharp knife. There's no time. The light of the portal was gradually shrinking, visibly pulling Su Baiyan back. I rushed forward with all my might. I still had time. But bringing Shui Tao was already impossible. To bring Zhang Yang and Li Qingshu was completely unfeasible. Unless I could teleport or stop time, there was no chance. This place is about to be consumed by chaos. There was no way I would abandon my companions. I don't know how the other teams are faring. My team. No one can die in front of me. You close it. Su Baiyan's figure vanished into the portal, and the space began to shatter, the cracks rapidly widening. Has chaos come? A dark tusk extended from the crack. Blood flowed along the tusk, black and viscous like glue. A foul stench mixed with the smell of decay spread across the entire slope. Protect them. A skeletal warrior instantly materialized, raising its shield in front of the three companions. Yi Qingfeng jumped onto the wolf's back, surrounded by skeletal archers. Roar. The creature's back was covered in rotting flesh, pus dripping from its skin like a decaying rhinoceros coming through the rift. As it moved, the stench of decay grew stronger. The wild grass underfoot instantly withered, turning to thick water. The moonlight still shone. Attack with all your might. Swish, swish, swish. The skeletal archers lined up in a semicircle, their arrows shot forth from the bowstrings. They pierced into its body. The Wolf King, under Yi Qingfeng's control, was even more agile, waiting for the opportunity to dart past the monster. The wounds inflicted had a tearing effect, spreading larger and deeper. The monster had no tail, short and thick limbs, and no armor whatsoever. The arrows shot straight into its body. Such attacks do not kill. The arrows embedded in the monster's body were dissolved by the pus. It lunged forward. Crack! It crushed 4 skeletal archers in one go. Yi Qingfeng let his vision penetrate deeper into the monster's body. There were no bones, muscles, or skin. Its body was merely a mixture of blood and flesh. This thing is not an ordinary creature. It has no normal skeleton or muscles. Or perhaps my level is insufficient to see through it. Get them away from here. The skeleton ignored and lifted Shui Tao, Li Qingshu, and Zhang Yang, retreating to the edge of the slope. Its speed of attack was not fast enough to harm me. However, I couldn't kill it either. Countless arrows entered its body like being shot into a bottomless quagmire. The torn wounds were covered by newly exposed flesh, and it was unclear whether they had healed or been covered. Aside from the pus and blood on the ground, the monster had no apparent injuries. This isn't a solution. Wasting time won't kill it. Now there's no escape. In the end, we will be consumed by chaos. Suddenly, yellow smoke began to rise from the pus-covered ground, forming a barrier. Yi Qingfeng happened to be within the range of the barrier. What a stench. What's going on? The speed of energy recovery has decreased. The moonlight was cut off. Moreover, my attributes have also declined. The barrier belongs to the monster's realm. I will be eroded here. The Wolf King's feet were also being corroded by the pus, making a sizzling sound. Let's try a self-explosion. The Wolf King leaped onto the monster's back, pressed tightly against it, and its body began to swell. Boom. The monster lost half a tusk, more pus oozed from its body, and its limbs convulsed. Bang. It fell awkwardly to the ground. Self-explosions can hurt it. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive self-explosions, Yi Qingfeng's energy was nearly depleted. I could only barely maintain the number of skeletal archers. No, its range is expanding. I can't retreat at all. The entire mountaintop was enveloped in a dark yellow aura spreading into the woods. I can't let the Wolf King self-explode anymore. Without a mount, my movement speed will decrease. What should I do? Moonlight. I need moonlight. Yi Qingfeng looked up at the dust-covered sky. The moon had turned hazy. The monster's eyes fixed on Yi Qingfeng. In the barrier, its speed was no less than the Wolf King's. A strong stench hit him. The breath exhaled from the monster's mouth. I can't breathe. Grasping the feather of Goddess Artemis. Lend me your strength. The feather of the moon goddess, a relic from the goddess Artemis. To Old Gu, it is likely more precious than life itself. Old Gu gave it to me. It allows me to harness the power of the divine artifact. It's certainly not just about receiving these enhancements. Although the enhancements are formidable, it feels somewhat unworthy of the power of a relic. Thoughts must not be constrained. The feather of the moon goddess surely possesses potential that I have yet to discover. The monster is already charging at me. Swish, swish, swish. The monster's limbs were pierced by arrows embedding into the ground and slowing its movement. Within the barrier, the Wolf King's attributes were significantly reduced, and the pus and blood trapped its paws. That's right. Old Gus' greatest wish was to summon the goddess Artemis. Can I be even bolder? I will summon the goddess directly. Summon the medium. Brother Wolf, you rest for a moment. Opening the panel, Yi Qingfeng placed the feather of the moon goddess in the summon medium's position. Goddess of the hunt. Goddess of the moonlight. Artemis. I request your descent. Help me slay the monsters from chaos. Roar. The stench of the monsters swept over like a hurricane, splattering the skeleton archer with pus and blood. Useless. What to do? Is it the wrong method? The monster pounced on the Wolf King, crushing its bones, green entrails spilling out. There is no energy left. It's about to end. Thud. A light, ethereal sound echoed in my mind. It was not a sound to be heard by the ears, but a resonance from the heart emerging from the ethereal, reaching the spiritual sense. I have heard your call. Oh. A solemn and composed female voice came from the void, direction indiscernible. I felt my fear dissipate. Anxiety has vanished. Are you Artemis? Yes. You are the master of the underworld while I dwell in the deepest part of the underworld. I can only communicate through the remnant feather I possess. Goddess, it truly is you. I am Yi Qingfeng. I can sense your presence. The underworld is invigorated and the spirits are stirring. Those gods devoured by chaos are filled with hope for you. This is the end. Li Qingshu barely lifted his head, seeing Yi Qingfeng motionless within the monster's barrier. Brother Yi has already frightened senseless by the monster. What happened to him? Xuetao strained her ears to discern the direction of the fight, her tone urgent as she reached out in the darkness. Quick, help me check on him. Yi Qingfeng has closed his eyes. The Wolf King has been eaten. In the next moment, Yi Qingfeng too. No. She frantically waved her hands, opening her already damaged eyes. Eye technique. I can no longer use the eye technique. Yi Qingfeng. Don't die. You promised to heal my eyes. Tears mixed with blood flowed from her eye sockets, her beautiful face smeared with blood. Blood trickled down her neck, sobs hastening the flow. Whoa. All she could do was cry out. Without her eyes, the eye technique master had become an ordinary person. Xuetao still stared with her eyeless sockets, pouring all her strength into her eyes. Has it started to rain? Why do I feel completely drenched? The rain is warm. I can't see anything and my body has lost all sensation, and I can't hear any sounds. Xuetao. She collapsed to the ground, falling silent. Filled with hope for me. Yes. Perhaps you can allow the underworld to break free from the constraints of the rules, wielding the power to change history. I must continuously grow stronger. Breaking the rules must become possible. I want to break the rules. Grow stronger. Where am I? My body hovers just like the moment of awakening as a necromancer. I found myself in a void of the underworld. Human bones scattered across the land, piled into mountains, all of them. Corpses burned, flames reaching the sky, and eternal fire consuming the bodies. Artemis' voice echoed once more. You are still in the budding stage. Your summoning ability is insufficient to free powerful beings from the shackles of the rules. However, through my feather I can provide you with some insignificant assistance. Once you grow strong enough and collect my other relics, perhaps I can restore all my divine power and guard your side. To help the descendants of humanity resist chaos. I need your help right now, otherwise there will be no future. Alright. No sooner had the words fallen than Yi Qingfeng returned to the real world. Gained Artemis' assistance arrow of moonlight. The arrow used by Artemis during the hunt, it lacks a physical form. It is formed of condensed moonlight capable of piercing through all darkness. This skill can only be used once and consumes all energy. A silver light shot down from the sky, breaking through the monster's barrier. Before me hovered an arrow entirely formed from silver moonlight. The skeleton archer stood before Yi Qingfeng as the arrow of moonlight drifted onto the bow. As I pulled the bowstring, moonlight poured down, completely dispelling the yellow miasma. Shuetao. Shuetao. Yi Qingfeng is not dead. He is enveloped in moonlight. A miracle has occurred. She moved her fingers, blood covering them. Her head could no longer be lifted. It's good that he's not dead. If you die, no one will heal my eyes. Let this disgusting monster turn to dust. Swish. The skeleton archer released its bony fingers, the trail of the arrow of moonlight dividing the world in two. Where the moonlight shone, the chaotic pus and blood withered away. Like ashes burned to nothing, blown away by the wind, turning to dust. The arrow entered the monster's forehead, and that mass of flesh no longer oozed pus. Where the light and shadow passed, everything became null. The arrow did not stop, with no end in sight. It traversed the entire forest beyond the limits of my vision. Experience gained for defeating the Chaos Pus Beast, 8,000. Why did this boss not drop anything? The sun gradually rose, the moonlight receding. Everything that just happened seemed not to have truly occurred. The forest was so beautiful. The location of this hill was paradise, filled with beauty without a single flaw. Yi Qingfeng lay on the wild grass, forming a large character. This was his favorite position, allowing his body to relax completely. He could also see the white clouds in the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun. I can't move. Is it really this exhausting? My energy bar is completely empty. Aside from breathing, I cannot move, not even to wiggle a finger. I am still too weak. Just this simple arrow has drained all my energy. What level must I reach to fully summon Artemis? There are other deities as well. He turned his eyes towards the sun. The rising sun was not too blinding. Can the sun god also be summoned? If that were the case, I would be invincible day or night. Yi Qingfeng, how did you do it? The eyeball turned towards the sound, revealing a face that was cold yet tense. It was the face of Su Bai, breaking the record for passing the dark forest at the lowest level, level 15. Completion rating 5 stars. Rewards obtained: Lingyin Academy Novice Trial Set. Lingyin Academy Trial Set 14, Helmet Armor 7, Intelligence 3. Lingyin Academy Trial Set 24, Half Body Armor, Armor 11, Strength 5. Lingyin Academy Trial Set 34, Pants Armor 8, Agility 4. Lingyin Academy Trial Set 44, Short Sword Attack 9, Luck 5. Obtained set Attribute Blessing of Lingyin, forms a protective aura that can neutralize some attacks. Was everything that just happened a test from Lingyin Academy? Shuetao and the others. My body still couldn't move, my muscles unable to exert strength, as if struck by an electric shock. I could only slightly tilt my head. Don't worry. Su Baiyan's face appeared in Yi Qingfeng's line of sight. Her eyes were no longer cold and stunning. The slight upturn of her lips resembled that of a classmate sitting next to me. They are all fine. No severed arms, no broken legs, and certainly no blindness. Those were all illusions. Phew. Yi Qingfeng let out a long breath. It's good if nothing is wrong. I closed my eyes, forgetting everything completely, allowing my body to enjoy this relaxed feeling. This was total relaxation. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. I felt so sleepy. I wanted to sleep for a while. Darkness descended like a cloud, and my body felt weightless, unable to sense fatigue. Until there was nothing. Suddenly, I found myself in a dim space, becoming part of it, as if something was— He has returned. Move aside. My dear master. Don't rush, he will slowly understand. Is that city still there? We will protect you. Kill her. Stone carving. The voices came from unknown places, each tone different, some distant, some near. It was as if the space around me was filled with people, each speaking. Some sounded like they were arguing, some persuading, while others spoke words completely devoid of context. I am sleeping. Disturbed by the noise, Yi Qingfeng shouted loudly. Be quiet. I couldn't hear my heartbeat, nor did my breathing need my nostrils. Was my body still there? My eyelids felt heavy. There was light. Who is touching me? You are awake. Teacher Su. Yi Qingfeng is awake. Shuetao's face appeared in my vision. Also Zhao Xiang. Huang Jiefa. They surrounded me in a circle. Your eyes. Yi Qingfeng tried to raise his hand, but found his arm unable to bend. Don't move. Su Baiyan's face entered Yi Qingfeng's line of sight, still as stunning as ever, speaking as if issuing a command. All your bones are fractured. With a splint. Fractured bones all over. What does that mean? Can I still recover? A man approached dressed in a white coat carrying the scent of alcohol and bitter herbs. Fractured bones all over can be fatal injuries. Based on our previous treatment experience, it is incurable. Oh, Yi Qingfeng's scalp tightened. However, the man adjusted his glasses, his previously confident tone now uncertain. Your bones are indeed growing. We will do our utmost to help you. Yi Qingfeng turned to Su Baiyan, quietly observing her. Su Baiyan cleared her throat, a hint of apology flashing through her cold demeanor. The dark forest was indeed just a trial. The signal flare malfunction and injuries were all illusions. As long as you leave the secret realm, everything will return to normal. The dark forest is created by illusionary arts. Your 5 senses will experience real sensations, and can also be trained and upgraded. Originally, the Dark Forest was designed for the Imperial Corps to train special soldiers. Although the level was lowered, the difficulty is still top-notch. Previously, only the elite of the Corps could clear it. Currently, you are the only student who has passed. Tears welled up in Xue Tao's eyes, falling onto Yi Qingfeng's arm. I'm sorry. I can feel the warmth of the tears. What is there to apologize for? Brother Yi, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have cleared it at all. However, Zhang also returned to normal, though his expression was somewhat dejected. No matter the outcome, Li Qingshu and I will choose to withdraw. Go to the ordinary class and train slowly. The intensity of the gifted class is not suitable for us. Yi Qingfeng smiled, gently nodding. Turning to Xue Tao, are you going to withdraw? No. She bit her lips, some words on the tip of her tongue, but not spoken. It's just that let me explain. Su Baiyan stroked Xue Tao's hair, the two of them differing in height by half a head. She was an outstanding student from the previous gifted class. I arranged her into your team. Xue Tao's purpose in participating in this assessment was to create chaos for you. That's why you were misled by her eye technique. So that's how it is. No wonder Xue Tao didn't explain the reason to me. This illusion was so realistic. My final appearance was to let you experience a dilemma. To abandon your teammates and escape alone. Or to stay and face death together. No matter the choice, the air around seemed to grow cold, solidifying, making breathing somewhat laborious. Zhang Li Qingshu, and Xue Tao's eyes glistened with tears once more. I said before, I won't let my teammates die in front of me. It was like that before. It will be like that in the future. It will never change. Regarding this choice, some evaluators gave impulsive, immature, and emotional evaluations. Escaping alone to preserve strength is the most rational choice. They are the immature ones. Xue Tao muttered softly. I don't want to learn from these teachers. Zhang and Li Qingshu clenched their fists, exchanging glances, the flames of anger burning in their eyes. Unfair. Abandoning teammates and running away is called rational. The academy is so cold-hearted. Su Baiyan raised her hand to signal them to be quiet. She took out a letter sealed with wax from her pocket. This is the evaluation committee of Lingyin Academy's assessment result for you. With a gentle push of her nail, the wax seal cracked, and she opened the letter. Yi Qingfeng, the profession of Necromancer, possesses exceptional offensive and defensive abilities, capable of acting independently. Responded appropriately to unexpected situations, able to flexibly apply advantageous environmental factors. However, in the final choice, you clearly lost your rationality, knowing it is impossible, yet doing it. Did not make a choice that aligns with the overall interests. After careful deliberation, the evaluation committee's conclusion is... Su Baiyan paused, looking at Zhang and Li Qingshu. First, let's discuss the assessment results of you two. Passed. Then she turned to Yi Qingfeng, saying blandly, Yi Qingfeng's assessment result. Not passed. What? This result. It's unfair. I will go reason with them. Yi Qingfeng forced a bitter smile and pouted. No need for that. I don't necessarily have to stay at the Lingyin Academy. I just promised old Gu. It's only been a few days and I have to go back. He will probably be disappointed. Su Baiyan's expression was emotionless, like a queen from an icy world, exuding a chilling cold. The sound of tearing echoed. The evaluation report was shredded with paper scraps slipping through her fingers like snowflakes. I can resign from my formal teaching position in the accelerated class. If you are willing, we can start an informal research class. In this way, old Gu won't be disappointed. Her voice was calm and cold, a tone that should be filled with what's wrong with the ice beauty? To give up for a student she doesn't even know. It's a bit hard to understand. The usually quiet Zhao Xiang'er supported Yi Qingfeng's arm, nodding vigorously. Then I can be in the same class as senior brother Yi again. Brother. Huang Jiefa sighed with relief, tears battling in his eyes as he quickly raised his head. It's been too hard without you. That's actually a good idea. Yi Qingfeng nodded, looking at the two and smiling. All right, let him rest well. If he can't fully recover, then everything is in vain. Su Baiyan had just turned around about to leave. Teacher Su. Thank you. She raised her hand, extending her slender fingers towards Yi Qingfeng. Stop talking nonsense. Her gaze was like an ice peak, sharp and merciless. Make your bones heal faster. Bang. The door to the ward was kicked open by her figure vanishing outside the door. The design of the dark forest was indeed quite interesting. It not only tested abilities, but also human nature. The most prestigious academy in the Lingyan Kingdom is truly extraordinary. I must make good use of the resources here to become even stronger. Perhaps the so-called accelerated class will receive special attention from the academy. The research class is merely informal, so the resources must be limited. However, it doesn't matter. Only by relying on my own abilities can I secure my place. What others offer can be taken away at any moment. Every world is this cruel. After being injured, Yi Qingfeng slept a lot, with daily sleep longer than that of a cat. Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiefa were inseparable, and Xue Tao visited twice a day. This must be the life of an emperor. Just open your mouth and food is delivered right in. Someone massages needs feet and rubs heads. It's so comfortable. Moi. The man in the white coat held Yi Qingfeng's skeletal X-ray, his brow furrowed. You still can't get out of bed. Yi Qingfeng subconsciously raised his hand to scratch his face, trying to hide his lewd expression. I can get out of bed. The man touched Yi Qingfeng's knee, and after a moment of surprise he smiled at him. Amazing. Your bones are completely normal now. Just temporarily avoid using any violent physical skills. Xue Tao was feeding Yi Qingfeng, and upon hearing the doctor's words, she merely smiled slightly. Continuing to feed him, she became even more attentive. How considerate. She knew I was lying to her, yet she neither exposed me nor made me feel awkward. This girl is worth pursuing. It was worth my efforts to save you. Although Xue Tao is not as tall, beautiful, and cold as Su Baiyan. But the little lowly is cute and clever, making one want to cherish her. While holding her, what's wrong with you? Is there something on me? Yi Qingfeng quickly withdrew his gaze, rolling his eyes at the ceiling. She lowered her head, searching in the direction where Yi Qingfeng had just looked. Strangely, there's nothing. Suddenly Xue Tao understood something. Her little face immediately turned bright red. Yi Qingfeng also felt a wave of heat, and his face began to flush. If everything is fine, you can be discharged. The man in the white coat held a stack of medical records, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Currently, the bed space is very tight. Outside the door crack were people everywhere, the hallway also filled with hospital beds. Lingyan Academy Danshi Building, office of the vice president in charge. Professor Su, I hope you reconsider. Lingyan Academy really needs talents like you to guide these gifted students who have been accelerated. Why the sudden resignation? Your position is the most prestigious chair professor at Lingyan Academy. Su Baiyan was not wearing the academy's green long gown. Instead, she wore a creamy white long dress with dark patterns, her straight hair lazily falling down the middle. I am not quite adapted to the management style of the accelerated class. The research class has more autonomy. The vice president in charge, Zhang Long, was balding, not old, but already lacking many hair strands. His speech was somewhat charming, and his slightly plump face gleamed with oil. This batch of accelerated class has undergone some reforms. You are also doing this for the first time as a mentor. It does require an adjustment period. He blinked and lowered his voice to ask, could it be that you have objections to Yi Qingfeng's evaluation results? This greasy man is really annoying. So much nonsense. Still, Yi Qingfeng is handsome. Yes. Ha ha ha. Zhang Long shifted his chair closer to Su Baiyan, and she directly stood up, sitting across from him. He retracted his smile, his expression darkening. Yi Qingfeng was able to kill the boss of the dark forest. His abilities are indeed formidable. Lingyan Academy has never seen such a powerful newcomer. The reason Yi Qingfeng was deemed not qualified is due to his way of thinking. The decisions he made did not align with the overall interest. He leaves us guessing, making it impossible to predict his next move. Such individuality is hard to thrive in Lingyan Kingdom. Su Baiyan pouted, her eyes glancing at the painting on the wall. Am I also unique? Is he trying to criticize me? These adults who don't go to battle really have too much time. All they think about are schemes. Moreover, Zhang Long's mouth twitched unconsciously, and since Su Baiyan wasn't looking at him, she could only speak to the coffee table. The skills Yi Qingfeng used to finally kill the boss still have many questions. Due to these uncontrollable factors, the judging panel made such a decision. She put down her crossed legs and stood up. Are you done speaking? My decision will not change. Bang. She kicked the door open, leaving no trace of her figure. Zhang Long held Su Baiyan's teacup, which she hadn't taken a sip from. Crack. The cup shattered, porcelain shards cut into his palm, blood staining his sleeve. Su Baiyan, I elevated you, yet you are ungrateful. You people thinking you are so capable. Doing things according to your personality like this, what do we adults need to do? I will make you understand. In the face of power, ability is second. No, third, fourth. In short, those who do not obey power can forget about rising to prominence. Don't think just because some deity is your guardian, you can be so arrogant. That damn greasy man, I almost couldn't help but kill him. Neither male nor female. Is there no one to use at Lingyin Academy? Let such a disgusting bald man be the vice president. The Western District of Lingyin Academy open area, smelling the classroom. A classroom that can accommodate 40 to 50 people has only one teacher and 3 students. This training class is so strange. That person is a necromancer who was eliminated from the recommended class. How could they still have the face to stay in the academy? Don't you want to leave? How can a florist and a swordsman get into the training class? Are these two professions worth cultivating? People come and go in the teaching building, occasionally playing and joking. These people are so loud, don't they have anything better to do? The best academy in the empire still has delinquent youths. Teacher Sue, let's change places. Su Baiyin had a blank expression, tucking her hair behind her ear and lowered her head to flip through her book. Indeed, the environment of the training class is too poor. They are just some idle people. Compared to the Lingxi Academy of the recommended class, this place feels like a vegetable market, and the classrooms are all shared. The recommended class is much better. A tranquil private school, definitely not disturbed by outsiders. Classmate Yi, this is the environment of the training class. If you have the ability, then go back to the recommended class. She looks so beautiful when she's angry. Didn't wear black stockings today. She seems like a well-dressed queen, cool, yet spirited, carrying a bit of a warrior's aura. Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger looked serious, rapidly writing on their notebooks. Yi Qingfeng, what are you staring at me for? Did you understand the casting rhythm I just mentioned? Her dark lipstick against her fair skin looked like a rose blooming in a vast snowy land. Casting rhythm. The casting rhythm means not letting the monsters get close to me. My summoned creatures can appear wherever needed. His casting speed is indeed quite fast with a short skill cooldown. This theory is not very applicable to Yi Qingfeng. As for these two, Zhao Xianger writes like a copying machine, her notebook densely packed with text. Huang Jiefa was sweating profusely, scratching his hands, and then his head. I fear I am wasting time. Forget it. Yi Qingfeng's injuries have fully healed. Let them engage in practical combat. Class dismissed. Yi Qingfeng, stay behind. Su Baiyin walked over to Yi Qingfeng, pulled a chair with her foot, and sat shoulder to shoulder with him. Teacher, what do you want? Don't be fooled by my physical appearance as an innocent 18-year-old boy. My soul has experienced countless deceptions and schemes. You are so close to me. How can I control myself? Wow. Her hair smells so nice, like encountering orchids in a deep valley, a cold, subtle fragrance that is faint yet alluring. It smells so good. Did you see their evaluation of you? Aren't you angry? Clearly the best historical result, yet they give you a fail. Don't you want to respond? I'm already used to this kind of thing. In the previous world, it was even worse. Teacher Sue. What do you mean? Her gaze is so sharp. Did you see an enemy? I prefer this fierce side of Su Baiyin. Oh, it's more charming than when she smiles. There's a killing intent. I'm already annoyed with these bastards. When lacking strength, one can only be at the mercy of others. I am a necromancer aided by the divine power of Artemis. I will deal fiercely with these hypocritical scoundrels. The two exchanged glances. The air solidified for 3 seconds. Their mouths curled slightly. Together they uttered 5 words. Slap their faces. Su Baiyin extended her palm, and Yi Qingfeng slapped it hard. Clap. Let's hug again. Yi Qingfeng was about to open his arms to welcome the Ice Queen into his embrace. But her expression suddenly stiffened and her smile disappeared. About that last arrow. Su Baiyin leaned in closer, her lips nearing Yi Qingfeng's cheek. Wow. The cool blue has run into my heart. Thump. Thump. Teacher, don't do this. Huh. My breath became shallow and quick, my muscles stiffened and slightly contracted. Did you use divine power? Using beauty to pry into my secrets. I must maintain my composure. Don't think just because you opened a training class I will completely trust you. Who knows if Teacher Sue is also a master of acting. Although you are an unparalleled beauty, it is wise to be cautious. Teacher, I was on the brink of death at that time. I don't know why I suddenly lost consciousness. I have no idea what happened afterward. When I opened my eyes I saw bang, bang. Su Baiyin pondered for a moment, waving her hand to unleash a gust of energy, sealing all the doors and windows. That level of power must be divine power. There are very few gods still breathing. You must cherish. Remember, you must become stronger to bear more divine power. Otherwise your body will suffer lethal injuries. Although the classroom's doors and windows are tightly closed, there are no others present. She instinctively looked around, and then lowered her voice to nearly inaudible levels. This secret must not be told to anyone. Then why are you asking me? Aren't you anyone? Teacher Sue's logic is a bit confusing. Yi Qingfeng nodded heavily, their skins nearly touching. Teacher, stay a bit farther away from me. I am a young boy just beginning to experience love. Tonight is the freshman conference. There's a traditional event you can participate in. If you win first place, you will receive something you particularly need. Whatever it is, it must be an extraordinary treasure for Su Baiyan to value it so highly. What is it? The breath of the mountains. It can enhance your passive skills or talents. It's currently in short supply, no matter the price you can't buy it. The breath of the mountains. Passive skills and talents are permanent abilities that require no consumption, no casting, and can be enjoyed anytime, anywhere. I rely on this skill to get by. I must obtain it at all costs. No problem. Central District of Lingyin Academy, Open Area, Sanqing Square. Students, welcome to Lingyin Academy, this renowned cradle of talent. Oh, I'm so sleepy. I've returned to my student days. Still the same, whenever I hear adults drone on my eyelids start to fight. The surrounding students crane their necks, listening attentively to the principal's speech. They are so serious in their listening. Don't listen, but it's all nonsense. The real world is completely opposite to what he said. I announce that the freshman enrollment activity officially begins. Students participating in the event, please enter the activity area. A humanoid stone sculpture stood in Sanqing Square, its height equivalent to 10 floors, holding a book in its left hand and a sword in its right. A portal opened at the feet of the stone sculpture. Almost all the students rushed in, leaving only a few teachers scattered around the square. What's the rush? The breath of Lingyin is mine. Let you all go in first. I can't be bothered to squeeze in with you. Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiafa silently followed Yi Qingfeng. Following the crowd to act in unison, shouting made Yi Qingfeng feel a sense of collective stupidity. Acting alone or in small groups is a reflection of individual wisdom. Light and shadow flashed by. Before him lay a lush green meadow, the sky filled with sparkling stars. The moonlight is abundant. Wilderness hunting ground. The new student hunting ceremony of Lingyin Academy. First place reward, breath of the mountains, enhances passive skills or talents. Second place reward, rare equipment purchase voucher X1, skill stone X2. Third place reward, recovery staff X1, skill stone X1. Time limit 3 hours. Victory condition, kill the prey in the hunting ground to earn points with the top 3 teams or individuals receiving corresponding rewards. Failure condition, if killed you will be directly eliminated from the wilderness hunting ground without suffering actual injury. Aside from the breath of the mountains, the others are quite good as well. Unfortunately, I can only obtain the first place. Are they grouped? A large crowd looks like a dark mass appearing from a distance, like a flock of sheep on the prairie, closely followed by those in front. There is also a relatively smaller group, only about 50 people scattered. The remaining group consists of only 7 individuals. They appear lazy and should all be pampered youths from the training class. These guys are all level 30, officially admitted students with rare professions. As for those 7, Yi Qingfeng under the moonlight has vision sharp as that of an eagle in the sky. They are from the direct admission class. I have seen it before, rare professions, but lacking combat power. It seems the strongest are those who got in through their own strength, possessing levels and practical experience. They are 10 levels higher than me. Let's begin the hunt. Green mist rises from the ground, sparkling like a dense swarm of fireflies. Hunting, huh? It must all be skeleton archers, with speed of killing being the measure. 23 skeleton archers holding bone bows slightly bent their bodies, their heads swiveling from side to side. A formation of archers is already taking shape. You are now my mount. The remaining 2 summoning slots are reserved for the Howling Wolf King. Xianger, come up here. Yi Qingfeng reached out, pulling Zhao Xianger to his side, both riding on the back of the Wolf King. I am not used to holding a man. Just run along with me. Zhao Xianger blushed, chuckling softly, her small hand gently gripping Yi Qingfeng's. Alright bro. Stop holding the sword, you don't need to kill monsters. Put the sword away and keep close. Huang Jiafa said nothing and sheathed his iron sword behind his back. Alright bro. Yi Qingfeng grasped the Wolf King's mane with his left hand, raising his right hand high. Leaning forward. The hunt begins. Kill. The skeleton archers quickly scattered, and all living beings within sight became their target. We can't follow them, or the prey will be all killed. Go around to the northwest. Wow. Look there. When the undead approached the crowd, the chill drew their attention. That's a necromancer. He summoned the undead from hell. Where you are is hell. That's the underworld, all right. Ignorant. Bang. Suddenly a red light flashed from the crowd. A fireball soared through the crowd, heading straight for Yi Qingfeng. What a fierce power. It's an attack from a level 30 fire mage. Before the fireball could reach the air, became scorching, and the grass on the ground was roasted and melted. What a pity this is wilderness terrain. The Wolf King leaped and easily dodged the fireball. Boom. It struck the ground, exploding the soil into a cloud of dust with a strong smell of burnt flesh wafting through the smoke. Someone is trying to get me. Could there be an enemy among them? Is it that elemental mage from Qingsong Academy? During my hospitalization, he leveled up to 30 and got admitted to Lingyin Academy. If it really is him, that Wu Yifan must also be here. It's too crowded to see. Yi Qingfeng quickened his pace, distancing himself from the crowd. He actually dodged the fireball. The Necromancer is battling the Fire Mage. Exciting. Keep going. Ahead is a small grove with many elk inside. Kill an elk to gain 100 points. Kill an elk to gain 100 points. The skeleton archers shot down an elk with an arrow while wild rabbits and wild ducks are common prey. Yi Qingfeng surpassed that group, harvesting all the prey. The leader changed direction. Stop following the Necromancer. Trailing behind will only get you dust. I can't even find a single rabbit. What happened to that Fire Mage? If you have the ability, take down the Necromancer. Take me down. Yi Qingfeng deliberately walked back and forth in front of the crowd, afraid they couldn't keep up, even retreating a bit. The Necromancer is doing this on purpose. He is right in front of us, making it hard for us to find prey. The skeleton archers have killed all the prey. How infuriating. After all, they are students, naive. If this were the wild, these people would really rush to take me down. Yi Qingfeng played them like a kite, letting them have no prey to hunt. He couldn't let the other two teams gain too many points either. He turned east, rushing toward that group of 50. They might be my biggest competitors. A fireball flew toward an antelope about 10 meters away. Whoosh. The skeleton archer's arrow was faster, killing the prey first. Kill the antelope for 100 points. He stole our prey. Of course your prey. Whoever kills it first. These guys have a bit faster movement speed, with elemental mages, assassins, and rune masters, all rare professions. Here they come. Yi Qingfeng felt a pressure from the air behind him. An ice ball was flying toward him. Ice mage. It seems I have offended quite a few people. Unfortunately, this speed cannot hit me at all. Bang. The sound of the ice ball bursting was louder than that of the fireball. The ground did not raise dust, and the surrounding soil turned into black ice blocks. There was no burnt smell, no explosive shockwave, and no blinding red light. It merely froze everything around. Those 7 individuals also surrounded him. 3 groups of people all closed in on Yi Qingfeng, forming a dark fan shape. Huh. Interesting. I've become your prey. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several faint black shadows flitted through the air, the sound of rushing wind reaching Yi Qingfeng's ears. Arrows. More and more people are targeting me. Chop, chop, chop. Black arrows embedded into the earth, the exquisite feathers intact. All high-quality materials. Yi Qingfeng looked into the distance, unable to see the end of the wilderness hunting ground. In such a vast area, you cannot surround me. With this pace, I can secure first place. Huh. What if it's a team victory? Having more people surely offers an advantage. But how will so many people divide the rewards? Yi Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his scalp tingling, as if electrocuted. What seemed like a lively hunt was actually a terrifying trial behind it. Bro. Huang Jiefa ran all the way, his chest soaked in dark sweat, his hair sticking together on his cheeks. What's wrong with you? Yi Qingfeng's eyes were fixed on the crowd, a bead of sweat sliding down from his temple. Hunt, or be hunted. There is only one choice. The Wolf King transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, filling the summoning space with skeletal archers. Brother, are you alright? Huang Jiefa looked at the fleeing prey, hesitating to act for fear of being overpowered. The prey has all been taken by those people. What do you think we need to do to win? The two exchanged glances, wondering why such an obvious question needed to be asked. Isn't there an explanation? Huang Jiefa said without hesitation, rewards are given based on the ranking of points accumulated. You're not wrong. However, they were still too juvenile, only able to follow the established rules without deeper consideration. Human nature in reality is far more complex. If we must attain first place to obtain the breath of the mountains, think about it. What will happen as the countdown draws nearer? Huang Jiefa furrowed his brow, gesturing in the air, as if manipulating the countdown's hands. Zhao Xiang'er tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes blinking. Rather than thinking, it seemed she was lost in thought. Brother, as the countdown approaches. He clenched his fists, waving them in the air. I won't need to conserve energy. I will hunt down more prey with all my might. We must score more points. This is bad. With your intellect. Without me, you can only be trampled underfoot. When Xiang'er's gaze met mine, she would look away, her face reddening, heart racing. She wouldn't think about these treacherous schemes. I can only follow senior brother Yi. Winning as a team is enough. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Jiefa slapped his forehead, his features aligning back into place as he drew the iron sword from his back. We should hunt separately, it will be more efficient. And we will earn more points. With his slightly arched brows, thick lips, and tightly pressed nostrils, he appeared rather dim-witted. In actuality, he was quite foolish. Brother, could it be? Am I wrong? Yi Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, his expression cold, as if a blade had grazed him. Huang Jiefa's nostrils flared, his lips pressed tight, afraid to speak. What can I say? You are my partners, so I might as well teach you. If our opponents are a team, and we are only 3 people, how can we possibly hunt more monsters than them? We have you. Teaching is futile. With such a level of intelligence, it is truly concerning. Suppose I have the same profession as they do. Huang Jiefa parted his lips, staring at the dense crowd, while scratching his head. Xiang, I don't think everything relies on me. Think logically about the most probable behaviors of the crowd. Senior brother, Yi told me not to rely on him entirely. Where can I go? Should I go home and become a florist? Zhao Xianger's face flushed, her fingers tightly interlocked against her abdomen. She was quite nervous, possibly misunderstanding my words. I was speaking hypothetically. In reality, I will always lead you. Her heart raced, veins in her neck constricting violently as her breath quickened to draw in more air. Senior brother, Yi doesn't want to abandon me. I must listen to him. Take care of him. Cooking and cleaning is fine. I cannot let him be annoyed with me. What do you think? Have you figured it out? Huang Jifa's tone was no longer as confident, his voice lower than before. If we have no one else and face so many people, there's no way to win. Zhao Xianger clutched her clothes tightly, twisting as if she were a student standing in the cold for punishment. Sigh. Is it really that difficult? With normal logical thinking, one can deduce it. Forget it. As the countdown approaches, they will stop hunting prey. Instead, they will attack their own companions. Yi Qingfeng's tone was as calm as water, without a trace of emotion, equating companions with prey. To actually do such a thing is not difficult for him. Kill their own companions. Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger were stunned. Why would they kill their companions? This statement shattered their understanding. Because it's the only way to obtain the first place's reward. To obtain the breath of the mountains by any means necessary. Yi Qingfeng raised his right hand, issuing a rallying call. Form up. The skeletal archers all flocked to him. They will turn on each other. Whoever has the most points will be targeted. The hunting ground will become a hell of slaughter among companions. The slow, hesitant, and compassionate will be the first to be killed. Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger's eyes became vacant. The necromancer made them feel unfamiliar, as if it were an irresistible force of nature regardless of one's likes or dislikes. When it comes, it recognizes no kin. I just understood the essence of this hunt. Fortunately, it's not too late. 25 skeletal archers lined up in formation, their arrows aimed at the crowd. Prey bounced and grazed nearby, even nudging the skeletons' bows with their noses. They stood resolute as mountains. Prepare. The bowstrings creaked, pulled taut, the skeletal archers leaning back, arrows aimed at the sky, waiting for the commander's order. What is he planning? The necromancer's archers are aiming at us. The prey around us has all been killed. What are they aiming at us for? Who told you to shoot fireballs at him? He's seeking revenge now. Yi Qingfeng's actions stirred the crowd, making them stop to watch, wanting to see whom he would take revenge on. A mob of disorganized people. Fire. The cold voice was the trigger for the arrow formation. The skeletal archers released their tensioned bowstrings, green flames shooting toward the sky. Swish, swish, swish. A row of green meteors flew through the air, leaving long trails behind. Is he shooting at birds? It seems there are no birds among the prey. The meteors continued to soar higher until reaching the peak. Then they began to turn, carving arcs in the air as they fell down. Indiscriminate attacks. Do not stop. Continue until all are killed. Crack, crack, crack. The arrows plunged into the crowd like rain washing over the ground, piercing through trees, penetrating their bodies. He's shooting at us. The necromancer is going to kill us. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows shot out in a dense barrage, more concentrated and vibrant than fireworks. As long as we kill them, all, the highest score will be ours. Do you understand this logic? Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiefa were already stunned, the once crowded mob becoming sparse. A few minutes later, the hunting ground was silent. Only the cries of the prey remained. Arguments and insults turned into the rustling of leaves. Only two figures remained standing. Truly, they were level 30 powerhouses. They managed to evade my attacks. The final showdown of the decisive round has begun. One of the individuals was recognized by Yi Qingfeng. Before the necromancer appeared, he believed himself to be invincible. The cultivator, Wu Yifan. The unique hidden profession of Lingyin Kingdom, Shadow Assassin. The believers serve as support. The Shadow Assassin is the DPS. It seems they have come to a consensus to take me down first. However, I also have an idea. To eliminate both of you. The rewards for the first, second, and third places are all mine. Offa, take Xianger and hide far away. As long as these two don't disappear, don't come near me. Okay, brother. Yi Qingfeng mounted the wolf's back, heading towards the cultivator and the Shadow Assassin. You are ruthless. Wu Yifan's lips curled into a smile that was filled with gloom and hatred. You actually shot down all your classmates. How could Lingyin Academy have such a butcher like you? His level is 10 levels higher than mine. He must have gained new skills. Wu Yifan is a support, posing no threat to me. But the Shadow Assassin beside him, I don't know his skills and attack methods. You won't get the breath of the mountains. Huh. You're only level 20. Oh, does a necromancer level up this? The Shadow Assassin's bones are slightly longer than those of an average person, and the muscles in his legs are much stronger. It seems he is primarily agility-based, a physical damage type, and may also use hidden weapons or poison. A common tactic of assassins. Yi Qingfeng. Wu Yifan raised his voice, taking 2 steps forward and stomping hard on the ground. Why won't you answer me? Are you afraid to look me in the eye? Yi Qingfeng glanced at him without responding. If you beg for mercy, giving you the 3rd place isn't impossible. The countdown for the hunting ceremony score settlement begins. 2959. Yi Qingfeng Huang Jiafa Zhao Xianger team score 87,600. Wu Yifan Lu Xing team score 12,500. The 3rd place is for me. He lives in his own world. He has no proper understanding of the current situation. Wu Yifan's eyes twitched at the sight of the scores, his jaw clenched and trembling slightly. Brother Lu, it seems we have no choice but to kill him. The tone of the word "we" was particularly heavy. A fierce glint emerged in Lu Sheng's eyes as he observed Yi Qingfeng's every move. To kill him? What will happen if it's just the 2 of us? He rode the wolf, moving faster than I could with too many skeleton archers around. Though I am 10 levels higher, I can still feel his oppressive presence. The Necromancer. Indeed, not someone to be trifled with. Of course you should be first. I am willing to be second. The skeleton archers surrounded Yi Qingfeng, slowly pressing in on them. Little one, let me give you a bit of psychological warfare. Lu Sheng, I have a personal grudge with Wu Yifan. If you take him down, the 2nd and 3rd places are yours. Otherwise you will have nothing. Wu Yifan shuddered upon hearing this, cold sweat pouring down his body as white mist rose above his head. Yi Qingfeng, you shameless. How dare you sow discord? Brother Lu, you can't trust his words. His mental fortitude is breathing steadily, his muscles uncontracted, his thoughts not disturbed. It seems you also came for the breath of the mountains. You don't even care for the rewards for 2nd and 3rd places. Then breaking up their collaboration seems unlikely. It can only be a 1 against 2. Wu Yifan wore a sycophantic face. Lu Sheng's strength should be above his. Let me test just how much progress a level 30 cultivator has made. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows shot towards Wu Yifan from 3 angles, all released simultaneously, without any delay. A circle of energy formed around him, slowing the arrow's speed, then he rolled to the left. He avoided the 3 arrows. Sneak attack. Have the guts to duel openly. His cream-colored long robe was stained with dirt, his hair disheveled, with grass sticking out. Shoot. Too much talking, it's too noisy. You go out first. All 23 skeleton archers focused on Wu Yifan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind breaking was like a plucked string without any intervals. The arrows fell like raindrops with no gaps to hide. The previous attack on the crowd was aimed at the sky, suitable for long-range killing. Now it's directed at a single target, flying in a straight line, shorter distance and faster speed. Is a level 30 cultivator really this capable? He's 10 levels higher than me. Absolute defense. He roared. Wu Yifan's body became transparent, yet his human form remained clearly visible. When the arrows made contact with his body, they directly shattered and fell to the ground, dissipating into green mist. Oh, not bad. Still absolute defense. If it weren't for the pressure I put on you, I wouldn't have known you had this trick up your sleeve. Just don't know how long you can hold it. Such an impressive skill must have a tremendous cost. Make your move. Before Wu Yifan finished speaking, Yi Qingfeng suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Lu Sheng had disappeared. No speed can escape my eyes. It must be some kind of teleportation or stealth skill. Get rid of him. Don't let him get the breath of the mountains. Wu Yifan's body resumed its tangible form, raising his hands to the sky, starting to chant a skill. Did I see wrong? He actually smiled at me. What does that mean? Yi Qingfeng, you're dead. Space displacement. The arrow pierced through his body, and Wu Yifan disappeared from Yi Qingfeng's sight. What skill is that? Did he run away? I clearly shot through him. He can't escape. He wants to scare me. Where is Lu Sheng? Not good. My back feels heavy. Something is holding me tightly. Something has crawled onto me. My neck is also being choked. Swish. The dagger reflected the moonlight, causing Yi Qingfeng to feel a sharp pain as the tip pressed against his carotid artery. Yi Qingfeng, you are too underestimating. Lu Sheng's legs were clamped around his waist, his left hand tightly gripping his neck like a shackle around Yi Qingfeng. You still want to fight me for the breath of the mountains? So this is the game you play. Wu Yifan distracted me, then you used spatial teleportation to get on my back. Your coordination is quite good. It's just a pity you don't quite understand my skills. Let me play with you and see what other tricks you have. Brother Lu Sheng, I'm just looking to be second or third. The breath of the mountains must be yours. The Necromancer is powerful. Oh, perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Don't make the relationship too tense. After all, as long as I get the breath of the mountains, it's fine. Classmate, in this situation I have no choice but to make a move. After we go out, if you need anything, feel free to find me. I will definitely help you. Yi Qingfeng spread his hands, adopting a posture of surrender. Your skills are so fast. I can't see it all. How did you suddenly get on my back? Did Wu Yifan say? Lu Sheng paused for a moment and said yes. He didn't tell the truth. Before he released the spatial transfer, Lu Sheng had already vanished. Did you become invisible before teleporting? How did you figure it out? I didn't see it at all. Oh, I just understood. The core of the night assassin, stealth. I'm done playing. What? Whoosh. An arrow flew towards Lu Sheng. You want me to go out first? You think too much. You will die before the arrow reaches you. Lu Sheng flicked his wrist downwards, stabbing the dagger towards Yi Qingfeng's carotid artery. Bang. What? The red light curtain resembled a thin membrane, refreshing Yi Qingfeng's skin. The dagger could not penetrate even a fraction. A skeletal archer's cervical vertebra shattered, remaining undetected among the skeletons. Swish. The arrow pierced through his arm, and at the same moment Lu Sheng vanished. How is this possible? Is the Necromancer truly immortal? I am 10 levels higher, yet I cannot break through his defenses. My arm is injured, and I cannot maintain invisibility for long. I must think of a way. Those two are his teammates. Flower farmer. Warrior. How can such trash professions even be here? And why are they teamed up with the Necromancer? Right. That woman looks pretty good. She must be Yi Qingfeng's girlfriend. I should go after her to make Yi Qingfeng submit. However, dying here means being transported out. There's no real threat. Forget it. Just like Wu Yifeng, the relationship between me and the Necromancer can no longer be mended. Let Yi Qingfeng embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. In the future I can use this to mock him. What if he doesn't want to lose face in front of her and decides to quit himself? It's not impossible. There's no loss in trying. The assassin's shadow crept toward his target. A dark figure suddenly appeared beside Zhao Xiang. With my left arm broken, I can't choke her. I can only hold the dagger horizontally against her throat. Yi Qingfeng. Look how fast your arrow is. But my dagger is faster. The sharp blade pressed against her skin, not too cold, but somewhat stinging. The Howling Wolf King turned to face Lu Sheng, while Yi Qingfeng maintained a blank expression staring at Lu Sheng. It seems he still has some concerns. Otherwise he would have long sent the skeletons to shoot. Finally, I have grasped your weakness. You can kill yourself to escape. The first prize is mine. Your girlfriend and that fool will take the second and third prizes. Yi. Senior brother, you don't worry about me. He mustn't lose the mountain breath for my sake. I am so useless. I can't help at all, and only bring trouble. Useless flower farmer. Lu Sheng. Let me tell you a story that may happen in the future. What future story? Has Yi Qingfeng gone mad? Zhao Xiang is the person I cherish the most. If you dare to touch her today, then after we go out, my first task will be to tear you to pieces. His tone was calm, without fluctuations, his gaze cold, with no unnecessary movements. You dare? Killing a classmate is a capital offense at Lingyin Academy. The skeletal archer appeared, its green eye sockets resembling ghostly flames of a grave, sending chills down his spine. Then I will find you in the underworld, torment you, and an endless flame will prevent you from reincarnating. From now on you will feel only one thing. Worse than death. Necromancer. He can indeed summon the undead. Forget it. Forget it. The mountain breath, though precious, isn't worth my life. If he really goes mad and kills me, my mother will be sad. I have so much money. I can't risk my life. I won't touch her. Lu Sheng withdrew his dagger and stepped back. You win. Those who know the times are wise. Being sensible can lead to cooperation. You can go out by yourself. Come find me if there's anything. Why does he have such a presence? Only level 20. Feels comparable to the teachers. It seems like everything is under his control. I underestimated the Necromancer. Then we shall meet again. The dagger pierced into his own heart, and a flash of white light vanished into the air. Yi Qingfeng Huang Jiefa Zhao Xianger team score 87,600 hunting ceremony score settlement countdown 1238. I am the person he cherishes the most. He is willing to break school rules for me. Would he really kill Lu Sheng? I must treat senior brother you better. Oh no, I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. It's all over. Why is your face so red? Huang Jiefa was right beside her, witnessing everything, wanting to help, but could only feel anxious. Like a peach red with a hint of pink. Xianger is quite pretty. Her legs are proportionate, her bones straight and tall. Her clothes are a bit plain and do not showcase her curves. I should take her out to change into something else. She needs to shine while being by my side. As for this idiot Huang Jiefa, Sai, who told him to follow me? Let's shine together. The three of them sat by the creek without the skeletal archer. Wild rabbits, deer, and antelopes approached. They surrounded Yi Qingfeng, making cooing sounds. Brother, these prey like you. Like me, oi. After killing so many they still like me, eh? Huang Jiefa stroked the big ears of a rabbit which closed its eyes and tilted its chin, approaching him. My mother is a farmer. I know the habits of animals. If they like you they will make this sound. Look, they have all. It's a bit strange. The Necromancer is popular with animals. Xianger, let me see if you have any wounds. Such fair skin. Not a single blemish. It's fine, completely unharmed. Yi Qingfeng placed his hand on her shoulder, pulling her closer to himself. Thump, thump, thump. My heart is racing about to leap out. Breathing is so difficult I can't catch my breath. Am I going to die? Zhao Xiang'er remained still leaning against Yi Qingfeng. Her body felt so warm. Don't worry, Xiang'er, I will protect you well. Ding. Hunting ceremony score settlement countdown, Xing 0 winning team. Yi Qingfeng, Zhao Xiang'er, Huang Jiafa first prize, item mountain breath strengthens any passive skill once. Second prize, item rare equipment purchase voucher X1 skill stone X2 third prize, item recovery staff, X1 skill stone X1 scores converted into experience. Level increased to 21, level increased to 22, level increased to 23, summon space 028, opening the attribute panel name. Yi Qingfeng profession Necromancer, level 2378, strength 33, agility 38, intelligence 78, constitution 33, luck 73, armor 5. The ranch in sight began to distort, space warped, and light mist flashed by. Back to Sanqing Square. The executioner has appeared. He should be expelled. Expulsion is not enough. There should be a trial. The crime of exterminating classmates. In the square, the students' eyes were filled with bloodshot anger, surrounding Yi Qingfeng and waving their fists. Do they hate me this much? When you shot me with fireballs, ice balls, and arrows. Why don't you call yourselves executioners? Is this the best academy in Lingyan Kingdom? With such an IQ level. A bunch of idiots. No wonder they can't defeat the chaos. I should first work on my skills. The mountain breath is a golden luminescent object, intangible yet touchable. Please select the passive skill to enhance. It must be the Lord of the Nether. This is my foundation. With a flash of golden light, a dialogue box floated in front of me. The Lord of the Nether enhanced successfully, gaining a new entry, summon medium position 1. The summoning medium has increased. The level 15 Wolf King possesses tremendous power and utility, albeit at a slightly lower level. Fortunately, I have puppet technique, which can stack with my attributes. Otherwise, in the wilderness hunting ground, just now facing those level 30 humans would have been quite challenging. I might have been swiftly taken down. The Feather of the Moon Goddess is a relic of the gods and seems to have some summoning medium effects. However, the cost of summoning Artemis is too high. One arrow leaves me with shattered bones. It shouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. At this stage, I still need to find summoning mediums that match my level, which can be used at any time. By the way, there are also skill stones. Ding, ding, ding. 3 skill stones have been activated, all given to the skeleton archer. Currently, this is my highest output method. With new summons, adjustments can be made. Skill stones are not as easily obtained as Breath of the Mountains. The key lies in the items for enhancement. As I inserted the 3rd skill stone, a tingling recoil surged through me. Can there only be 3 skill enhancement slots? Then I'll also open a skill enhancement slot for the Shield Skeleton Warrior. Ding. Skeleton Archer skill, slot 1, place Howling Wolf Claws with a tearing wound effect. Skeleton Archer skill, slot 2, empty. Skeleton Archer skill, slot 3, empty. Skeleton Shield Warrior skill, slot 1, empty. Summoning Medium 2, empty. Suddenly, there is so much space. It feels like buying a large flat, but it's an empty shell. There's still a lot of decoration and furniture missing. Plus, I have an equipment purchase voucher and a recovery staff. First, let's identify it. Yi Qingfeng ignored the crowd and walked straight through Sanqing Square towards the southern equipment area. Never have I seen someone so shameless, treating classmates as prey. One person took all the rewards. Look at his expression, so full of... He quickened his pace into the woods to find some peace. Idiots. Those who quietly leave to train deserve some respect. The group following me is wasting their time merely for pointless venting. A thoroughly chaotic rabble. Dinglet, dinglet. As he pushed open the equipment point's door, he touched the wind chime, and the pleasant sound instantly dissipated his resentment. So spacious. No wonder it's the Lingyan Academy. Compared to the Qingsong Academy, this is like a small workshop. This can truly be called a store. Before him were densely packed shelves with long swords, armor, staffs, and gauntlets, neatly arranged and categorized like a supermarket with labels describing the equipment and prices. The scent of leather and metal wafted over like tearing open a packaging box. That fresh smell. First, let's get an identification scroll. Ding. A layer of oil film wrapped around the blackened deadwood refreshed, gliding along the slender staff. Ordinary recovery staff, intelligence 11. This item is of no use to me. I'll give it to Zhao Xiang'er. Adding some intelligence to her is good, so she doesn't daydream all day. Zhao Xiang'er obtains ordinary recovery staff. Excuse me, what equipment can I purchase? A rare equipment purchase voucher looks like a train ticket with a stamp printed on it, slightly yellowed. Congratulations, classmate. Not bad. Not bad. You got 2nd place. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a faint beard that looked a bit worn, wore a gray vest that seemed somewhat mature. Getting 1st place is too difficult. It requires not only strength. It also requires luck and courage. The school has these enthusiastic uncles and aunts who know a lot of gossip and insider stories. I was also the 1st. I have already used Breath of the Mountains. The shopkeeper's smile faded, and his pupils began to dilate, as if he were assessing Yi Qingfeng's authenticity. The breath. You used Breath of the Mountains. Yi Qingfeng nodded lightly. That thing. Your profession. You used it right now? Why is he so surprised? Is it not allowed to use it now? What's wrong? Using Breath of the Mountains. The shopkeeper waved his hand, revealing a smile that eased the tension in his facial muscles. It's okay. It's okay. It's just that many students are reluctant to use it. He leaned close to Yi Qingfeng's ear, looking around, his voice nearly inaudible. Breath of the Mountains can sell for a high price in the black market. Change to better equipment. The black market. I might want to check it out. I really want to buy Breath of the Mountains. Breath of the Mountains can also be bought. It rarely appears now. Even if it does, it's at a sky-high price. Yi Qingfeng pointed to the purchase voucher on the table, drawing the shopkeeper's attention back. This one isn't bad. Some can be directly used until graduation. Let's see what I lack. I opened the pan. Equipment column: Helmet Lingyin Academy, Trial Set 14, Helmet Armor 7, Intelligence 3, Armor Lingyin Academy, Trial Set 24, Half Armor Armor 11, Strength 5, Gauntlet Fine Iron Gauntlet Armor 5, Strength 5, Primary Defense Gem Armor 5, Pants Lingyin Academy, Trial Set 34, Pants Armor 8, Agility 4, Shoes None, Amulet None, Ring None, Weapon Lingyin Academy, Trial Set 44, Short Sword Attack 9, Luck 5, Offhand None, Set Bonus Blessing of Lingyin, forms a protective aura that can deflect some attack power. Seems like jewelry type equipment is quite hard to obtain. However, shoes might increase mobility, which is also very important to me. Let's ask first, what attributes does the changed equipment have? Right now you can only use ordinary equipment, which only has basic attributes. However, the equipment gained from this purchase voucher has a special attribute. As for what attribute, it depends. With terrain bonuses, my movement speed isn't lacking. Let's get an amulet. I'll exchange for an amulet. The shopkeeper took the scroll, smoothed it out, inserted it into a device that looked like a bread machine, and then moved a slightly rusty lever. Ka-ta-ka. Bang. A pipe extending from above behind him echoed as a wooden box slid down. Let's see your luck. This box is quite exquisite. The black ebony wood has some patterns carved into it, forming various shapes into a semicircle. It truly resembles a jewelry box illustrated with a necklace. Ding. Obtained lucky amulet, luck 15, item drop rate 10. Oh, not bad. The shopkeeper's dark eyes sparkled. This is a great item for treasure hunting. The lucky necklace arrived. Skill slots summoning mediums are just waiting for me to hunt treasures to enhance. What other good items can I buy? He looked Yi Qingfeng up and down, his expression twisting as he nodded and shook his head. Wow. His jaw seemed to lose its muscular tension, dropping down suddenly. You're wearing the Lingyin. This is the reward for clearing the dark forest. He shook his head with a bitter smile, spreading his hands. What I have in my student equipment store is not worthy of you. Indeed, as Old Goose said before, good things cannot be bought with money. So much gold is useless. The shop attendant leaned forward, trying to see Yi Qingfeng's panel. How much gold do you have? About 5,000,000. The muscles on his face twitched again. You must be a rich second generation. Though gold cannot directly buy good items. But when you need to forge equipment or enhance attributes, it comes. The basic materials for crafting must be bought with gold, especially for reforging and washing attributes. This amount of money is barely enough. Oh dear, there's so much to handle. No resource is completely useless. Every bit of accumulation is important. Quite interesting. Boss, thank you. Yi Qingfeng took out 1,000 gold and placed it on the table. Here's your tip. This student has no trace of student demeanor at all. His aura is more noble than that of those adults. He casually gave me a tip of 1,000 gold. He must be the son of some extraordinary figure. Next time I see him, I should treat him well. Perhaps he can promote me. In the western area of Lingyin Academy, the Wundao Hall open area has exposed red wall bricks with ants swarming through the gaps of the peeling base. Only a corner is visible. The windows in the corridor are blocked by roses, damp and dark, with the rotten floor creaking with every step. At the end of the third floor on the right, a sign hangs on the door. Professor Su Baiyan of Class 27 Temporary. Temporary. Has Su Laoshi become a temporary professor? Creak. Su Baiyan was standing on the windowsill, half her body leaning out as she pulled down the vines blocking the sunlight. Such a short skirt. How did she climb up there? Still in high heels. Her left leg hooked over the window ledge, her right leg bent to support her body, her arms stretching so long. Her clothes were even pulled up. That is. Thud. Thud. Hunting ceremony complete. Click. She jumped down from the windowsill, her high heel getting stuck in the floor's crevice, standing barefoot. This office. The two-seater sofa was missing a corner, the coffee table covered in dust, and the ceiling fan speckled with rust turned slower than the second hand. Why is the Ice Queen here in an abandoned office? I am no longer a formal professor. Temporary workers can only be here. It can be tidied up for use. This building has few people. It's quiet. The edge of her pink skirt was frayed, ivy leaves hanging from her hair, her hands covered in dark dust. From now on we will have class here. Su Baiyin tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair cheek. Her ear shape is perfect. The red gemstone on her earlobe contrasted against her fair skin, glowed a rosy hue. Have you used the breath of the mountains? Yes. What passive skill did you add? Asking about my skills again. She tore up the assessment report and resigned from being the formal professor of the exempt class to work in this deserted building for me. Why is she being so nice to me despite us not being related? Better be cautious. It just enhances the attack power of the skeleton archer. Su Baiyin tilted her head, slightly seeming thoughtful. The Necromancer's passive skill only enhances attack power. Regular attack stacking shouldn't appear on a hidden profession. Damn, a professional. I can't hide anything from her. Why do I feel guilty when I lied to her? My heartbeat is speeding up. Su Lauscher, I didn't express myself accurately. What I've enhanced is the loading speed of my skeleton archer, which means a reduction in skill cooldown. That's what a profession like yours should have as a passive. Skill cooldown. A crucial, absolutely core that's essential based on my experience with games. In the later stages, seamless connection of ultimate skills relies entirely on cooldown reduction. It's a divine skill. But Su Lauscher, I'm sorry I still lied to you. Su Lauscher, I've opened the skill enhancement slot. I want to grind for enhancement items. Yi Qingfeng displayed part of his skill panel in front of Su Baiyin, their heads only a millimeter apart. Her fingers combing through her hair were beautiful, her proportions were balanced, and her skin was tight. She could be a model for a textbook. Is he being lecherous? Or looking at something? Perhaps him overthinking a last time, when he saw an ugly man. Yi Qingfeng had the same expression. It must be some characteristic of the Necromancer. This seedling is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity capable of interacting with divine power. If I guide him well, perhaps he can be like me. Let a certain deity become his guardian spirit. If you can get the right enhancement, it will greatly. Su Baiyin opened the map, projecting the light onto the wall, lighting up every spot visible on the map. This one seems good. The level 30 red spider cave. However, she shook her head and disabled all level 30 dungeons. With your current strength, you can solo level 30 and above. There's no need to waste time. Such a beautiful, captivating, classical cold snow queen teacher. Seems quite radical. Is she not afraid I'll get killed? Moreover, you can directly set the difficulty to torment. I'm only level 23. Is Su Baiyin not someone sent to deliberately harm me? Although I wiped out those level 30 classmates during the hunting ceremony, that was a sudden move on my part. Those students were still innocent, lacking combat and social experience. I haven't faced monsters over 10 levels higher on torment difficulty. Su Lauscher, shouldn't we reconsider my... Su Baiyin looked at Yi Qingfeng with a puzzled expression, her eyes holding an otherworldly detachment, as if she ignored the mundane. You want to tackle a level 40 dungeon? That's not impossible. My goodness. Does she have no sense of caution in her thinking? What I mean is, let's try a level 30. Su Baiyin shot a cold glance at Yi Qingfeng, her arms crossed, and her lips tilted, filling the room with a chill. She is looking down on me. Her face was so long her eyes narrowed into a slit. What does that mean? Her arms crossed over her chest, leaning slightly back, looking down at me. I can't embarrass myself. Let's do a level 35 one. I want to bring Zhao Xianger and Huang Jifao along, is that okay? Sure. Su Baiyin did not hesitate at all, showing no expression. What terrain do you prefer? As expected, she is too professional. All her questions hit the mark. This is the teacher I want. Wilderness, mountains, caves, and forests. These terrains provide bonuses to all other dungeon terrains disappeared, leaving around 10 that suited Yi Qingfeng. You choose. Su Baiyin extended her long legs, stepping onto the stone platform of the windowsill, pulling on the wooden frame to climb back onto the windowsill. Crash. A large patch of roses was torn off. Teacher, don't distract my attention, okay? Thud. Thud. Level 35 Fairy Forest Torment Difficulty Boss 1 Flower Fairy Boss 2 Goblin Boss 3 Treant Item Drops Random Equipment Drops Head Armor Gloves Shoes Rings Random Weapon Drops Longsword Shortsword Bow Dagger Skill Enhancement Item Fairy's Kiss Increases Skill Release Speed by 5. Where's the Summoning Medium? According to the experience of the Howling Wolf King, it is highly likely the final boss of this summoning dungeon. She's wielding a level 30 staff. Jet black wooden staff exuded profound weight and solidity, its surface felt smooth, warm, and supple, taller even than Zhao Xiang. Horticulturist, and only level 21, and have you ever seen a freshman horticulturist at level 21? And horticulturists gain levels through cultivation experience. Level 21 usually means middle age. Sigh. Every time he stepped out, he had to endure these fools' idle chatter. And how utterly tiresome. Nai Qingfeng opened his map. The Fairy Trail Grove lay south of Lingyan Academy. The dungeon entrance resembled a bustling marketplace. Several players gathered in a circle playing cards, while others lay sprawled on the grass fast asleep. And when will the party finally fill up? No healer all morning. And where's the world-saving healer? And for waiting for one. And their listless half-hearted cries suddenly erupted into startled shouts. A horticulturist wielding the staff of healing. And what kind of strategy is this? And has the horticulturist awakened healing abilities? And they're barely over level 20. Yet they dare attempt the fairy trail grove. Zhao Xianger lowered her head, her porcelain skin flushing faintly, as she clung closely behind Yi Qingfeng. And they've entered the torment difficulty. Before the words faded, the crowd before them dissolved in shimmering light, and a new vista unfolded, a lush emerald meadow carpeted with wildflowers, their fragrance bittersweet and laced with the crisp earthy scent of damp soil. This dungeon is breathtakingly beautiful. And Zhao Xianger tilted her face upward and drew a deep, rapturous breath. Petals fluttered down, clinging to her hair, while a gentle breeze lifted the hem of her robes. The oppressive aura was formidable. And after all, this was the level 35 torment difficulty. No room for complacency. And brother, and these monsters are ferocious. Stronger even than those hunters we faced earlier. And the howling wolf king materialized before them. Nai Qingfeng held Zhao Xianger close, his palm resting lightly against her lower abdomen like a protective harness. A skeletal shield warrior led the advance, flanked on either side by 10 skeletal archers. And the terrain and sightlines mirrored those of the hunting grounds, ideal for archers to unleash their full might. 400 XP for slaying black-armored flying insects and 400 XP for slaying black-armored flying insects and 400 XP for slaying black-armored flying insects. And this XP yield is exceptional. Teacher Su did not deceive me. And this is true XP farming. Name Yi Qingfeng class Necromancer, level 27, 1 in strength, 37 in agility, 42 in intelligence, 84 in constitution, 37 in luck, 79 in armor, 5 in summoning capacity, 2 in the serene stillness of the fairy trail grove shattered as the skeletal host marched forward, crushing relentlessly along the path marked on their map. They entered a dense forest where each tree required 3 people to encircle it, its canopy thick and impenetrable. And who are you? Nahor's voice echoed from deep within the woods, thin as wind, yet carrying unmistakably. Can trance speak? An absurd question. I'm here to eradicate you. And do I need to answer? And no superfluous words. In fire, arrows streaked forth, trailing emerald wakes, striking indiscriminately into the grove. And shhhshhhhhh. In no reaction. And the arrows sank into trunks and dissolved into fading light, leaving no trace. Another illusion. And suddenly the forest stirred. And before they could react, they stood already inside it. Sunlight blotted out birdsong, weaving through branches the fresh green scent of leaves, masking danger's acrid tang. There were no paths, no glimpse of the outside world. Only instinct guiding them forward. And stay close. Elite monsters ahead. And the skeletal minions formed a tight square formation, their bone shields transformed into mobile armor. Strange. And the oppressive aura permeated everywhere. Yet no monsters appeared in sight. And could they be invisible? In fire forward, an emerald light flickered across trunks. Some vanished upon impact, others flew beyond vision. Something was amiss. And perhaps brute force wouldn't suffice. Another method must be found. And hadn't there been a voice just now? And hey, is anyone there? In rustle. In leaves danced in shifting light. Were this not a dungeon battle, the place would be perfect for meditation. Who are you? Insane question again. In we're students of Lingyin Academy, here to clear dungeon mobs. In that question, in that answer, and even I was speechless. Brother, these are trance. I heard about them from my grandfather. And did your grandfather mention how to defeat them? And how to clear this dungeon? He tilted his head, scratching his cheek and picking at the back of his hand, yet no answer came. And you haven't even reached level 30, yet you presume to conquer the fairy trail grove. Monsters now concern themselves with our qualifications. And below level 30 means no clearance. In silence stretched taut. And I offer you 2 choices. Answer my riddle. Or defeat me. And what choice was there really? I can crack them. Soil erupted skyward, trunks splintered and scattered. Light flooded in from every angle. Before them stood only one colossal tree, its dense foliage rendering its silhouette uncannily reminiscent of broccoli. It began to sway, roots tearing free from the earth, bark rippling and contorting. And then, a face emerged embedded in the trunk, wrinkled skin-like bark forming the visage of an ancient elder. Clearly your intellect falls short, hence your reckless decision to fight. No. Nit even employed psychological provocation. This tree had indeed achieved sentience. Intelligence was my highest stat, yet you claim my intellect insufficient. And though admittedly intelligence here bears no relation to mundane IQ, and fighting isn't mandatory, then pose your riddle. In rustle. In the trunk shuddered, leaves cascaded down askew. In 1 star 1 speck. Take the broad road burrow through narrow holes. In this Trent's intellect was clearly impaired. In brother. In Huang Jiefeng strode forward, chin high, chest puffed. Wind brushing his cheeks, lending him the air of a valiant hero. Let me handle this, in fine. In your intellectual capacities seem equally matched after all. Ni's brow furrowed deeply. 3 creases etched into his forehead, as beads of sweat glistened on his skin. What a terrifying treant. And to devise a riddle so fiendishly complex. And I cannot disappoint brother. And he has always guided me through leveling. This is my forte. I must shine before him, demonstrate my brilliance, earn his awe and admiration. Look at the ground. In Zhao Xianger pointed downward, her finger aimed squarely at Huang Jiefeng's feet. In ha ha ha. In, I've solved your riddle. The answer is, in spotted cat, in good heavens. Ni's intellect truly fell beneath that of the treant. In the forest convulsed violently. The face dissolved and the oppressive aura intensified tenfold. Incorrect. In, defeat me, or you shall not pass. And the skeletal shield warrior leaned forward, gripping his bone shield with both hands and thrusting it outward. Crack crack crunch. And the treant charged into the skeletal ranks. The shield wall buckled under its blows, its massive trunk shattering bone shields beneath its tread. Ni Qingfeng rode the howling wolf king, circling the treant warily, observing intently. Arrows proved useless. No weakness struck. And neither trunk nor branch yielded to attack. In brother. In, I'm sorry. I never imagined this treant's intellect surpassed mine. In Huang Jiefeng sprinted alongside the wolf king, panting yet still capable of coherent thought and speech. It's fine. In, just stay unharmed. In wait. Its roots were markedly darker in hue, buried deep when motionless. It sought to conceal them. Wherever Yi Qingfeng's gaze fell, the target was locked in place, and the arrows were directed towards the enemy. A level 35 elite monster couldn't instant kill him. However, the health bar was dropping rapidly. As long as they found the weakness, it would be manageable. The branches and leaves of the tree's spirit trembled violently, as if struck by electricity, with the frequency increasing. Be careful. The floating leaves suddenly stopped. Then it was as if an invisible line was pulled across. Swish, swish, swish. It was pulled in any direction. Dense and overwhelming, like locusts swarming over a wheat field. Crack, crack. The skeletal archer immediately transformed, exchanging its bow for a shield. Bone shields were tightly packed together, forming a semicircular skeletal barrier around Yi Qingfeng. The leaves pierced the bone shields, but could not penetrate them. Zhao Xianger curled up, nestled in Yi Qingfeng's arms. A leaf had scratched her cheek, leaving a faint trace. She let out a soft hum. Charge forward. Pull that tree out by the roots. The defensive formation formed by the shield skeletons began to change formation. The semicircle transformed into a triangle. Both hands holding the shield turned into one-handed. They stepped forward, running towards the direction indicated by the commander. A green light emanated from the bone seams, creating afterimages. The ground was slightly trembling. Senior brother, yes. Heartbeat was so fast. He was angry. Why is he so angry? Did he get angry because he saw me injured? Xianger, are you okay? Yi Qingfeng gently touched her face with his finger. The wound was shallow, as if scratched by a fingernail. I'm fine. Zhao Xianger's heartbeat was also quickening. What are you doing? The woods roared. It was being toppled by the skeletons. They grabbed the tree trunk and dragged it in one direction. A group of skeletons grasped the trunk as if in a tug of war. The soil beneath the roots was turned over. Deep black moist roots gradually emerged. What are you doing? Pull you out by the roots. Wolf King, go and blow those roots up. Oh woo. This cry carried a hint of tragic grandeur, like a brave warrior going into battle never to return. It's not that serious. Oh, I can summon you again. As his intelligence increased, Yi Qingfeng seemed to establish some sort of empathy with the summoned creatures, communicating without words. One action, one glance, one howl. He could understand what it was thinking. Go. The howling wolf king sprinted towards the roots of the tree spirit. His body was still in midair, and the blood vessels began to swell. The green glow on his muscles became vivid. His claws grew visibly. What is it going to do? The tree spirit was knocked down, lying on the ground. The wolf king's sharp claws pierced the roots, and juices began to seep out. I want you dead. The intelligence of this tree spirit was indeed concerning. His gaze shifted towards Huang Jiefeng. This. Yi Qingfeng was speechless, and could only smile wryly and shake his head. Bang! The body of the howling wolf king exploded. The roots broke, shattered, and were blown into pieces. They had no smell of blood, but they carried the earthy scent of soil. It wasn't a pleasant smell, but rather a musty odor of decaying plants. It was as if firecrackers had been inserted into the ground and the soil was blown apart. A half-dead earthworm crawled, dragging its severed body, searching for gaps to burrow down. The skeletal warriors dropped their shields. Using their hands and mouths, they forcefully tore the remaining roots apart. They were like machines digging the soil, emptying the roots until they pulled the trunk apart. That tree spirit was left with only half. The branches withered, the leaves fell, turning into a piece of rotten wood. Ding. Killed the number 3 boss tree spirit in the Immortal Trace Forest, gained 1/0 experience, obtained equipment short boots, undetermined, obtained items tree fruit X, 10 the number of junk items increased, and drops increased. It's great that they can be sold for money too. Good luck isn't just talk, needing a pair of shoes and lo, and behold I got a pair. Next up is the number 2 boss goblin. Special environment bonus skill cooldown time shortened by 30 under moonlight. The dungeon was set to daytime, yet skills were still lit. It seems this judgment is based on the real world outside. I turned into a vampire only able to act at night. Woo. A loud horn suddenly sounded. It was like a signal for the army to assemble. The grass in front undulated like waves. A small figure held a horn, tilting its head to blow. Its ears were long, teeth protruding, and it was thin as a bone. It looked somewhat similar to Yi Qingfeng's skeleton. However, it still had a layer of skin with no visible organs or green light. This is a goblin, and a warrior at that. In its right hand it held a wolf fawn club, and in its left it wielded a wooden shield edged with iron, wearing a set of leather armor made from beast hide. The horn. It was gathering the troops. The grass was pushed down and collapsed with many goblins emerging from underground. They had no weapons, shields, or armor. Naked goblins. There were about 100 of them. In Yi Qingfeng's eyes, these goblins were neither a threat, but rather a screen of experience. I want to face your warrior, Hedon. The goblin chief's voice was somewhat mechanical with pauses at a rhythm lacking intonation and emotion, so they can talk once they become sentient. And face off, Hedon. Sure. Shall we set up formations and charge at each other? Bang bang bang. The goblin chief beat its shield with the wolf fawn club. The goblins around it howled, spraying saliva onto the faces of their companions. I agree with your proposal. This time I won't use the skeletal archers. Since the goblin requested this, I will oblige. After all, guests should be treated well. Let the skeletal warriors engage in close combat with the goblins. The shield skeleton warriors formed a line, only one row in a straight formation. I transferred the enhancement effect of the howling wolf claw to the skill slots of the skeletal warriors. Shield skeleton warriors skill, slot 1, howling wolf claw with a tearing effect. The goblins had no formation. They were scattered about like villagers called to fight. They didn't resemble an army at all. Yi Qingfeng and the goblin chief raised their arms simultaneously, then leaned forward. Charge. Oh woo. The goblins were only 70 to 80 centimeters tall. Apart from a rag covering their lower bodies, they were empty-handed. How would they attack? With bare fists. The skeletal warriors moved in perfect unison, stepping left first, and then right. They formed a cohesive unit advancing forward. Bang bang bang. The two sides clashed immediately, producing intense sounds of collision. The bone shields at the front spread out, forming a moving wall. They pushed the goblins back directly. The faster they charged, the harder they were rebounded. They were small, jumping around like monkeys climbing on skeletons. On their heads, shoulders, backs, and shields they were everywhere. Slap. The shield struck a goblin's back of the head, exploding it instantly, brain matter spilling out like coconut milk. Killed a goblin minion, gained 4,500 experience. Killed a goblin minion, gained 4,500 experience. Killed a goblin minion, gained 4,500 experience. This is so satisfying, it's a complete gift of points. As his level increased, Huang Jifa's clumsy appearance also began to change. The muscle definition in his arms became more pronounced. His chest muscles were harder. The trapezius muscles looked like 2 iron plates. Level 30 was right in front of him. Zhao Xianger's body was also less restrained. She could now look directly at the ongoing battle, no longer avoiding eye contact. The girl was gradually growing up, becoming a woman just a step away. The primary purpose of the Bone Shield's defense is to protect Yi Qingfeng. More precisely, it is to safeguard Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger. After all, any damage to Yi Qingfeng can be completely transferred to the summoned entity. The skeletal warriors ahead do not require the protection of shields. They fear neither death, nor can they die. The shield has transformed into a weapon, striking down the goblins like a long bench in the hands of a gangster. They strike, chop, and pound on the ground without any technique, just sheer brutality. Blood splatters everywhere. The wildflower field is stained red. The scent of blood drowns out the fragrance of the flowers. After all, there are many goblins. They crawl on the skeletal warriors' bodies, reaching their hands into the gaps of the bones. They reach inside the innards and claw about wildly. Green liquid is pulled out. The joints are also torn apart. The casualty ratio stands at 1:5. The goblins are not entirely wiped out. They fear no death and feel no pain. They fight until death. I want to see just how many goblins you have. The rate at which the skeletal warriors are taken down is far lower than Yi Qingfeng's rate of energy recovery. The subsequent skeletal army continues to pour in with no gaps in their formation. The situation has reversed from 5 goblins attacking 1 skeletal warrior to 5 skeletal warriors simultaneously assaulting 1 goblin. Crack. The last goblin is torn apart, its arms, legs, and head separated. Is it brutal? Yi Qingfeng inquires of Zhao Xiang. I am not afraid. You must get used to this kind of slaughter. In the future, battling the chaos may be 100 times bloodier than this. Do you dare to duel me? Bang bang bang. The goblin leader pounds on the shield, howling at Yi Qingfeng while turning to expose its backside. Mocking me. A duel. I am a pure necromancer. What do I need to duel you for? Though I have gained some power, my cultivation is still insufficient and my intelligence is too low. Brother. He is mocking you. Huang Jiefa licks his lips, clenches his fists, and jumps up and down. You are the commander. It is not convenient for you to take action. I will represent you in the duel. This one is indeed reckless. Oh, does he really think he can take on the goblin leader? Does he not have any self-awareness? You are only level 28. What level is it? He stutters, his face resembling an inflated red balloon, stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. 35. But I am not afraid. Young and naive, it is easy for him to act on impulse. Thus it is best to encourage students igniting their passion. You must learn to achieve victory at the lowest cost. It is not about putting yourself in danger. As he spoke, Yi Qingfeng gently waved his hand. Do you understand? The skeletal warriors began to run, their legs spreading wider as they surrounded the goblin leader. Howl! A massive howl echoed through the vast Xianzong forest. In less than a second the howl ceased, and the skeletal warriors stood quietly in place. Do you understand now? Huang Jiefa saw the skeletal warriors lift the goblin leader high. The skin was torn apart, muscles ripped, eyeballs burst. The body resembled a tattered cloth with not a single intact piece. It faced 30 skeletal warriors alone, like an ant crushed underfoot. I understand now. Killed the second boss goblin, gained 150 experience, obtained equipment, shield undetermined, obtained items, goblin teeth X11, necromancer level increased to 30, name Yi Qingfeng, occupation necromancer, level 30, 15 strength, 40 agility, 45 intelligence, 88 constitution, 41 luck, 85 armor, 5 summon entity, space 2, gained 1 skill upgrade point, click to claim. Yi Qingfeng directly clicked on the skill point. Ding. Bone Shield Warrior evolved to obtain a Bone Hammer, becoming a Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior. Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior, strength 18, agility 10, intelligence 5, constitution 20, luck 10, armor 20, occupies summoned entity, space 1, puppet technique activated. Summoned entities bear 100 damage, and Yi Qingfeng's attributes stack with the summoned entities. Skill slot 1, Howling Wolf Claw with a tearing effect. The grip of the Bone Hammer appears to be dead wood. Yet it only resembles dead wood in color. Its texture is more like rock, heavy and stable. The head is sharp at the top and flat at the bottom, resembling the femur of some gigantic creature. 2 bones interlace to form this bone hammer. Adding my attributes and equipment attributes. The strength of these skeletal babies is exponentially increasing. Others can only enter this dungeon in a group of up to 5. It may seem like I am leading just a farmer and a swordsman, but in reality this team comprises more than 30 people, all benefiting from my attributes. What does this mean? Su Baiyan is not simple. Her assessment of me is extremely accurate. This person is terrifying. It is wise to be cautious. Only one boss remains. The Flower Fairy. Far away from the bloody battlefield. Over a small hill. As I look out, there is a sea of flowers with red, white, and yellow hues. So beautiful. Zhao Xianger couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide like copper bells. A gust of wind rises, petals dance in the air, and the floral fragrance cleanses the remnants of the bloody battle. Yi Qingfeng also takes a deep breath, letting the floral scent cleanse his lungs, preventing the stench from lingering inside. The wind begins to gather at the center of the flower, forming a vortex that pulls the petals in. It's coming. The petals increase, the wind grows stronger, transforming into a tornado. Xianger, get up here. The tornado moves closer, leaving no choice but to evade. The Howling Wolf King's speed surpasses that of the tornado, racing around the edge of the flower sea. Whoosh. The tornado suddenly splits apart, turning into 8 smaller tornadoes. They attack from different directions. The skeletal archers aim at the tornado. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They shoot several arrows at it. After being released, the arrows become entangled in the wind, starting to deviate. None hit the target. The Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior attempts to charge in. The wind swirls around the skeleton, green mist is drawn out, and its constitution continuously declines. This is some form of magical attack. There is no way to defend against it, nor can it inflict damage. It seems the only option is to dodge. Although the tornado is fast, it cannot outpace the Wolf King's steps. It weaves through the flower sea, darting past the gaps in the tornadoes. Huang Jiefa clutches the Wolf King's mane, his body lifted into the air like a pendant hanging from the wolf's leg. This should be the Flower Fairy's first stage of attack. The tornado gradually dissipates, and the petals free from constraint begin to fall from the sky. They transform into a rain of flowers descending from the heavens. Do you like the flower sea? A voice as clear as spring water rings out, though still somewhat mechanical and rigid. However, it sounds more human than the previous treants and goblins. The petals linger around her, dancing and swirling gracefully. We love the flower sea, but we want to clear the dungeon. The hammer-shield skeleton warrior and the skeletal archers line up in 2 rows. The bone hammer is ready and the bone bow is fully drawn. Petals fall in a flurry. A pair of crystalline wings shimmer with silver light. It is semi-transparent. There are some subtle details with cracks resembling shattered glass akin to the wings of a dragonfly. She's so beautiful. Huang Jiefao couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes fixed intently on the flower fairy. The flower fairy was adorned in a light yellow veil, her legs elegantly together with her right leg slightly bent, her skin as creamy white as fresh butter. But her body is too small. She was only about the size of 2 fingers, able to stand on a palm or sit on a shoulder. When she floated, her wings fluttered like a moving ball of white light. She looked stunning. However, she was far more formidable than the treants and goblins encountered earlier. Flower fairy, we love the sea of flowers. Zhao Xiang'er replied, can you let us pass? The skeleton soldier shouldn't attack the flower fairy. I hope I can persuade her to let us through. I couldn't bear to see her torn apart. We don't want to fight you. Please let us through. Alas. Xiang'er, I understand you. The bloodshed terrifies you. But you must adapt. Some things cannot be communicated. We can only defeat the boss to clear the instance. What makes you think you can pass? No. The flower fairy's voice grew stern, a murderous intent radiating from her brow. You can only clear the instance by defeating me. Yi Qingfeng gently held Zhao Xiang'er's hand, a warm softness passing between them. She looked up at him. Xiang'er, she is not wrong. We can only defeat her. Otherwise we will die here. Or we can retreat and admit defeat. Zhao Xiang'er pursed her lips, nodding slightly as she averted her gaze. I cannot contradict brother Yes' words. He is the best person to me in the world, and I can't make him angry. But these flowers are so pitiful. The flower fairy is so pitiful. The weeds beneath Yi Qingfeng's feet suddenly began to grow. The flowers bloomed in an instant. The fragrance of the flowers burst forth. This scent feels ominous. Hold your breath, don't inhale. The wolf king circled around Yi Qingfeng's body, leaping out of the flower patch. A faint mist enveloped the flowers. Look, he placed a small flower petal in Zhao Xiang'er's palm. Is this flower beautiful? Oh, what is this? A skeletal shadow adhered to the petal. A faint scent of decay wafted through, causing gastric acid to surge up the throat, stinging sharply. The flowers are poisonous too. Yi Qingfeng gently waved his sleeve, the petal flying away from Zhao Xiang'er's palm. However, it left a faint black mark. She is still too soft-hearted. Alas, if Xiang'er weren't so soft-hearted, she wouldn't have cared for me at Qingsong Academy. Everyone in this world is calculating their own gains and losses. Although she is a very pure woman, she is a breath of fresh air in this murky environment. The flowers expanded and contracted, toxic smoke slowly spreading. It generated in other places, leaving very little room to breathe. We must seize the opportunity to maneuver amidst the gaps in the toxic smoke. Oh, what happened? Huang Jiefao clutched his throat, his face turning a shade of black. Brother. Yi Qingfeng extended his hand, pulling Huang Jiefao onto the wolf's back, sitting tightly against his waist. Although the howling wolf king was massive, the 3 of them squeezed together, compressing the space. Zhao Xiang'er shifted her body, pressing closely against Yi Qingfeng, giving Huang Jiefao some space. Brother Yes' body is so sturdy, so reassuring. Xiang'er's body is so soft. Her grip is surprisingly strong, holding on tightly, not as weak as she appears. Be gentle. Don't hold me so tightly. Huang Jiefao lay directly on Yi Qingfeng's back. He clutched him tightly, saliva is soaking his collar. My head is spinning. I can only rely on you. Otherwise I'll fall. His speech became slurred, increasingly dazed and sluggish. Yi Qingfeng turned to look. Dark circles under his eyes, swollen lips, and his breath carrying a foul stench. I can't die here, can I? Then I would feel sorry for your father. Attack the flower fairy. The skeletal summons were corroded by the toxic smoke, their bones starting to turn yellow, some even falling apart. Although their vitality was waning, it was a slow process that wouldn't cause too much loss of energy. A dozen skeletons lunged forward. The flower fairy was too small, her wings fluttering rapidly, allowing her to move without any blind spots up or down, left or right. The skeletons lunged again, slipping away from their grasp. They couldn't catch her. I don't know if the shooting speed can keep up with her. Since the shield hammer skeleton warriors are ineffective, I'll replace them all with archers. 30 skeletal archers surrounded the sea of flowers, standing still in the toxic smoke. The target is only the flower fairy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows carved a path through the toxic smoke. The flower fairy's movements lacked any arc. She could make sharp turns at right angles, suddenly going left or right, making it impossible to predict her movements. The toxic smoke was dispersed somewhat by the arrows. Yi Qingfeng had more space now. The entire sea of flowers was filled with arrows moving in accordance with the flower fairy's flight path. Shooting through would hit the opposing skeletal archers. This won't do. Crash! Crash! The skeletons shot by their own arrows crumbled, and I could only summon them again and again. Such attacks only consumed my own resources. Watching her movements show no signs of slowing, I couldn't inflict any damage on the flower fairy. I must find another way. Everyone return. With a flash of green light, Mist Yi Qingfeng recalled all the skeletal archers. He jumped down from the Wolf King's back, striding directly toward the flower fairy. Brother! Huang Jiefa had already fainted collapsed on the wolf's back. Seeing Yi Qingfeng step forward alone, Zhao Xianger also jumped down preparing to follow. Don't come over. Yi Qingfeng raised his hand to stop Zhao Xianger, his gaze revealing an unquestionable determination. She halted quietly, watching Yi Qingfeng's back, unwilling to leave for even a moment. Fairy. His steps were calm without a hint of hesitation. It was as simple as returning home. I can't. How do I exit the instance? Huh. Zhao Xianger let out a long breath. So brother intended to exit the instance. That's good. If I can't win, he'll come back when my level is higher. There's no need to force a fight. The tightly gripped staff was already soaked with sweat. Her breathing began to ease and her eyes were no longer as dry. She turned to look at Huang Jiefa, patting his shoulder. We'll be out soon. Oh. Out. Out. Huang Jiefa weakly lifted his head, unable to hold it up again, and it drooped down. Just exit directly. The flower fairy flew in front of Yi Qingfeng like a butterfly. Indeed, she was beautiful. Can you stand in my palm? Yi Qingfeng opened his palm. I've recalled all my summons. They won't pose any threat to you. The flower fairy quickly flapped her wings, circling a few times before hovering just above his palm. Slowly descending, she landed on Yi Qingfeng's palm. Truly a little sprite. Are you willing to follow me? She smiled, one hand on her hip, the other extending a finger, gently waving. Unwilling. The small head shook. It can't be. Yi Qingfeng also revealed a smile. It can be. His fingers quickly tightened, capturing the flower fairy in his grip. How can you possibly catch me? The flower fairy's slender legs were tightly gripped, her palms pressing against Yi Qingfeng's fingers, straining against his hold. She attempted to pull her body free from his grasp. Because I anticipated your movement direction. She flapped her wings desperately, yet her body remained firmly caught by Yi Qingfeng. Impossible. Yi Qingfeng chuckled softly. Although the flower fairy was small, she had complete skin, muscles, and bones. So soft and delicate. Just a miniature girl. Don't touch me randomly. I can see your bones. There was a blind spot where her wings connected. At the moment of activation, I could only go upwards before being able to turn. Thus, by predicting some space in advance, I could catch you as long as I held tight. However, without the terrain and moonlight, it would be difficult. After all, agility is not my main attribute. Normally, I would definitely not be faster than you. Let go of me. How should I handle her? Crushing such a beautiful little fairy would be too cruel. Besides, I don't want Zhao Xianger to see me this ruthless. The flower fairy's tiny fists pounded against Yi Qingfeng's fingers. But it was futile, like giving him a massage. 10,000 colors. Her flushed face suddenly released its tension. As she spread her arms, the surrounding air began to converge. Then it started to spin. The wind whipped Yi Qingfeng's hair into a frenzy, brushing against his eyes with a slight sting. The flowers beneath his feet burst open like raindrops hitting the surface of a lake. You think catching me means you've cleared the level. You've already stepped into the poisonous smoke. The deadliest poison. You will die soon. Just right, taking advantage of the cover of the poisonous smoke, let's suffocate the fairy. Yi Qingfeng's skin glowed red, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. It was faint, as if coated in oil. Why doesn't the poisonous smoke affect you? He cast a flirtatious glance at the flower fairy. Pop. In the distance, a hammer-shield skeleton appeared quietly, its bones turned yellow like an old photograph. The bone shield gradually melted the relatively weak spots, first falling away, ribs cracking and body tilting. It doesn't hurt to tell you now, because you will soon become a member of my undead army. My summons. Bear the damage. 100 damage. The flower fairy's arms went limp, her wings stopped flapping, her eyes blinking slowly. She stared at Yi Qingfeng. He used his other hand to support her back, pressing her against his chest. It will be over soon. She struggled a few times, not needing much strength. The poisonous smoke gradually dissipated. The flowers in the sea bowed their heads. The fallen petals began to curl, turn yellow until they withered and split. Experience gained 1800 for defeating the flower fairy. Leader of the fairy forest received equipment ring. Undetermined received skill enhancement item. Fairy's kiss skill, casting speed, increased by 5. Received item fairy flower spirit rare summoning medium flower fairy's membrane wings. Difficulty rating for clearing the fairy forest 5 stars. Title awarded to all team members. Poison resistance expert 10 resistance. Wow. What a generous reward. And a title. The resistance can be transferred to the skeleton baby, not bad. Plus I got an extra fairy flower spirit. Rare. This is a hidden drop, something not mentioned in the dungeon introduction. First summon the flower fairy. I opened the panel, gently grasped the flower fairy's membrane wings, and placed it in the second position of the summoning medium. Summoning medium 2, flower fairy's membrane wings come forth. A small cluster of green light condensed in Yi Qingfeng's palm. This is easy. It emitted the sound of wings flapping, the curve of its body becoming more pronounced. The skeleton version of the flower fairy. Flower fairy's nether body, level 35 strength, 35 agility, 90 intelligence, 77 constitution, 10 luck, 55 armor, 2 summoning space, occupied 5 puppet technique, activated active skill, 10,000 colors, 10,000 colors. Although the flowers in the sea are beautiful, they can produce deadly damage, paralysis, blindness, slowing effects, and hallucinations randomly. Active skill, wind control. Wind control compresses the surrounding air to form a spiral, allowing control over the direction of the poisonous mist. Such fierce attributes. No wonder she is level 35. She only has a skeleton with no muscles or skin, yet her hair remains thick and black. Her pair of watery eyes had turned into 2 hollow sockets, glowing green. A kind of more profound, essential beauty. The flower fairy tugged at her skirt, staring at her legs that were merely skeletal, with a green mist swirling within her ribcage. You really summoned me out. So ugly. She cupped her face, her expression unreadable, making it impossible to tell her current feelings. In the skeleton, Zhao Xianger rushed over, bending down to get closer to the flower fairy, her eyes sparkling. So beautiful. The flower fairy stood upright, perfectly proportioned, with one leg forward and the other back, her hands crossed over her abdomen. Really, so beautiful. Zhao Xianger spread her palms. Can you stand on my hand? She nodded, lifting her skirt as she stepped forward and jumped into Zhao Xianger's hands. Brother, aren't we at the hospital yet? Ugh. A blue liquid flowed from Huang Jifa's mouth, his limbs twitching, his head shaking uncontrollably. Fairy, can you help him detoxify? A small skeleton flew to the back of Huang Jifa's neck, its nails rapidly growing into sharp chop. It pierced through his skin, then tore it open, flipping out a blood vessel beneath the fat and muscle. The blood vessel was severed by the flower fairy. Black blood sprayed out like a fountain spout, shooting several meters away. The rancid smell of decay invaded the nostrils. The muscles instinctively contracted, nearly making me vomit. The black blood corroded the wild grass on the ground, directly penetrating into the soil. His poison resistance is too poor. Fortunately, his constitution is decent. His skin began to regain its color, and the twitching stopped. Huang Jifa slowly lifted his head, his eyelids barely able to open a slit. Brother, I am not dead. The flower fairy flipped his eyelid, tugged at his lips a few times. Then she flew to the top of Zhao Xianger's head. All done, the poison has been dispelled. Huang Jifa slid off the wolf's back and onto the ground, slowly supporting his body with his hands, sitting on the ground gasping. Brother, I'm fine now. I earned the title of Poison Resistance Expert. Poison Resistance 10. His complexion had returned to normal, though his lips were still slightly swollen, making him look a bit more foolish. Heavens, even the swordsman has poison resistance now. Resistance is such a luxury. The gear I'm currently wearing, including the trial suit from the Spiritual Hidden Academy, doesn't even have it. Ordinary gear is even worse, only offering basic attribute bonuses. No wonder they are so weak, unable to withstand anything. My innate resistance boost is too strong, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Let's head out. The light and shadow flickered, and the flower sea of the fairy forest transformed into mist at the dungeon entrance. Cleared the fairy forest with torment difficulty. That was those 3 people. I haven't gathered a full party yet, and they cleared it. The laid-back crowd put down their playing cards and gradually gathered closer. What is that? The skeleton fairy sat on the girl's shoulder. She crossed her legs, propping herself up with her hands as she leaned back slightly, opening her mouth wide to yawn. She pressed her fluffy hair down as if making a bed for herself, then her arms went limp and she toppled down. The flower fairy was snoring. Oh my god. The flower fairy was summoned by the Necromancer. Sleeping on the farmer's head. Zhao Xianger straightened her back, gently swaying her arms to maintain balance, her neck stiff, as if frozen. The sound of snoring rose and fell like a neon light switch with an eerie green mist as the light source flickering above. Since Xianger liked the flower fairy, let them keep each other company. It wouldn't consume any spiritual energy anyway. Let's go to the shop for a bit of rest. Sell off some junk and adjust my skills. Boss. I gently pushed the solid wooden door, still greeted by that familiar scent of leather and a faint whiff of pine smoke wafting in the air. First, give me 3 identification scrolls. The middle-aged shopkeeper hurried over, stretching his neck as he wiped the grease off his hands with an apron. Again, you just came out of the dungeon. The unidentifiable equipment filled the thick, yellowed table wax, sealed smooth and warm, devoid of cold metal. I just cleared the fairy forest. The shopkeeper licked his lips, his Adam's apple-bobbing fingers unconsciously tapping the table. I remember you were only level 23 back then. You cleared the torment of the fairy forest. There weren't many people in the shop, but upon hearing the shopkeeper's exclamation, they all turned to look. What's so surprising about that? They are also level 30. The whispers fluttered like the wind weaving between the shelves, all eyes focused on the farmer and the swordsman. This is... From the dark hair emerged a green glow, capturing the shopkeeper's attention, his pupils gradually dilating. A skeleton. Flower fairy. You summoned the boss from the dungeon. Unworldly. Is that really necessary? Oh. Yi Qingfeng slapped his thigh. So, I can summon the bosses from dungeons in the future. Those legendary powerful beings can all become a part of my undead army. No wonder the boss was so shocked. Following this logic, it truly is terrifying. Start identifying. Short boots, shield, and ring. I can use all three of these items. Which one should I identify first? Let's go with the shield, then the short boots, and finally the ring. Save the most important for last. Ding. A bright light flickered along the edges of the shield. The oil film melted away instantly, looking brand new. Acquired goblin shield, strength 15, armor 10. Not bad. Its attributes are not inferior to the Lingyin trial set. Moreover, it doesn't conflict with other gear, giving my companions an additional 10 strength and armor. Equipped offhand goblin shield, strength 15, armor 10. The shield's main body is made of oak wrapped in a layer of iron with 2 iron hoops forming a cross shape. Bang, bang, bang. The short sword struck the shield, and my arm only felt a slight tremor. The 3-finger-thick oak blocked most of the force. Doesn't it look like a goblin chief? The sword from the Lingyin set has always hung at my waist. This is the first time I'm drawing it out. Not to kill enemies, but to chop my own shield. Huang Jifa's eyes seemed about to pop out, drool hanging at the corner of his mouth, ready to drip any second. Help them gear up with a set of equipment. He'll use the good gear first, and the discarded ones can go to you. Just stick with me. Next up are the short boots. Ding. The light mist acted like a brush polishing the boots. The leather emitted a delightful scent, making one want to take a bite. Acquired speed boots, agility 12, movement speed 2. Good luck. Both are items with 2 attributes. This high luck value really works. I put them on directly. It feels so comfortable and snug. The previous junk shoes were hard and thin. Fortunately, I had the Wolf King as my mount. Otherwise my feet would have been blistered. So stylish, matching perfectly with this Lingyin trial set. The ring spun slowly at my fingertip. Jewelry, one of the most challenging types of equipment to obtain. I pressed down on the wax seal of the identification scroll, moving the light point to the ring. Artemis bless me. Ding. Acquired lifesteal ring, 1 of damage dealt converted to health lifesteal skill. I am now immortal. This time my companions are much sturdier. The higher the attack speed and damage, the safer it is. Healer. Do we need a healer? All 3 pieces of equipment have attributes. The cloth in the shopkeeper's hand slipped from his fingertips like a rigid branch in the wind and snow, unable to move. Oh, not bad. The stout man got a set of leather armor, shoulder guard, short armor, and gauntlets resembling a sword. The pure-hearted girl wore a tight outfit lacking hard armor, belonging to the agile category of equipment. You can wear anything as long as it looks good. This set is nice, deep gray tight pants and a fitted top with no excess decorations. Simplicity is beauty. Xiang'er had a well-proportioned figure, a bit taller than Xue Tao, and the buttons on her chest seemed a bit tight. Brother, Yi Qingfeng's train of thought was interrupted. I never expected that in my lifetime I actually could wear the Lingyin Academy's student set. Let's see who dares to look down on me. Brother, no matter what you wear, your IQ is still concerning. Reinforce the item and give it to the skeleton archer. Skill slot 1, Fairy's Kiss, skill casting speed increased by 5. The last treasure now. Fairy Flower Spirit rare. Boss, what is this? The Fairy Flower Spirit is a budding flower core with a pink outer skin wrapped at the bottom by 3 leaves. It emitted a faint fragrance, not too strong, wafting into the nostrils from time to time, making one want to seek out the source of the scent. I haven't seen this treasure either. Every day there are so many people farming the fairy forest, yet the Fairy Flower Spirit has never appeared. The shopkeeper took out a small brown notebook, observing the Fairy Flower Spirit while jotting down notes. Don't even mention this rare item. Just those pieces of equipment from earlier, one only appears every week. And you got 3 at once. Yi Qingfeng gently poked the flower fairy's rib with his finger. Ouch! What are you doing? Rubbing her eye holes, green mist dispersed, and a pair of eye sockets stared at Yi Qingfeng. Fairy, wait until later to sleep. How do you use this thing? Yi Qingfeng held the flower bud, moving it in front of the little fairy about the same size as her fist. The flower fairy suddenly sat up, snatching the Fairy Flower Spirit away. This is my treasure. I thought it would disappear when I died. No wonder others can't get it. Because I can summon the flower fairy's ethereal form, this treasure dropped out as well. Just like summoning a spirit medium, only I can obtain it. This is determined by the profession's characteristics. The flower fairy cradled the flower spirit, blowing a puff of air at it which was green at that moment. Damn it. You can't even defeat a cripple. The Lingwu Empire is truly garbage. People stomped on the wooden signs, throwing them into the sin. Spiritual item fairy flower spirit. Activating it grants agility to nearby companions, but consumes the energy of the necromancer. Summoned items can also be equipped. As the level increases, more and more functions will be activated. Thank you so much. The small arm drew a semicircle while slightly bowing. My lord of the underworld. My heavens. The lord of the underworld. I can't believe this is happening. The shop assistant felt a chill down his back while the young man in front of him smiled slightly, swinging his pinky finger adorned with a blood-sucking ring. The flower fairy actually called him master. Boss, what's wrong with you? Caught a cold. He forced a smile, rubbing his hands over his stomach, the apron with the sword and shield emblem getting distorted. I just haven't seen a dungeon boss appear before. Don't be surprised. He'll summon even fiercer bosses for you to see in the future. I might even summon Artemis. These garbage will be sold to you. Alright. Tree fruit, 10 blackbird egg, 2 goblin teeth, 11 gold coins, increased by 15, total 300 thanks. Stepping out of the equipment shop, the streetlights cast a cold glow. Yi Qingfeng shrugged and tightened his collar. Do you know? That hidden class I sorcerer was severely injured. Hidden class. I sorcerer. Could it be Xue Tao? Classmate. The two leaned against the telephone pole to chat. Who are you talking about? The eye sorcerer. That's the genius from the special admissions class. He looked around, scratching his head, and after a few seconds said, Xue Tao. It really is her. What happened to him? The insignia on his left arm had 3 horizontal lines 2 grades higher than Yi Qingfeng, being a student from the graduating class. An accident happened during training. His left eye is blind. Suddenly his scalp tightened. Memories of the dark forest immediately flooded his mind. Xue Tao had her eyes tightly shut before slowly opening them, blood filling her eyes, dripping down the corners. An eye sorcerer cannot be without eyesight. Where is he? Classmate, don't get too excited. Yi Qingfeng tightly grasped the person's arm, wincing in pain. He's at the medical center of the academy. Currently the battle situation ahead is intense and resources are scarce, especially medical supplies. Yi Qingfeng released his grip, listening carefully. If by tomorrow, what will happen? He gripped him again, asking, what will happen? His eyesight won't be. How do you know? He pulled out a document from his clothing pocket. Volunteer from the medical center. I just came out of her hospital room. You should go check on her. What is missing? Regenerative microvessels. What is that? Go find. Creak. In the dilapidated office building, it seemed like renovations were underway, with wood chips flying as a wolf trampled and broke the floor. Bang. The decaying wooden door swayed on its hinges. Teacher Sue. The sour smell of rotting wood invaded his nostrils while moonlight spread across the floor and the fan creaked. I don't know where she lives. There's no time left. You guys go to the academy and ask other teachers where teachers. Yi Qingfeng turned back and found Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger. Tell her about Xue Tao. Please ask her for help. Zhao Xianger nodded seriously. Bro, where are you going? Don't worry about me, I need to figure something out. He dashed off, the streetlights elongating and shortening his shadow like a train passing through a tunnel. Bang. The door of the equipment shop was slammed open, startling the customers, and the shop assistant peeked out. Boss, does the black market have regenerative microvessels? His arm knocked over a pile of cardboard boxes, and a chair was also kicked over. Wait a moment. The shop assistant looked flustered, bending down to open a drawer and pulling out a black card from the bottom of a stack of documents. His eyes scanned up and down. Yes. This is today's black market goods list. Spread out on the table, pointing to a line of small text in the bottom right corner. Regenerative microvessels. How do I get to the black market? He took out a rusty iron box from the drawer. 78, Mountain Forest Road, West District, Twilight Tavern. Inside was a round stone piece the size of a regular coin, with a face engraved on it. Only half. Thank you. He grabbed half the stone coin, kicking aside the fallen cardboard box and chair. It was already past midnight. The streetlights in the campus marked a path with wolf paws alternating on the bluestone road. Why do I care so much about Xue Tao? Uncontrollably, I just want to save her. It was the same in the dark forest. No, it's even more intense than in the dark forest. Don't be afraid. Wait for me. That person is riding a wolf. Glowing green. Is he racing? So fast. In the urban area of Taishan City, pedestrians by the roadside were drawn to the green light. The last tram was empty, the ringing bells announcing the end of the day. Regardless of the traffic light's color, he just wanted to reach his destination quickly. Mountain Forest Road is a narrow slope flanked by neon advertisement boards. Sounds of music, curses, and broken glass occasionally emerged. One sign featured a cloud design with a wine glass underneath and 4 characters awkwardly painted. Twilight Tavern. Ding ding. As the doorbell rang, a strong smell of alcohol rushed into his nostrils, mixed with tobacco, candles, and vomit. Inside, the light was dim, shrouded in a layer of smoke, making it hard to distinguish who was the waiter and who was the customer. He walked directly to the bar, taking out half a stone coin. I want to go to the black market. A middle-aged man wore a pirate-patterned headscarf with a round ring in his left nostril, tattoos extending to the back of his hand. He tilted his head slightly, looking toward one of the rooms inside. 2 people closely followed behind him, pushing him into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. You want to go to the black market? The man in the pirate headscarf stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head to listen to another person's whisper. I could hear his voice. But I can't understand. It's not the language of Lingyin Kingdom. The man squinted, the ember of his cigarette suddenly flaring up, and he smirked. You may go. The bookshelf was pushed aside, revealing a staircase leading downwards, no longer smelling of alcohol or smoke. But it brought a damp and cold sensation. Bang! The bookshelf closed, and down the stone steps only the sound of footsteps echoed. At the bottom was a circular space resembling an abandoned sewer with the ground covered in scattered rust. An iron door was at the end of the corridor, guarded by a fat man at the entrance who neither questioned nor cared about newcomers, merely looking down at a colored catalog. Creak! A wave of heat squeezed his nostrils, and his eyes felt dry, instinctively raising a hand to cover his mouth. Smoke, alcohol, grease, and barbecue mixed together. So many people. It was like an underground marketplace, everyone wearing masks or headscarves revealing only their eyes. Excuse me, where can I buy regenerative blood vessels? Go further inside. Yi Qingfeng tore off a piece of towel to cover his face. Come on, come on. Place your bets quickly. The crowd formed a circle, the smell of blood and sweat wafting in as if stepping into a slaughterhouse. Wagering. The old man's eyes were dim, his skin wrinkled and withered as he handed Yi Qingfeng a gleaming black wooden token. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. I have no time. His eyes darted around, his voice hoarse like a duck's. What are you looking for? I want to buy regenerative microvessels. Do you know where they are sold? His eyelids lifted slightly, the crow's feet around his eyes resembling cracks in decayed wood, and his hair emitted a rancid smell. They are out of stock, but there's a list of black market goods. Was the information incorrect? No stock. The old man mechanically handed the wooden token to everyone around him. But it's not for sale. What do you mean? Yi Qingfeng turned to face the old man. I need regenerative microvessels to save someone. He raised his chin towards the old man and turned away, continuing his mechanical distribution of tokens. That was the list of reward items for victory. A giant screen hung at the top of the circular arena, continuously scrolling text like an airport announcement board. Regenerative microvessels. Among the dense information, these words stood out, and the moment they appeared, they were captured by Yi Qingfeng. Rewards for victors in the combat arena. This item is not for sale. It is a reward item. He pushed through the crowd and spotted the old man's hunched back, which was hard to see among the burly figures. How can one obtain the reward? Regenerative microvessels. Participate in the combat. The old man shot a glance at Yi Qingfeng, saying lightly, if you win, there will be a reward. Participating in the combat. The people surrounding the circular arena were shouting, their eyes bloodshot, and there were faint bloodstains on the sandy ground. The circular arena was roughly the size of a lecture hall, extending outward to 3 levels. It offered a vantage point to watch the bloody battles. What should I do? Shuetao couldn't wait, she mustn't lose her sight. But this isn't an academy. The underground black market is a filthy place, a true life and death arena. My level probably won't give me an advantage here. Today's first life and death showdown. The volume of the loudspeaker was enough to vibrate eardrums, the hoarse, yet clear voice resonating each syllable, pushing the vocal cords to their limits. Level 30 Brawl. From the Southern Spirit, which Empire the Jungle Slayer. His opponent is emerging from the chaos, armed with only one arm, the Underground Butcher. Hurry and place your bets. Hurry and place your bets. Bet whatever you have. Gamble your life away. Kill until the end. No living soul walks out. After the announcement, it was met with an even harsher metallic electronic music, the flashing lights forcing one to squint. Kill. Kill. The crowd howled and shouted, waving their arms in rhythm with the music, tearing off their shirts to reveal their flabby bodies. Level 30. The fights are divided by levels. It should be like this, otherwise the combat loses its meaning. If the power difference is too great, it's not combat, but a slaughter. These people wore coarse cloth clothes, toting cheap liquor bottles, enduring this environment. They couldn't possibly either live or die. The voices rose in pitch, mixing with the static of the sound system, as if injecting a stimulant into the gamblers, their heads swinging until exhaustion. Kill. Kill. I will observe first. The metallic grinding sound silenced the crowd, their eyes fixed on the iron weapon. The 2 iron gates slowly rose. Kill. 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 Yi Qingfeng stepped back from the crowd, distancing himself from the sweat and noise, quietly observing from afar. In the underground black market, there are indeed such strange professions. The black-skinned jungle slayer should be agile, gripping the spear in a unique manner with only one shoulder guard. His joints were intact, and his muscle density was impressive. He had not sustained serious injuries. He likely adopted a defensive strategy. The one-armed underground butcher was massive, his axe caked in blood with dried flesh hanging from it. His thigh was broken, his calf secured with steel nails, and his ribs were just recovering. He was truly fighting for his life. However, his muscles were very powerful. His strength should not be weak. Bang! The underground butcher's massive axe smashed into the ground, sand spraying up like popcorn. The jungle slayer lightly leaped, evading the attack. Such an attack, while fierce, was too slow. Without auxiliary skills, it was ineffective against agile professions. It would only waste stamina. Whoosh! The massive axe swept horizontally again, the sound of the wind crisped his body, spinning half a circle. The opponent merely jumped lightly, evading the attack once more. Clumsy attacks, cumbersome body, only swinging the axe. How has the underground butcher survived this long? Whose blood and flesh are caked on the axe blade? Can such attacks kill? Not just me, even the new students from Lingyin Academy could easily take him down. But then again, how could true experts come to such underground black market fights? Wouldn't it be a better choice to run dungeons for treasures? The jungle slayer thrust the spear. Clang! The massive axe became a shield before him. Wait, why thrust at the front? Did he not notice the opponent's movement issue? The underground butcher's leg injury, he didn't even see it. Agile professions do not seek to kill with one blow, but to damage the opponent, accumulating advantages for themselves. The spear was shiny and knew the tip intact without a single notch. No wonder he had no wounds. It seems he is a novice. Can I still place a bet now? He patted the old man's back and extended his hand. You can bet at the beginning. Opening the wooden token revealed an interactive panel. He charged in 100,000 gold coins, checking the underground butcher to win. Gold 100. The odds for the jungle slayer were 1-1. A trap for gamblers. Just the fact that he was one-armed would lead many to conclude that the underground butcher was no good. This is an intuitive and reasonable judgment. Unfortunately, it lacks depth. Yi Qingfeng crossed his arms, slightly shaking his head at the spear's attack. In what manner will life end? The underground butcher bent over, panting heavily, his sweat making his skin shine, his corpulent body resembling a roasted pig. The massive axe sank into the sand. The jungle slayer bent his legs at right angles and swiftly jumped forward, the spear extending with his body. Like a cheetah, it's over. The underground butcher's skeletal form was in a counterattack stance. His body suddenly twisted, the one-armed figure swung outward in the direction of the spear, grasping the jungle slayer's shield-bearing arm. Thud! The spear and the man crashed into the sand. Oh, crack! The horrifying scream made the scalp tingle, goosebumps rising, toes involuntarily curling. The underground butcher stomped down, breaking the jungle slayer's arm. The next stomp was aimed at his head. Crack! Crack! A thick white liquid mixed with blood flowed into the fine sand, quickly absorbed. Now I know why he is called the butcher. That massive axe isn't a weapon for killing opponents. Instead, it is a tool for slaughtering prey after the kill. Damn it! You can't even defeat a cripple. The Lingwu Empire is truly garbage. People stomped on the wooden signs, throwing them into the center of the arena along with bottles and spit. Wah. I've lost my entire fortune. Gamblers are destined to go bankrupt. The house will play you to death. Ding. The better wins wager X2. 1x gold, 2-0 betting can only earn gold. Regenerating microcapillaries is the reward for participants. The fights are conducted in levels which shouldn't be a problem. Even if they are 10 levels higher than me, I can easily win. I want to participate in the fight. You know what I need. The old man's ears twitched slightly as he beckoned with his finger. A hidden iron door lurked in a dark corner. Arrange a match at level 40 for him. I'm only level 30, and they directly assigned me a level 40 match. This old man doesn't want me to leave alive. The smell of blood here is even more intense. It's like a slaughterhouse. Even covering my face can't block out the stench. On the walls of the slaughterhouse hang blood-stained axes, chipped longswords, and rusty cleavers. Several men in black dragged in a corpse, tossing it into a straw-filled wooden box like trash, and then their movements were skilled and casual, wasting not a single ounce of effort. Is participating in the fight really that simple? They didn't even ask me if they just arranged the match. Sign here. The old man shoved a piece of paper into Yi Qingfeng's arms and tossed a pen over. If you die, your belongings will be sent to the designated place. All participants are those driven to desperation. I'm equipped with excellent gear, not a trace of destitution. I just want a large sum of money. To participate in the fight, one must fight desperately. Doesn't the old man find this strange? He still looks completely unfazed. Does the underground black market also operate this way? Disclaimer. Next up is you. Just as I finished signing, the old man abruptly snatched the document and pointed at the iron door. Wait here. The second duel is a level-up challenge. Level 30 Necromancer. Fight. Undefeated level 40 champion. Known as the Invincible War Wolf, Iron Fist Fighter. Boom boom boom. The rhythm of the drums made my heart race. The crowd began to swing their arms, igniting a new round of frenzy. Kill. Kill. A level 40 champion. It seems they want to rob me. The odds are 110. Betting on myself to win. Gold 500 wagering on the Necromancer to win. Warwolf. Warwolf. The crowd seemed to go insane, but they all idolize him. The shouts were surprisingly synchronized, as if rehearsed. No one supported the Necromancer. It was a one-sided match. Clatter. The winch turned, and the iron chain slowly lifted as shouts for bloodlust erupted from behind the iron door. Kill him. Instant kill. Kill. Countless eyes glared, cursing and waving their fists as if they were seeing an enemy. Their curses were prayers, hoping Yi Qingfeng would be slain. A burly man stepped out wearing a black iron helmet with armor tightly encasing his body. His hands were clad in iron gauntlets with spikes running from his fingers to his forearms, resembling an iron cactus wielded as weapons. It seemed he was a balanced class of agility and strength. Since he is a level 40 fighting champion, he shouldn't be underestimated. Let's see how my two skeleton minions fare against him. Fine grains of sand began to dance, green mist seeping from the crevices, swirling with dust to take on a human form. The ghostly light in its eye sockets resembled candle flames that held a shield in one hand and a bone in the other. Bang bang bang. The bone hammer struck the shield, releasing waves of green light, pulsating like flashing lights in rhythm. What is that thing? Undead. What the hell? Is this the skill of a necromancer? Warwolf, crush its skeleton. Trash skeleton, I could dismantle it myself. What the hell are you hitting the shield for? Get it. The skeleton stepped forward towards the warwolf, not raising its shield, moving leisurely, as if strolling. Bang. The warwolf's fist struck the bone shield, creating fine cracks, and the skeleton warrior stumbled back a few steps. That had some weight. No wonder he is a level 40 champion. The second skeleton warrior charged in, swinging its bone hammer at the warwolf's head. Dodge the attack and throw a punch to the side. Crack. It struck the skeleton warrior's ribs, breaking 3 of them, causing its body to tilt almost to the ground. Huh. Did I not say so? Such a trash skeleton has no intelligence, like a fool. It can only take hits passively. Even 10 of them wouldn't be a match for the warwolf. There are many critics among the rabble. Do you really understand this? I'm done playing with you. I'm not interested in what you want. 10 right. They'll fulfill the wishes of this bunch of fools. The green mist enveloped the circular fighting arena, dispersing the foul stench as hammer and shield skeletons lined up. Wearing a helmet, the warwolf felt stifled, and at this moment an icy chill crept through his iron armor. I had already put forth 90% of my strength earlier. Why are there so many? I can't finish them off. The skeleton warrior turned to face the audience, pounding its shield, baring its teeth, and spewing green smoke. Bang bang bang. There really are 10. It's fine. The warwolf can take down 1 with a single punch. With a thought from Yi Qingfeng, the skeleton warrior bent its body, pushing off the ground to kick up a cloud of sand and gravel. Bang bang bang. The first punch shattered a bone shield. The second punch had half the power. The third punch left the warwolf's arm numb. It's not going to work. I'm going to be beaten to death. Furious fist strike. The warwolf roared, his speed suddenly increasing with both fists clasped in front of him. Bang bang bang. In a flurry of over 10 punches, he forced the skeleton warrior back a few steps, with 3 of them collapsing onto the sand. Level 40. Is this all the explosive skills you have? Get him. The 10 skeletons rushed forward, pinning the warwolf to the ground. The helmet was knocked off, the chest plate was torn, and the bone hammer smashed his defenses, turning it into scrap metal. Warwolf. Get up. Trash. You can't lose. Iron Fist secret technique. Pierce the heavens. Bang. The iron fist suddenly exploded, spikes shooting out, bursting into a spherical formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spikes pierced through the bone shield, penetrating the skeleton, flying towards the surrounding gamblers. Clang clang clang. A ripple-like light shield enveloped the arena, creating a barrier against the spikes. Not bad, there's a protective shield. I thought it would kill a few. Just a few spikes flying out, and they call it pierce the heavens. Who are they trying to scare? The force of the shockwave pushed the skeleton warriors back, leaving the warwolf in nothing but green shorts, half of his backside missing. Running naked along the edge, any hammer strike could end him. Phew phew phew. Sweat soaked his hair, his fists swollen and trembling, blood seeping beneath the skin. Is that all your skills? Wow. I bet everything. The warwolf can't lose. Clatter clatter. The speed of the iron hammer being drawn back was clearly faster. 2 figures walked in. The one-armed underground butcher limped into the fighting arena, dragging a massive axe. Alongside him was a compact and capable man, half his body hidden behind a rectangular iron shield, wielding a curved short knife in his right hand. The underground butcher was at level 32. The shield and knife wielder was at level 40. We won't lose. The butcher is here. The shield and knife wielder is here too. 10 trash skeletons aren't enough for them to kill. Kill him. Let us win. Is there such gameplay? This rhythm is meant to take me down, it seems. To win I must defeat everyone in this fighting arena. Otherwise they won't let me out. Conserve strength and prepare for a backup plan. Who? The massive axe swung horizontally, and 2 skeletons charged forward, their shields meeting the axe's sweep. Crack. The axe blade lodged into the bone shield, caught in the gap. The skeletons appeared to him like adults compared to children. Though they were the lowest level, their power was no less than that of battle wolves. First take down this massive axe. My gaze focused on the throat of the underground butcher. Just as he retracted his axe, pausing for a moment, a skeleton archer flashed into view from the corner, bending down to draw an arrow in one smooth motion. Whoosh. This arrow triggered a critical hit, splitting into 2. Thud. A crisp sound erupted as blood mist filled the air, the arrow piercing through the butcher's throat. The second arrow followed closely, severing his spine. His head fell at a right angle, kneeling on the ground, blood flowing from his throat, quickly absorbed by the sand surrounding him in a dark red hue. His blood stinks. Yiqing foam covered his mouth and backed away a few steps. Killed the underground butcher, gained 3,000 experience. Is that all the experience? It's no wonder he was only level 32. The butcher lay on the ground. The crowd's clamor abruptly ceased. Finally, it was quiet, which had been quite bothersome. After a few seconds, what? There's still a skeleton archer. And it's a split arrow. The underground butcher was taken out instantly. He really died. His head was severed. The shield and knife wielder crouched at the edge of the arena, using the crowd for cover, quietly reaching towards the target. Rolling forward, propelled by a surge of impact, he lunged a short distance. Spiral slash. Using the momentum of his advance, he leaped into the air while turning to gather strength. The blade spun like a rotating leaf, concentrating all the torque. Oh. The shield and knife wielder was enveloped in green mist. As the mist coalesced, a wolf bit down on his hand. Skeleton wolf. The bones were crushed, muscle fibers stretched into threads, blood splattering onto Yiqing Feng's short armor. Crunch. Crunch. The wolf king chewed, slowly crushing the arm into a pile of pulp made from bones, flesh, and skin. Thud. It spat out towards the audience, blocked by the aura, slowly sliding down the shimmering barrier. Heavens. He can summon giant wolves, bigger than a cow. The wolf king's claws pressed down on his chest, his body sinking, half buried in fine sand. How? The upper and lower fangs locked around the skull, fitting perfectly. All it took was a gentle shake of the wolf king's head to snap the spine as easily as tearing a piece of paper. Killed the level 40 shield and knife wielder, gained 9,800 experience. The experience still didn't match that of the tree spirits in the mystic forest. His gaze shifted to the battle wolf. Where is everyone? I could only see a group of skeletons digging at something on the ground. Sand was kicked up, flying in all directions, some of it red, bloody, and clumped together. Killed the level 40 Iron Fist fighter, gained 1,120 experience. Is this finally over? I still need to rush back to save Shui Tao? Useless trash. We've been cheated. Damn it, refund. Wah. Everything we won before is gone. Refund. The gamblers pounded on the barrier. The crowd surged forward, some tripping and getting trampled. Everyone, please calm down. The match isn't over yet. The speakers in the four corners crackled, the host's voice hoarse above the noise. The duel involving the Necromancer is called Blood Battle to the end. He will also face the challenge of a mysterious master. This mysterious master has never appeared in the underground fighting arena. The crowd finally quieted down, staring blankly ahead like a horde of zombies. He was summoned at a great price from the imperial capital. The voice grew more fervent and trembling, nearly hoarse. The undefeated myth. A level 50 bloodthirster. This isn't a normal arena. The black market isn't even this dark. Level 50 against my level 30. Can't we just rob him? Why go through all this trouble? Clatter. The iron being raised on the opposite side. For men in black hurried in, dragging away 3 corpses, the bits of flesh shoveled directly into a cart. Bloodthirster. His type can't be judged by his name. Creak. 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 Black shoes stepped on the fine sand, walking out step by step. A robe covered him from head to toe. A mask obscured his face, his figure tall and slender, like a psychopathic killer in the rain. This gear isn't provided by the arena. It's high-end, only such luster and texture exist. There's no trace of low-grade murkiness. His posture is relaxed, radiating confidence. The bone shields were tightly interlocked, forming 2 lines of defense. There was still some pressure. After all, he was a level 50 presence, far superior to me. In a match of equivalent professions, one would be killed in a single blow with no chance to see the opponent's skills. 2 pairs of eyes locked onto each other. No one made the first move. He already knew the summoned creatures while I knew nothing about him. I should have paid more attention in Su Baiyan's class. No worries. At worst, I can summon my mother Artemis to blow on him and take him out. Hammer and shield warrior charge. Crack. Crack. The shield line began to advance forward without a charge or intimidating display. None of that was useful. I just wanted to see how he would eliminate the skeleton babies. Thank you for your hard work. The black cloak slowly raised its right hand, the black leather glove tightly covering it. The index finger curled slightly, the middle finger bending slightly. Black liquid formed at the fingertips resembling ink tracing lines. The palm suddenly opened. The black liquid spilled like splashed ink, coating the skeleton shield and bone hammer with some sticking to the skeleton. Draining the life force of the skeleton babies, the mental power was being consumed. There was no physical attack, it was a non-physical means. Russian. The skeleton warrior suddenly accelerated, charging at the bloodthirster. Thud. In the blink of an eye, the black robe billowed. The skeleton missed, crashing into the protective aura, several ribs breaking. Reel it in. The injured skeleton transformed into green mist, increasing the summoned creature space. The black liquid fell onto the sand, drawn back to the bloodthirster. How to break this black water? Attack the main body. Archers form up. Let's start with 10 to test the waters and see what the defense skills are. A swirl of green mist formed the backdrop behind Yi Qingfeng as the skeleton took shape, already stringing the bow and readying the arrow. No time for him to react. Swish, swish, swish. 3 of the arrows carried critical hits, a total of 13 arrows shot out. The black water gathered as if ink was splashed in the air, splitting into 2 streams before swirling together into a vortex. The arrows were controlled by an unseen force, as if an invisible hand grasped the shafts. Crack. The bone arrow snapped. It seemed that ordinary attacks were ineffective against him. Suddenly, the black water expanded outward, forming a net that was thrown out. There was no way to evade. The black net nearly covered the entire arena, leaving no gaps to slip through. Then there was no need to dodge. Everyone come out. A green light flashed, stunning the entire audience as countless eyes were momentarily blinded by the brilliant green beams. Fire with all your strength. Don't stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of pressure reverberated endlessly. Even the fastest drummer could not match such a tempo. The black water was pierced by a rain of arrows, revealing some cracks. The arrows that penetrated the black water struck the protective barrier and exploded like fireworks, filling the screen with flickering green light. This thing cannot be touched. Yi Qingfeng observed the position of each droplet of black water, ensuring his body did not come into contact. Crack. A puff of white smoke rose from his shoulder. The black water just centimeters away from Yi Qingfeng suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, as if evaporating droplets of water. It was the protective energy, the effect of the Lingyin trial set. When I was overwhelming my opponent, I couldn't feel its presence, but now is the perfect time to activate it. However, the effect seemed ineffective against poison. During the Immortal Traces forest, it did not isolate the poisonous smoke. It only worked against tangible attacks. Moreover, it was impossible to resist the extensive black water. A few isolated drops were manageable. Shoot the entity. The pressure created by the blackness lessened, allowing more arrows to be shot toward the bloodsucker. Skill slot 1. Kiss of the fairy skill release speed increased by 5. The sound of rushing wind grew sharper, each arrow whistling as it darted through the circular space. The bloodsucker retracted some of the black water, forming a protective barrier in front of him. Arrows shot toward it were twisted apart. He could float effortlessly in the air. Is it an anti-gravity skill? In fact, his floating position was more advantageous for the skeletal archers. They wouldn't harm their own brethren. The black water could not harm Yi Qingfeng, and the arrows could only affect the shape of the black water, failing to reach the bloodsucker's essence. Why can't I see his bones and muscles? Is it due to a difference in levels? No. Su Baiyan is much stronger than him, and I can see her bones. The perspective skill should not be limited by levels. There must be another reason obstructing my view. The robe, wrapped around him from head to toe, made of a glossy black material, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed except for his eyes. Shui Tao is waiting for me. There's no time to waste with him. Fairy, it's your turn to act. What is that? Why is yellow smoke emerging behind the bloodsucker? Unless you stop breathing. Otherwise you will inevitably be poisoned. Cough, cough, cough. The bloodsucker's erect body began to twitch, covering his mouth to stifle his cough. Enhanced the skeletal archer's agility. The fairy's body was surrounded by golden light spots, her wings fluttering so fast that it was hard to see. Only a flash of golden light was visible. Now let's add some poisonous smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows shot out, pulling the fairy's poison smoke along with the toxic gas adhering to the arrowheads. All the black water returned to the bloodsucker's position, wrapping him like a cloak. Bang! The black water suddenly exploded, and almost all the skeletal archers were to some extent doused in it. Luckily, I have protective energy. He is siphoning the life force of the skeletal archers. I understand now, the so-called blood-sucking refers to the black water consuming life. It's happening rapidly. The health bar of the skeletal archers is decreasing. Accelerate. When the black water erupted, the shooting speed slowed down, preparing for a counteraction. Now I need to restore health. The blood-sucking ring should start to show some effect. Regardless of whether I can kill the bloodsucker, as long as my shots cause damage, one will convert into health. The man in black clutched his throat, his stomach contracting a few times, and he spewed out a mouthful of yellowish fluid. The sour smell overwhelmed the faint metallic scent of blood. The black water has lost its control, no longer as agile and swift as before, just like the bloodsucker's body. It twitched continuously, its movements sluggish. Leaving 15 skeletal archers to continue suppressing the health recovery, the damage output is sufficient, and there's a chance for a critical hit. The health bar started to rise. The battle losses have decreased, and there's no need to expend energy to resummon. Thus I have enough capability to maintain shooting speed and poisonous smoke. He has been afflicted with paralysis and slow movement. The flower fairy perched on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder, her tiny hands waving, as if controlling the wind control technique to envelop the bloodsucker in poisonous smoke. Although he is level 50, his poison resistance is still inadequate. Impressive. Yi Qingfeng turned his head slightly and kissed the flower fairy. Splash. Master, what are you doing? The spirit was too small, and even a bit of saliva dampened the flower fairy's clothing. Go up and smash him. The remaining summoning space was entirely filled with skeletal warriors. Bang bang bang. Unyielding dozens of bone hammers pounded mercilessly on the bloodsucker like beating rice cakes. In an instant, dust and stones flew. Only the hammers could be seen swirling, accompanied by the sound of dull pounding. Stop! The black water and the bloodsucker's body were the same. He slumped to the ground, the black water also becoming limp and powerless. Like a puddle of black dead water. Whoosh! The robe was stripped off by the skeletal warriors, revealing a middle-aged man lying on the sand, left only in short pants and a white t-shirt. This man had a pale complexion, delicate skin, and his undergarments were clean and tidy. Just as I had previously judged, he was not here for the combat. He came solely for the rewards. Then, he must be here specifically to kill me. Get up. You can't even beat a level 30. You're simply useless. The shadowy figures in the arena. Damn it, refund my money. Shut down the protective barrier. Let's go in and kill the Necromancer. The protective barrier was being struck by the crowd, shimmering with flashes. They wanted to rush in and tear Yi Qingfeng apart. Without the barrier, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Do you really dare to come in? Be thankful that civilized society is protecting you. Why are you looking for trouble with me? The wind control technique withdrew the poisonous smoke swirling above his head to allow him to breathe. Don't kill me. Ugh. If you tell me the truth, I won't kill you. His lips were black and dripping with mucus, retching a few times, only producing a small amount of yellowish liquid. His throat kept convulsing, hands clutching his stomach, legs tightly pressed together, muscles contracting in his backside. I also came to participate in the combat. Those rewards are very, very important to me. Still not telling me the truth. Does he really think I'm just a student? Just tell me directly. Who sent you here? The retching distorted his face, his eyes reddening. No, nobody sent me. Sigh. Then there's nothing I can do. I don't need you to say anything else. Yi Qingfeng stood up, turning his back to the bloodsucker, gazing at the unruly mob outside the barrier. He revealed a smile. They suddenly stiffened, staring fixedly at Yi Qingfeng, their eyes nearly bulging. He is too arrogant. How dare he turn his back on me? Do you think just because I am poisoned I have completely lost my fighting capacity? Huh. The Necromancer is indeed powerful, but your arrogance is your weakness. Let me show you my ultimates. The bloodsucker spat out a mouthful of black blood suspended in the air. Gurgle. Gurgle. The black blood bubbled like boiling water, pulsating as the air gradually converged towards it. The fine sand on the ground began to rise, and heavier, larger stones also lifted off the ground while the black water was drawn in. Yi Qingfeng slowly turned around. His hair was lifted by the strong wind, dancing towards the direction of the black blood, the cyclone tugging at the roots painfully. The skull archer's ghostly fire erupted from its eye sockets. I want to see how you will dodge this move. The bloodsucker braced himself, black blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, his eyelids covered with black, thread-like veins. Inside your brain, I have already placed a corpse explosion curse. I am giving you a chance. Tell me who, otherwise. Yi Qingfeng spread his 5 fingers, resembling a blooming flower, more like an explosion of brain matter. Oh, the corpse explosion curse. Inside my brain. When did he cast the curse? The bloodsucker felt a chill run through him, as if his scalp was tightened by an iron ring. Heart palpitations. Panic. Rapid breathing. My heart is about to explode. No wonder he remained so calm. The blood-sucking skill, no matter how fast, cannot surpass the corpse explosion. It's already in my head. What to do? The pull of the black blood weakened. The bloodsucker's lips twitched as he stared at Yi Qingfeng. He fell for the trap. No one would believe I was lying to him. Nor would he dare to gamble. After all he had seen, now I can see the bones and muscles. The liver has turned black, and if the poison is not detoxified, he will truly die. Blood vessels constrict, the heartbeat quickens chaotically, and the neck muscles press against the nerves. Collapse is just a second away. I'm busy, I don't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 5 seconds. With that he spread his fingers, starting the countdown. 1. The thumb closed towards the palm. What to do? Saying it will mean death. Not saying it will also mean death. I can't hold on anymore. 2. The index finger pressed down on the thumb. Damn it. Damn. Making me do this suicidal task. Bastard. What he said is true. The necromancer's gaze is the most terrifying I have ever seen. His eyes pierced through me, my gaze completely ignored. In his eyes, I am just air. An ant. Dust. Easily trampled to death. He truly saw through me. In front of Yi Qingfeng, the bloodsucker was like an anatomy diagram, every change in his body fully captured. All the blood surged towards the heart, the body's protective mechanism, causing the limbs to become icy, the brain starting to suffer from oxygen deprivation. 3. The middle finger pressed down simultaneously, holding the thumb with the index finger. Saying it means death. Not saying. Means dying right now. Blood and flesh of the battle wolf still lingered in the sandy ground. The bloodsucker touched a bone fresh, still connected to his severed tendon. The smell of blood reminded him of the scene of a corpse explosion. Bang. The head is gone. If I say it, at least I can still run. Damn it. Living another day is still living. I say. The bloodsucker leaned forward, collapsing to the ground. Don't kill me. The black blood stopped writhing, the sand fell, and his hair naturally drooped. Trash. Garbage. How could you give up? Scared silly. The curses from outside were futile. Facing the threat of death, what does being insulted matter? Yi Qingfeng nodded slightly. I don't know who sent me to kill you. He only said that after the job is done I would regain my identity. He was not lying, his eyes did not move, and the blood flow in his brain was normal. He was recounting memories. Not fabricated. What is your identity? The bloodsucker smiled bitterly, shaking his head slightly. I was originally a soldier stationed in the garrison, but I was expelled from the garrison for selling the supplies of the garrison. I can only live by doing some disgraceful things. His heartbeat quickened, he still felt what does that person look like? For something like this, I wouldn't inquire about the employer's identity, the bloodsucker said. Information is conveyed through the mailbox. Yi Qingfeng turned to leave. Suddenly stopped in his tracks, glancing sideways at the bloodsucker. Did you graduate from Lingyin Academy? He suddenly raised his head. How do you know? Childish. There are too many people at Lingyin Academy who hate me. Your employer must be someone from there. Clang. The iron bars of the fighting arena were raised. It's over, I really lost. This is my last chance to turn things around. Fraud. Refund. How can such odds lose? Black market. Ding. Yi Qingfeng wins gold 5-0. No wonder gambling is addictive. As long as you place the right bet, you can turn your fortunes around in one go. But just one wrong bet. Bankrupt. He still won't survive. The flower fairy hid in Yi Qingfeng's long hair, leaning against his neck, feeling as if she was against a block of ice. When he spat out black blood, his heart veins broke, and the poison had already reached the heart. I saw it. The bloodsucker struggled to stand, his body swaying, leaning against the railing to catch his breath. What is happening? I have no strength at all. My chest feels like it is crushed by a large stone. It's so painful. He kept grabbing his chest, trying to tear off his shirt, but his fingers were too weak to rip it. I can see nothing. No matter how hard he tried to shout, to breathe, to struggle. The commands from the brain were rejected by the body. Its only reaction was convulsions. Thud. The long figure fell into the sandy ground, limbs flailing a few times, leaving disordered marks. Ding. Killing a level 50 bloodsucker grants 4110 experience, level up Necromancer, level 3186, strength 41, agility 46, intelligence 90, constitution 42, luck 87, acquired bloodsucker set class exclusive bloodsucker robe 13, intelligence 21, bloodsucker gloves 23, intelligence 12, agility 5, bloodsucker boots 33, intelligence 13, agility 3, bloodsucker set attribute veil of blood creates a visual distortion that obscures the opponent's line of sight. Underground Fighting Arena Participant Victory Rewards Regeneration Microcapillaries. Underground Fighting Arena Participant Victory Rewards Combat Set Helmet Unidentified. Underground Fighting Arena Participant Victory Rewards Combat Set Machete Unidentified. Underground Fighting Arena Participant Victory Rewards Combat Set Armor Unidentified. Underground Fighting Arena Participant Victory Rewards Black Market Currency X 5000 Set Attribute Veil of Blood creates a visual distortion that shifts the opponent's line of sight. No wonder I couldn't see the bones and muscles at first. It turns out it was the attribute of this set. It wasn't that I couldn't see through him, but that my line of sight was obstructed. This trip was not in vain. I have gained experience for the future. My ability to perceive is becoming clearer, many details automatically surface, and my field of vision adjustment is becoming smoother. It feels like I have grasped something. There is a sense of a breakthrough looming. I have dealt with the microcapillaries. Moreover, the gains are quite satisfactory. Black market currency. This is the equivalent of transactions in the black market, a medium for underground supplies where gold coins may not be effective. Young man. The old man's facial muscles finally reacted. His bloodless lips cracked open, revealing a gap with yellowed and blackened teeth. You actually killed a level 50 bloodsucker. A withered hand reached out, presenting Yi Qingfeng with a round object. You have gained the recognition of the underground fighting arena. Fighting is not merely about this garbage. A stone block was engraved with a human face, its purpose unknown but intact. If you wish to challenge stronger fighters, come find me. The rewards for the dates are getting better. Challenge stronger. Who would dare to play with you given your unscrupulous methods? Thanks. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand, retracting his neck slightly, refusing to accept the stone coin. Hee hee. The old man chuckled slyly, resembling a street hustler, trusting his words would be an insult to one's intelligence. Today is a special circumstance, I can't help it. In the future, when you come to fight, it will definitely be according to the rules. Indeed, everything today was arranged. Can you tell me what the special circumstance is? A veteran of the underworld was indeed very experienced. His face remained unflushed, and his heart steady, making it hard to tell if he was spinning a tale. I can only tell you that in the world of Jianghu, one is not in control of their own fate. You are a smart person. He flicked Yi Qingfeng's chest with his finger. Just don't make things difficult for this old man. The stone coin was once again offered to Yi Qingfeng, and there was surprisingly a glint in his murky eyes. Take this stone coin, and you will be able to witness the matches and rewards of the underground fighting arena. Some things are rare and can't be sought outside. The gap in his mouth widened, and his tongue flickered like a snake. If you win, you may just get it. Since the underground black market exists, it has its reasons for being, as life is always on the edge of a knife. If there really is something I need, whether it's the fighting arena or the instant secret realm, it's all mine. All right. The stone coin felt rough, with a frosted texture pressed into his palm as warmth slowly radiated, dispelling the stone's chill. Ding. Victory item from the Dusk Tavern underground fighting arena. Slaughter stone. There's an equipment shop over there. The head that felt the sensation tilted slightly outward. 5,000 black market coins is quite a bit. You can buy some useful items. Thud. Thud. The vibrations from gamblers stomping the floor echoed above as dust fell like rain. Passing through the dim corridor, fresh air finally greeted him. He almost felt like vomiting. Spit. He expelled a grain of sand, covering his face to avoid the crowd, and walked toward the dimly lit alley. An oil lamp swayed creakily. The old bricks were covered with moss, and a sword and shield were painted on the buzz. The dark brown wooden door trembled slightly, the floor uneven, as if stepping onto a small boat. Behind the counter stood a white-haired old man wearing black-framed glasses, adjusting the wick of a candle. Turning to look, the lines on his forehead resembled 3 stone steps deeply engraved into his brow. Choose what you want. These pieces of equipment were bizarre in shape, with hooks, spiked breastplates, and tusked masks. My goodness, underwear covered in sharp spikes. Damn it, can I even wear this out? How would Su Baiyan react if she saw me in this underwear? Stop daydreaming. Shuai is still waiting to regrow the microcapillaries. Boss, if you have any good items, just show them to me. He glanced at Yi Qingfeng, turned around, and opened a peachwood cabinet, taking out a rusty iron box. Skill enhancement. Skill enhancement. This is exactly what I need. The box was tightly closed, requiring a twist or two to pry the lid open. Inside was an irregularly shaped stone about the size of a grape, gleaming with a blue glow. Faintly, one could see a core area with a ball of blue light resembling water rippling. Just released today. Xianbing stone. Xianbing stone skill enhancement item grants ice damage, reduces the water resistance of the attacker by 5. It perfectly complements the chill of my skeleton babies, a mutually reinforcing item. It's dispensable. Yi Qingfeng said expressionlessly, do you have any other good items? None. The old man closed the iron box, not looking at Yi Qingfeng, and directly placed it under the counter. He wasn't pretending. This item truly wouldn't be hard to sell. It all depended on whether the price was right. These pieces of equipment are suitable for use in the fighting arena. The old man must be a combat enthusiast. Let's give it a try. Boss, I have something I don't know how to use. Taking out the slaughter stone he had just obtained, he placed it on the polished counter. Could you take a look at this for me? The boss elongated his face, slowly twisting his neck to sneak a glance. Suddenly his neck stiffened, and his dim expression brightened like a well-powered light bulb. Slaughter stone. He carefully picked up the stone coin engraved with a human face, gently tracing its edges and rotating it to examine. You are the necromancer who killed the bloodsucker at the arena earlier. Yi Qingfeng lifted his mask, revealing his white teeth. Bang. A flash of green light, a skeleton warrior banged its shield. Ouch. Quick, put it away. The boss' plump body squeezed through the gap in the counter, his belly being squished flat as he pushed with all his might. Crack! A button fell off. Ignoring the fat on his belly popping out, he used his shoulder to hold the door, and after securing the bolt, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let those people see you. They are going crazy after losing money. The skeleton warrior dissipated into green mist. No need to worry, boss. Are they still daring to confront me? As he waved his hands, the fat on his cheeks jiggled. I'm just afraid my little shop will be smashed. Ha! Now I see. Yi Qingfeng quickly concealed his face, suppressing all his aura. Since you are a the boss gritted his teeth, retrieved the iron box again, and directly stuffed it into Yi Qingfeng's arms. It's a gift from me. One cannot refuse the hand that feeds. That's not good. He forcefully wedged the iron box under Yi Qingfeng's armpit. I'm counting on you. In the future, I'll come to watch your matches. Just win against them. Who does business like this? Could it be that he wants to place a bet on me? How much are you offering? I'll pay you. The boss pushed Yi Qingfeng towards the door, pulling it open and shoving him out. I won't sell it for money. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the old man's hoarse voice echoed inside. Just don't die in the arena. He definitely has something to ask of me. Forget it. I'll just take the Xianbing Stone today. This favor I will repay later. Acquired Xianbing Skeleton Archer Skill Enhancement Slot 2 activated Skill Enhancement Slot 2. Xianbing Stone grants ice damage, reduces the water resistance of the attacker by 5. This is the true fresh air. As I pushed open the door of the Dusk Tavern, the slightly damp, cool air devoid of any unpleasant odor filled my nostrils. Yi Qingfeng stepped out, greedily inhaling the cool air, cleansing the impurities from his lungs. The street was covered in a thin layer of frost, with a few drunken souls curled up under the trees, shivering from the cold. Teleportation is not allowed in the city center. The Wolf King sprinted at full speed, a streak of green lightning darting through the city. There was enough time. Everything was going more smoothly than expected. The Lingyin Academy was empty, and the quiet winding path exuded a mysterious aura like a gentle stream in a secluded valley. It beckoned one to explore its source. Yi Qingfeng was very familiar with the location of the infirmary, having stayed there for a while. The red and blue lights of the emergency department flickered incessantly. The sounds of footsteps, metal scraping, hushed conversations, and cries made the deep night bustling. Excuse me, where is Xue Tao? A nurse in white scrubs, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes and began flipping through her files. Xue Tao. Yi Qingfeng provided more information. Female eye master, injured eyes, needs microvascular regeneration. The nurse frowned and flipped through the files again. There is no patient by that name. No, brother. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind, a bit lisping and somewhat silly. You've been deceived. Xue Tao is fine. I understood. Xue Tao's injury, microvascular regeneration, underground black market, fighting arena, bloodthirsty. It was all a trap. They want my life. Where is Xue Tao? Zhao Xianger and Xue Tao are in Teacher Su's office. I knew the kind of play that happens in the fighting arena. Someone was out to get me. At that moment, I had my doubts about Xue Tao's situation. I was afraid it might be true, so I dared not delay. Now it was confirmed. It was all a meticulously laid trap from start to finish. The dilapidated classroom building had only one window on the third-floor corner, shining with light, mostly covered by roses. Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng burst through the door, and Xue Tao leaped into his arms, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. Someone deceived you. The bitter aroma of coffee wafted in, mingling with the sour scent of decaying wood, reminiscent of the unique fruitiness of single-origin coffee. Su Baiyan brewed a cup by herself, pursing her red lips as she gently sipped, leaving a red imprint on the cup's rim. You went to the underground black market. Yes. Yi Qingfeng took out the microvascular regeneration tissue, a net-like substance resembling strands of hair. I was deceived. Su Baiyan gazed at Yi Qingfeng, a smile spreading across her face as she nodded repeatedly. You leveled up. The gains are impressive, aren't they? What kind of people did Brother Yi offend? Their methods are truly vicious. Zhao Xianger's face remained pale, quietly sitting in the corner, finally unable to hold back her complaints. I suspect it might be Wu Yifan. During the hunting ceremony dungeon, someone used underhanded tactics against me. Now, it's possible that others hate me too. I don't feel anything about it. Such things are quite normal. After all, I killed them all. I obtained the breath of the mountain. Zhao Xianger, Xue Tao, and Huang Jiefao wore grim expressions filled with anger, worry, and even hatred. Only Su Baiyan sat with her legs crossed, savoring her coffee. This teacher Su seems to care little for my well-being. I experienced such a dangerous plot, yet she couldn't even muster a single word of concern. She only noted that I leveled up, that I had impressive gains. Is there such a teacher? If you're fine, just go back and sleep. Su Baiyan set her coffee cup on the table, stretched lazily, and rubbed her eyes. So sleepy. Teacher Su. Huang Jiefao sat on the corner of the couch, leaning awkwardly, looking rather. My brother almost died. Aren't you going to report it to the school's security department? She was truly tired. The muscles in her eyelids were fatigued, blood supply to her brain was reduced, and her body was in a semi-dormant state. Su Baiyan's heart was even colder than her icy demeanor. So cruel, unworthy of being a teacher. I thought it was some grand conspiracy. The eyelids of the stunning goddess began to droop, and she displayed a cute, dazed expression. In the future, don't disturb me for such trivial matters when I'm trying to sleep. Bang! Her slender legs kicked the decaying wooden door open. Clack! Clack! The sound of high heels stepping on the wooden planks gradually faded away. The office fell silent, already dilapidated now, adding a few more layers of decay and awkwardness. Brother, let's change classes. Huang Jiefa exerted her legs, trying hard to keep her body straight, like a student being punished. This teacher is insane. I'd rather have that old woman from Qingsong Academy, that fat winter melon. Zhao Xianger and Xue Tao dared not speak, but their eyes showed some dissatisfaction towards Su Baiyan. No matter what unexpected actions she takes, Su Baiyan can tear up my evaluation report. Resign as a formal professor. She must have her reasons. Everything is still unclear. Maintaining the status quo as a strategy is the best choice. Acting rashly will only give the opponent more opportunities. Stop talking nonsense. Let's all go back to sleep. Crunch, crunch. Her delicate legs stepped on the shaded path, pebbles getting caught in the heels of her high shoes. She bent her leg, pulled off her high heels, and tossed them into the bushes, continuing barefoot. Yi Qingfeng, you must remain calm. The people targeting you are certainly not simple. The best strategy now is to remain still, keeping the scope of this conspiracy confined to competition among students. I'm sorry, I can only feign indifference. Otherwise, causing a bigger stir would be detrimental to you. Let the opponents believe I won't take action. This way is the greatest protection for you. You have used powers that should not be utilized, causing unease among many. I know these people too well. They will either make you their tool or eliminate you. They are neither friends nor enemies. Develop cautiously, and when your wings are fully grown, they will all bow down at your feet. Do not waste the talents and potential of a necromancer. Su Baiyan crossed her arms, and the pebbles underfoot hurt, preventing her from quickening her pace. The professor's dormitories were all independent villas hidden deep within the dense forest. Teacher Su. A tall figure emerged from behind a locust tree. It's so late. Su Baiyan jumped a step, leaping onto the stone steps, her slender legs lifting as she tore off her mud-stained stockings. What do you want from me? The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, slicked back hair, and a sharp black suit. When are you moving out? This week. You won't even serve as a formal professor at Lingyin Academy. He adjusted his glasses, his tone growing serious. Such a pity for a mere necromancer. I don't care about necromancers at all. I just haven't adapted to the bureaucracy of the academy. I understand. The man withdrew his hands from his pockets, standing with his legs together, right hand resting on his chest. His gaze turned respectful. Lingyin Empire Investigation Corps Commander of the 3rd Assault Team, Yang Beihai. His proud head bowed towards Su Baiyan, his towering figure humbled before her. I pay my respects to the general. The tall man transformed into pious, obedient, and humble. This is not a military corps. Su Baiyan gently nodded in return. No need for formalities. She inserted the key into the lock. I am no longer a general. She waved her hand. You can go back now. Bang. The door shut, and the window lit up with a soft yell. The door of the equipment shop shook a few times as Yi Qingfeng hurriedly walked in, nearly colliding with a student who was selecting equipment. I have new items. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Acquired from the underground black market. The Bloodthirster set was laid out on the table. I have no use for it. Do I want to sell it? Wow. The shop assistant picked up the robe, carefully examining its material and sniffing it near her nose. It's a set. She tilted her head slightly, showing a difficult expression. What a pity it's class-specific. It's hard to sell. They'll help you display it. If it sells, then great. The following equipment is transferred to the Lingyin Academy Equipment Shop. Bloodthirster Robe, 13. Intelligence, 21. Bloodthirster Gloves, 23. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 5. Bloodthirster Boots, 33. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 3. How much is this worth? He took out a regenerative microvascular. Special material used in hospitals. There is indeed a shortage recently. I'll offer 2,000 gold coins. Not worth much. You want to use such trash for a set? Gold, 2,000. What about this set? The top of the helmet had a sharp spike covering the back of the head and ears, leaving the face unobstructed. The machete had many notches stained with blood and rust, giving off a faint metallic scent. The hilt was unprocessed, just a piece of iron. The armor was a half-length short armor equipped with 2 breastplates and shoulder guards with 3 belts on the ribcage. Overall, it had a wild and barbaric style resembling a barbarian's attire. He first identified the helmet. Ding. Acquired Bloodthirster set helmet, 13, strength 18, just average. It was purely strength-based equipment, not very suitable for me. Let's see how the weapon is. Ding. Acquired Bloodthirster set short armor, 23, Strength 22. Armor 10. Just looking at the set's attributes. Ding. Acquired Bloodthirster set Machete 33. Strength 25 Bloodthirster set Special effect Bloodthirsty Fury Enemy's blood increases attack power by 5. It's not unwearable either. It's just, this design doesn't suit my handsome appearance. He'll give it to Huang Jiafa. It's better than his beginner's outfit and fits his temperament better. The following equipment is transferred to Huang Jiafa Bloodthirster set Helmet 13, Strength 18 Bloodthirster set Short Armor 23, Strength 22, Armor 10 Bloodthirster set Machete 33, Strength 25 Bloodthirster set Special effect Bloodthirsty Fury Enemy's blood increases attack power by 5, bro. Huang Jiafa held a bloodstained machete, and the helmet made his square face appear round. Do I really suit this wild style? As a swordsman, Yi Qingfeng stifled a laugh, his face turning red. As long as you have this dominance, who would dare to mock you in the future? Wow, I actually got to wear a set with special effects in my life. Dad, I haven't let you down. Let's see what class Su Baiyin has arranged for us today. Lingyin Academy does not welcome necromancers. Lingyin Academy does not welcome necromancers. Lingyin Academy does not welcome necromancers. At the entrance of the dilapidated teaching building, dozens of students gathered holding up banners. Necromancers harm their peers, requesting the academy to expel necromancers. They shouted what was written on the banners, and the entrance was plastered with various slogans. Necromancers violate human morals. Necromancers harm their kind. Bro, what are they doing? What are they doing? I took action first during the hunting ceremony, depriving them of their rewards, so they hate me. This bunch of idiots really have too much time on their hands. Instead of studying hard to level up and gear up, they come here to hold banners, wasting their precious time and not being able to bring pain to others. Truly foolish. They'll climb in through the back window. Yi Qingfeng pulled Zhao Xianger into the grass, leaving Huang Jiafa alone. Look, the swordsman has arrived. A low-level swordsman, a companion of the necromancer. Swordsman, get out of Lingyin Academy. Su Baiyin was wearing a black one-piece dress, black stockings, and black high heels today. Ha ha ha. Huh. Sitting cross-legged, holding a comic book, she burst into hearty laughter. Looking at you, you must either be a rich second generation or a wealthy woman. Or perhaps a mistress supported by some prominent figure. Teaching. What kind of teacher? Why not find a few pretty boys to accompany you on excursions, shopping, and entertainment? Right? He must be the lover of some big shot. Otherwise, how could someone so young hold a professorship at Lingyin Academy? Other professors are either old men or old women. None are like her. She's simply a movie star from my previous world. Yi Qingfeng. Su Baiyin's eyes shifted from her book, coldly asking, "What are you reading?" "Teacher Su, you look so beautiful today." She remained expressionless, turning her head towards the window. "You're really hated at school. You've made it hard for me too." She put down her leg and lifted a double sofa with each delicate hand, walking towards the balcony. "Don't shout anymore. Get out of here." She simultaneously threw both sofas out. Crash. The sound carried a sense of pressure. Ordinary people couldn't withstand it. The shouting suddenly ceased. They dropped the banners and scattered like fleeing soldiers. Why didn't they act sooner? Why not later? Did your anger arise upon my arrival to intimidate me? Study well and don't cause me trouble. If it weren't for your beauty, I still think you look better when you're fierce. There is a level 40 secret realm where a rare boss has appeared. Light and shadow shot from Su Baiyin's bracelet, casting onto the wall, highlighting several words. Level 40 secret realm, lost tomb, rare monster detected. The secret realm is an open dungeon. Others will compete with you too. Are you daring enough to go? Yi Qingfeng carefully carried a cup of coffee. He brewed himself. I've killed bloodthirsters at level 50. Am I afraid of a level 40 secret realm? Su Baiyin snatched Yi Qingfeng's coffee and started drinking it herself. Everyone competes together with all sorts of schemes and tricks. Do you think it's easier than a level 50 bloodthirster? She smells so good. This time it's sandalwood fragrance. She changes it every day. In this shabby office, is it necessary to dress up like this? You only have one life. Think carefully. The more you look down on me, the more I want to prove myself to you. The necromancer deserves your respect. No need to think. In ordinary dungeons, you only have to face monsters. Moreover, cleared dungeons will have maps and bosses. Relatively simple. The tight miniskirt flattered the human form, and jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall over jade white shoulders. Entering the secret realm, you must not only face monsters, but also contend with other competitors. Dangers lie in the open, but even more so in the shadows. Known Boss 1, Blood Corpse. Known Boss 2, White Ghost. Known Boss 3, Zombie King. Based on the threat level energy feedback, the unknown boss combat power is significantly higher than the Zombie King's. However, it will also drop unexpectedly good items. What I want are the unexpectedly good items. A necromancer like me looks down on common things. Item drops, random equipment drops, head necklace, bracers, ring pants, random weapon drops, scepter, staff, crossbow, artifact, skill, enhancement, Sarira fragment. Melee classes have a chance to gain a short-term invincible state, consuming mental energy. You can also choose normal difficulty or torment difficulty. Yi Qingfeng's eyes fixed on the Sarira fragment, his pupils dilated and his lips parted slightly. Invincible state. Can my melee skeleton minion become invincible? This. How short is short? 1 second. Or 2. Charge. Secret Realm opening countdown 1529. You can go line up at the Secret Realm entrance first. This kind of rare monster dungeon will attract some high-level individuals. So, Su Baiyan looked at Yi Qingfeng and said flatly, "If you're afraid of death, you can give up." His heartbeat quickened slightly, his eyes were sincere, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. "She's concerned about me. I can't figure her out. One moment cold, the next warm. A woman's heart is truly hard to fathom. Afraid of death." Yi Qingfeng stared at Su Baiyan, who had returned to a state of utter calm, her eyes seeing only the air. "This is a priority pass." Her slender fair fingers painted with deep red nail polish handed over a card that looked like a ticket. "It guarantees you can enter the Secret Realm after queuing." We still have to queue. You'll understand when you get there." With a crisp sound, she tore open a coffee packet. "This is what they call internal competition. Yi Qingfeng, letting you be my student is doing you a favor. If you can't beat the rare boss, just drop out. Don't let me see you again." "Teacher Su." Huang Jifa's face was flushed red, his eyelids twitching. "What favor? Disfavor?" "Shut up." This shout carried a pressure that made his whole body stiffen, only his lips trembling. "You said yesterday I was crazy, that I'm no better than an old fat winter melon. Swordsman and flower farmer. Useless professions. You should have been kicked out of Lingyin Academy long ago." Zhao Xiener's eyes welled up, letting the tears fall. She wanted to raise her hand to wipe them away, but couldn't. "This crappy office is so stuffy." Bang. She kicked the door shut, her high heels clicking away into the distance. "I hope you can feel the concern I tried to convey. This is the only way I can let you know. I will suppress you, ignore you, even torment and humiliate you. Only then can you be safe. But you must hold on. Otherwise you won't be worth all this I'm doing for you." Yi Qingfeng clenched his fists. The curses of others he could ignore. "Su Baiyan, what does this mean? It's fine to mock me, but what right does she have to bully them? I promised old Gu I would stay at Lingyin Academy. Trying to drive me away. Let's see if you have what it takes." Taishan District, Western Foothills, Secret Realm, the Lost Tomb. Damn, isn't this just a train station during Spring Festival? Wasn't this world invaded by chaos with humanity being slaughtered? Where did all these people come from? After passing through a small grove from the teleport point, a vast surging crowd appeared. They surrounded the Secret Realm entrance in a solid mass. "We have a pass, no need to squeeze with them." The scene was so crowded everyone was whispering and sharpening their weapons. No one noticed Yi Qingfeng. "Over there is a level 50. Also 47, 48, 45, 46. They're a party. The rest are between 42 and 45. Looks like they're the top squad." Secret Realm, the Lost Tomb, Q050. The cover of the priority pass was torn open and the letters VIP appeared on the Secret Realm prompt with the torment difficulty option highlighted. The scene before them began to dissipate, replaced by darkness. The air suddenly grew damp. The three of them found themselves in a corridor built of stone blocks with torches on the walls crackling loudly. Sparks occasionally flew out. The Lost Tomb was a maze-type dungeon. Opening the panel, the terrain buff, however the moonlight cooldown skill had dimmed. It was daytime outside now. Without this bonus, the skeleton archer's firing speed and summoning speed would drastically decrease. "Bro, what's wrong? That Su Baiyan is a..." Huang Jiefa quickly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. The pressure from before still lingered. "Focus. This Secret Realm is more difficult than the previous ones. If you die, I won't be able to face your father." Blocking the front and rear to prevent ambushes was the best strategy. The passage was square, just wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. 2 rows of hammer shield skeletons were placed at the front and back, with the back row facing the opposite direction, shields outward. In such a narrow space, an encounter battle could only be a heat-and fight. There was nowhere to dodge. However, the Flower Fairy's poison smoke could also be inhaled more densely and quickly by the enemy. No big deal. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Something was coming, and in great numbers. From the darkness ahead, a mass of black shadows crawled, overpiled 3 layers high. Those are, as the view cleared, tentacles, brown hard carapaces, and slender branch-like bodies. Beetles. Smash them. Bang, bang, bang. The hammer shield skeleton warriors swung their bone hammers like blacksmiths, smashing flesh and blood everywhere. The Ren skill splashed damage, bursting 2 beetles with each hammer blow. Their carapaces cracked open like stepping on peanut shells, crackling and popping like firecrackers. Killed Tomb Beetle 5200 EXP. Killed Tomb Beetle 5200 EXP. Killed Tomb Beetle 5200 EXP. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows struck the beetles, coating their shells with a layer of blue light that then froze into ice. They weren't completely frozen, but the freezing started from the weak points, the tips of limbs and antennae, gradually spreading throughout their bodies. Fall back. The passage was filled with beetle fragments and foul-smelling liquids splashed in from time to time, blood pooling on the ground. Freeze the ones in the distance to slow them down. Fairy released the poison smoke. The 2 rows of hammer shield soldiers were tireless. Their muscles didn't produce lactic acid. They hammered blow after blow, cracking the stone slabs. The distant beetles were pierced by arrows, the cold spread, and the stone walls were covered with frost. The flower fairy controlled the whirlwind, needing only to blow it forward. The poison smoke was thick and potent, as if in a chimney. The swarm began to convulse, writhe, and even attack their own kind. Some were frozen, completely stiff like blocks of ice, colliding with and trampled by their companions, causing a cascade of slips. Experience kept flooding in, and the number of beetles was endless. The passageway was jam-packed with flesh and blood. Corpses, residue, bodily fluids, and blood were frozen into chunks by the cold. A door made of frozen flesh was formed. It was completely blocked. Fortunately, the ones behind were mostly. Necromancer level increased. Level 32, 78. Strength 42. Agility 47. Intelligence 92. Constitution 43. Luck 89. Armor 5. Summon space 1. Bro. Experience feels so good. I just gained a new skill. Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger also reached level 30. The aura of the farmer was more stable, and the swordsman's muscles had grown more robust. Stop showing off with skills. This is a level 40 secret realm. We must remain cautious. Got it, bro. I also got a new skill. Zhao Xianger flashed with joy, but then frowned, her tone somewhat dejected. Unfortunately, they all enhance. They are of no help in battle. Yi Qingfeng tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and patted her delicate hand. Just focus on leveling up. The planting skills will surely be useful later. 4 herbs that increase attributes, recovery potions, and special drugs. I can't believe that farmers are really so useless. Zhao Xianger nodded firmly. Yi Qingfeng's encouragement made her face flush, and she lifted her head slightly. The team turned around and headed back. Fortunately, the skeleton babies obeyed commands, avoiding crowding and trampling with no unnecessary chatter. Too much chatter can be annoying. If there were 30 people in such a narrow passage, wouldn't it turn into a chaotic mess? A group of green skeletons, not inferior to the previous swarm of beetles, resembled a green-skinned train traversing through the tunnel. This maze is vast. At the turning point, there were 3 directions: front, left, and right, with nothing but torches on the stone walls. Sparks occasionally flickered. The wind was blowing to the right, indicating that the space in that direction was larger. Since this secret realm is called the Lost Tomb, the boss must be in a larger chamber. I will send 1 skeleton to scout ahead in both the front and left directions. This will be more prudent. Also, I want to see how far my skeleton babies can roam from me. 2 skeleton warriors clattered forward like wind-up robots, heading straight into the unknown darkness. Take care, brothers. We go right. My judgment was correct. The torches were more noticeably swayed by the wind, tilting forward. The overhead space suddenly opened up. A crisp breeze filled the passage, instantly dispelling the oppressive feeling. So high. Are we inside a mountain? If you connect the torches around with a line, it forms a rectangular space. Such exquisite stone slabs. The floor is made of individual stone bricks, feeling sharp, carved patterns when touched, each side about 2 meters long. There are horse-drawn carriages, figures, and even the sun and moon in the sky resembling a mural. This must be the tomb. These might depict the life of the tomb's owner. How could it be on the floor? Bro. Huang Jiefa stood under the torch on the stone wall, looking up while waving to Yi Qingfeng. There are paintings up here too. Similar to the floor, there are chisel marks visible, revealing figures, environments, and some everyday items. Is this a human figure? He touched it with his finger, moving along the groove. Why are there no eyes and nose? It is indeed a bit rough. It looks like a child's random drawing. The animal resembles a dog, yet compared to humans it is as big as a horse. What are those vertical lines over there? Zhao Xianger also touched it and said they seem to be rice fields. These carvings look like prehistoric. There is no technique involved, just scribbling based on feeling. Shoo. Yi Qingfeng retracted his summon, signaling for silence. The 3 of them tiptoed back to the corner of the tomb, crouching in the darkness to observe silently. In the distance, there was another passage, and the torch on the stone wall flickered and then suddenly extinguished. With the light source gone, it turned pitch black and nothing could be seen. I closed my eyes to see if my hearing could pick up. He concentrated all his energy on one organ, his ears. How strange, the space seemed to have. My skeleton babies were still exploring the passage, and I could sense their positions. That direction is wrong. They are moving further away. Come back. Summon space 033. There are 5 people ahead. Their pressure is about level 40. They are heading towards the center. Thump thump. Hoo hoo. Huang Jifa's heart was racing and Xianger was breathing rapidly. Yi Qingfeng gently pressed on his shoulder, tapping a few times with a soft and steady force. His heartbeat calmed down a lot. He fumbled for Zhao Xianger's arm, slowly moving down to intertwine their fingers. Her fingers unconsciously tightened a bit, and her palm gradually became damp with sweat. He pulled her closer, their hair intertwining. A faint fragrance wafted from the tips of their hair, not the strong scent of perfume, but the bodhi's natural subtle aroma. So comfortable. The pores of the body seemed to open up, and the airflow felt tangible, touchable by the fine hairs. The 5-person team reached the center of the tomb and fell silent. They too were observing, waiting. Clinks and clangs echoed in the quiet space. The harsh sound of iron chains rubbing together caught Yi Qingfeng completely off guard. It drilled into his ears, slightly irritating his eardrum. So sensitive. Opening his eyes scattered his focus, and the sound of the chains became distant and muffled. Boom, boom. Something was rising. It seemed to be a rectangular object made of stone, very solid and heavy. Could it be a coffin? With the sound masking, Yi Qingfeng whispered, "Don't move, wait for the right moment. Taking out these 5 should be manageable, but I worry about other experts lurking in other places. After all, there are 50 people within this secret realm. Until I know their strength, preserving my own power is the..." Bang! A loud noise shook the entire tomb. Dust fell from the cracks in the stone walls, and the torches swayed in their iron stands. They opened the stone coffin. Boom! The coffin lid fell. A gust of cold wind suddenly spread out like winter, suddenly opening a door, the chills sweeping across the skin, raising goosebumps. Yi Qingfeng gripped Zhao Xianger's hand tightly, allowing her to withstand the pressure. A level 40 boss had enough intimidation over the farmer. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. 5 beams of light flickered simultaneously as they pulled the flares and threw them on the ground, forming a star shape. The smoke from the flares slowly rose, and beyond the reach of the light, the top was not visible. The boss has arrived. 2 hands suddenly grasped the edge of the stone coffin, dry, dark, with skin tightly adhering to the bones. In an instant, a chilling draft flowed through the tomb chamber. Breathing felt refreshing, and the cold emanating from the boss was quite soothing. Perhaps like the green mist of the skeleton minions, it was the aura of the undead, akin to the air of this world. Without air, they could not breathe. A dark figure rose from the stone coffin, revealing only a pair of green glows. Its clothes had decayed and fallen off, exposing dark, withered skin like dried jerky with no bones visible beneath. Though it was also a resurrected corpse, it seemed different from the nether beings I summoned. Only the green light in its eyes bore some resemblance. Bang! A red light suddenly struck, shooting a fireball brighter than 5 flares. Another loud crash. The blood corpse, unsteady, took the fireball directly to its chest. The shockwave blasted it away, sending it flying out of the stone coffin onto the stone floor, where the remaining tatters of cloth were completely melted. Its skin clung tightly to its bones, the joints clearly visible, its stature similar to an ordinary person. A figure leaped out from the team, holding a round black iron shield that nearly covered his entire body. In the other hand, he wielded a pointed spear, thrusting forward with the momentum of his jump. Clang! The blood corpse twisted its body, raising its withered arms, sparks flying as it met the spearhead. Bro, their team is a complete setup. Huang Jiafa watched as if viewing a movie, his expression tense, leaning forward with restless energy. This class is the Shield Warrior. High defense and high HP, tanking in the front row. Yi Qingfeng shot him an approving glance. You know, bro, I pay attention in class. That old hag. He seemed to realize something, a look of terror flashing across his face as he bit back his words. Teacher Su may have a strange personality, but she really explains things well. She's thorough about every class. Who would have thought someone so beautiful could know so much? Does knowing a lot have anything to do with beauty? Look, he's pulling the boss aggro. The Shield Spear Warrior's attacks didn't damage the blood corpse. He struck and roared simultaneously. The blood corpse fixed its gaze on him, ignoring the others. Bang! Bang, bang! Its withered arm seemed fragile, but unleashed astonishing force, each blow against the shield producing a thunderous sound. The warrior could only raise his shield, shrinking behind it, without dodging, enduring the attack's heat. The mage fired 2 more fireballs at the blood corpse's head, sparks clinging to its skin and continuing to burn. Bro, look. The one at the back with the staff is the healer. She's healing the warrior. The healer was a woman in a blue robe, her staff and hands keeping rhythm as she chanted a spell. As the chant ended, white light gathered at the tip of the staff. She flicked her arm forward, and a white orb arced through the air, landing above the warrior's head. It then dissolved into specks of white light, which the warrior's body absorbed. He's regenerating HP. With each punch from the blood corpse against his shield, he stepped back, legs trembling, gritting his teeth. Bracing his body against the shield, he anticipated the next attack, tucking his neck and retracting the shield early. And a melee fighter. Circling behind the blood corpse, he wielded a 2-handed axe, striking horizontally at its back. 2 light strikes, one heavy, the axe faintly glowing with fire. His axe carried flame damage. This team seemed entirely fire-based. It was indeed a complete setup maximizing damage output while ensuring safety. Suddenly the blood corpse stood still, craning its neck forward, opening its mouth to spew a stream of black gas. Use burst damage. The shield warrior suddenly shouted, a hint of frustration in his voice. Fighting like this. How long will it take? His pace slowed, and whenever there was a gap, he set his shield on the ground, panting heavily. I'm poisoned. Dispel it. Quick. Bang. The blood corpse slapped his shield, knocking it aside. He stumbled, his right leg giving way, and he fell to one knee. The healer's cooldowns couldn't keep up. The warrior was in danger. He'll pull aggro. The axe warrior bellowed, his arm muscles bulging like Popeye's. He spun his body, swinging the axe horizontally, the blade tracing a circular cold gleam. Whirlwind slash. Clang, clang, clang. The whirlwind slash orbited the blood corpse, each strike sparking as if grinding metal. Oof. The blood corpse roared, shifting its gaze from the shield warrior to the axe following its rotation. Bang. Its withered hand, seemingly unbound by joints, struck the axe warrior in a reverse blow. The unexpected attack landed on his back, and he took the hit squarely. Staggered back a few steps. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. This team was struggling. Though their setup was decent, their attack power was insufficient to suppress the blood corpse. The tanking shield warrior had adequate defense, but poor resistance. Pull aggro. The axe warrior produced a vial, pouring its liquid over his body. Healer not ready yet. Splash. The healer finished her chant, raised her staff, and shot a beam of blue light at the shield warrior's back. Sizzle. As the blue light fell, black mist emanated from him. The shield warrior slowly rose, his chest heaving. Bro, this team can't do it. They look like they can't beat the blood corpse. Above level 40, with 1 healer, 2 mages, 1 tank, and 1 melee fighter. They couldn't beat a level 40 torment difficulty dungeon boss. Their gear was probably subpar, though their coordination was decent. Especially the axe warrior, who pulled aggro and took damage to save his teammate. Bro, when do we make our move? Yi Qingfeng glanced sidelong at Huang Jiefa. You're only level 30. Make what move? Didn't I make it clear? Wait for the opportunity. Huang Jiefa hummed in acknowledgement, pulling back to silently observe the battle. I could take down the blood corpse myself and wipe out this team. But I don't know if there are other experts lurking in the dark corners. I need to stay calm at a time like this. As long as the boss isn't stolen, I want to act. I can't keep up. The healer was drenched in sweat, using her staff for support. I can't heal enough. The blood corpse's HP bar hasn't even moved. We can't win. The shield warrior was relentlessly pummeled by the blood corpse, retreating step by step, barely able to hold onto his spear. The axe warrior and mages couldn't deal significant damage, while the blood corpse had the tank on the ropes. Teaming up is such a hassle. My skeleton minions are far more reliable. Just their fearlessness alone puts them leagues ahead. Still, I could learn from this kind of coordination. After all, my skeleton minions come in different types, and with proper application, they could unleash even greater combat power. I may appear to be alone, but I am a team in myself. Reset. The shield warrior stopped struggling, quickly retreating to the edge of the tomb chamber. Reset. What does that mean? Let's ask the good student. Yi Qingfeng nudged Huang Jiefa with his elbow and asked, what does reset mean? Bro, reset means disengaging from combat. Because the boss can't leave its lair beyond a certain, it will go back, right? Otherwise, would the boss chase them all the way out of the dungeon? Don't reset. Well, help. Another team has arrived. Others have fought for hours, wounded, depleted of resources, only to emerge now and shout, don't pull away. What a convenient advantage they've seized. Draw its aggro toward you. The shield warrior bellowed, then gasped heavily. Let me recover my health. You're helping us. How do we split the loot? We'll decide after the fight. A member of the second team rushed forward, wielding a round shield, and slammed it into the blood corpse's back. This is torture difficulty. No single team can defeat it alone. Cooperation is mandatory. Cooperation. If the boss truly falls, it won't be cooperation, it will be conquest. The Lingyin Academy's freshman hunting ceremony proves remarkably prescient. Let them first experience the art of deception and betrayal. The blood corpse's health bar begins to dwindle. With 2 teams coordinating, the assault grows markedly easier, and the healer's incantations land smoothly, perfectly timed. Brother, its health is down to 1/3. If they kill it first, there'll be no reward for us. Don't rush. Yi Qingfeng shifted half a step forward, his gaze sweeping across the shadowed corners. I have it under control. Others like me, stealthy veterans, must surely be lurking in those dark recesses. And if night falls before the climax, even better. Friends, 5 black figures leapt from another corner. Fine treasures are meant to be shared. Shared. The shield warrior's voice turned icy, each word weighted with venom. You've come just to snatch spoils. Don't put it so bluntly. Boom. A bolt of lightning shot from the mage's hand, striking the blood corpse's skull, causing it to convulse twice. A paralyzing lightning mage. How's that? The mage held his staff in one hand and cradled a crystal orb in the other. I'll ease your path through the next phase. His lightning carried elemental properties, akin to my own skill enhancements, and his gear gleamed with exceptional craftsmanship. 15 individuals have appeared thus far. Are the rest still searching, or have they already moved on to other bosses? Exemplary students. Brother. He yanked him closer and asked, must bosses be fought in sequence? Brother. Instantly alert, he swallowed, hard voice quickening with urgency. Not necessarily. Some can be fought out of order, others demand strict sequence. I don't understand. Huang Jiefan's eyes widened, nostrils flared, gaze utterly blank. Senior Brother Yi. Zhao Xianger's gentle voice brushed his ear. If the bosses are interconnected, or if the map functions as a gauntlet, they must be fought in sequence. If no such linkage exists, and alternate paths lead to the next boss, then sequence is irrelevant. Oh, understood. Fa Yi Qingfeng ruffled Huang Jiefan's hair. See, Xianger is the true exemplary student. Ah, brother, I was about to say exactly that. They distracted me while fighting the monster. Yi Qingfeng sent Zhao Xianger a knowing glance. Her cheeks flushed, instantly palms damp with sweat. Everyone, be vigilant. The blood corpse is about to enter frenzy. 3 shield warriors stood shoulder to shoulder before it, faces grim, bodies huddled behind their shields. Roar. Black bristles erupted across its body, viscous black fluid oozed from its desiccated skin, releasing a stench of decay. Activate damage reduction skills. Boom, boom, boom. A shockwave of black aura detonated from the blood corpse. 2 shield warriors were hurled backward, only the lean, wiry man holding firm against the onslaught. Heal quickly. Unleash full burst. Crack, crack, boom, boom. In the dim tomb chamber, fireballs, lightning bolts, and healing radiance illuminated the space, like a nightclub stage bathed in strobing kaleidoscopic light. It's paralyzed. Full damage output. Now? The blood corpse twitched sporadically, its movements disrupted, attack rhythm visibly slowed. Almost time. Those who intend to seize this boss must act now. Otherwise their chance will vanish. Let's join in and strike the boss ourselves. Several black figures lunged simultaneously. Arrows whistled through air, melee fighters closed in with furious slashes. How shameless. The lightning mage ceased casting and raised a hand, signaling his allies to hold their abilities. You wait until it's near death, then swoop in to steal it. We arrived late. Our apologies. We're all battling chaos. Sharing fosters collective advancement. The first shield warrior had tanked the entire fight. Sweat drenched his brow, his shield slick with black gore. Advancement, my foot. Get lost. You're stealing our boss. I'll fight you all to the death. Friends, the latest arrivals, 10 strong, stood united as one formation. Watch your tongue. Is this boss your personal property? One stepped forward, gripping a blunted iron mace, clearly a melee combatant. So what if I do take it? All of them shameless. These 10 clearly coordinated, their timing. At this health threshold, 10 people could finish the boss. Disengaging now is impossible. Senior Brother Yi Zhao Xianger tightened her fingers, a subtle gesture that caught Yi Qingfeng's attention. With so many fighting the boss, how will they divide the loot? Will they turn on each other? I hadn't even considered this possible. Likely an auction. Highest bidder takes it. Then the team splits proceeds, or items. Infighting benefits no one, and dying would be even more costly. Oh, her lips, small, delicate, cherry-like, parted slightly as she spoke. Xianger understands. Huang Jiefan's square face loomed close, so abruptly that Yi Qingfeng instinctively recoiled. Do we really have to share with them? An auction? Share with them. I am a solo necromancer. How could I possibly share with strangers? Fa, what on earth are you thinking? Would brother ever share with outsiders? He nodded vigorously, patted his helmet, pride swelling in his eyes. Brother, you do. This entire set, I owe it to you. He pointed at Zhao Xianger. Even her gear came. His intellect shows no sign of improvement. Can he truly not distinguish friend from foe? Yi Qingfeng's expression, hardened voice, glacial. You are my sworn siblings. Can they compare to you? Would I ever share with outsiders? Why not just join them instead? He cast a sharp, dismissive glance. Brother, brother. 2 large hands clutched Yi Qingfeng's thighs, tears shimmering in his eyes. I was wrong. I won't share, no? I'll follow you, brother, always. Yi Qingfeng shook off his grip. Stop this nonsense. I'm moving in. With our trio added, 23 souls now crowd this chamber. 27 remain unseen. Enough. The boss nears collapse. Time to clear these interlopers first. Eerie emerald light coalesced silently in the shadows, frosting the stone walls with a spectral white sheen. A flower fairy hovered above Yi Qingfeng's head, her toxic mist creeping like dawn fog across the flagstone floor. Everyone stop arguing. One team truly can't handle this. There is a boss behind us. The highest-ranked warrior spoke, and the others could only listen. Let's agree that we will share the spoils. Anyone who breaks the rules will be killed. What the hell? A gang. Breaking the rules means killing someone. But I like this kind of brutality, it's intense. I agree. Stop arguing, there are others competing with us. We can only compete with them if we unite. No matter how united ants are, they are still ants. The power of discourse in this world lies only with the strong. Yi Qingfeng smiled slightly, his smile carrying a hint of charm. Oh, who is scheming against me? Didn't we agree to cooperate? I can't see. A faint yellow poisonous smoke was almost invisible under the strong light of the fireball and lightning. It was silent and odorless. Mushroom. What a big mushroom. Shameless. They ambushed us. It entered their nostrils, inhaled into their lungs to unleash its power. Senior Brother Yi. Zhao Xianger supported Yi Qingfeng's arm, her brows furrowed like a character from an ancient tale. Are you going to kill them? They haven't harmed us. Xianga had a kind heart. Unfortunately, this world cannot accommodate kindness. As long as there is competition, hierarchy, strength, and people, kindness is just nourishment for others. However, if it weren't for her kindness. Before becoming a necromancer, I was injured at Qingsong Academy, and Xiang wouldn't have come to take care of me. At that time, I was just a loser. She asked for nothing in return. It was simply her kindness that made her come to help me in my suffering. It was the same with other classmates. It wasn't an act. Xianger, do you think they shouldn't be killed? Zhao Xianger lowered her head, her eyes blinking repeatedly. I just feel. Her voice grew quieter. They are so pitiful. Do you trust me? Yi Qingfeng gazed directly into Zhao Xianger's eyes. I trust you. She didn't hesitate at all, tightening her grip, their fingers intertwined. Then please trust Yi Qingfeng took a deep breath, placing the flower fairy in the palm of his hand. Fairy, don't let them struggle. Kill them all. The flower fairy twirled around, slightly bowing to her master, like a ballet dancer at the end of a performance. Oh, so painful. Blood seeped from the eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, collapsing on the ground and convulsing a few times. There was no more sound. The heart stopped beating. Ding. Experience gained from killing the electric mage, 3720 experience. Gained from killing the fire mage, 3220 experience. Gained from killing the armored warrior, 3300. Experience flooded the screen. Necromancer level 32 increased to 34, level 34, 62, strength 44, agility 49, intelligence 96, vitality 44, luck 93, armor 5, summoning space 2. Killing them leveled me up. Flower farmer level 32. Senior Brother Yi. I believe in you. I believe in you. They did nothing wrong. They shouldn't die. Why can't they be spared? Everyone can coexist peacefully. You're too cruel. I don't know what to do. What should I do? My tightly clenched hands lost strength, my fingers loosened, staring blankly at the ground. Xiangra, I'm sorry. You have to gradually understand. The way of heaven is ruthless. That is the greatest kindness. I cannot speak. You must see, touch, and feel. The process will be painful, but you must endure. Brother, you killed so many fierce professions in one go. The fairy's poison is truly amazing. Sigh. It's still better to be a fool and enjoy life. The blood corpse's hands hung in the air, the head leaning forward like a decaying iron tower, slightly tilted and about to topple. Shoot. Whoosh. The sound of the arrow cutting through the air echoed in the empty tomb, layer upon layer, carrying a faint light as it gradually receded. Bang. The arrow pierced through the blood corpse's head, black blood spilling like fine sand scattered in the wind, carried away by the force of the shot. The iron tower's body lost its support, crashing to the ground with a thud. The skin began to melt, mixing into a milky white liquid flowing into the cracks of the floor. Experience gained from killing the lost tomb, no. 1 boss blood corpse, 3200 item, obtained armor, unidentified item, obtained burial treasures, X13 brother. All equipment has been recycled. I never intended to take their equipment. I came for the boss. Let's continue searching for the next boss. Zhao Xianger held her staff with both hands, holding it horizontally in front of herself, staring straight ahead. Her body seemed frozen, motionless. Flower farmer sister, what are you dazed for? Huang Jiefa waved at her. Come on. He was still not quite adjusted. I came to help her adapt. Yi Qingfeng stepped forward, prying her fingers off the staff. Are you trying to resist me? Her fingers were tightly clenched, showing no signs of loosening, the skin at her joints devoid of color. After a few tugs, it was like pulling a wooden person, stiff and unresponsive. Then I won't be polite. With my left hand around her waist and my right hand behind her thigh, I tightened my core and lifted her up. Zhao Xiang said nothing, only biting her fingers, burying her head in her flowing hair. A bit heavier than Shui Tao. Both women give me headaches. At every intersection, I dispatched a skeleton to scout the unknown area. Brother, is she poisoned? Why did she suddenly go mute? Huang Jiefa brushed aside Zhao Xianger's hair. Is she still unconscious? Slap. Pushing away Huang Jiefa's hand, she turned her head into Yi Qingfeng's chest, fiercely burying herself in. Oh no. Why are you crying? A wave of warmth suddenly enveloped me, the fabric over my heart getting soaked, clinging tightly to my skin. Her breath was like the mist of a clear spring, long and warm, faintly carrying a sweet scent. Cry. Cry. Her hands wrapped around his waist, holding on tighter. Following the direction of the wind is definitely not wrong. That's how I found the blood corpse just now. There's movement. The skeleton baby encountered something. Yi Qingfeng leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding environment. Thump. Thump. Xianger's heartbeat was fast but steady and strong. A young girl's abundant energy should be like this. Zizizizi. Yi Qingfeng extended his hand, feeling the fine hairs on his arm stir in the airflow. There are people in the passage ahead. Baby, come back, don't get discovered. It's getting stronger. It seems there are quite a few of them. They are also sneaking forward, not wanting to be found. Then you all should never be discovered. The flower fairy flapped her small wings, circling in front of Yi Qingfeng. Her little hands seemed to be keeping time, the airflow swirling at her fingertips. The yellow smoke rose against the wind along the cracks in the stone wall. Having the flower fairy saved me a lot of trouble. The poisonous smoke is truly effective, killing silently. What kind of summoning medium will the boss in the secret realm drop? The key factor remains the hidden boss. So many people have come for it. Experience gained for killing fire mage 35000. Experience gained for killing crossbowman 32000. After killing 7, there are still 20 left. The passage resembles a maze. It's indeed quite difficult for one person to find their way, and splitting up poses dangers. There's a discovery. The skeleton baby has spotted a larger space. I can simulate the route I have taken. The direction of the wind is slightly different. If only I could see through the skeleton's vision, it would be perfect. Oh, wouldn't that be a god mode? The signal from the skeleton baby seems to be stronger. After turning 7 or 8 times in the direction of the signal, the passage no longer branched out and extended straight ahead. The putrid air suddenly became thick. Breathing felt like having a stuffy nose, requiring significant effort to inhale. Yi Qingfeng stopped in his tracks. This darkness seemed to come alive, making my skin and hair feel uncomfortable. Ahead was not the vast space I had envisioned. The stone wall came to an end. Instead, there were layers pulsating akin to some biological organ, emitting an eerie blue phosphorescence. This was not a building, but a nest, a part of some terrifying beast's body extending out. The air was filled with a sweet, cloying stench alongside a pungent smell of strong acid corroding metal. Ugh! Huang Jieffa suddenly retched and spat out a mouthful of yellow bile. Brother, this smell. It's worse than the dead piglets on my farm after a few days. I covered my nostrils with my sleeve, only able to breathe through my mouth. Zhao Xianger tore off her sleeve and handed it to Yi Qingfeng. She still cares about me. With her sweet fragrance, I took a deep breath and felt a bit lighter. Continuing forward, the ground began to feel slippery and sticky. Each step felt as if I were stepping. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes, letting his senses spread out to touch a large, slow, and powerful heartbeat deep within the nest. Thump! Thump! Brother! The stone wall. The flesh wall is pulsating. Each pulsation caused the entire chamber to contract slightly, with thick purple-black liquid dripping from the ceiling. Hiss! Hiss! Corroding the ground, wisps of blue smoke rose. Countless twisted, unformed bones were embedded in the flesh wall like thorns. The boss is right inside. Xianger is starting to struggle. His hands trembled slightly like branches in winter, cold and stiff. This boss is too disgusting. I need to kill it quickly. At the deepest part of the nest, where the phosphorescence converged, was a massive outline formed from bones, resentments, and pure negative energy. It pulsated with each heartbeat. Still sleeping, or perhaps waiting. Yi Qingfeng adjusted his vision, attempting to penetrate its surface. This thing is not a simple creature. It seems to be the core of some energy cycle. Shoot it. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot out, piercing its flesh and releasing rich mucilage. The wound is healing. The mucilage did not drip, it seemed to merge with the surface, slowly retracting, as if the scene was being played in reverse. It has returned to its original form. Fairy, use the strongest poison. The yellow smoke was blown by its small wings, not towards that outline, but madly drilling into the pulsating flesh walls around. Gurgle, gurgle. The nest began to convulse, the flesh walls writhing and squeezing like a throat trying to expel the poisonous smoke during vomiting. Crackling. The ceiling split open and the strong acid mucilage poured down like a waterfall. Skeleton warriors raised their shields above their heads, jumping to block the acid and protect their master. Mucilage dripped into the chamber, melting the flesh wall, with sizzling sounds rising of foul white smoke. Thump, thump. The sound of pulsation suddenly quickened, and my heart, gripped by it, began to beat faster. The massive outline finally awakened, with tentacles formed from countless bones and rotten flesh bursting through the wall. Boom. It slapped against the flesh wall, shaking the entire chamber like a small boat in a storm. This force is deadly if hit. The Wolf King's sharp claws embedded in the flesh wall weaving between the tentacles, while the goblin shield hanging from Yi Qingfeng's waist was knocked to the ground. It looks quite messy, but with each dodge, I secretly blow the poisonous smoke into the roots of the tentacles. Ant, your power will ultimately belong to me. A low voice mixed with countless wails surged towards me like a shockwave. Who is the ant? He let out a low laugh. Don't you know your father, the Death Mage? Finally, the night has come. Special environment bonus under the Moonlight skill cooldown time is reduced by 30. The skill bar no longer dimmed, emitting a bright halo. Just as all the tentacles were about to merge and crush him, green mist surged in the chamber, filling all summoning spaces. Half were shield skeletons, half were archers. Compared to the massive nest, the skeletons indeed looked like ants trying to shake a mountain. I am the Lord of the Underworld. Huh, huh, huh. The skeletons screamed, wildly banging shields as if they understood and were ready to retaliate. Bony fingers grasped the flesh wall, tearing it apart layer by layer. Strong acid sprayed onto the skeleton frames, melting at a visible speed like boiling water on ice. Lord of the Underworld. That voice echoed again. Still just an ant. Haven't you been poisoned yet? With so much poisonous smoke. It only made him twitch a few times. It has a recovery ability, more attacks are futile. I must force the poison into him. At any cost. Pull out the roots of the tentacles. Shoot its wounds to slow down the recovery speed. Ice attribute arrows aimed at the location where the strong acid flowed out. The viscous liquid froze passively, getting stuck at the gash. The skeletons used their hands, teeth, and feet. Every bone in their bodies was a weapon. They fought solely to fulfill their master's command without fear or retreat. They were merciless battle machines. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared at the roots of the tentacles, revealing tiny blood vessels and nerves. Fairy, pour the poison in. The little wings flapped, forming a trumpet-shaped airflow, directing the poisonous smoke towards the vortex center, gathering into a tangible spear. Whoosh. The cyclone extended forward, widening the roots, cracked. The poisonous smoke attached, and the blood vessel walls gradually turned yellow. The blood vessel burst open like an exploded pipe. Thump, thump. The tentacles began to flail aimlessly. The flesh wall convulsed more violently, and the entire nest shook. Bang. A blood mist erupted. A shadow fell from the blood mist. The boss has arrived. It was merely a humanoid figure, a white skeleton. The pale skeletal frame was long and jagged, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, and its joints creaked ominously. Unlike the skeletal warriors, this skeleton lacked green viscera, resembling a specimen displayed in a laboratory showcase. The skeleton's head twisted, slowly crawling towards the Necromancer's summoned minions. Did you summon these skeletons? This boss intelligence was quite concerning. Is this the first time you're noticing? They're too weak. The voice of the white ghost was synthesized and mechanical, harsh and cold. They're no match for me. I see you're also a resurrected spirit. A sharp light shot from Yi Qingfeng's eyes. How about joining me? I am a necromancer, the lord of the... Every joint in the white ghost's body twisted like aquatic plants, swaying with the current. You're too weak. I will not join you. Crap. A little skeleton, and it looks down on me. Artemis said I was weak, and that was the truth. You don't cherish the opportunity given. Get him. The commander of the undead waved his hand lightly, and the skeletal warriors wielding bone hammers advanced with heavy steps. They were not attacking, but purely defending. The white ghost moved like a marionette, its actions quick and lacking grace, its punches seeming light as a feather. Bang! The bone shield instantly cracked, and the skeletal warrior leaning forward did not budge, enduring the tremendous force. Such thin bones, and yet they possessed such strength. Archers, prepare. The ranged attackers in the back had their bows drawn taut, awaiting the signal. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows accurately targeted the white ghost's knees, elbows, and femoral head. The chill instantly froze the bones, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds, and its movements became sluggish and stiff. Look at how you flaunt yourself. Is this all you've got? A blinding white light suddenly erupted from the white ghost's chest, and it forcibly shattered the ice, encasing its joints. From the bones sprouted small growths, resembling moldy fine hairs, gradually becoming thicker. Whoosh! They suddenly recoiled as if struck by electricity, with bone spikes shooting out like a storm, spraying all around indiscriminately. The skeletal archers were mostly destroyed, and the protective aura of the spirit cloak fluctuated violently, while the foremost shieldhammer skeleton was blown to pieces. That's quite fierce. Bro, if hit, it'll be over. Huang Jifa's armor bore several scratches, and there was a faint red streak of blood on his cheek. Get behind me. Hold tight. Zhao Xianger pressed closely against Yi Qingfeng, her chest rising and falling from a steady rhythm to an urgent pace. Don't be nervous. There was an advantage to holding Xiang. Her floral scent could dispel the foul stench. Futile attacks. The white ghost's tone remained flat. You cannot defeat me. Are you mocking me? Drawing aggro. The white ghost stepped forward, and the ice crystallizing at its joints began to crack, failing to halt its advance. Yi Qingfeng glanced at the flower fairy on his shoulder. The little head nodded gently. Do you think the arrows only have an ice effect? The ice melted, leaving a yellow mark at the white ghost's joints resembling the traces of rust corroding it. The chill has condensed the poisonous smoke. Thud. The white ghost's left knee joint fell off the connection point, missing a chunk reduced to debris by the poisonous smoke. Hell! Its movements became completely uncontrollable, emitting a painful wail as its skeleton began to collapse and soften. Ultimately, the white ghost collapsed as if its spine had been removed, crashing down into a thick, dissolving sludge. Ding. You have slain the lost tomb. No. 2 boss white ghost gaining 3500 experience. Acquired equipment gauntlet undiscovered acquired items corrosive solution X13 acquired item white ghost skeleton exclusive to Necromancers. Yo. Dropped my exclusive item. It wasn't in vain to endure this foul stench for so long. The flesh wall began to melt, blood and meat peeling away, revealing the stone wall. Boom. A stone door slowly parted, and a refreshing cool breeze poured in, carrying away the foul stench. Let's get out first. Behind the stone door lay a pitch-black space, the sound of footsteps echoing distantly, with no echoes to be heard. Let's see what this white ghost skeleton is. Ding. White ghost skeleton enhanced summon armor 35. Not bad. My base armor is only 2, and with the equipment it's 41 in total. This skeleton instantly boosted by 35 points. The downside is that it can only be added to a specific summon. The fairy and the skeletal archer are both ranged attackers and don't need armor. The wolf king sometimes needs to self-destruct, but it's useless. So I'll give it to the most courageous frontline baby, the hammer shield skeletal warrior. Ding. Using white ghost skeleton, the white ghost skeleton split apart, and ghostly green energy coiled up like a venomous serpent, seeping into every crack of the bones. Crack, crack, crack. The original bones of the skeletal warrior groaned under the strain. The surface was rapidly covered with snow-white metallic lost bone armor, and even more menacing bone spikes sprouted at the joints. The green mist transformed into soul fire, suddenly dancing wildly, raising its hammer and shield to emit a low resonating sound, reborn anew. Hammer shield skeletal warrior armor 2035. Now the frontline defense is even stronger. Bro, what if I? Huang Jiefa licked his lips, stammering for a long time. Just say, what if I were to die? Would you summon me as well? A rather unique thought, but it is indeed possible. How could you die with me around? Zhao Xianger chuckled, her furrowed brow easing. Miss Flower Farmer, don't. I'm serious. I wouldn't want to leave you. What if that day truly comes? He wore a naive smile, appearing somewhat like a skeletal swordsman with flesh under the green light. Bro, you would summon me to follow you. I would follow you for a lifetime. A punch landed on his chest. Don't talk nonsense. I won't let you. Xianger also wants to follow you forever. He hugged Zhao Xianger tightly, sending a wave of floral fragrance. I won't let such a thing happen. The footsteps of the 3 were the only sounds in this empty area with no torches. Shoot an arrow. Whoosh. A green light shot into the sky, falling from its peak like a spent signal flare. High and far. No camera in sight. This place could only be accessed after defeating the No. 2 boss, meaning others have yet to arrive here. The Lost Tomb is a secret realm of challenges. I quicken my pace, being the first to slay the boss, or should I wait for others to appear before making a decision? The greatest treasures should be on the rare bosses. Therefore, defeating the No. 3 boss isn't a must. After all, secret realms can be replayed, but rare bosses once defeated are gone. Boom. Suddenly, a rumble resounded. Oh no. Would the remaining 20 people go directly to find the rare boss? Thus the blood corpses have only a portion of people, while no one is at the white ghost. True experts wouldn't waste energy striking precisely. What should I choose now? Should I continue searching for the last boss to defeat, or look for the hidden boss? The hidden boss must be the most valuable. But how to find it? There is no direction in this place. The map of this secret realm is entirely black. I can only rely on myself to explore. What do you see? Huang Jifa's expression was tense as he glanced around in the darkness. Did you see something? Zhao Xianger pressed against Yi Qingfeng's back, holding her breath, quietly waiting. Right? There are 20 of them. I have 35 summoning spaces. Let the little treasures spread out to search. Isn't that good? The skeletal archers are 6 points more agile than the skeletal warriors and move faster. As there's no need for combat, just find the boss for me. 35 skeletal archers simultaneously flashed into existence, their green light illuminated against the surrounding darkness, becoming clear and even somewhat blinding. Split up and act. Bring the boss out. At the command, dots of green light spread in all directions like fish released into water, scattering away. Let's sit and rest for a bit. I need to concentrate and feel the information from the little ones. Yi Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the cold stone slab. The protruding engravings on the stone pricked his bottom slightly. Thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats became clearer, as if it was beating right next to my ear, and my breathing became more distinct, like the flowing of a babbling spring. The space is so vast. What significance does such size have? Before them is still a sea of darkness, nothing at all. Something feels off. Outside the lair of the white ghost there are winding maze-like passages. Even all the skeletons couldn't investigate thoroughly. Suddenly a huge space appeared here, yet it was empty. Just stone walls. The little ones have reached the end here. It is a cave. The cave walls are rough, showing no signs of human excavation. The scattered skeletal archers formed a circle, with the only exit being the passage of the white ghost. Then there is only one direction left unexplored. Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes. He looked up, into the darkness above. Open your eyes. Close your eyes. There is no difference, only the eyelids themselves know whether they are open or closed. Fairy. Yi Qingfeng spread his hands. A ball of green flame danced in his palm, and a little sprite fluttered its wings standing in his hand. Could you please go up and take a look? A faint airflow lifted the fairy's body like a firefly, gradually flying away from the ground. My body began to float. It's so dark. It's so quiet. Surprisingly, there is such a large cave among the mountains. The fairy continued to fly upwards, trying to see if there was an opening above. My body feels heavy. It seems there is some strange odor. The air is stifling. Breathing is quickening. What is happening? Something is moving. Is it a boulder? It is pressing down on the mountaintop. It feels like it's about to fall. Who? What a strong sense of pressure. Thump, thump. Is that my heartbeat? Why does it feel like it's coming from above my head? It's getting closer. What's beside me? The air pressure is contracting. The air is being drawn up. Is it a wind tunnel? Why does it feel like there's pressure pushing down? Who? The boulder is falling. Fairy, get out of the way. Suddenly, my body jolted violently, unable to find a point of leverage, causing all my muscles to tense up. My teeth clenched tightly together. Brother. My shoulder was pressed down, and the sensation of pressure made my body regain control. Did you have a nightmare? You can still sleep at a time like this. Yi Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze like flickering stars, startling him into recoiling. The boss is here. Roar. The violent airflow felt like a boulder pressing down. My body was pinned in place. My knees buckled. My neck slumped. My hair stuck to my face. Raise the shield. Clatter. A white bone shield was raised, resembling a mushroom cap. Who? What overwhelming pressure. This is the hidden big boss. Quite fierce. Bang, bang, bang. Several beams of white light shot into the high cave, dispelling the darkness. Roar. The shockwave made the shield formation rattle. A giant ape, as large as an airship. It was illuminated by the strong light, gripping a stalactite pillar, shielding its eyes with its palm. Humph. They have come to hiding very well. Truly experienced. Why are there only 5 of them? All. Level 50. The 5 individuals jumped down from the stone wall. Necromancer. Not bad. A single person brought a swordsman and a florist, and actually managed to kill the white ghost. A woman walked out from the team slinging a steel longbow across her back with 3 dark patterned daggers inserted in her thigh. We were setting up a trap, and you startled the boss. How do you compensate? Compensation. I encountered bandits. My eyes were hurt by your flares. How will you compensate me? The female archer had dark skin with muscular arms rivaling the engravings on the stone wall. It seems you are quite confident. Don't want to cooperate with us. Can you solo the silverback giant ape? The giant ape, having calmed down from its earlier frenzy, rubbed its teeth against the stone pillar, seemingly indifferent to the people below. I don't know, but I can give it a try. Her laughter was somewhat deep, her eyes sweeping over Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiefa. The summons of the Necromancer are indeed impressive. So many. Her gaze was threatening towards me. Fa and Xianger are my weak spots. Such a despicable tactic, are you not embarrassed to say it out loud? The boss seems to be suppressed by some means from them not initiating an attack. Setting traps. That means it's not easy for the 5 of them to kill the giant ape. They need external help. The proposal to cooperate with me is also to borrow my strength. How to choose? Can I solo the giant ape? An archer, 2 mages, a warrior, and a healer. Can I kill these 5? Whether to kill these 5 depends on them. The boss can only belong to me when it comes to sharing such matters. I have no interest. What do you think? The female archer with a ponytail and wearing animal skins on her chest. Will you cooperate with us? We can cooperate. Great. Her face was dotted with freckles, and her thick lips were cracked and peeling. Once we are ready, we will engage the boss. I want to ask. Yi Qingfeng looked around, and in his line of sight, he couldn't see anyone else. How many people have you killed? Good question. The female archer had a broad and flat nose, not delicate like a person from Linyin country. We have killed 15 people. Did you kill the others, eh? She replied. Yes. Yi Qingfeng nodded slightly, raising an eyebrow. Huh. Laughing, revealing a canine tooth. We killed them all, leaving only us. So, is the cooperation settled? Cooperation is not impossible. The shield skeleton spread out before Yi Qingfeng, forming 2 circles. But I have one condition. Her expression turned serious and her smile faded. We don't discuss conditions. Take you over to the boss to gain experience. The rest is non-negotiable. Oh, this team is tough. Then let's not discuss it. Yi Qingfeng smiled, raised his hand, pointed at the silverback giant ape, his lips curving back. What do you want to do? Whoosh. Whoosh. Arrows shot up, targeting the giant ape. They'll help you engage. The female archer leapt into the air, soaring about 2 meters high before executing a backward roll. She landed back among her 5 companions. Let the battle begin. She glared fiercely at Yi Qingfeng, her nostrils flaring, teeth gritted, as if she wanted to devour him. Ding. Lost Tomb Rare Boss, Silverback Giant Ape drops. The arrow was released with a stroke of luck, splitting in 2 as it struck the silverback giant ape's blood-red backside. It lowered its head to look down, baring its teeth, and the thick black fingers gripping the stone pillar suddenly loosened. It was as if a giant rock was plummeting to the ground. Roar. The roar compressed the air into shock waves, shattering rocks that tumbled down the stone walls. Whoosh. Everyone get up here. On the wolf's back, Yi Qingfeng was sandwiched between Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiefa. In front was the girl's body, soft and sweet, as warm and smooth as jade. Behind him was the rugged breath of a strong man, wild and unrestrained, occasionally pressing against his back. Damn, did Alpha eat garlic? He quickly pressed his nose against Zhao Xianger's beautiful hair. Wow, so refreshing. What did Xianger use to wash her hair? It smells like soap pods. The Wolf King darted along the edge of the stone wall, while skeletal archers scattered around looking for opportunities to attack. To be safe, let's add another layer of defense. The bone shield rotated alongside, Yi Qingfeng like armor by his side. Everyone attack slowly, don't attract aggro. Let the silverback giant ape deal with them. Boom. The silverback giant ape landed on the ground, shaking the cave. The stone slabs shattered beneath its feet, debris flying like thrown projectiles. Clang. The bone shield was harder than before. If they returned to the dark forest, those branches couldn't break the treasures anymore. Aren't they going to attack? You want me to pull the aggro? Dream on. The skeletal archer was just pulling back its bow, but not releasing any arrows. The silverback giant ape charged towards Yi Qingfeng, leaving behind a claw mark wherever it passed, turning the stone slabs in front of it into soft dirt. Such agility. Its speed was no less than that of the Wolf King. I can't let those people stand by. I rushed into their ranks, heading straight for the healer. Necromancer, what do you want? The Wolf King suddenly leaped into the air, covering a distance of 10 meters with just one jump. Protect the healer. The warrior roared, his square spike shield glowing with a yellow light. He braced his left shoulder against the shield and charged forward, swinging his axe down with the momentum. Roar. The axe struck the back of the giant ape with precision, causing it to glance back, and it immediately countered with several punches. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the axe warrior was curled up behind the shield like a nail being hammered. With each blow, he took 2 steps back, bending his body to dissipate the impact. This healer's skills cooled down very quickly. As long as he traced a semicircle with his staff, he could unleash a healing spell. Healing orbs flew rhythmically, keeping the tanking companions at full health. A level 50 team was indeed robust. The fire mage's staff glowed bright red, raised high, while chanting, gathering into a dazzling fireball. Whoosh. The fireball whizzed out, hitting the silverback giant ape from its blind spot, causing its body to sway as flames licked at its fur. Not bad. Still able to chant. And now it has changed elements to ice. This elemental mage is adept in both ice and fire, truly formidable. Necromancer. The female archer stood close to the healer, as if providing protection, her arrows aimed directly at the giant ape's joints. We've got the boss' attention. You help too. This suggestion was acceptable. Fire. The skeletal archer, already poised to shoot, released its fingers, and arrows fell like rain, forming a storm of arrows around the giant ape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. Roar. The rain of arrows struck the fur, creating a faint blue glow as it raised its hand to shield its head. Is this the bone density a creature can have? Peering closely at the silverback giant ape, its bones had no gaps, appearing as one solid piece. One could say it was akin to steel. This layer of muscle fibers wrapped around it was like rebar, likely more than a meter thick. No wonder it could withstand such fierce attacks. Such levels of damage are insufficient to slay the silverback giant ape. The additional attribute enhancement merely made it appear beleaguered. I'm afraid only the fairy's poisonous smoke can solve this problem. I must hold back my hand and see what other— There was still one mage who hadn't made a move. Cast. The female archer shouted. The observing mage held a light orb in hand, gesturing in the air. The light and shadow projected in front of the silverback giant ape connected to form a 3-dimensional square. The edges flickered, tightening and compressing around the silverback giant ape. More light began to generate, matching its size, with vertical beams forming a cage. Prepare to unleash. The female archer ceased her attack, reaching into her canvas bag to retrieve 3 green water bottles. She hurled them at the silverback giant ape's head. Her hand smoothly drew back the bow, knocking an arrow that flew in sync with the bottles. Whoosh! A black feathered arrow pierced through all 3 targets. The glass shattered, and the green liquid poured down onto the silverback giant ape, dyeing its head and shoulders green. Roar! The roar of the silverback giant ape shook the heart and lungs. Its ears felt like they'd been punched, and its head spun dizzily. Yet its body could not escape the shadowy cage. Though its leg muscles were as strong as steel, they lacked strength and couldn't leap. It could only crouch on the ground. The light shadow cube acted as shackles, tightening with each struggle. Its arms reached out through the gaps, clawing at the air in vain, wasting energy. Unleash. That mage was a support class. This formation is powerful. If I were trapped inside, how would I handle it? Thinking of this made cold sweat break out on my forehead. Confident, but not arrogant. The fierce silverback giant ape was completely subdued, as if confined in a zoo awaiting slaughter. Its fur began to soften. The green powder was decomposing its fat layers. Just moments ago it had fur like a hedgehog, now it lay limp and powerless, utterly useless. The female archer knocked 3 arrows, kneeling on one knee with her body leaning back, pulling the bowstring tighter than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows flew out the recoil, causing her to roll back. Bang! The arrows exploded upon hitting the silverback giant ape's body. Its arms went limp, tongue hanging out, drool dripping down. Crack! Crack! Ice crystals formed beneath the silverback giant ape. Bang! The ice suddenly contracted, turning into sharp spikes that burst from the ground, refreshing its thick fur. The hair turned silvery white, crystallizing into frost before falling away, exposing its skin, which turned a bluish purple. Its health bar dropped by a third. The shield axe warrior planted his shield firmly in place and walked forward, swinging his axe a few times as if performing some ritual. Explosive strike. With a fierce roar, the axe blade came down, glowing red, releasing a hot gust of wind as it struck the giant ape's temple. A line of blood trailed down from its right eye to its jaw. This team has the strength to take on rare bosses. Each individual possesses the ability to stand alone. Those before were merely offering their heads, and countering them was certain death. How about that? The female archer flashed a smile, one that didn't reach her eyes, hinting at a sense of pride. Necromancer. Without us, could you solo the silverback giant ape? Another provocation. I don't know if I can solo it. However, before the boss falls, you will surely kill me. This chain of suspicion cannot be broken. It can't be resolved with mere words or a smile. Because you are also afraid of being killed by me. Thus, when the other side becomes useless, that's when the time to strike arrives. Not attacking me means they believe I still have value. The silverback giant ape has not yet reached the point where you can butcher it. Roar, roar, roar. The ground trembled with the shockwave of the roar, causing the cave to shake, and the collapsing rocks fell sharply. Bang! Bang! The ground was smashed into a chaos of flying stones like a bursting watermelon. Cracks spread like shattered glass, impossible to stop. The stone slabs began to loosen, with more debris falling down. Boom! The center suddenly collapsed, with the edges following suit until it approached the mountainside. Below is a hollow. My scalp tightened. My body felt weightless. My jaws clenched tightly. Crack! The Wolf King landed at the bottom of the cave, surrounded by jagged stones, its hind legs broken and half of its ribs shattered. Thank you, baby. Yi Qingfeng gently patted its head. He summoned another one, fully restored and undamaged. The cave was filled with sticky moss and clusters of fungus, the damp and cold mist floating between the stone pillars. The air was fresh, yet there was a faint smell of decaying wood. Bang! The moment of tranquility was shattered. The silverback giant ape fell, shattering the surrounding stone pillars. The cold mist was also dispersed by the dust. Hold the formation. The female archer looked around, touched the slime on the ground, and brought it to her nose to sniff. Save your skills. There will be no useless space in the secret realm. The existence of this place can only mean one thing. The final boss of the Lost Tomb, the Zombie King. Who? A stream of air flowed out from the depths of the darkness. It felt like ice water. My body was immersed in it. I could feel it sliding across my skin. Dim green fire flickered deep within the cave. A black stone coffin slid out from the cave. The coffin was covered with a layer of white mist and moldy white hair. Bang! Amidst the flying debris, a figure stood up with a crash. It wore a decayed noble crown and a shattered crown of the heavens. Its exposed skin was a dark blue color, covered in thick armor and pale fine hairs. Damn, this thing is not easy to deal with. Now I have to face 2 bosses. Its eyes suddenly opened wide, blood red. Owl! It roared, revealing its sharp black fangs. It spewed a sky of dark green corpse air. Around it crawled emaciated corpse insects with tentacles exploring the path ahead, their long limbs sticking with pus. Xiang'er, I'm sorry. I buried my head into her hair, startling her body into a sudden shrink. Brother, what's wrong with you? It stinks too much. I can't be without Xiang'er. He greedily inhaled and hugged her tighter, while Zhao Xiang'er tightened her limbs, not daring to move. Necromancer. The color drained from the female archer's face. If we don't cooperate now, we won't be able to get out. The Zombie King is just an ordinary secret realm boss, looks fierce. But I can take it down alone. He'll level up soon. At level 35, I can get new skills, and then come back to deal with you. Alright, I'll take down the Zombie King first. Without waiting for a response, the shield hammer skeleton warrior had already lined up in formation, a triangular impact formation. Charge forward. Smash those disgusting corpse insects to pieces. Archers. Fire. The cold air had no effect on Yi Qingfeng. After all, it was only the Lord of the Underworld, oh, what fear did it have of the underworld air? Moreover, the cold air made the skeleton's green light shine even brighter. Freeze them before crushing them. Otherwise the stench is too bothersome. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows flew like rain. The corpse insects were pierced by arrows, frozen and shattered. Crack, crack. The bone hammer kept turning like a pile driver, shaking the cave as it pounded the foundation. Experience gained 8,000 for killing corpse insects. Experience gained 8,000 for killing corpse insects. Experience gained 8,000 for killing corpse insects. Experience feels great. The flesh and blood of the corpse insects were frozen into ice blocks sliding down the slope of the cave. Just under one more, take down the Zombie King. Frontline babies, hold the line. Pulling out the short sword, I pointed forward. Shoot its joints. The hammer shield skeleton warriors lined up heavily, forming a pale bone wall. Bang! They withstood the first wave of the Zombie King's charge. Zzz. The sound of the bone shield clashing with the Zombie King's armored claws produced a grinding sound that made teeth ache. Bone fragments flew, and the bone shield cracked. Although the line was on the verge of collapse, it remained linked and did not break apart. Meanwhile, the skeleton archers in the back were fully drawn back with their ice bows, their bones glowing with ghostly green light. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of piercing air was sharp and piercing, echoing through the cave. Their targets were the Zombie King's knees, elbow joints, and the spine supporting its body. The arrows imbued with icy damage struck accurately, causing the joints to freeze and produce a crisp cracking sound. The Zombie King's wild movements immediately became stiff and slow. Each swing carried a heavy burden, and the cave felt like a viscous swamp. There was no time to delay, it must be killed quickly. In my peripheral vision, I looked at the silverback giant ape, its health bar stable, not yet at the point of being killed. Whoever kills it first will have a significant advantage. Babies, give it your all. Owl. The Zombie King roared like the scream of some beast, very tragic and chilling, sending shivers down my spine. Its chest cavity opened, that heart, which had long since stopped beating, suddenly began to beat again. A dark green energy pulse erupted from it, spraying outward. Damn. Babies, get out of the way. As the pulse passed the green light in the skeleton babies' eye sockets, swayed violently. The reinforced bone armor covering their bodies turned grayish-white, losing its luster and texture. What was even more terrifying were the ice arrows lodged in the Zombie King's joints. They were instantly corroded and transformed by this energy, turning into dark green toxins. They were eroding back towards the trajectory of the skeleton archers' arrows. The bones of the skeleton archers crackled. Like strong acid, they melted, cracked, and scattered all over the ground. The front line of shield hammer skeletons was on the verge of collapse like a swaying wall. Bang! The Zombie King's strike, laced with venom, shattered the defense like broken porcelain. One hit, and it shattered. Owl. The Zombie King tore apart the remaining skeleton warriors, stepping closer to their master, the Necromancer. There was no barrier left before him. Brother, you quickly summoned the skeletons. Damn it. Don't you recognize me as the Lord of the Underworld? Dare to touch my brother. My brothers keep coming. The Wolf King charged out like a runaway horse, grabbing the Zombie King's shoulders with its front paws, taking a bite out of its withered head. Blow it up. The Wolf King's body swelled, its mane standing on end, green mist billowing, its health dropping to zero in an instant. Boom. The shockwave spread out, shattering all the stone pillars, creating an open space. Crush this bastard. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. The skeleton warriors piled up like demons, burying the Zombie King beneath them, only the bone hammers visible as they swung. Dare to use poison on my babies. Let me show you what real poison is. Fairy, hit him with your strongest. She obediently brought her small hands together, blowing a puff. A cloud of yellow smoke floated out from her palms, traversing the ground's crevices like a hurricane, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers. The pile of skeletons was engulfed in yellow smoke, as if the corpses were burning. Experience gained for killing the Lost Tomb, no. 3 Boss Zombie King 3800 equipment gained, dagger, unidentified item, Gained Corpse Poison Mushroom X 15 Skill Enhancement Item. Gained Remnant of the Relic melee classes randomly. Gain a short-term invincibility state, consuming mental power. The Necromancer's level has increased to 35, 1. Strength 45, Agility 50, Intelligence 98, Constitution 45, Luck 95, Armor 5, Summoning Space 355. A skill point has been obtained. Click to claim it. The upgrade at this critical juncture is just right. With this shard of relic, my baby's hardness has skyrocketed. Resummoning also takes time. Resilience is the battle spirit of my undead army. Open the shard of relic. Ding. Relic shard. In ancient times, Buddhism flourished, and high monks would leave behind relics upon their passing. This item belonged to Tang's Decien Temple, the Master Xuanzang. Damn, it's Master Xuanzang's relic. What a pity it's just a shard. If it were whole, would it be invincible all the way? Quickly place it. Howling Wolf Claw has been moved to Skeleton Archer's Skill Enhancement Position 3, Howling Wolf Claw, which carries a tearing effect. Activate Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior's Skill Enhancement Position 1, Relic Shard melee class randomly gains a temporary invincibility state, consuming mental power. Ding. Acquired skill Skeleton Wizard. Skeleton Wizard can be summoned by the Necromancer using mental power without the need for a medium. Skeleton Wizard. Strength 5, Agility 16, Intelligence 30, Constitution 8, Luck 18, Armor 0, occupies Summon Space 2, Puppet Art has been activated. Nether Fireball releases a Nether Fireball that causes immense destruction and carries the corrosive effect of Nether Flame. Finally, a magic attack unit has arrived, and the structure of the undead army has become increasingly refined with more diverse means of attack. Those who like to bombard me with fireballs. Let's see how they fare against me now. The once cramped cave has expanded due to this battle. It has turned into a fighting arena devoid of obstacles where only brute force can prevail. Necromancer. The female archer's tone softened, becoming more urgent. Let's cooperate, while share the loot. Aren't you just giving me experience? Seeing me fierce. You start raising the stakes. Is the Lord of Nether a negotiable figure? The skin of the silver-backed giant ape has been almost completely broken with most of the muscle exposed. Only a few patches of hair remain in the gaps. That handsome and beautiful gorilla has been reduced to this state by you. Like a tortured prisoner. Aru. The dormant silver-backed giant ape began to roar. Its body swelled and rhythmically contracted, ensnared by the light muscles surging through the gaps. It cannot be contained. The muscles did not tear, fibers began to grow, and the bone density was even harder than before. Can the burst be sustained? Hurry. The auxiliary mage was drenched in sweat, his face pale, continuously chanting incantations while holding a glowing orb. My energy is about to be depleted. Necromancer. Help. This stage allows for assistance. After all, it's a rare boss. There might be ferocious tact. Let's try the Nether Fireball. A skeletal figure clad in tattered robes stepped out of the shadows, its bony claws gripping a twisted staff with a nearly burnt-out candle embedded at the top, melted wax congealing into a bubbly mass. It opened its jaw, uttering a silent incantation, and more companions materialized behind it. The azure fireball illuminated the cave as if it were the realm of the Nether. I like this color. It can serve as a torch. It's not glaring. Fire. The Nether Fireball whistled out, crashing into the silver-backed giant ape with little explosive force. Aru. The body shackled by the formation could not move, only allowing the fireball to scorch it, letting out roars of frustration. The health bar is dropping. The struggling force did not diminish. The bulging muscles sought to obscure the light. The cube began to fade, distorting in shape with straight. The struggling force did not diminish. The bulging muscles sought to obscure the light. The cube began to fade, distorting in shape with straight lines bending. It resembled an irregular circle. Bang! The lines formed by the light and shadow were like pulled yarn, unraveling thread by thread until they snapped. The arms of the silver-backed giant ape were as thick as its legs. Bang, bang, bang. It pounded its chest, the roar causing the rhythm of its heartbeat to falter, and my ears were left ringing. Aru. The caged beast went completely berserk. Get up here. The gorilla has gone mad. Riding the Wolf King, its agility was the only way to dodge this crazed behemoth. The cave walls were easily clawed out, as if digging through dirt was effortless. Its muscles were like steel crashing against the rock wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Its arms were like two meat grinders, turning stone into flesh, with foul saliva splattering everywhere as it swung its head. The long cave was forcibly expanded by more than double. Heavens! This power could carve mountains and forge paths. Its muscles have hardened. It must be in a special state, likely ignoring attacks. Similar to the effect of a relic shard. The formation mage could not dodge in time, and was grabbed by the silverback giant ape. Save me. Snap. Directly crushed into a pulp. The remaining flesh and blood were ground into the ground, continuously kneaded, until only a pile of red residue remained. It holds a grudge. It was this mage who used the formation to bind the gorilla earlier. Indeed a rare boss, truly difficult to deal with. Let's retreat. The shield warrior with a face full of beard could not hide his terrified expression. Old 7 is gone, what are we even fighting for? Rare monsters that match our level are hard to come by. The female archer along with the healer evaded using arrows to draw the silverback giant ape's attention. This opportunity is hard to seize. She turned to look at Yi Qingfeng. Necromancer, help us kill the silverback giant ape. All the loot will be yours. Now you realize who the boss is. Sure, I can help you gain experience, but you have to pay. I can take you along. How much will you pay? The female archer raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide open. Pay. Did I not make it clear? Yi Qingfeng glanced at Huang Jiefa and rolled his eyes. Why does his IQ match with him? Communicating is difficult. Don't you pay for things? We can help fight. With your little damage output. I don't need attackers, nor do I need meat shields or healers. I only need money. They exchanged glances, and then the female archer said, we have 2 million gold. Not bad. I only have 5 million won from the fighting arena. In the mid to late stages, getting equipment still requires a lot of money. Deal? Just avoid the boss skills, no need to attack. This guy is quite the show-off. I don't even know if they can defeat. Whatever. Showing off isn't illegal. The muscles began to soften, and the frenzy was about to end. Fairy, apply some poison to it. We need to weaken it first. Its speed is too fast. Shoot an arrow. The icy arrowhead slightly turned yellow. The poison smoke was locked by the cold, turning into an ice poison attribute. Whoosh. Countless trails whizzed past the silverback giant ape. Its nostrils flared, contracting repeatedly, while it scratched its face chaotically, as if trying to catch fleas. Let's test the strength of the relic. Shield soldiers, prepare. The bone shield formed a white barrier. Their footsteps were in perfect harmony, and the arm movements were the same, resembling a ceremonial guard. A direct clash. The silverback giant ape's chest heaved violently as it sat on the ground, gasping for breath, its body appearing smaller. It glared at the skeletal soldier with bared teeth, picking up small stones to throw. Drool sprayed out, hanging on the bone shield like a giant piece of chewing gum. Giant ape, I'm conducting a defense test. Give me your strongest attack. Bang! Bang! The skeleton struck the shield, emitting a wailing roar, and jutted its lower body towards the giant ape. Alo. Seeing this, it roared in anger, standing with hands on its hips, arching its body. Not bad. Indeed fierce. Compared to this, you're the big brother. My skeleton doesn't have such power. A row of bone shields has already pressed right before me, just a step away. The giant ape rotated its arms, resembling 2 iron fists dancing before it locked them together overhead. Its fists merged, forming a colossal hammer, as if the air itself would be crushed. Bang! The striking area of one punch could smash against 3 bone shields simultaneously. Crack! 2 bone shields shattered instantly, and the recoil sent the thin skeleton flying back several meters onto the ground. Clang! The central skeleton at the moment of being attacked had a round of white light flickering over its bones, remaining motionless under the giant fist. Instead, the giant ape staggered back 2 steps, nostrils flaring as it examined its hand, and then the shield. It had consumed a bit of spiritual energy. The baby remained unharmed. The amount of spiritual energy consumed was less than what it would take to resummon it, and it didn't waste any time. Quite efficient. The silverback giant ape's eyes widened as it jumped around, thumping its chest and howling. Alo! 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 Suddenly its body swayed, stumbling on its feet. The poison smoke took effect. Fireball ready. Archers ready. The bowstring was pulled taut, targeting the joints of the silverback giant ape to slow it down first. Whoosh. The arrows aimed at its ankles, knees, pelvis, and most crucially its massive arms, which could move mountains. With no skin or fur, the frost directly froze its muscles. Crack, crack, crack. Its movements slowed down, each exertion accompanied by the sound of ice shattering. Smash it. The bone hammer was lifted from behind the bone shield, and the formation began to close in, encircling the giant ape like an iron tube. Bang, bang, bang. The bone pile driver started its engine. One wave after another, swinging the hammer like a windmill. The silverback giant ape rolled on the ground, arms hugging its head, its torso curling up. Release. The ghostly flames did not bring heat, but rather a sinister aura that corroded flesh. Bang, bang, bang. They struck the silverback giant ape's chest, back, and arms, leaving remnants of the ghostly flames clinging to its muscles. The color of the muscles darkened, a layer dissolved. The splattered ghostly flames flew onto the skeleton warrior's body, but caused no harm. No need to worry about the babies getting accidentally harmed. The hidden boss health bar continued to decrease, nearing. Suddenly it bellowed and flailed its limbs, pushing aside the pile of bones, rolling backward and leaping onto the stone wall. It turned back to glare at Yi Qingfeng, baring its teeth. It then grabbed the crevices of the rock wall, climbing towards the cave ceiling at a speed as fast as on flat ground. Running away. The massive figure gradually moved away, leaving behind a fleeting red shadow. The babies can't fly. What to do? Wolf King chased after it. The rock wall was slippery, and the claws couldn't get a grip, sliding down after climbing just over 10 meters. Climbing trees is possible, but rock climbing isn't the Wolf King's specialty. Only the flower fairy can fly. Using poison, could it take it down? No need to kill it, just paralyze it, and it'll fall right. The flower fairy soared like a dragonfly, the fairy flower spirit, emitting glowing specks, leaving behind a visible trail. Some areas of the rock wall were spacious enough to accommodate the babies, allowing for direct summoning there. Suddenly the crevice was filled with green light, condensing into a skeletal wizard with the gaps oriented horizontally. It could only lie inside its staff, extending outward. Feasible. The height of this cave did not exceed the summoning range, allowing the babies to cover the area fully. Can it grab with its hands? Green mist appeared in the few centimeters wide crevice, gathering into skeletal fingers. The green mist continued to condense, forming a palm and arm, until the entire body took shape. A skeleton hung on the rock wall, resembling a climber performing the difficult move of single-arm suspension. Oh, not bad, but it can only suspend the wizard. The archer can't shoot with one hand. Let's think outside the box. Why can it only hold onto the rock wall with its hands? The skeleton isn't human, it has no flesh and blood, so it won't feel pain. They can bite the rock wall with their mouths. The green mist spread across the rock crevice, exploring like a hand caressing the stone. Suddenly it found an anchor point. In an instant it shrank, transforming into a row of teeth. Crack! It tightly locked that crevice. Gradually it morphed into a skull, sprouting a spine, with two skeletal thighs swaying. The skeletal archer supported its entire body with its teeth. It pulled the bowstring a few times, its body swaying, unable to exert force. Let's try using its feet. The left hand pressed against the rock wall, the right foot bent to tighten the core, the left foot pushed the bone bow outward, while the right hand pulled the bowstring in the opposite direction. Wow, this pose is incredibly cool. Time to post on social media. Bro, do you have fleas on you? Huang Jifa's eyes wandered around Yi Qingfeng's waist. Oh no, this world doesn't have phones. It's fine, it's fine. The towering cave walls were adorned with green skeletons resembling glowing green. Those four people stretched their necks, gazing into the cave, their eyes brighter than light bulbs. Let's see how you escape. Hello. The silver-backed giant ape turned back, seeing the cave walls covered in skeletons roaring madly. Put the brakes on him. Ice arrows whizzed through the cave, echoes rolling down from above resembling the sound of falling stones striking. Fireballs corroded the rock wall, causing more stones to fall, transforming the battlefield from horizontal to vertical. Its knees were encased in ice like ice wraps, restricting its bending. Its arms and spine were covered in ice, its red backside coated in frost, sprouting white, fur turning into moldy, stinky tofu. Elo! 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 The roar echoed and compressed against the cave walls, reverberating with a force that felt like it could burst hearts and lungs. Zhao Xianger covered her ears, gritting her teeth, feeling as though she was caught in a violent storm. The roar sounded like a giant wave crashing in. Don't be afraid. Holding her closed, the Lingyin trial suit's protective energy was activated, repelling the falling stones. As the sound waves surged, layers of light waves rolled, dissipating some of the raging airflow. She nodded, gently smiling, leaning against his warm chest. What are you doing? A warmth spread across her back, a heavy breath brushing against her. Huang Jifa's face pressed tightly against her back. Bro, I also need your protection. Alright. The instinct of her body wanted to kick him away. But since we are brothers, letting you hug me is no problem. Concentrating all attention on the scent of Xiang. Behind. Let's just treat him like a backpack. Yellow smoke emerged from the cave's top with no wind to disperse the smoke, gradually gathering together. It looked like a dark cloud. It wouldn't break through this cave, would it? The fallen stones filled half of the lower level, and soon they would accumulate to the point of fracturing the stone slab. Ego! This cry was particularly tragic, the ending drawn out like a desperate scream. The source of the sound slid downward, the frequency of the shock wave gradually increasing. Boom! The shattered stones were blasted away, crushed, as if a meteor had fallen, creating a large pit. As the dust settled, the silver-backed giant ape lay curled up at the bottom of the pit. It looked like a baby, its limbs drawn in tight, curled together. Woo! A low murmur escaped its throat. Quick, give it the final blow. The female archer rushed forward, her arrows tipped with barbs. The silver-backed giant ape's eyes turned toward the cold-blooded necromancer, tears glimmering in its gaze. The muscles had atrophied and the bone density had declined, resembling a deflated balloon. At this moment, the silver-backed giant ape was just an ordinary gorilla. The female archer's arrow would take its life. It seems there's something in my arms. Don't move. Yi Qingfeng raised his hand to stop the female archer. Put away the arrow. What if? She took half a step back, the bowstring still drawn tight, not retracting. What if it erupts again? The skeletal wizard appeared at her left side, the ghostly fire in his eye sockets burning towards the female archer. All right. She slowly relaxed her arm, the bowstring returning to a straight line. Now you are the captain. Yi Qingfeng leaped down into the pit. Brother. Huang Jiefa was startled by Yi Qingfeng's actions and nearly fell, using his foot to push a stone down. It landed on Yi Qingfeng's back. It's all right. His heart raced, blood pooling towards his heart, while the peripheral blood vessels lost circulation. The vitality of life was gradually fading. Why the tears? Humanity is cruel like this. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Don't be sad. Touching the giant ape's arm, the muscles were no longer steel. They were a life of flesh and blood. Fragile, broken, and dying life. Ugh. A low moan forced its way from his throat, his lips trembling slightly. Tears surged, filling his eyes. Splash. They rolled down. The face had no skin, sliding down the collapsed muscles, gathering in the hollow of the broken face like a pool of water. Blood seeped out, staining it red. Do you have anything to say to me? I'm listening. A wave of heartache washed over him as tears flowed down his face. Warm tears rolled down the tear tracks, quickly cooling, turning cold. The lord of the underworld lowered his head, and no one saw his tears. Only this animal could see. The silverback giant ape stretched its arms, revealing its chest. There was something in its embrace. A fluffy little thing. It remained motionless. Is it protecting it? Your child. Don't worry. He'll protect it. A human extended their hand, cradling it with the gentlest strength. The signal from the fingers made her hair stand on end, her arm almost losing sensation. It's all right. Hugging the cub to her chest. Once again she extended her hand, pressing it against its father's forehead, slowly moving down. The palm was damp. Relief. You found the right person. His child. Only I can take care of it. Ding. Experience increased by 800 for defeating the rare boss silverback giant ape. Acquired equipment: broken sword, rare unidentified. Acquired summon medium silverback giant apes. Concern: discovered a new species, gaining the title Discoverer. Enhanced visual ability in caves, shared among team members. Species Pokédex: rare creature classification increased for silverback giant ape. Can check the analysis report at the library. Secret Realm Lost Tomb completion, rating 5 stars. Received additional reward: Breath of the Mountains X1, the heart of the silverback giant ape. Retired, no longer needing to work, just lying quietly. The female archer took a deep breath, her gaze still sharp, as if the battle had not yet ended. Did we lose a formation master? Expend a lot of resources just to gain this little experience. All these rewards were taken by the Necromancer alone. Plus we have to give him 2 million gold. Alright. Yi Qingfeng adjusted his expression, slowly rising and jumping out of the pit. Get ready to go out. After all, they had also lost a mage. Those equipments in front should all be given to them. As long as they keep their promises. I, Yi Qingfeng, am not a stingy person. You? Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. We want to divide the loot. The arrow pressed against Zhao Xianger's neck. Give it all to me. Oh, is it so hard to keep your word? Threatening me with a florist. Compassion turned into murder, as solid as a rock. Aju, this isn't right. The healer mage stepped forward, pressing down on the female archer's hand. We agreed. Jihao is dead. Her voice was hoarse, yet she yelled with all her might. Was it all for nothing? We still have to lose 2 million. She roared, her shoulders trembling, veins bulging along her neck. Aren't you going to help? Necromancer, The female archer's companions narrowed their eyes, raising their weapons, the hesitation in their eyes turning into murderous intent. Please do as she says. Axes, staves, arrows. All aimed at Zhao Xiang. I'm sorry. You can threaten me. But dare. Yi Qingfeng did not respond, only turning his gaze towards Zhao Xianger, their eyes meeting. Her lips had lost their color, the staff in her hand had no attack attributes, merely watching Yi Qingfeng quietly. This is humanity. You felt it again, didn't you? What did those so-called kindnesses yield? Perfect. Let's bury it with the gorilla. When nothing is happening, you all play with it. She is a swift-type archer. How can I be faster than her? Maybe only by 0.1 seconds. The flower fairy has the highest agility. With the attributes, she will definitely be faster than her. Fairy. Activate the acceleration effect of the flower spirit. Don't consider my energy consumption. Use it to the limit. Can I be faster than the female archer? You underestimate my flower spirit. As long as you have enough energy, it's a piece of cake. It'll position you in a direction. That's the nerve controlling consciousness. Just sever it. Alright. Her gaze passed through the female archer's skin, stopping at the gap in the cervical vertebrae where some nerve fibers resided. The flower fairy's arm could just fit through. Are you ready? I'm just waiting for your command. With a blank expression on her face, she silently shouted inside. Make your move. The green light flashed. No human I could capture it. Time seemed to freeze. The flower fairy appeared at the nape of the female archer. Bending her arm backward to gather strength, her tiny bone fingers came together, forming a surgical knife. Swoosh. She inserted it into the gap of the spine, grabbing that nerve. It was effortless. A gentle tug. The female archer's eyelids drooped, her limbs went limp, falling to the bottom of the pit, rolling by the feet of the silverback giant ape. What? The mage's words were not finished. Bang! A bone hammer swept over the shockwave, piercing through the eardrum, her head flying sideways with her body. The other two met the same fate. Their heads were simultaneously crushed. Knees weak, they knelt on the ground and fell. Outside the pit, it was like an execution ground. The executioners were a group of skeletons, sending the living on their way, executing them. Big gorilla. Yi Qingfeng waved at it. You're no longer lonely. Goodbye, brother. Huang Jiefao felt terror, his pupils dilating, nostrils flaring. You talk to a corpse. Say goodbye. His sharp gaze fixed on Huang Jiefao. Damn, brother's gaze is terrifying. He's going to eat me. Again. Goodbye. Into the mist at the exit of the secret realm. The hidden boss has been killed. The crowd at the entrance of the secret realm gathered, searching for who had emerged. So fast. What dropped? Necromancer. And the florist. And the swordsman. You're lucky you didn't go and know otherwise. You wouldn't come out. The crowd dispersed, and Yi Qingfeng walked coldly towards the teleportation point. Dingling, dingling. The wooden door of the equipment store was pushed open by his knee, and the sound of the wind chime was like birds chirping. Boss. He sidestepped to avoid passers-by, and swiftly navigated through the shelves, arriving at the counter he was familiar with. Opt. The shop assistant froze upon seeing Yi Qingfeng, his fingers loosening as the wrist guard he was holding fell to the ground. So many treasures. Crack. The shop assistant tore open the seal of the cardboard box, revealing roll after roll of sheepskin with slight wrinkles resembling tree bark. You use this the most. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'll get you a new box. He picked up the identification scroll, pressing his fingers down to feel its soft resilience. Getting closer, he could smell the faint scent of beeswax and dust. Crack. It made a crisp sound when pried open. The light fell on the armor, which was covered by an oily film before identification, making its design indistinguishable. Ding. Acquired half-body armor, strength 6, armor 5, it's garbage. Sell it. Sold half-body armor, gold 100, classmate. Even though you're wearing a lucky treasure-hunting necklace, he said. Still, it shouldn't yield this much. Every time you come, there are so many good items. The shop assistant had shaved cleanly today, looking a few years younger. Others only find 1 or 2 items after a dungeon run. He stroked his jaw, pouting as he shook his head repeatedly. You've refreshed my understanding. Boss, let me help you stock up. He pulled out a second identification scroll. The shelves have been empty lately. I heard a few settlements were destroyed by chaos, he said, pursing his lips and sighing lightly. The equipment output has decreased. It seemed the speed of chaos erosion was accelerating. We need to level up quickly. Ding. Acquired brass gauntlets, agility 6, armor 6. This seems usable, better than my current fine iron gauntlets. They'll take the beginner defense gem off. Inlaid on the armor, the set should last for a while. Please help me open a hole. The shop assistant carefully lifted the Lingyin set armor and took it to the workshop behind him. The craftsman positioned a special drill against the armor, applying steady pressure. Then the drill spun, emitting a sharp, continuous friction sound as metal shavings flew off. The edges of the hollow gradually turned red and hot, eventually being completely penetrated, forming a neatly shaped groove. Professional craftsmanship. The craftsmen from Qingsong Academy still make things by hand. Ding. Armor Lingyin Academy trial set 24 half-body armor, armor 11, strength 5, beginner defense gem, armor 5, sold fine iron gauntlets, gold 2,000, equipped brass gauntlets, agility 6, armor 6. This dagger dropped by the boss. Can it bring some surprise? Ding. Acquired assassination dagger, attack power 10, agility 15. The attributes are good. It seems better than my weapon. Weapon Lingyin Academy trial set 44, short sword, attack power 9, luck 5. What a pity, I am missing one piece of the set. Without one piece there are no special effects, and luck is something I need too. Sigh. Just sell it. Sold assassination dagger, gold 1500, sell all this garbage. Sold funeral treasure X 13, sold strong acid solution X 13, sold corpse poison mushroom X 15, gold 4,000. The main event is coming. Yi Qingfeng straightened up and placed the short sword wrapped in the oily film on the wooden table as if it were an artifact freshly unearthed. A broken sword. Rare. These 2 pieces of information suggest that this sword must be very special. Moreover, it was dropped by a rare boss. May Artemis bless me. Open. Ding. Wow. The golden light shot out like an arrow, hurting his eyes so much that he had to raise his arm to shield them. Treasure has appeared. The shop assistant shouted. Huh. His lungs were like a blower, suddenly inhaling loudly. Customers inside the store, hearing the shout, immediately put down the equipment they were holding and looked in the direction of the sound. What treasure? What a blinding light. It's that executioner Necromancer again. How annoying. Acquired broken sword. As the light faded, a rusty sword lay on the table, utterly unremarkable. No one would want it even if it was thrown on the street. What is going on? Garbage. Is this all that Boss, what does this mean? The shop assistant put on a pair of white cloth gloves, picked up the broken sword, craned his neck, and examined the blade carefully. It might have been a mistake. Identification scrolls can malfunction too. It has happened before. The crowd cast disdainful looks, pointing fingers at Yi Qingfeng's back. Deserved it. He must have killed someone to rob it. He'll be killed in return sooner or later. Seeing that the Necromancer did not obtain any treasure, they let out a sigh of relief, their worry turning into smiles. Impossible. So many people risk their lives for something. Could it be garbage? This shop assistant uncle has limited knowledge. I should ask that old man in the underground black market. He looks well informed. Mountain's breath, let's use it first. This is the second time holding Mountain's breath, a golden glowing entity. Its radiant pulsation feels like the breath of the mountains. Ding. Mountain's breath has been activated. Please select the skill to strengthen. I am the Lord of the Nether. The golden light gradually expanded, then suddenly contracted. The entry for the Lord of the Nether was refreshed by a beam of golden light. Lord of the Nether enhancement successful. Gain new entry. Summon medium. Slot 1. Summon medium 3. None. Big brother gorilla, I'm here to take your son. Rest assured, following me will grant you immortality. He'll turn it into Sun Wukong. The silverback gorilla's cub slumped in his hands, the cold air gathering, its limbs becoming stiff. Sitting on it. Ding. Activated. Summon medium 3. Silverback gorilla's attachment. Show me. Is he as handsome as his father? A dark green mist floated on the table, gradually standing up, forming a head, torso, and limbs. It was about the same size as its corpse. Its eyes rolled around. Silverback gorilla cub, nether body, level 40, strength 102, agility 91, intelligence 25, constitution 88, luck 23, armor 50, occupying summon space 10, puppet technique activated, active skill furious strike doubles attack power and attack speed, causing massive physical damage, consuming the Necromancer's energy. Hiss. I thought you would be as fierce as your father. So small. But the attributes are quite terrifying. Can the nether body grow up? Wow. Little monkey. Huang Jiafa pouted and leaned in to take a look. The air from his nostrils made the little gorilla gag a few times. Ji. With a slap to his mouth. Slap. Ouched. His lower lip instantly swelled like a water pouch, becoming a protruding jaw. It hit me. His voice was barely audible. What a powerful force. Even though the level 34 swordsman is weak, he is still level 34. With just one slap, he was almost crippled. Can't underestimate you. The flower fairy flashed out, circling around the little gorilla. Then she bowed. It bared its teeth, waved its arms, and thumped its chest. Well then, you have a companion. Let's go. To the underground black market. In the afternoon, outside the Dusk Tavern, the weather was pleasant. Old newspapers were blown up by the wind, and the entire street was deserted. Because there is only a tavern here. Creak. Sunlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, dust danced in the beams of light, and the scent of cleaner filled the nostrils. Not open yet. In the corner, a big-bellied figure lay on a sofa, a brown duckbill cap covering his face, one foot resting on the glass coffee table. Bang! He kicked his leg and rolled over, knocking the bottle to the ground, which clattered and rolled towards the... Is the underground black market open now? Exiting the Twilight Tavern. The sunlight feels truly pleasant, reminiscent of Artemis, the sister of the sun god Apollo. Is Apollo still alive? Or has he fallen as well? He governs the sun, and the sun still shines in the sky. The moon is there too. However, Artemis has perished. No need to dwell on it. The answers will reveal themselves in time. I stretched lazily. The city of Time Mountain is large. Gets rare to have some leisure time. Perhaps I should take a stroll. At the moment the digital clock showed 4:31 p.m., this mountain city welcomed its most wondrous moment. A light rail train rushed past the Tang Dynasty-style station, diving into the track, suspended midair between skyscrapers. This city is truly beautiful. Humans have established settlements in the mountains, making the entire city layered. Every road is an uphill or downhill slope, with few straight and flat paths. Holographic billboards shimmered with cyberpunk colors, casting reflections on the granite pavement, merging with the shadows of copper bells hanging from the eaves of ancient temples. If I hadn't changed my profession to become a necromancer, would I have become just like them, a member of the working class, clocking and attending meetings and working overtime? The people sitting behind the office building windows wore blank expressions, endlessly flipping through documents, occasionally gazing blankly at the sky. There is a lake over there, its surface covered in sunlight. If it weren't for the glimmers of waves, one might mistake it for the stone pavement of a plaza. In the mountain city, rivers and lakes are nowhere to be seen, and one can only quench their thirst for water with artificial creations. A wild cat crouched low, prowling through the grass. A flock of sparrows searched for food by the lake. It chose the perfect moment to spring out. Pounce. Pounce. It startled the flock of birds. Yet it fell short of its target. How slow it was, how could it catch anything? Huh. The kitten dislocated its hind leg as Yi Qingfeng approached it. Hissing, it bared its teeth at him, appearing fierce yet posed no real threat. Let me help you with that. I picked up the kitten. My vision penetrated to the skeletal level. It was as if a key had been inserted into a lock, gently pushed, and every notch fit perfectly. Snap. Done. The kitten jumped down, its first action being to lick its leg, occasionally glancing up at this strange person. Meow. Meow. It ran off, rushing towards the flock of birds. It tackled one, biting the sparrow's neck and dragging it into the thicket. I saved the cat, but killed a sparrow. This world is so strange. I really want to discuss these issues with Teacher Sue. But her attitude towards me is rather odd. Why do I want to get closer to her? It seems like she cares about me too, yet there's always an invisible barrier. This matter is also quite strange. The sunlight gradually turned red, the sun sticking like a post to the tip of the mountain. It should be about time. The underground black market should be open now. At the entrance of the Twilight Tavern, a few people gathered under the streetlight, cigarette butts in their mouths, holding drink bottles, laughing uproariously. The man behind the counter nodded gently upon seeing Yi Qingfeng, the smoke from his cigarette drifting lazily, leaving his eyes glazed. The Slaughterstone allowed him to move freely in the underground black market. Creak. Pushing open the decayed wooden door, it felt empty and desolate, with at least half of the equipment missing from the shelves. Boss. There were no customers in the shop. He was polishing a dark wooden staff, raising his eyes from behind his glasses. Necromancer. This sword has been appraised. It glimmers with golden light. The broken sword was shaken on the table, dropping some rust. However, it lacks attributes, but still just scrap metal. What's going on? The boss pushed his glasses up to his forehead, lifting the rusted broken sword, starting his inspection from the hilt. The oil film has been dissolved. It has indeed been appraised. The sword is truly just scrap metal. He tilted his head, looking up at the ceiling. Let me think. He turned and walked to the bookshelf in the corner of the counter, standing on tiptoe to scan the top shelf, then bending down to rummage through the lower shelves. Huh. His body suddenly stopped, retreating slightly, pulling out a leather scroll. Flap, flap, flap. It seems there are records of such things, but they are too few. He patted the dark cover a few times, stirring up a cloud of dust like a miniature sandstorm. No one remembers. The edges of the leather scroll had yellowed, feeling dry and rough to the touch. Whoosh. Unfolding, it produced a faint crisp sound, a mixture of dust and old ink wafting. This is my father's record. I have heard him speak of it. The ink had already blurred and my fingertips could feel this. Found it. When he went to the Holy Empire of Charlemagne, he heard this story. The boss sat on a high stool, leaning his face close to the pages, nearly pressing against them. The blacksmith was summoned into the palace by King Henry. A sword could not be appraised, and the king asked him to find a reason. The appraisal scroll was compiled based on the complete guide to weapons and equipment. All weapons or equipment not mentioned in the book cannot be appraised. So that's how it is. This is not. It's good news. Boss, what else? Yi Qingfeng couldn't understand the text above. Continue to finish the story. The boss pulled the candle closer and buried his head back into the leather scroll. The king offered a reward for anyone who knew the origins of this ancient sword to enter the palace. However, whether blacksmiths, scholars, rangers, or poets, none knew the origins of this sword. The clues they provided were all wrong. The king had the scholars search through the vast sea of ancient texts, taking a full 3 years. But to no avail. The boss' voice was hoarse and deep, like listening to an old man telling stories, rich and mellow, flowing smoothly. He lost patience and threw the sword into the lake of the imperial garden. Many years passed, and people forgot about this matter. Until the general returned from the front lines, having fought against chaos for 10 years. Hearing of this matter, he was greatly alarmed. The general told the king that the reason there were no records was because the owner of this sword was an ancestor who battled against chaos. All current records are from after chaos, which is the era of high mountains. Ancient documents from before chaos were almost completely destroyed. Only a few guardians who have passed down from ancient times know, right? Old Gu is indeed one of the guardians passed down, a protector of Artemis. Then this sword. My scalp began to tingle. Thump. Thump. My heart also wanted to know the answer, speeding up to supply blood to my brain, eager to decipher the origins of this sword. The king bathed and changed clothes, holding a ceremony. He retrieved the sword from the lake, offering it in the temple built for the gods. The boss looked up at Yi Qingfeng, then at the broken sword, and both fell silent. What happened next? He closed the leather scroll and shook his head. That's all there is. This sword. The broken scrap sword now held a sense of mystery, the rust seemingly carrying the memories of history. It must have an extraordinary origin. Su Baiyan sipped her coffee, eyes fixed on the interface, displaying information about the secret realm. Yi Qingfeng has cleared the lost tomb and slain the rare boss, the silverback gigantic ape. The biological compendium has acquired data on the silverback gigantic ape. Well done. Yi Qingfeng must die. Banish the Necromancer. Guilty of crimes against humanity. Sentence him to death. Slogans plastered the entrance of the teaching building. The shattered remains of a broken sofa still lay beside the flower bed, while protesters gathered on its far side. Teacher Sue. Creak. The iron latch along the bottom edge of the wooden door had come loose. The room smelled of coffee mingled with the damp, sour scent of aging timber. Su Baiyin stood by the window draped in a rose-hued gown that contrasted starkly against her porcelain skin. What reward did you obtain for slaying the silverback gigantic ape? How utterly pragmatic. All you care about is the reward. You're prying into my skills. We risked our lives, yet you never even asked how I was. Where did she study? What is her true background? How did she become a professor at Lingyin Academy? Of all places, a tenured lecturer for the elite advancement program. How could such a heartless, ruthless, cold, deranged, and opportunistic wretch exist? She possesses but one redeeming quality. Peerless beauty. The breath of mountains. Yi Qingfeng shifted his gaze away, deliberately speaking in muffled tones. I've already used it. I'm asking. The desk lacked one corner, its wooden surface had rotted and begun to flake away. The reward obtained from slaying the silverback gigantic ape. You wouldn't understand it anyway, so I might as well tell you. It's this battered sword. Grasp the hilt and rust stains your palm instantly. A piece of junk. Let me see. The chair's backrest had detached, exposing several rusted nails. Yi Qingfeng simply held out his hand, not stepping forward an inch, motionless as a wooden statue. Brother. Huang Jiefan grinned, his smile as hollow and artificial as a department store mannequin, lewd and insincere. Allow me to deliver it to Teacher Sue. Oh, already currying favor. Don't forget who leveled you up. Does Teacher Sue even deign to play with you? Sycophant. Teacher Sue, please take a look. He scurried forward like a rabbit, bowing his thick, bear-like torso, and presented the shattered blade with both hands. I was there myself. Servile wretch. I truly hadn't noticed. You possess quite the talent for groveling. A swordsman. More like a shameless swordsman. Her hands were flawless alabaster nails painted crimson, the delicate hands of a noble heiress. Yet she seized the broken sword without hesitation, nearly pressing her nose to its edge, her eyes converging comically inward. That expression, surely meant for satire. Do you recognize it? Still pretending. Even professors have limits to their knowledge. Unless your father once journeyed to the Holy Charlemagne Empire and heard this tale firsthand. Refill my cup. She handed her white porcelain coffee cup to Huang Jiefan. Right away. Like a devoted lackey, he cradled it reverently, daring not to touch the faint crimson lip print upon its rim. This is a sword forged in antiquity. Its master perished during the primordial chaos, fallen in battle. Thus the blade has lost its luster, reduced to ruin. Its wielder must have been extraordinary, perhaps a hero, or possibly a god. If awakened, it would grant Yi Qingfeng immense power. Clues to this ancient era lie deep within the Chaos Zone, a realm beyond current capability. Only upon reaching level 60 and ascending to the next cultivation tier will such an endeavor become feasible. They had been observing covertly. Should the sword be seized, complications would arise. I'll safeguard it for now. Su Baiyin let out a cold, mocking laugh. Utterly useless. Just this worthless scrap. Perfect. I need a fourth leg for my desk. Shink. She drove the fractured blade into the missing corner of the wooden desk, stabilizing the surface at last. Su Baiyin. Yi Qingfeng's body radiated emerald light. Mist flooded the cramped office, transforming it into a necropolis teeming with skeletal figures. Are you a bandit? Yes, that's precisely how authenticity feels. These people aren't easily deceived. So long as I survive, everything else is negotiable. What are you doing? Su Baiyin crossed her arms over her chest, stumbling backward until she leaned against the wall, though a strand of hair slipped free. Bullying your teacher. Targeting a defenseless woman. What? Su Baiyin, you. I'm bullying you. A defenseless woman. Xiang'er, save me. She reached out toward Zhao Xiang'er, fingers curling weakly. Yi Qingfeng seeks to betray his master and desecrate ancestral rites. Senior brother Yi. Don't harm Teacher Su. Zhao Xiang'er threw her arms around Yi Qingfeng. He burst into laughter, inhaling sharply, wearing the unflappable smirk of a shameless rogue. Betraying one's master and desecrating ancestral rites. I am your student, formally enrolled in both the standard and advanced research programs. Damn it, did I enroll in the wrong class? She teaches acting, an Oscar-winning actress. No wonder she secured a professorship at Lingyin Academy. Truly formidable. Jiefang, save me, she cried out to Huang Jiefan, voice trembling with tears, lips clenched tight. Your brother wants to kill me. Yi Qingfeng clawed at his own hair, nails digging fiercely into his scalp, as though his skull might split open. Brother, it's just a broken sword. To serve as a leg for Teacher Su's desk. Exactly. It fits perfect. Today I've been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Su Baiyan. I'll remember this. Whoosh. The skeletal host dissolved into emerald mist swept out the window by an unseen wind, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha ha. Problems need not be solved by force. How effortlessly efficient. Just 2 sentences. Thank you both. Su Baiyan steadied herself with trembling arms brushing away tears from her cheeks. You're exemplary students. Fine. Yi Qingfeng stared intently at the broken sword. A desk leg indeed. Though she couldn't decipher its nature, she sensed its profound significance. She merely wishes to study it. Playing games with me. How clever. But if we truly fought, I'd lose. And those ancient clues. Impossible to pursue for now. First, level up. Later, I'll settle accounts with you. All right, Xiang. He gently wiped away her tear-streaked cheeks and softly pinched her cheek. I was only joking with Teacher Su. This sword shall serve as her desk leg. With nimble steps, the swordsman delivered the coffee. His movements more precise than a 5-star hotel's most seasoned waiter. Teacher Su, here's your coffee. To calm your nerves. Calm what nerves? The necromancer raised his fist, feigning a blow toward Huang Jiafan. Traitorous lickspittle. Su Baiyan accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, her brows relaxing, eyes closing in quiet sensual delight. Pure elegance. Truly incompetent. She's addicted to coffee. Clack. She set the cup down firmly on the desk, her expression hardening, commanding like a battlefield general. Given the escalating severity of chaos incursions, we have received official notice our class shall undertake a support mission outside the city to provide logistical support for the investigation corps. Wow. Hearing this, Huang Jiafan's eyes bulged wide, like those of a startled frog. The investigation corps. Zhao Xianger clenched her small fists, her lips lifting instinctively into a smile. She'd only recently arrived in this world and knew nothing of the investigation corps. It sounded like a reconnaissance unit. Brother, we're actually going to meet heroes of the investigation corps. Brother, he frowned, puzzled. Why aren't you excited? The investigation corps is the Empire's soul. His voice rose steadily. Force capable of penetrating the chaos zone. Tears welled in his eyes. The unit that slays chaos itself. Directly enter the chaos zone. The investigation corps is indeed commendable. However, Huang Jiafa clenched his fists tightly, bringing them close to his eyes as he scrutinized them, as if those hands could tear through the chaos. What are you so excited about? It has nothing to do with you. Hiss. The coffee was sucked into her mouth, its bitter taste long since familiar, indistinguishable from drinking plain water. They are completely unaware of the terror of chaos. Behind the heroic deeds lie nothing but bleached bones. Even the investigation corps faces mortal peril. The scenes you are able to see and the stories you hear are all meticulously selected by the higher-ups. The true chaos is a hell on earth, allowing students to participate in the operation. The methods used by Yi Qingfeng are becoming increasingly shameless, and there are so many people accompanying them to the grave. Teacher Su, when do we set off? Huang Jiafa adjusted his helmet, feeling as if his head was locked inside that iron shell, his intellect imprisoned within. Is there anything we need to prepare? The swordsman and the florist who are following Yi Qingfeng have actually reached level 30. Oh, perhaps there really is an unexpected opportunity. This time there are a total of 50 people participating in the mission. On the decaying, yellowing desk, there was only a coffee cup, both edges stained with her lip prints. They are all from the Lingyin Academy. Su Baiyan, who never needed to think before speaking, surprisingly paused for a moment. Something is on her mind. Carefully selected. Responsible for transporting supplies to designated locations. Her slender fingers brushed her nose, resembling a crescent moon hanging on a peak. This time, such a refined beauty, yet she stands behind a yellow, decaying desk missing a leg. I will go with you all. Wow. Huang Jiafa jumped up in excitement like a crazy fan meeting their idol. That's amazing. Yi Qingfeng, please give it your all. Her gaze turned towards the necromancer, devoid of any smile. If there is any mishap in this mission, you will be expelled from the Lingyin Academy. Again, targeting me. Do you want to force me out? Then it depends on your methods. Teacher Su. The smiles of her two companions abruptly ceased, their throats rolled, but they could not utter a word. Only the broken fan overhead remained, its blades swaying in the wind, producing a creaking sound. Want me to leave? Fine. Yi Qingfeng also crossed his arms, staring into the eyes of the unparalleled beauty. Then let's see if you— I like your tenacious spirit. If you can't withstand this little pressure, you're just trash. Remember. As her gaze swept over, all thoughts were cleared and attention was completely captured. At that moment, every word spoken felt like a chisel engraving her words into his heart. This is a military mission. Those who do not obey orders will be executed. Lingyin Academy, Fuyuan Temple's rear mountain, dedicated air cargo dock, non-public area. Boom. The vortex of the propeller made hair dance like a mad claw, unable to be tamed, the roaring noise requiring gestures for smooth conversation. The soldier's armor covered his entire body, his features obscured by a mask revealing only a ghastly visage. All supplies are fully loaded. The voice of the logistics commander came through the earpiece. All personnel, enter the cabin. The masked soldier pressed his right hand on a black longsword, silently watching everyone like a statue. So terrifying. Huang Jifa's eyes made contact with the ghastly face, sending chills down his spine, as if electrocuted. Is he a soldier of the investigation corps? The noise in the cabin diminished a bit, a shouting allowed face-to-face conversations to be heard. Don't you recognize the badge? In rows of 10 seated on either side of the transport cabin, the young man beside him patted his left arm. Do you see the shield? It's the badge of the station corps. He suddenly patted his chest, producing a dull thud. Giant stone shield. Shui Tao faced Yi Qingfeng's first squad from the second squad, fastening his seatbelt, and could only communicate with his eyes. She seemed rather unhappy. Her heartbeat was slow, blood flow was sluggish, lacking the tension and excitement of executing a mission. She turned to look at Huang Jifa. His heartbeat exceeded 100 blood vessels, dilated pupils enlarged, scanning every corner of the cabin. An excited state. Why are they staring at me? The two squads opposite, 20 pairs of eyes fixated on Yi Qingfeng, occasionally muttering. His pronunciation seemed to be, "Death to the Necromancer." Such individuals are likely to die on missions. For this trivial grudge, it has spiraled out of control. Our side's team members seem more mature. They are not freshmen. They might be upperclassmen, their beards already grown out. The female senior's figure is also more. The cabin shook violently. Through the round window, buildings appeared to shrink, and the body tilted left, forming a diagonal line among the teams. Brother. Huang Jifa straightened the twisted seatbelt, straightened his back, and tightened his chin. The Corps chose us. Does that mean we can join the Corps in the future? Joining the Corps? Awakening as a necromancer. Everything was beyond expectations. I hadn't really thought about future prospects and development. Is this matter important? Rather than entrusting fate to others, it is better to grasp it in one's own hands. In chaotic times, wherever you go, strength will speak. Totally uninterested in the grand narrative of honor, mission, sacrifice, and dedication. Do you really want to join the Corps? Yes, brother. My dad hopes I can join the Corps. My whole family. Our village. All hope I can join the Corps. Her gaze gradually dimmed like a light bulb being dimmed. Of course, I also know. Swordsmen are unlikely to catch the Corps' attention. If it weren't for you bringing me, I would be. His straight back unknowingly bent down, his 10 fingers rubbed together. Now I might still be grinding in level 10 dungeons. Perhaps. Already dead in the dungeons. Looking around, the entire cabin was filled with rare professions, elemental mages, ice sorcerers, assassins. The swordsman and florist felt out of place like two filthy laborers at an international brand launch. Don't worry. He draped his arm over Huang Jifa and Zhao Xianger's shoulders, pulling them towards himself. No matter where I go, you will follow me. Where did Su Baiyan go? Didn't she say she would participate in the mission with me? Why did she bail at the last? Boom. Boom. The cargo and the cabin collided with each other, chains as thick as fingers tautening seatbelts, tightening painfully against collarbones. The stone door soared to the ceiling's edge, 3 pairs of winged sculptures symmetrically spread out, each feather radiating the splendor of starlight. 10 fingers as white as jade touched the wings, gently caressing them like their own children. A beam of light shot out from the crack of the door, engulfing the woman. She walked alone in the sea of light, until reaching the highest point of the light source. There lay a person. The woman squatted down, her cheek pressed against that person's chest. Tears fell sliding down onto the feathers. The edges of the feathers curled, scorched, and charred. Attention, crew members. In approaching the edge of chaos. Activate level 1 combat readiness. Has the chaos receded? And this is an unspoiled primeval forest. Is that the sea? Into the left of the viewport stretches a flawless sapphire ocean, uninterrupted all the way to the horizon. The transport airship resembles a colossal skyscraper. Its windows span 5 stories and 4 propellers are mounted at its corners. An unidentified aerial object detected ahead and to port. Authorization granted by command and weapons free and boom. 2 smaller escort airships flank at port and starboard. From the port forward vessel blazes a searing red light. A fireball erupts like a cannon shell. What cultivation rank does this fire artisan hold? And the fireball curves mid-flight. It's autonomously tracking its target. Have any of you witnessed chaos firsthand? How do textbooks describe chaos? Everyone presses against the circular portholes, straining to glimpse the sea. Had safety restraints not held them fast, they'd have surged en masse toward the portside windows. Classmates, this is our first descent from the mountain. We've never seen chaos. Chaos beasts from the darkwood emit thick, noxious miasma. The stench recalls rotting flesh. Why does this place resemble an untamed, uninhabited wilderness? Alert terminated. Airspace secured. and the cabin's crimson warning lights shift to emerald, their soft glow sweeping across every face. Remain seated with seatbelts fastened. The airship is descending. In body sway left and right. Then the hatch slowly opens, flooding the cabin with rushing air and dust, sharpied and unwelcome. Disembark in formation. Single file. In. Offload the cargo. In. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the freight containers dwarf even Lingyin Academy's equipment emporium, sliding smoothly down the ramp into daylight. Stepping onto solid ground, a towering shadow eclipses the sun, as if colliding with a living mountain. In. Colossus. In. Roar. Nit's bellow drowns out the whine of propellers. Each thunderous step shakes the earth. Tusks pierce the container's reinforced apertures. Then with a single heave it lifts the massive load. In that fleeting interval, personnel scatters swiftly outward. In. Truly an ideal site for a military outpost. Backed by the mountain's foothills and elevated above the terrain, the encampment occupies natural caverns. The forward expanse lies lower, open, unobstructed, commanding. Yet where precisely is the chaos? Southern border of Lingyin Kingdom. Woolly Snow Mountain Outpost. In. 12 of the Garrison Corpsen. Entry into the yellow zone will trigger immediate alarm. Intrusion into the red zone results in instant termination. Piercing loudspeaker voice assaults the students' eardrums, repeating relentlessly. Before the base stretch distinct yellow and red demarcation zones bounded by a pulsing energy barrier and marked boldly Chaos Zone. 4th Squad. In. 3rd Squad. In. 5th Squad. In. 1st Squad. And 4 instructors in cerulean uniforms, armorless, stand before their respective squads. Cargo will be transferred to the front lines via horse-drawn wagons. In. Your mission: survey the route, verify its passability. In. If roadways are compromised, deploy signal flares immediately and conduct repairs. Understood. In. Their voices, though youthful, carry fervent intensity. In. Understood. In. Why does our squad lack a commander? Has he arrived late? Such an oversight would be unthinkable in a disciplined army. Middle-aged officer nods curtly and strides forward, a crimson-bound notebook cradled in his hands. His scalp bears a close-cropped buzz cut, bristling like steel bristles, hairline razor straight, as if carved by blade. In. You are cadets. I shall repeat this once more. His gaze pierces, feral, predatory, veins bulge along his throat as he bellows. In. This is a military operation. Discard your effete posturing. You are machines now. And he storms through the ranks, locking eyes with each recruit, hungry, devouring. In. Machines built solely to execute orders. Spittle strikes cheeks. No one dares flinch. In. Do you comprehend? In. We comprehend. And though cowed by his fury, a fierce electric thrill surges within them. We are machines built solely to execute orders. And after the tempest subsides, his voice drops to a quiet, decisive command: move out. The 4 squads disperse toward their assigned wagon trains. The officer's gaze lingers on Yi Qingfeng's 1st Squad and dips to the notebook in his hand. Commander of the 1st column is Xiao Zhiyun. In. Yes, sir. Clear, unblemished male voice rings out, free of age-worn rasp or weariness, still bearing the timbre of youth. Cadet Xiao Zhiyun reporting. In. So young, so slender, almost delicate. Could he truly be our commander? In. You've been reassigned, temporarily placed in command of the 1st column. He closes the notebook and returns a slight formal nod. In. Proceed. In. The sun, no longer blinding, sinks low, a crimson orb bathing the hillock in blood-red light. These horses are enormous. In. Larger than oxen. My frame could comfortably seat 5 riders atop one. In. What staggering horsepower do they possess? Beyond this red boundary lies the Chaos Zone. In. Though classified as low-risk ambush, remain. Xiao Zhiyun sits poised at the wagon's fore, left hand steady on the reins, right hand lifting the whip. In. We must reach our destination before dawn. Should we fail to arrive by daybreak? In. He slaps the immense black tarpaulin draping the carriage. His tone hardens. In. Erect canopy. Strictly prohibit exposure to sunlight. Move out. In. Bodies rock with the wagon's motion. The whip cracks sharply. Horses exhale white mist, accelerating into a gallop, wheels carving deep furrows into the earthen road. The Chaos Zone appears indistinguishable from the mountains, save for the absence of human architecture. Qingfeng closes his eyes, attuning himself deliberately to this land's subtle essence. The air is crisp and pure. Birdsong and insect hum fill the glade. Trees flourish, streams run crystal clear. And strange, everything feels utterly ordinary. Why rely on wagons when airships could deliver cargo directly? Brother. Huang Jiefu shuffles closer to Yi Qingfeng, squeezing in beside him. The commander said we're here to repair roads. We're laborers. Ni's voice sags with resignation. Not warriors. Swordmaster. You still yearn for battle. Cold douse is needed, lest recklessness claim your life. Jiefu. Xianger. And he draws them both near. 3 heads converge in tight conferral. In, whatever unfolds, remain at my side. Without exception. Yes, brother. In, imum. And if this assignment were truly simpler than dungeon diving, Su Bai-in wouldn't have fixed me with that look. The deeper the tranquility, the sharper the hidden peril. And why has humanity never established settlements here? This land so pristine, so fertile. And the answer is singular, it cannot be done. That fireball launched midair, was it targeting chaos itself? And I saw nothing. Sir, each wagon comprises 2 carriages, 1 rear cargo bay, 1 front passenger compartment. May I ask a few questions? Clatter, clatter. Wagons link seamlessly, forming a silent serpentine train gliding along iron rails. Speak. Xiao Jun stares ahead. His field of vision narrowed to the twin oil lamps swaying just beyond the horse's muzzle. Is this truly the chaos zone? He doesn't turn. His slender silhouette elongates in the lamplight, solitary and austere. Yes. Then why does it mirror the mountains so exactly? Yi Qingfeng climbs forward, leaning against the driver's partition. Can humans establish settlements here? Did the academy never teach about chaos zones? His reply is terse, throat tightened, icy. Nai Qingfeng glances sideways at Zhao Xianger. She shakes her head mute. No, we weren't taught. That curriculum begins only in 3rd year academy studies. Xiao Jun raises a finger to his lips, then leans forward, peering intently into the darkening path ahead. The mountains and forests are the terrain where I excel, yet all I can feel is darkness devoid of any sound. Why the sudden alarm? Xiao Jiyun removed the oil lamp, leaning halfway out to gaze at the convoy behind. The iron frame of the oil lamp has a movable metal cover that when lowered completely shields the light emitted by the wick. He lowered the cover and then opened it again, repeating this action. What is he doing? Sending a signal. Why not use communication tools? The horse-drawn carriage. The oil lamp. In the front compartment, there are shovels, hose, hemp ropes, and wooden boards. After leaving the base, there are no modern devices. Is this a radio silence zone? Or in a chaotic area where modern technology cannot be used? It must be the case. Otherwise, wouldn't it be simpler for the airship to fly directly over? Why go through the trouble of transporting goods by horse-drawn carriage? The commander of the 2nd team is a middle-aged strong man who climbed over from the rear carriage. Sir, he placed his right hand on his heart and bowed in salute. I have received the orders. It seems that Commander Xiao Jiyun is the leader of the entire team. No wonder he is in the front row. Although young and frail, and not particularly striking, he surely has some abilities. You will lead the team towards the designated target. A gust of wind flared his cloak, adorned with the emblem of the shield of the giant stone, as Xiao Jiyun swung his arm, causing the hem to rise. We must reach the investigation team's base before dawn. Yes. He handed over the reins, hung the oil lamp back in its original position, and turned to beckon Yi Qingfeng. Me. I can tell his eyes are on me. Sir. Yi Qingfeng straightened his body and leaned slightly forward. Are you calling me? I heard you have good combat strength. He climbed over the railing and jumped into the carriage with a thud. Come with me to carry out a mission. Isn't our mission to escort supplies to the investigation team's base? Xiao Jiyun did not respond, nor did he show any expression, only silently gazing at Yi Qingfeng. What does he mean? He assigned me a task on the spot. Is it some ulterior motive? Or does he truly need me for something? I must obey the commander's orders. Yes. Yi Qingfeng patted Zhao Xianger and Huang Jiefa. Stay with the team, and don't wander off. You must follow the commander's orders. They wouldn't survive if they left the convoy. There's no choice but to temporarily separate. It might be more dangerous to follow me now. Follow me. Xiao Jiyun stepped on the edge of the railing, his cloak curling as he leaned forward, braving the cold wind. Suddenly he waved his hand. Jump. Crack. Crack. The carriage rushed past, the mud churned by the wheels splattering into my mouth, bringing a gritty taste. Go. The commander patted the dirt off and climbed up the dirt slope, stepping on the tracks left by the wheels, quietly watching the carriage disappear into the woods. Sir. Yi Qingfeng observed for a moment, still sensing no danger. Can you tell me what the specific mission? Our mission is to ensure the safety of the carriage. He shrugged off his cloak and stepped into the mud with his long leather boots. Follow the tracks of the wheels. Ensure the safety of the carriage. Follow the tracks of the wheels. What kind of logic is this? Just walk. Isn't it better to stroll around? Sir, why is the knowledge of chaos taught only in the 3rd grade? They didn't light a lamp. The moonlight was bright enough, casting a silvery glow on the muddy road. The soil soaked in icy water. Every step felt the cold penetrating through the boots to the soles of my feet. Perhaps too young. Those handsome eyes kept scanning left and right. An immature mind cannot comprehend chaos. Isn't chaos just monsters from another realm? I've seen them during my training at Lingyan Academy. Disgusting flesh, tentacles, and a mixture of rotten corpses. Thinking of the monsters in the dark forest, that foul stench seemed to be right before me, and I gagged a few times. That's just one form of chaos. You can think about it literally. What is chaos? This commander would make a suitable teacher, inspiring students to think. The problem is, now is a time for executing a mission with crises lurking everywhere. Who has time to ponder? Ouch! Yi Qingfeng bumped into Xiao Ziyan's back. He suddenly stopped standing still like a telephone pole. There's something. A shadow swayed in the left side of the woods, spanning the width of 2 trees, about the height of a small tree. Don't move. Xiao Ziyun gently waved his hand, lowering his voice. If that thing doesn't come over, let's not. Is it chaos? Yi Qingfeng's eyes scanned like a scanner searching the forest. It could be. He crouched down slowly. Let's observe first. The grass suddenly shook violently, moving in their direction. Engaged. Xiao Ziyan's voice was urgent and firm. A green mist formed instantaneously as a squad of undead suddenly appeared on the dark forest path. What the hell? Something emerged from the grass about the size of the carriage wheel. That is a human face. Can a face be that big? He is smiling at me. As his mouth curved, his back molars were revealed, towering over Yi Qingfeng and Xiao Ziyun like a great tree. A giant. Sir, what is this thing? The undead squad had already formed a line waiting for orders. Mutants. This is a form of chaos. Xiao Ziyun stood to the side, arms crossed, showing no intention of attacking. They can also be called giants. They can be killed. A form of chaos. From disgusting flesh monsters to giants, this is not what I initially understood. They are not merely pure monsters. Shoot ice arrows. Ghost flames and cold air intermingled, one blue and one green, intertwining and spinning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archery unit had formed a tacit understanding, all aiming for critical spots. Knees, spine, elbows. These joints affect movement. No need for such trouble. Xiao Ziyun patted the back of his neck. Just sever this part. It's easy to handle if there are weaknesses. Little gorilla, this task is perfect for you. It climbed to the top of Yi Qingfeng's head, its chest rumbling lowly. Its hands first rubbed together, then pounded on its chest, looking somewhat like its father. Suddenly, its black fur exploded, and a silver line down its back split its body in two. Roar! Watch out! The giant swung its arm, trying to crush the little gorilla like swatting a mosquito. With my agility, dodging was effortless. The little monkey grabbed the giant's wrist, swinging like on a swing, his body twisting as he jumped onto the giant's shoulder, pulling its hair and wrapping around its neck. The bony little fingers were sharp, each finger like a dagger, tearing open a gash on the skin, exposing the Clenching his fist like a hammer, he directly unleashed the skill, Furious Strike. Bang, bang, bang. A significant amount of energy was consumed. Each muffled thump was accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, the giant's arched spine slowly caving in and deforming. Bang. The grotesque face twisted and the giant's massive body convulsed a few times before kneeling down. Experience gained from killing giants increased by 15000. It's not very difficult, and the experience is average. No wonder they can assign students to carry out the transportation tasks. Xiao Ziyun did not wear any weapons or armor. But why is he more nervous than the other commanders? A woo. Strange howls came from the distant woods. A woo. A woo. More and more howls echoed. The leaves began to shake and rustle, startled birds flew from the forest, and a beastly scent filled the air. Prepare to retreat. Xiao Ziyun leaped out of the direction of the wheels, running towards the mountain edge at a right angle. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled slightly as a group of shadows burst out of the woods, surging toward them like a tsunami. Run. Damn. So many. All I see are huge shadows like hungry ghosts spotting food, trampling down anyone who runs slowly. At a glance, there are at least 100 giants. Why are there so many all of a sudden? They usually sleep at night and won't come out to move around. Xiao Ziyun did not look back, his cloak billowing in the wind. That's why we chose to act at night. Now, this thing is heavy and doesn't have any special skills. At dealing with a few or even a dozen wouldn't be a big problem. But more than 100 is indeed a bit challenging. Fairy released the poison. Yellow smoke emanated from Yi Qingfeng's back, slowly opening like a folding fan. A woo. A woo. The howl sounded different this time, more urgent and hoarse. Some giants began to froth at the mouth, their eyes askew, twitching, and even attacking their own kind. This skill is quite good. Xiao Ziyun smiled for the first time, giving Yi Qingfeng a thumbs up. Experience gained from killing giants increased by 12000. Experience gained from killing giants increased by 15000. Experience gained from killing giants increased by 13000. This kind of experience notification is meaningful. There are some differences based on size. Some seem immune to the poison and are running faster. Head to the stone wall ahead. The front of the small hill is a steep rock face with deep cracks resembling a row of vertical blades. Summon your wolf and take me up. How did he know I had a wolf? The school must have given my report to the troops. In the cave of the silverback giant ape, Yi Qingfeng tried various summoning methods, managing to hang the skeleton in the crevice. He had become more skilled at controlling the appearance of summoned objects. Green mist formed directly between his running legs. By the time the Wolf King materialized, he was already riding on its back. Commander. Yi Qingfeng pulled him up. Hold on tight. Does this commander have no combat power at all? I couldn't see his bones or muscles. The combat uniform was indeed not ordinary equipment. But holding onto a man feels a bit strange. Sigh. At least it's better than hugging Huang Jiefa. Just thinking about the garlic smell that Huang Jiefa exuded made Yi Qingfeng instinctively recoil. Pushing Xiao Zhiyun away, his body shrank back. They couldn't have any physical contact. What's wrong? Xiao Zhiyun stumbled and grabbed the Wolf King's mane. Did I crush your little brother? No, not at all. Yi Qingfeng focused, wiping Huang Jiefa's image from his memory. I shuddered. Be serious, don't let me fall. He actually pulled my hand to his waist. Yi Qingfeng shivered all over his scalp, feeling like it was being clawed at, curling tightly. Do the commanders and the troops all play like this? Remembering the news I saw before, such scenes occasionally appear. The scene of men fighting men is even more terrifying than Huang Jiefa. Alpha, bro, I miss you. This is a military operation and I can't refuse the command of the commander. Xianger, senior brother misses you so much. Your fragrance. Shui Tao, I want to hug you. Hold on tight. Xiao Ziyun's cold command echoed. This is an order. I am a robot executing orders. Execute the orders. My upper and lower jaws clicked together, the muscles contracting tightly, my temples tingling, as if electricity coursed through my brain. Both hands turned into mechanical arms, muscles transformed into ruthless hydraulic machines, and my brain was fitted with a computer chip. Execute the orders. Ouch. Xiao Zhiyun kicked Yi Qingfeng. Be gentle. He could only hold his breath, adjusting his strength while his arms felt around the commander's body. This commander's body is so soft. His figure is slender and tall, lacking the roughness typical of men, and without body odor. On the contrary, there is a faint fragrance. Clean men are great. I want to take a shower every day from now on. I can't be a stinky man. Don't move your hands. Another elbow struck his chest. Hug my waist. Where is the waist? Xiao Zhiyun turned his head, his gaze fierce, as if he wanted to devour him, more ferocious than a giant. Where is the waist? Everything is soft. Commander, how do I position myself? Right upwards from the thigh. Isn't that the waist? He slapped his palms hard against Xiao Ziyun's thigh and slid upwards, reaching his groin. Slap. A crisp slap came back. Buzz. Yi Qingfeng saw stars ringing in his ears, suddenly rose, shooting up to the crown of his head. Don't move. He pressed down on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder, legs springing up, and his body spun around, riding behind Yi Qingfeng. In the army, touching a commander like this. His voice was chilling to the bone, freezing even further. Do you know what will happen next? Commander. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly tightened his grip on the Wolf King's ribs to maintain balance. I didn't mean to. The military court will convict you of insulting a soldier. For molesting a commander. Don't scare me. I grew up being scared. I just touched your thigh, and now you're hugging my chest, right? Commander. Yi Qingfeng twisted his chest. Don't touch my chest. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Zhiyun changed the subject. Jump onto the stone wall. Rank has its privileges. The stone wall was slippery, and the Wolf King's claws couldn't grip it. There was a corner on the side to use for bouncing and pushing up, but it was too high. I wonder if the Wolf King can exert such strength. The giants are still some distance away. We can try first. Full speed ahead. Behind them, rubble and gravel flew up, and the green mist from the Wolf King's lungs thickened. Bang! As its limbs pushed against the ground, a blast of air erupted. Crack! It pushed against the stone wall. Without pausing, it exerted force again. Clatter! A piece of stone was pulled away. Just 2 more times, and we'll reach the top. Keep it up. During the third round, trip cracks appeared in the Wolf King's shins, and its claws were slightly askew. Oh woo! It's over. The jump height is insufficient, and we're half a palm's width short of the opposite stone wall. Come out. The small gorilla's fingers gripped the stone crevice, and its toes snagged Yi Qingfeng's belt. Suddenly Xiao Zhiyun slipped off his back. Commander. Below was the giant's smiling face. I almost committed the crime of murdering an officer. The skeletal fingers, like climbing hooks, fiercely embedded themselves into the rock wall, stretching the spine straight. A person was hanging from its foot. More skeletons appeared on the stone wall, forming a bone ladder, and Xiao Zhiyun was pulled up. Oh my powerful babies. Bridges are built when encountering water, and tunnels are opened when meeting mountains. A group of giants stood beneath the stone wall, their cervical vertebrae bent at a right angle, quietly watching their prey with curved mouths. Officer, are you hurt? Xiao Ziyun's hair just brushed over his eyebrows, the hairline clearly straight. Your application of summon entities is quite ingenious. Splash. Thick rubber soles stomped down on a giant rock. Bang. A giant's face was smashed in. Though its features were distorted, it still smiled, its eyes following Xiao Zhiyun. This chaotic monster while in human form lacks intelligence and emotion and does not feel pain. Yi Qingfeng adjusted the depth of his view, observing the giant's bones. Unlike that thing in the dark forest, what I saw was merely a blur of flesh and blood. I could not distinguish between skin, muscle, and bone. However, the one that the little gorilla killed earlier indeed had cervical vertebrae underneath. Could it be that my visual abilities have also been obscured by chaos? The most important task of the investigation corps is to understand chaos. We must find every possible means to deal with them. Here, he pinched the back of Yi Qingfeng's neck. These are the soldiers of the Investigation Legion, gained at the cost of their lives. At first, the supernatural professions had not yet awakened. They could only fight with cold weapons in hand. The flesh and blood bodies fought against these giants. What was it like in a scene where they didn't know the weaknesses? How many strikes would it take to hit this area? To clarify the weaknesses of this primary chaotic form. Do you know how many people died? His youthful face was not much more mature than that of a student, but those eyes seemed to have experienced many hardships. The black eyes were just the tip of the iceberg, unable to reveal his full appearance. Yi Qingfeng gently shook his head. When you came, you rode in a Hercules-class airship, not carrying cargo, fully loaded with personnel. It can accommodate 2,000 people. His voice gradually lowered. 2,000 people. 2,000 people. Born, eating, sleeping, playing, going to school. Slowly growing up, becoming adults. And then, being crushed to death by giants. 2,000 mothers. 2,000 fathers. Another 4,000 people died. Xiao Zhiyun actually smiled, raising his hand to place his fist before Yi Qingfeng. His palm opened up in an instant. He extended 5 fingers. Breathing deeply, the first inhalation stung his nostrils, and after a few more breaths the sensation faded, becoming numb. In any case, breathing was still necessary. There was no difference between 10 fingers and 5 fingers. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, picking up small stones and squinting his eyes to aim at the giant below. The thrown stone fell silently into the giant's mouth. These are all your experience points. He tilted his head to look at Yi Qingfeng. Swish! Yi Qingfeng drew his sword, staring at the silver blade. Killing was an honor now, especially killing giants. Archers, prepare. A row of white bone bows on the cliff was fully drawn, arrows aimed downward at those smiling faces. Release. Clang. The bowstrings twanged and countless sounds merged into one green light, falling like shooting stars. Swish, swish, swish. The giant's face was pierced, its eyes exploding, throat torn apart, tongue and throat frozen into ice blocks. Mages, prepare. Flickering candle flames danced on the staff's, air currents spiraling around them, a cyclone wrapping around the ethereal flames. Don't let them smile. Bang, bang, bang. This is the meteor. Green fire meteors. They smashed into the face, obliterating the entire head. The flames continued to burn along the body. The giants stubbornly withstood the fireballs as long as their cervical vertebrae remained, their bodies could regenerate. Damn, this is too bizarre. What are you laughing at? A giant stared at Yi Qingfeng. Its eye was shot out, brain matter hanging in its hair, its tongue stretching out from a torn face. The corners of its mouth still slightly raised, as if it did not mind the harm to its body. Little gorilla, take your hammer and shield, buddies, go smash their cervical vertebrae. The bone hammers lined up behind the giant. Giants have no feelings for you skeletons. Xiao Zhiyun leaned forward, observing carefully. This is important intelligence. Currently what we know is that giants only attack humans. Bang, bang, bang. The bone hammer struck the shields, a roar before battle. The little gorilla jumped from the cliff. Its fist pierced the giant's cervical vertebrae. The skeleton warriors charged without howling, only the sound of rocks shattering beneath their feet and the crunch of bones hitting their enemies. They are fighting back. The skeleton warriors surged like a tide. The clash of bone shields against giant fists produced a drum-like thud, and when hammers struck the toes, fragments of stone and flesh erupted. The giant roared and swept its arms, toppling the front row of skeletons. Some activated the shard fragments, forming absolute defense, and the giant was pushed back by the rebound force. More skeleton warriors drilled through, the sound of hammers striking kneecaps clearly audible. As the giant stumbled to the ground, countless bone hammers targeted its cervical joints, launching deadly strikes. The largest giant held on until the end. The little gorilla jumped onto its back. Its fist struck down like cleaving rotten wood. The giant's skull slumped, and putrid brain matter splattered from the cracks. The skeleton warriors stood on the still twitching corpse, indiscriminate of body parts, whether fatal or not. Smash everything. Experience gained for killing giants 15000. Experience gained for killing giants 13000. Experience gained for killing giants 12000. Necromancer level increased from 35 to 36. Level 36, 28. Strength 46. Aggression 51. Intelligence 100. Constitution 46. Luck 97. Armor 5. Summon space 401. If your skeleton soldiers could truly form an army. A glint sparkled in Xiao Ziyan's eyes unreservedly, as if gazing at his girlfriend. He even reached out to pat the dust off Yi Qingfeng's shoulder. For the Empire, for all of humanity, this is an extraordinary achievement. Officer, don't look at me like that. I still have doubts about your orientation. Are there still such people in the chaotic world of the Chaos Invasion? If you really have feelings for me, I can only tell you. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if it's a military order, I cannot execute it. Officer, the Wolf King shook its head, lying on the ground waiting for its master to ride. The caravan has already gone far from us. Is it safe over there? Don't worry. Xiao Ziyun extended his hand, waiting for Yi Qingfeng to pull him onto the wolf. They will signal if there is something. Wow. Your gesture of extending your hand is so natural. As if waiting for a prince to help a princess on a horseback. And your legs, are they closed without any gap? A fierce tiger lay beneath the man. Is there anyone who stands like that? Forget it, follow orders. Cold little hands. Come up, officer. Yet Xiao Ziyun looked in another direction, quietly gazing into the distance. A mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. Chief. Yi Qingfeng pulled at Xiao Ziyun's arm with force. What are you looking at? In this environment, his vision shouldn't be better than mine, right? It's also possible. This chief seems to be in a reconnaissance profession. He has been observing all along, even refraining from attacking the chaotic monsters. He brought me here to protect him. Let's go. His fingers tightened firmly as he flipped over and jumped onto the wolf's back, instinctively wrapping his arms around Yi Qingfeng's waist. Quite skilled. Now I have become your driver. Should we catch up with the convoy? Xiao Ziyun pointed in another direction, diverging about 40 degrees from the convoy. In ancient times, this was a famous tourist destination. Once a shimmering basin, now only a cracked lakebed remains. Whoosh! The wild wind whipped up salty white dust, striking against the remnants of the horsehead stone pillars. The specific time of the chaotic invasion is no longer verifiable. The bodies of the two men rubbed against each other, and after riding for a while they had gotten used to it, imagining him as a backrest. The rotting keel of a fishing boat half buried in the sand looked like the skeleton of a giant at first glance. Can humans return to the surface? In the distance, the Tsangshan Mountains still stood against the sky, silently gazing down at this vast scar, dried by chaos. No one can answer that question. For the new humans born on the mountain, it seems it doesn't matter. After all, they have no nostalgia for this land. The chief seemed quite sentimental. After all, he was someone who had been on the battlefield and witnessed bloody carnage. Very respectable. Chief. Yi Qingfeng patted his hand as the Wolf King ran, rising and falling, inadvertently brushing against him a few times. Don't be sentimental. His hands were so smooth. I'm fine. Xiao Ziyun retracted his hand into his sleeve. Why does it feel like Zhao Xianger and Xue Tao? Even smoother than those two. Is this the hand of someone who's been to war? I need to inquire more. Chief, can I ask a question? Go ahead. Can you tell me what your profession is? Yi Qingfeng turned his head, revealing a simple smile. How come you're so frail? Are you trying to say? Without any hesitation, he directly replied, I look like a woman, right? It seems this question has been asked by many. That's not what I meant. No need to explain. His words were clear. I know your doubts. I'll be honest with you. Boom. The violent explosion shook their hearts and lungs to the brink of shattering. The earth then stirred up a whirlwind, engulfing sand and stones, and striking indiscriminately around. Raise the shield. There was no way to evade this storm. The bone shields formed a three-layered cylinder protecting Yi Qingfeng and Xiao Ziyun at the center. They built a miniature fortress with bone shields and their bodies standing firm against the whirlwind. Clatter. The wind scraped against the bone shields like a sharpened blade, while stones flew like cannonballs attempting to breach the fortress. Your skeletons are really useful. The two of them held each other tightly. Any extra space would only weaken their defense. As long as you can think of it, didn't the chief say so? Their limbs intertwined, burying themselves in each other's embrace. Robots that execute commands. Xiao Ziyun's laughter was clear as he leaned close to Yi Qingfeng's ear and asked, want to know my profession? Chief, it doesn't matter anymore. The two men held tightly together as if they had just come from a nightclub. They had become brothers. As long as I'm here, chaos won't lay a finger on you. He actually hugged even tighter. This chief. Sigh. Those who have experienced war need love. Because life can be lost at any moment. Understanding. Strange. Why am I not feeling any rejection while hugging this chief? In the face of danger, does the protective mechanism override the instinctive resistance? However, there was no resistance when touching his hand. Being this close to the chief feels a bit embarrassing. It shouldn't be. In the trenches with comrades, what's the big deal about hugging together to dodge bullets? If a comrade is injured, you still have to perform artificial respiration. What's this little hug? Right? It's just that I've never seen the world, never been on the battlefield, making the chief laugh at me. So embarrassing. Selfish. I need to enter the military corps in the future with this profession. All brothers risking life and death together. How can I care so much about the little details? Chief. Yi Qingfeng tightly clamped him with his legs. I'll have the skeleton tighten up a bit more. That's about enough. The two men's faces were pressed together. No need to tighten anymore. The chief's heartbeat was so fast. Why is it beating so fast? He's not scared. This kind of heartbeat only happens when I hug Zhao Xianger and Shui Tao. Breathing is also quickening. The chaotic world outside was separated by 3 layers of bone shields, leaving only the two men tightly embracing. They had fallen silent. The expression didn't matter. After all, they couldn't see each other's faces. But his face was so hot. Whoosh. The outer shield was shattered by the whirlwind, but a new one quickly filled in the second layer, nearly intact. The fragments of the relics brought a brief invincibility, allowing Yi Qingfeng's mental strength to remain ample. The howling gradually weakened. The shield fortress opened its gates. Xiao Zhiyun immediately withdrew, raising his head to observe first. Quick! He waved at Yi Qingfeng. Something is heading towards the convoy. Yi Qingfeng rushed over, grabbing his hand, while simultaneously tossing Xiao Zhiyun upwards. Green mist gathered around the Wolf King, flashed in the air, leaping out nearly 10 meters. What is that thing? I don't know. Xiao Zhiyun supported himself on Yi Qingfeng's shoulders, his legs bracing against his back, leaning forward to observe. It's likely a form of chaos. What kind of chaotic form could create such a massive whirlwind? A giant beast flying in the sky. Yi Qingfeng wanted to look up at the sky. He leaned his head back, just bumping up against Xiao Zhiyun's groin. What are you doing? Slap. He immediately pulled back, sitting on the wolf's back again, slapping down heavily. My God. What's going on? There's nothing. He didn't dare to speak or ask, only maintaining this posture to chase forward. There are only 2 possibilities. Either he's a eunuch, or he's a woman. Are there still eunuchs in this world? Perhaps he was injured and passively became a eunuch. So pitiful. Don't rub salt in the wounds. Look. Xiao Zhiyun broke the silence, first pointing towards the 10 o'clock position on the left. The ground looked as if a layer of skin had been scraped off. The rocks beneath were overturned, and the cave entrance was barely big enough to fit half a floating ship. Is this a chaotic monster this time? Its speed is too fast. Ahead nothing could be seen, only the ground filled with sand and dirt, tilted tree trunks, and bare branches. The Wolf King might not catch up with the carriage. Stop. His arm was gently patted by Xiao Zhiyun twice. No need to chase anymore. It's right here. What is here? Yi Qingfeng raised his head to look at the sky. Only the clouds were far above, scattered like cotton candy hanging in the firmament. The deep starry sky and moonlight accentuated their brilliance. Xiao Zhiyun was also quietly gazing at the starry sky. However, his expression lacked that sense of leisure. Furrowing his brow, his eyes darted back and forth between the clouds. What observation skill does the commander possess? I can't see anything. It was unnervingly quiet. After the wild hurricane, the earth seemed to fall into silence. It felt as if the whirlwind had sucked the air from the ground, leaving everything frozen like a vacuum. Thump! Thump! At this moment, only the sound of heartbeat remained intense, as if drums were beating in his ears. Hiss! A sudden scream pierced the vacuum, piercing through the heavens. Like a sword from the vast starry sky, it plunged directly into his heart. The instinctive defense mechanism caused his muscles to tense, his teeth clenching tightly together. He wanted to scream, but couldn't. The shockwave poured down, shaking the earth as if the stars were collapsing. Bang! Dust and gravel erupted like water in a boiling pot, flying everywhere in a frenzy. What is this? What form of chaos is this? The clouds exploded, spreading out and transforming into strands, merging with the surrounding clouds. One after another they pressed towards the horizon. Humph! Xiao Zhiyun's tense expression dissipated like the clouds as he let out a long breath, surprisingly wearing a smile. Get it out. However, that was a helpless smile. Isn't this too much fun? Why can't I relax? A star suddenly became brighter, its light overshadowing the surrounding starry sky. The area in his view was left only with its brightness. It grew larger. Damn, I can't move. This pressure. It feels like all my bones are breaking. Even stronger. My eyes couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. The light pierced my eyes. A fierce wind rushed into them. It was dry and stuck, yet there was nothing I could do. My God, is it the end of the world? The gear on my body felt like a 1,000-pound weight constantly pulling me downward. It hurt so much. The short armor shoulder guard pressed on my collarbone, as if iron chains pierced through my muscles trying to pull me down. The skeleton baby couldn't come out. I'm completely done for. Hiss! The bright light suddenly contracted. A pair of wings fluttered. No, it was 2 pairs of wings. Such a large bird. It was humanoid, with 4 wings. A giant with wings. So beautiful. Not in a brutish form. This is a goddess. The airflow rolled with her wings, leaving a blue trail as she gradually flew away. Who? Finally I can breathe. The binding of my body was released. Yi Qingfeng pressed his hand against his shoulder. The flesh had already torn open. A stream of crimson blood clung to his fingers. I actually got hurt. I can't summon the skeleton baby. I'm done for. What is that? Yi Qingfeng quickly summoned the skeletons and surrounded them. So terrifying. Xiao Zhiyun said lightly Garuda. Garrula wind god. I can't be mistaken, he is indeed referring to Garuda. Gods have appeared. Is it? Yi Qingfeng's muscles were still somewhat uncontrollable, his tongue not obeying. Is that the god who controls the wind? The power of wind. That's her. Xiao Ziyun's tone was firm, his eyes closely following that blue trail. The real wind. The last flash of light faded away. Garuda disappeared into the horizon. The stars regained their brightness. The starry sky came into view unobstructed, as if he had fallen into it. Is it a form of chaos? She belongs to humanity. Xiao Zhiyun turned his head slowly towards Yi Qingfeng, the guardian deity of the Birdman tribe of the Spirit Witch Empire. Why would Garuda appear here? He looked confused, scratching his cheek with his finger. How would I know? Don't worry, she isn't here to deal with us. What's inside there? Xiao Zhiyun gestured with his chin towards the pit. Is something meant to deal with us? Garuda didn't come out of this hole, did she? Haha, what a joke. He crossed his arms and laughed heartily. How could the wind god hide underground? If it weren't for Garuda stirring up a hurricane, it would have ambushed us long ago. It's also afraid of the hurricane. Xiao Zhiyun picked up a fist-sized stone. He raised his arm high, leaning back, assuming the posture of throwing a javelin. Come out. The stone was thrown into the pit. Prepare for battle. He dusted off his hands and gave Yi Qingfeng a... Do they really think I'm a bodyguard? Military operations obeying orders. Yes. Such a large hole, it must be a giant creature. We need to be careful. Defensive formation. Shields opened up a defensive line in front with archers and wizards flanking on both sides, the ghostly army ready to summon. Two generals sat on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder. The flower fairy. The little gorilla. Pull me up. Before Yi Qingfeng could reach out, Xiao Zhiyun grabbed the corner of his clothes and stepped on the Wolf King's thigh. He jumped straight up. Zizi. The edge of the stone trembled and gradually fell down, a shadow flickering at the cave entrance, wriggling quietly. Archers. Fire. The bowstrings were already drawn tight, the arrowheads raised towards the sky, and the arrows shot out with a whoosh. The angle was very steep, almost vertical. The momentum gradually diminished, and the arrowheads turned around, diving down. Gravity increased the speed of the fall, and the green mist stretched longer at the tail of the arrow, piercing into the pit. Owl. The entire skeleton line shook. A huge body burst out as if a piece of meat was vomited, still covered in viscous bodily fluids. Bang. Gravel and debris stuck to its body. Another disgusting thing. It was a maggot, thin at both ends and thick in the middle, layers of skin piled together. The layers of skin twisted incessantly, crushing the stones in the crevices into powder. This is a pit maggot. Xiao Zhiyun pressed closely against Yi Qingfeng, his crisp voice ringing in his ears. Those secretions contain plague viruses, better not touch them. The commander was not without merit. At least he could provide me with information about the monster. What is its weakness? There was no answer. Commander, is he actually fixing his hair? What does that mean? Commander, tell me the weakness of this maggot. Just manage it yourself. Xiao Zhiyun turned his face away, looking in another direction. If you ask me everything, It felt like I had been put in a bind, wanting to speak, but unable to. Train. Isn't this executing a military mission? Ignoring the convoy. Oh, I finally understood. They treat me as bait. These monsters come after me, and the convoy is naturally safe. What a clever strategy. Just a bit too sinister. The ice arrows shot up, causing only a bit of freezing on the surface. It was a mass of flesh without joints, unable to freeze completely. No, I still cannot see through its bodily structure. Beneath the skin lies a faintly red mass devoid of muscle or bone. Then I shall try one by one. Fireball. The candle flame atop the wizard's staff seemed to be fueled, erupting into flames that coalesced into a spherical form. Like casting out a fishing rod, the flames broke free from their restraints, howling forth as the surrounding air warped. Bang, bang, bang. The body of the maggot served as a large target, and the fireball struck true. The ghostly fire clung to the skin like melted sugar, writhing and squeezing out more pus. Aim for it. The maggot's head was small, protruding slightly, with a ring of eyeballs resembling a necklace of pearls dangling from its forehead. The fireball and arrows concentrated on the small area of its head. Ice and fire intertwined. The face turned blue, then brushed over with a layer of green. Ice, fire, and its own pus formed a chaotic painting smeared with various colors. Hiss. Its head shook erratically, its mouth agape revealing a crimson tongue. Its body expanded and contracted, squeezing out bodily fluids, turning the ground into a muddy pool. I feel like throwing up. It's both sour and stinky, like stepping into a latrine. Huh. Unintentionally, Yi Qingfeng's peripheral vision caught a glance at Xiao Zhiyun behind him. Something extra appeared on his face. He actually has a mask. A light blue surgical mask. Commander. Yi Qingfeng reached back to pat his thigh. Give me a mask too. I only have one. His voice was muffled by the mask, sounding a bit deep. Or, should I take it off and give it to you? The stench is either from decay or bad breath. It's a dilemma. What to do? I really can't stand this smell. Give it. Xiao Ziyun slapped Yi Qingfeng's chest, pressing a mask underneath. Damn. To wear it or not? His voice remained muffled. It's new. Commander. This is a matter of life and death. Don't mess with me. Wow. Finally relief. Huh. How is there a faint fragrance of jasmine? The commander is a person of taste. Yi Qingfeng nodded vigorously, giving Xiao Ziyun a thumbs up. The maggot's head retracted into its body, leaving only the tail visible, resembling a droplet of water. The folds of its skin expanded and contracted like a working fan. This form, it's gathering strength. It's definitely going to spray. Shield, turtle shell formation. The ranged attack ceased, and the skeleton's body was enveloped in green mist, transforming into a bone shield soldier. Centered around Yi Qingfeng, they closed in, the bone shields connecting seamlessly. The wrinkled skin suddenly sprang open, extending milky white orifices that spread across its body. It shot out pale yellow water balls, thick and accompanied by a foul odor. Bang, bang, bang. They burst in the air. Clatter. The shields emitted crackling sounds accompanied by hissing corrosive noises. Yi Qingfeng raised his own goblin shield, holding it above his head. This plague venom can cause infection. Worms will grow inside the body. I remember a settlement that was attacked by these maggots. When the rescue team arrived, the residents' bodies were almost entirely devoured by the worms. Xiao Ziyun's tone remained flat, as if recounting an everyday occurrence. Only the shadow of one person remained lying on the ground. Alien. The chaotic scale is vast, ranging from giants to maggots, as if there were no fixed form. Simply defending is not the solution. We must find its weakness. The flower fairy should not fear poison. The backline lost 5 skeletons. The shield opened a gap, and a small wisp of green mist floated out. It navigated through the dense, foul raindrops. The flapping of wings created an air barrier separating those plague liquids. Hiss! The little fairy's poisonous smoke spiraled like a snake, coiling around the maggot. The maggot's body was covered with tracheae, and as it contracted, it inhaled the toxic smoke. Suddenly the pipes wriggled faster. More pus was ejected along with toxic smoke. This guy seems to be— it is itself a mass of poison. The baby skeletons have a brief, invincible state. Their defense is sufficient. Reduce the defensive space a bit. Free up some hands to attack it. We cannot remain passive and take hits. 10 shields, 2 layers of defense will be enough. Hammer it down. The remaining skeletons rushed towards the maggot. Crackle. The bone hammer struck, causing the fat to tremble. The skeleton wizard climbed up its torso, inserting the staff into the spraying pipe. Bang. The fireball exploded directly inside the maggot. The ghostly fire burned through the skin, and the core melted the body from within. Clatter. The twisted pipes shriveled, and the maggot's outer wrinkled skin looked like boiled pig's trotters. With one hammer strike, it slid down and collapsed onto the ground, turning into a puddle of grease. However, the surrounding skeletons also suffered as a result. Struggling in the sticky liquid, the bone shield was ensnared by the greasy fluid, as if trapped in a muddy swamp. The maggot's body shrank by a circle. Inside was a layer of white fleshy substance devoid of muscle or bone. Its head also revealed itself. A row of eyeballs opened from the greasy liquid, reflecting the moonlight like a string of light bulbs. Creak, creak. The tentacles continuously probed the surrounding ground. The head turned towards Yi Qingfeng's direction. Hiss. That cry pierced through the gaps in the shield, sending goosebumps down Yi Qingfeng's spine. The plague raindrops paused, and the shield scattered. Is it looking at me? Its bloated body retracted backward, shifting its center of gravity to the tail as it raised its head. Not good. Duck. Yi Qingfeng pulled Xiao Ziyun down behind the skeletons. The bone shield soldiers formed a straight line. 10 skeleton shields established 10 defensive lines. The maggot's mouth was only as big as a bowl, insignificant on its massive body. The fat body's rear suddenly pressed forward. ZZ. A cyan beam shot out from its mouth. Bang. It struck the bone shield. That wasn't a beam, but rather, it compressed the venom into a column of water. The shield corroded and melted. The first skeleton was shattered. The second activated the relic's invincibility effect. However, it only lasted for a brief moment. When the invincibility aura faded, the shield and skeleton disintegrated and melted instantly. The venom is too fierce. My poison resistance is only 40. What would happen without poison resistance? Yi Qingfeng shielded Xiao Ziyun with his body slowly. One skeleton shield was lost, but immediately green mist coalesced to fill the previous position. I want to see how long you can spray. The energy bar remained stable. I could accompany you until dawn. Suddenly the area of the venom expanded, requiring 2 rows of skeletons to withstand it. Can you draw venom from the ground? How can it keep coming more and more? The energy bar started to move. No. It just wiped out my skeletons. This cannot hold up. The sound of the skeletons shattering gradually accelerated like firecrackers with no gaps in between. The energy bar is down to half. This kind of damage, even if it hits me, I'm afraid. The babies can't bear it. Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng's gaze was drawn to a small cluster of crimson dots. Its mouth. It was open. Let's take a gamble. The summoning speed of the shield skeleton slowed down. Remaining summoning space, 1, 2, 3, 4. Remaining summoning space, 10, go. Green mist appeared above the row of eyes of the maggot. A skeletal monkey was formed with a silver line painted on its black fur. With bared fangs, its two tusks gleamed with a cold light, like two sharp blades. They landed right on the maggot's face, and with a poke they penetrated into its eyes. Bang, a light sound like crushing a bubble. The maggot's small head began to shake wildly, its venomous spray shot aimlessly, painting the sky wildly. Run! Yi Qingfeng pulled Xiao Zhiyun and leaped into the air. By the time they landed, the Wolf King had already transformed. Go around behind. They avoided the range of the spray unless there, but could turn into its head. The giant meatball body wriggled and rotated, striving to move towards Yi Qingfeng. However, it remained a bit too far, and the venom could only fall behind. Drillin'. The little gorilla's black hand acted like two iron pincers clamping its mouth. The small skeleton transformed into mechanical arms expanding sideways, and the venom sprayed out from before it. Inside the maggot's mouth were all tiny sharp teeth, and the small giant ape poked its head inside. Poochie. It bit down on the thick tongue, and the venom exploded, splattering everywhere. Fairy, go help it. The green mist appeared directly inside the maggot's mouth, and the fairy aimed the nozzle downwards. The venom splattered on the wings, dispersing into droplets due to the vibrations. The little gorilla was covered in venom, corroding its body, and its fur had already turned into blood. So stinky. However, the flower fairy was perfectly fine bathing in the venom, satisfied with everything except the foul smell. More. The complete silverback flashed once more, a mark left by its father representing strength. The indomitable spirit of the giant ape. The flower fairy tore open the venom spray nozzle. The little gorilla grabbed the maggot's tongue, pressing its feet against the upper jaw, and leaned back. Cracks appeared at the tongue's root, and strands of fiber were pulled apart. Poochie. It was directly pried open. Rage open. Owl. Bang, bang, bang. It pounded its chest, howling. The ghostly flames from its eye sockets erupted. Yes, this is how your father was. Go inside this monster's body and vent your frustrations. Open the throat. Glug. Its head pushed inside. The narrow area blocking it was pried open by the giant palm. Blood vessels were torn apart. Flesh and bones shattered. It turned out that within the chaotic monster's body there were still flesh and bones. It was just that there was some kind of shielding making it invisible to me, but it was still a flesh and blood body. The flower fairy, as if playing a game, looked at the row of eyes, biting her finger, and thought, which one to press first? This one seems larger. Just press yours. The little finger, like a toothpick, stabbed towards the terrified black bead. Bang, the bubble burst. Ha ha ha. So fun. Such a beautiful flower fairy, how could she be a sadist? Boom. The fat body crashed to the ground. The spewed venom turned into residual liquid, slowly flowing out. That ball of flesh twisted and convulsed, spraying a mixture of red and white from its openings. Ding. Kill the decaying maggot. Rare Necromancer, level 1. Name, Yi Qingfeng. Occupation, Necromancer, level 3728. Strength 47, Agility 52, Intelligence 102, Constitution 47, Luck 99, Armor 5. Summoning space 1. Summon flower fairy. Learned a new skill, Venom Spray. Venom Spray converts flower poison into liquid, spraying attacks that deal massive damage, consuming the mental energy of the Necromancer. The fairy can spray now. Venom Laser. Your summons are really brutal. Xiao Zhiyun waved away the floating dust in front of his eyes. I like it very much. Indeed, soldiers who kill on the battlefield get excited at such sights. I like it too. The skin and flesh burst open and the blood-red head rushed out. If it weren't for the green mist, I would have thought it was the offspring of the maggot. Owl, owl, owl. It jumped and stomped on the maggot's body, tearing off a piece of skin and waving it in the air. Pounding its chest, it howled to the sky. Whether human or animal. Xiao Zhiyun took off his cloak and shook off the dust. There is a wildness for killing in the bones. This is a command engraved in genes. I wonder how long it will take for humanity to evolve to shed its brutal nature. Why is the officer suddenly pondering philosophical questions? More sentimental than those professors at the Lingyin Academy. Officer. Yi Qingfeng caught up with his pace. You are absolutely right. Humans appear friendly but actually harbor ill intentions. Remembering his previous life, the schemes, and eventually being murdered, Yi Qingfeng preferred this direct bloodshed and killing. My teacher is just such a person. She looks like a great beauty, always wearing black stockings, tank tops, and alluring. In fact, she is cold and ruthless. If she were to act. Yi Qingfeng glanced sideways at the maggot's blood and flesh. It would definitely be more terrifying than the current scene. Officer, are you talking about Su Baiyan? Do you know her? Of course her name is written in both of your resumes. Officer, you can't imagine. In such chaotic times, she actually wears a super short skirt and high heels. People like her must be either rich or noble, never having been on the battlefield, unaware of the brutality of killing. Just sitting in the office enjoying the peaceful moments brought by others' hard work. Is that so? Xiao Ziyun looked towards the direction where Garuda had disappeared. Perhaps. Perhaps what? It's nothing. We should probably go meet up with the convoy. It would be a good opportunity to ask about the gods maybe related to my Artemis. Officer, you just mentioned Garuda, the guardian deity of the Birdman tribe of the Spirit Witch Empire. The Wolf King ran along the lakeside a stretch of silver until the horizon. However, this is the Lingyin Empire. I suspect there is trouble at the border between the two empires. Xiao Ziyun did not shy away, leaning directly against Yi Qingfeng's back. And it's a huge trouble. Does our Lingyin Empire have a guardian deity? The lake water lay quietly their nurturing life, while ignoring their mutual slaughter. Of course there is. His voice was low, his gaze fixed on the surface of the lake. Every empire has one. Who is our guardian deity? Such matters are military secrets. His head lifted, and he began to look at the sky again. I don't know why. Garuda was actually seen by you. How do gods interact with humans? Where do they reside? I can only ask tentatively, as he probably won't tell me. Gods choose certain humans to manifest their divine powers, becoming that person's guardian deity. As for where they live, gods no longer have a dwelling place. Huh. This information should be more confidential. Why would they tell me? How can I make the deity become my guardian spirit? To become a guardian spirit. His voice grew softer, only audible with focus. There is no unified. When old Gu gave me the feather of the moon goddess, he mentioned his family is the guardian of Artemis relics. If he knew, he would have told me long ago. Moreover, I am different from others. Necromancers summon the undead. The deities that fell in the underworld are the targets I pursue. Commander. Xiao Ziyun's face pressed against Yi Qingfeng's back, his arms tightly wrapped around his waist, his breath warm against his spine. Never mind, let him rest for a while. Holding on to me is fine, and after all, he was gravely injured at such a young age, and is no longer a complete man. It's unkind to rub salt in the wound. Suddenly the wolf's claws tightened on the ground, causing the heads of the two to collide due to inertia. What happened? It's the cargo transported by the cart. Several iron boxes lay scattered on the ground, the shackles broken and the iron sheets torn. Was it robbed? The wheel marks diverged. One followed the established path, while the other veered left into the depths of the jungle. Bang! I didn't see the cart. Xiao Ziyun kicked open an iron box which was empty inside. Only a few items fell off. Why did it change direction? Yi Qingfeng approached him, the two-wheel tracks almost forming a right angle. Is there an alternate route? He shook his head, looking around to confirm that there were only these few damaged iron boxes. No signal flares were sent. The convoy continues. And there are no casualties. He touched his nose and asked, what is your judgment? This is strange. Oh, why would the convoy change direction with no reason to do so? Moreover, with no signal flares sent, the commander has already highlighted the core doubts. There must be someone behind the convoy. Yi Qingfeng squatted down, measuring the width of the wheel tracks with his hand, deliberately creating confusion to lead us onto another path. The traces in the mud are very clear, all about the width of a palm. They used the same cart. Then classmate Yi. Xiao Ziyun shoved his hands into his pockets. It's up to you to decide how we should act. Me to decide. Commander. Yi Qingfeng stroked the Wolf King's jaw. I'm just a robot executing orders. You noticed? Xiao Ziyun lifted his foot, shaking the mud off his shoe. Is someone trying to harm you? Too many people want to harm me, though I don't care. The Wolf King made a low rumbling sound, rubbing its neck against his palm. I've long since gotten used to it. Xiao Ziyun pushed back his sleeve with his index finger and glanced at his dark green military tactical watch. The convoy should reach the destination in about 2 hours. Let's see what kind of trap they have set for you. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading towards the Tiger's Mountain. The commander seems unconcerned about my life or death as long as the convoy is safe. This is sacrificing the individual for the collective benefit. However, the one to be sacrificed will not be me. Commander, your suggestion. Yi Qingfeng mounted the wolf's back, reaching out his hand to Xiao Ziyun. Fits the style of a necromancer. Uffed. Xiao Ziyun smirked with a hint of charm, then immediately straightened his face. Leaving the wetland by the lake, they entered the jungle area, the muddy ground gradually drying and hardening. Commander, why are students participating in this mission? The wheel tracks look like 2 landmarks carved into the ground, ensuring that later arrivals can see them clearly. Recently, the Corps has been cooperating more and more with the Lingyin Academy. The higher-ups seem eager to cultivate newcomers quickly. The first time I met Su Baiyan, she said the same. Is it due to the worsening battle situation and severe casualties? The tree trunks tower like buildings, the leaves blocking the moonlight, and the range of vision gradually shrinks. I don't know the specifics. A faint red glow caught Yi Qingfeng's attention. It seemed like a flame. Did you see that? The smell of burning wood wafted through the air. It seems to be a campfire. Could it really be that the convoy is resting? Did we misjudge? The firelight grew larger, and the smell of burning firewood became more pronounced, even a bit choking. It is indeed a cart. A man surrounded by the fire turned his palm to absorb the heat, huddled tightly in a cloak. His eyes lifted from his curled-up body, resembling those of a wild cat gleaming in the dark. Is it just you, Xiao Ziyun asked. Did the cart break down? In the chaotic area of the jungle, a cart stood by the roadside with one person roasting by the fire. There's a ghost. I'm with the station corps. He opened his cloak, revealing the giant stone shield on his left shoulder. I got lost while transporting supplies. He pointed a finger behind Yi Qingfeng. There are two companions who went to find a water source. The wheels were intact, the horse was grazing, and the supplies were still in the cart. It was exactly the same as the cart we used. The iron cover outside the oil lamp was used to send signals. We're supplies for the investigation corps. He thumbed behind him. We arrived here while walking. Little gorilla, go find out if there are two more people. A ball of green light appeared among the dense leaves. The branches were its territory, allowing it to move, as if walking on flat ground. Who was the commander? Lost and meeting someone. Why so cold? Xiao Ziyun was wearing the station corps uniform with the rank of lieutenant. I. He shifted his, but leaning to the side, reaching for his left upper pocket. I don't remember. He pulled out a crumpled note and extended it towards Xiao Ziyun. He jumped off the wolf's back and took the note, which had a series of numbers written on it. Wait for your companions to return. He exchanged a glance with Yi Qingfeng, returning the note to the man. We'll take you out. Bang. He popped the cork off a wooden bottle and swallowed a few gulps, the aroma of gin wafting out. This person seems a bit off. Wearing a military uniform, I couldn't see through his body. But his eyes definitely have problems. From the moment I arrived until now, he has never looked directly at me or the commander. His eyes were fixated on that flame. Don't worry. Xiao Ziyun patted his shoulder, leaning in to take a look at the... We need to try to get out of the jungle before dawn. Did the commander not notice these details? A person so astute would not miss anything unusual. Your horses are nice. He walked along the cart, slowly reaching the front. Raising black horses on the mountain is very difficult. The little gorilla scanned a large area, finding no traces of human activity. Looking for water. There are two water bags beside him, bulging and not lacking water at all. Commander. Yi Qingfeng cautiously circled to Xiao Ziyun's side. We should go look for his companions. He winked at him when the man wasn't paying attention. Catch up by the cart. The man muttered to himself as he got up, randomly stamping out the campfire. Wait for me. He walked straight to the front of the cart, untied the reins, and let out two horses. Let's set off and find them. The wheels wobbled a bit, producing a swaying sound, as if the cart were collapsing. Follow him. Surrounded by dense forest, a narrow path stretched into the darkness. That note was indeed the cipher of the troop. The tree trunks were grayish-white, resembling the heavy rocks of a city wall, with dark leaves overhead that looked like a storm cloud. I seem to have encountered this situation before. Yi Qingfeng recalled the dark forest. Are we under an illusion? Xiao Ziyun brushed his... Trust your judgment. That person seems to be caught in it too. The hunched silhouette was cloaked in a cape, and a dim light elongated his shadow. The consciousness is chaotic. The caster. Yi Qingfeng looked around. Must be hiding somewhere. It depends on his ability. Xiao Ziyun's tone was calm and unchanging. Some masters can cast spells from very far away. How far is very far? Perhaps. He smiled slightly. In some room at your academy. Oh, such a method is a bit terrible. How do we break it? Let me tell you a trick for breaking the illusion. Xiao Ziyun leaned close to Yi Qingfeng's back, almost whispering, his voice so low it was barely a breath. The moving places. Moving places. Right. It was the same in the dark forest. I observed the blood flow in Zhang Yang's arm and found a flaw. Moreover, he would also expend energy. The stronger the illusion, the greater the consumption. Distance works the same way. Creating an illusion across mountains and rivers requires considerable effort. Do you wish to be a god creating worlds? Do you possess such divine power? The wheels turned, the oil lamp flickered, and the horses moved forward. Too slow. We won't make it out of the forest by dawn. The Wolf King quickened his pace parallel to the driver's seat. Can we make the horses run? Those eyes were dark, more terrifying than a skeleton in the shadowy woods. We have arrived. The head slowly turned to the right, and the horse's footsteps came to a halt. Right there. The forest transformed into low grass, a shadow standing upright in the distance, resembling an irregular rectangular block with a section raised in the middle. It looked like some kind of building. Then hurry up. Yi Qingfeng urged, his tone somewhat impatient. Don't. His mouth opened, the whip hanging in midair. I'm waiting for my companions here. Smack. Yi Qingfeng slapped the horse's rear. Hiss. The horse was startled by the sudden slap, its muscles tensing as it let out a brief neigh. It reared up suddenly, and as it came down its hoofs flew, sending the man crashing back against the seat. Is it a temple? The moonlight outlined the eaves, and the tattered cloth flapped in the night breeze. A half-tilted wooden door threatened to collapse, revealing the silhouette of a headless Buddha statue inside. You stay here and light a campfire. Xiao Ziyun jumped off the wolf's back, drawing a circle with his foot in front of the temple door. So your companions can see. He stumbled as he got off the cart, almost falling. My companions. Wait for them. Bang. The wood was set up in midair, military firestones carrying oil igniting swiftly upon contact with the wick. Surrounded by endless dark woods, there was only a glimmer of light beneath the sky, radiating warmth and solitude. Shall we go in and take a look? Xiao Ziyun revealed a mischievous smile. Are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid of ghosts? Yi Qingfeng placed his hands on his hips, questioning himself again. Am I afraid of ghosts? I am the master from the underworld. Ghosts are my minions. Ha ha. He chuckled to himself. All right, let's go in. It was a bit difficult to push open the broken door. Let me see what this illusion is up to. The campfire elongated their shadows. Before they even entered, the shadow had already dashed inside, pressing against the broken wall. Buddha statues, candle holders, wooden doors and windows, and the worn-out murals faintly displayed vermilion red, with flying bodhisattvas holding pipa, their skirts blending with the clouds and green mountains. This is the style from the ancient Tang and Song dynasties. The world created by the caster likely reflects his thoughts, most likely belonging to someone from Lingyin country. Some buildings of Lingyin Academy still preserve the ancient style. Crack. The two traversed the rubble of chaotic times, occasionally stepping on broken tiles. Commander, there's no need for such trouble. Yi Qingfeng snapped his fingers. I'll arrange for my brothers to come help and see if there are any ghosts. The green light flickered behind the collapsed stone doors in the cracks of the walls and in the dark corners. They were the real ghosts. Yi, how come you speak with such a worldly tone? Xiao Ziyun scanned Yi Qingfeng from head to toe. You don't seem like a student who just entered the academy. Well, Commander, I'm sorry for not holding back. My appearance is that of a naive young man, yet my heart is truly that of an old society, having mingled in the rivers and lakes for decades. Not to mention fighting and killing. I've certainly seen my share of the monsters in the world. Commander, this is a chaotic world. Yi Qingfeng chuckled, awkwardly poking at his hair. I need to step into society ahead of time. Over 40 skeletons rummaged through the broken temple. No ghost would dare to show itself, as they would be torn apart and reborn. Exiting the back hall revealed a platform less chaotic than the front, with intact stone slabs and 3 rows of stone steps clearly visible. That is the main hall. The skeleton soldiers, like a guard, rushed up the stone steps, first forming 2 rows. It seems undamaged. The crimson wooden doors opened outward, and crossing the threshold, the faint scent of sandalwood wafted from the dark hall. A golden Buddha statue looked down with lowered eyes, the candlelight flickering on the lotus lamp, casting shadows on the murals of flying celestial beings. It's been a long time since I've seen such ancient sculptures. Xiao Ziyun appeared as a tourist, touching the wooden fish and observing for a long time. Only mentioned in literature. Are there no Buddha statues in this world? It seems that since I arrived in this world, I haven't seen any. Could it be? Yi Qingfeng's thoughts, an idea that he dared not delve into, emerged in his mind. The more he was reluctant to think about it, the more he would probe into that direction. The face of that Buddha statue had a slight curve at the corners of its eyes, smiling and gazing down upon the world. Yet he still couldn't control the torrent of thoughts, compelled to question. Did the Buddha also fall? Commander, does Lingyin country not have a Buddhist temple? Could it be that you? Xiao Ziyun suddenly turned his head, a questioning look in his eyes. Have you studied the literature on Buddhist temples? What does that mean? Literature on Buddhist temples. Dong. The sound of a bell echoed from afar. All thoughts were swept away. What is happening? My mind seems to be stuck, unable to think. Yet I am indeed pondering a problem. He twitched his nose, quickly inhaling. The scent of sandalwood has faded. It is so quiet I can hear not a single sound. Officer. Xiao Ziyun ignored him and walked past. Can't you hear me? He still did not respond, walking alone out of the hall. Where are you going? He reached out a hand towards his back. Wait for me. Huh. I can't reach him. Yi Qingfeng froze in place, looking at his own palm, clenching his fist tightly. Did I exert myself? Why is there no pain? His index finger and thumb pinched the skin on the back of his hand, twisting sharply, instinctively baring his teeth, preparing for that piercing pain. But there is no sensation. I cannot hear, smell, or feel pain. I have lost 3 senses. I can still see, and my vision remains. He extended his tongue and licked the back of his hand. There was a salty taste. My sense of taste is still there. A bell rang, robbing me of 3 senses. Xiao Ziyun's figure grew more distant as he hurried down the stone steps. Wait for me. Where are the skeletons? Outside the great hall, it was completely empty. The 2 rows of guards had disappeared, leaving only him and the hurried silhouette of the officer. Huh. Why can't I summon them? It's over if I get attacked in this situation. I could get hurt. I might even die. Where do you come from? A voice resonated from the hall, crisp and heavy, carrying a sense of authority. Where do you wish to go? Who is it? You. Such a title. It's an ancient language. Artemis used to address me this way. Yi Qingfeng slowly turned around. The statue loomed over him. The lowered eyelids seemed neither fully closed nor open. The slight upward curve of the lips transcended millennia. With palms open upward, the noise of the world fell into it and transformed into silence. Is it the Buddha? He asked me where I come from and where I wish to go. How would I know such philosophical questions? You have a connection to the Buddha, and thus we meet here. The statue did not change, only the voice came. I shall guide you a little. The Buddha wants to guide me. Is this a fortuitous encounter? Or have I achieved enlightenment? You? Yi Qingfeng squinted, observing intently. It was merely a stone statue. You are the Buddha? The world calls me Buddha because they seek something from me in their hearts. The voice held no fluctuations. The Buddha has no form. The Buddha has no form. It seems to be the case. Buddha, why have I lost my sense of smell? He pinched his arm again. And I have no sense of pain. I have taken away your three senses. Only in this way can you hear the Buddha's voice. I see this as what the Buddha teaches as emptiness. It is a rare opportunity to receive guidance from the Buddha. Indeed, there are many questions that need resolution. You may ask me 3 questions. I will answer all without reserve. Remember, only 3. The Buddha will answer my 3 questions. Damn, they must be philosophical questions. But philosophical questions do not solve practical issues. I should ask more practical questions. Buddha, regarding these 3 questions. Yi Qingfeng was very cautious. Good questions are not said casually, but require careful thought. Are there any limitations? Or are there questions that can be asked? And those that cannot? Your thoughts are meticulous and your logic rigorous. If you were to debate with external schools, you would not fall behind. After losing other senses, I indeed focus more. You may ask questions of great significance. Let me think for a moment. After all, the Buddha is not in a hurry, and I am not either. Sitting cross-legged, he supported his chin. I want to know how to summon Artemis. That way I can directly enter the most difficult instance and level up in one go. And those dragons, giant beasts, various calamities, summon them all to crush chaos. These questions carry too much murderous intent. They lack the Buddha's nature. Will the Buddha's compassion allow me to lay down my weapons and become enlightened? I can't let go. Huang Jie Zhaoxiang or Shui Tao Old Gu. And also Su Baiyan. That wicked woman, a pervert. Why do I think of her? Sigh. Beautiful women. Truly unforgettable, though quite bothersome. They are irresistibly stunning. Her figure must be the most perfect I have ever seen. That face with not a single flaw, every hair beyond reproach. Is she an AI robot? Stop. 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 Before the Buddha, how could I think of such chaos? Buddha, please forgive my impurity. The last 2 words were particularly heavy. Filthy. No need to dwell on it. You just focus on your thoughts. Such grace. This is truly the Buddha. Should I ask about my identity? The Lord of the Underworld. What should I ask? Still that philosophical question, where do I come from and where do I go? It is meaningless. I don't care where he comes from or where he goes. As long as I'm satisfied. Bang, bang, bang. I cannot refer to myself as I before the Buddha. It's too chaotic. I can't come up with a good question. Yi Qingfeng grabbed his hair, rubbing it repeatedly until it resembled a bird's nest. Not to mention 3, even 1 is difficult. Huh. No, wait. Does the Buddha still need me to speak? Doesn't he know what I'm thinking? Asking me to pose a question. Why is this scene somewhat familiar? I remember. Divination. The diviner's trick is to let you ask questions and trap you based on those questions. No wonder there is a familiar taste that turns out to be the flavor of the martial world. Buddha, you must be fake, right? Let me expose your trick. Buddha. Yi Qingfeng raised his head and stared at the statue, blinking. Please answer me. Your question is. I have already asked. He deliberately widened his eyes, feigning surprise. Did you repeat it? I asked, are you fake? Yi Qingfeng's lips moved, but no sound came out. Your question, can't hear. The Buddha can strip me of my sensory abilities, but cannot hear what I'm thinking. Lacking power, yet wanting to guide me. Are you trying to pry into the secrets of my necromancer? However, what method did he use to make me feel this strange sensation? Right, sandalwood bell sounds hypnosis. It must be some kind of hallucinatory incense combined with the methods of an illusionist. Nothing surprising. How can I wake up? I can think my consciousness must be online. It's just my sensory abilities that have been suppressed. Then I will ask you a question. Buddha, can you let me return to my previous state? Yi Qingfeng feigned piety, clasping his hands in prayer. Without complete 5 senses, I cannot think. The Buddha did not respond, only a silent stillness. He too needed time to ponder how to answer. Your thoughts are chaotic. Do not worry too much. Just ask your question. You won't lift the hypnosis for me. I must find another way. Earlier, Xiao Zhiyun said to pay attention to the moving things in the illusion. What is moving? It's so difficult. Yi Qingfeng could not look around randomly to avoid suspicion, only clutching his head, howling in pain. Why are there so many problems like the teachers giving questions in school? His eyes were capturing every detail, not letting even a speck of dust escape. I saw it, only one thing is moving. The wick on the lotus lampstand. It is suspended in the air by 4 iron chains with a total of 4 lamps forming a cube around the Buddha statue. That's right, it's the lamp that's causing trouble, everything else is still. But I cannot summon it now, how can I break? This illusion is far superior to the one created by Xue Tao, and it is an illusion within an illusion. The outer jungle is the first layer, and the dilapidated temple is the second layer. Let me think. I cannot act rashly. If I miss my strike, it could lead to more trouble. If you come to mess with me, I will disrupt your perception. Buddha, I've made up my mind. Yi Qingfeng suddenly stopped his frenzy and extended a finger. The first question is, actually, I am a bastard child. He pouted, stroking his brow. My father is a significant figure. He won't acknowledge my identity. He only gave me a hidden profession as a necromancer. I have long known of your troubled past, and for you to say it yourself is to resolve your heart's knot. Fortunately, he did not realize that I had already seen through him. Please, Buddha, guide me on how I can get my father to acknowledge my identity. Oh, I won't make it difficult for you. Let me tell you directly who my illegitimate father is, and see if it can scare him. I often see this person in the newspaper representing the Lingyan Empire on various diplomatic missions, and coincidentally, has the surname Yi. My father is. Yi Qingfeng strained to squeeze out a tear. Prime Minister Yi Nanqing. Wow. He collapsed to the ground, fingers clutching the cold stone slab. Father. The Buddha fell silent, and Yi Qingfeng continued to wail, pretending to be mad. Suppressing a laugh, engaging with an illusionist isn't about fighting strength, but scheming. His long hair soaked with tears stuck to his face, making him look like a madman. I should not meddle in worldly affairs, yet I cannot bear to see you suffer such trials of kinship. Consider me a close friend, and speak more to alleviate your worries. Not fully believing, nor completely disbelieving, you want to extract more information, right? I will satisfy you. My father gave me a hidden profession because he wants me to be independent and not rely on him. Let's gamble. Are you Su Baiyan? So let Su Baiyan teach me. The academy is unaware of my background and expelled me from the reserve class. It's exhilarating to outsmart you. Su Baiyan became a temporary professor for my sake. I feel guilty, though I'm sorry to my father and my teacher. Let's see who can uncover whose secrets. Everything has its cause and effect. What is your second question? You skipped this question and didn't ask about other details. Could it be that Su Baiyan is really behind this? There is a possibility, as she often inquires about my skills, trying to figure out my background. Moreover, I hide it very well, like the tip of an iceberg. My profession, the necromancer, has a fatal weakness. Yi Qingfeng held his belly with both hands, gently rubbing it like a pregnant woman cradling her child. When I summon all my creatures, this is my Achilles heel. Just one knife. His palm turned into a knife hand, pretending to stab into his belly, sticking out his tongue sideways. I'm dead. At this moment, I am invincible. The more summons I have, the more damage I can endure. Buddha, how can I eliminate this flaw? In the future, whoever uses this method against me will be this fellow or his accomplice. I cannot directly tell you the solution. As your level grows, there will naturally be skills to compensate for the flaw. It seems watertight, but in reality, it's nonsense, lacking logical thinking. It's easy to be deceived, especially when deceiving students' vague statements can only intimidate them. You may now ask your third question. At this point, if he still thinks he has tricked me, this false Buddha's intelligence is also concerning. If I went back to my time and tried to set up a stall for fortune-telling, I would probably starve to death. My questions cannot be too far-fetched. If just one is exposed, all efforts will be in vain. I will give you a real one, and it can be confirmed immediately. My third question is, this question must be shocking enough, substantial enough to leave him no doubt. Yi Qingfeng tore open his armor and took out a feather hanging from his necklace. There is no need to hide. As long as one person knows, others will too. That arrow from the dark forest, they all saw it. How can I find more relics of the gods? Silver light flickered around the moon god's feather, turning into starlight that stuck to the feather as if it had found its home. When the opportunity is right, the gods will naturally protect you. No matter how he answers, it's nonsense. It doesn't matter, as it has already been planned. It all depends on future opportunities. Your fate with me ends today. We part ways here. The candlelight trembled, its frequency slightly altered. If destiny allows, I shall return to meet again. Why are you not answering me? Xiao Zhiyun knocked the wooden fish a few times. Have you read any literature about Buddhist temples? Was it only a few seconds? The illusionist's magic is quite impressive. However, his consumption must not be small. He forcibly pulled out a space and compressed time within it. Teacher Su taught some things. Yi Qingfeng did not think much and gave a perfunctory answer. It wasn't important anyway. I didn't pay attention in class. Don't. What a good student. He quickly tapped the wooden fish, shaking his head with a smile. Don't you like Teacher Sue? It's not that. I don't like her. He remembered her ice peak-like nose, red lips, fair skin, and short black skirt. It's just that she is very strange. Her personality is unpredictable and quirky. He still wanted to look at her more, especially when she was leaning on the windowsill trimming vines. That broken building was illuminated by her. She treats you well today but scolds you tomorrow. Ooh, just now she was fierce, and the next second she is crying. He scratched his head, only able to smile bitterly. In short, this person is hard to get along with. I think you should adapt a bit. Xiao Zhiyun put down the wooden fish and patted the dust off his sleeves. When you get to the core in the future, you'll know what it means to be hard to get along with. Why must I go to the core? Is there no other way out? He wanted to ask, but still did not speak. Yi Qingfeng knew this chaotic time of chaos was all for resisting the invasion of chaos. As a powerful profession, where else could a necromancer go besides the core? To really become a farmer. In a prosperous age, one can enjoy peace, but in chaotic times. Moreover, the necromancer profession makes it impossible for me to escape conflict. I understand the principle of the innocent suffer for the guilty. Crick. The iron latch of the temple door is rusty, looking as if it might collapse at any moment, yet it still stands. You? 3 men surrounded the campfire, which held several wild rabbits, the aroma wafting in the air. You guys are out. Indeed, there are companions. The campfire is moving. Since the spellcaster has already believed my words, he must also fulfill his lie. The illusion must— It feels so good to be full. He took a bite of meat and sipped some wine. I nearly fainted from hunger just now. The wild rabbit is truly plump. He handed the skewer of rabbit meat to Yi Qingfeng. So fragrant. He performed the last act. The texture is excellent. Yi Qingfeng took a bite and tore off a leg for Xiao Zhiyun. Chief, can we leave now? The two exchanged glances. It's almost dawn. Xiao Zhiyun glanced at his watch and adjusted it a few times. We need to hurry to the base camp. You all should go ahead. The man no longer appeared confused. He looked like a normal person. We will also set off after we finish eating. In the jungle, there was only one path, marked by 2 muddy tracks pressed by wheels along with the paw prints of the Wolf King. The darkness gradually receded, revealing a silver lake bathed in moonlight, and the wind began to stir. How did you break the illusion? Xiao Zhiyun asked. Actually, it's not an illusion. Chief, I can only continue to act whether you believe it or not. I entered a mysterious state and perceived some things. He tilted his head as if savoring the moment. In short, it's an indescribable feeling. These soldiers seem to lack combat power. Xiao Zhiyun did not pursue the question further, but Yi Qingfeng had more questions. Why dare to operate in the chaotic area? According to the classification of chaotic areas, this is a green safety zone. He extended his left hand in front of Yi Qingfeng's eyes, and a green box displayed the chaos level safe. They are merely support troops suitable for operations in safe areas. Can't humans establish castles here? He pointed to the lake. Such a beautiful scenery. What a pity. Establishing a castle in areas where chaos appears is not cost-effective. The Wolf King's speed was fast, and the strong wind made it difficult to hear. The cost of defense is too high and lacks strategic significance. Yes, it's useless if it can't be defended. Natural barriers like mountains are more reliable. Is chaos still eroding the mountains? Looking around, this world seemed quiet. Everything appeared normal. How can humans defend themselves? The smartest humans have tried to analyze chaos. They collect data for statistical analysis, establish various mathematical models to predict the behavior of chaos. After a pause, unfortunately, not a single prediction has been accurate. His laughter was cold, almost. You can see many such books and papers in the library. I understood. Just like the economists in the original world, no wonder their opinions were always different. They were all just guessing. Similar to the chaos scholars. So, the first question. I don't know. Xiao Zhiyun was deep in thought, and also recalling. How to defend? I don't know either. Damn, what are humans doing? Chief, it sounds like. The lake water gradually receded, entering a narrow canyon. Humans have no way to deal with chaos. Yes, humans can only cope passively. He looked up at the towering stone walls resembling 2 iron gates. I don't know how long the mountains can hold out. Torches lit up above the cliff, waving towards them. We have arrived. Xiao Zhiyun placed his hands on Yi Qingfeng's shoulders, the warmth of his chest pressing against him. Be careful, it will get narrower ahead. The stone walls sharply converged, just wide enough for a horse-drawn cart. A slight deviation would result in a collision with the rocks. The air was compressed, the strong wind became tangible, brushing against the skin. Bang! Xiao Zhiyun shot out a beam of light, directly soaring to the top of the cliff. A sharp turn almost formed a right angle. The Wolf King's body tilted, its thighs only a few centimeters from the ground. What was that? A shadow pierced down the canyon like a sword from the heavens, cutting off the path ahead. A gate forged from dark iron. Xiao Zhiyun pressed against his back, as if Yi Qingfeng were his mount. Don't be afraid, rush through. Faster. A beam of sunlight traced golden lines on the stone wall. If the sun shines on the gate, we won't be able to enter. What does that mean? This sun is the form of chaos. Too exaggerated. Yi Qingfeng lowered his body, pressing against the wolf's back to minimize the impact of movement and reduce wind resistance. Xiao Zhiyun also clung tightly to him, synchronizing with the rhythm of the Wolf King. Come on, accelerate. The sunlight acted like a brush, turning the dark stone wall to gold, trying to refresh that wolf as well. Behind the paw prints was a bright light, closely following, never fearing sunlight as usual. Bang, bang, bang. Green mist steamed in the eye sockets, joints creaked as they rubbed together, and the core of the ghostly fire in the chest throbbed wildly. The Wolf King's tail swung in the sunlight, distinctly black and white. There was a narrow gap beneath the dark iron gate, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Damn, so narrow. The sunlight was already shining on the base of the Wolf King's tail. One in front, one behind. It was too late. Chief. Yi Qingfeng tightly grasped Xiao Ziyun's wrist, the grip like a vice. Tighten your core muscles. Whoosh. Xiao Ziyun was flung out, flying towards the narrow gap left by the dark iron giant gate. His foot line entered the gap, many hands pulling him inside. Yi Qingfeng. Xiao Ziyun's terrified gaze vanished into the gap, which grew thinner. Don't let the sunlight touch you. Bang. The gate slammed shut, sealing the vast land with stone walls and dark iron. Damn it. The ground was all hard basalt. Even a little gorilla couldn't dig through. Is it the end? The Wolf King's half body was already covered in sunlight, and Yi Qingfeng could only ride on its neck. Let's fight. Boom. The Wolf King's body crashed into the dark iron gate at full speed, its skeleton shattered layer by layer, and the green mist rebounded, rippling in waves. Not a single bone was intact. They were all fragments, making it impossible to tell it had once been a giant wolf. The gate stood unmoved. The sunlight brush lifted from its base, turning dark black into bright black, with only this one distinction. Open the door. Xiao Zhiyun pounded on the stone door, with every hit echoed back with pain. Open the door to save him. It only needs to be open for a few seconds. His shouts were met with dullness and cold eyes. Just a few seconds and chaos can't enter. Brother, open the door. Huang Jiefa rushed over, tripped by a stone, and fell into the dirt. Zhao Xianger's legs went limp, her knees scraped by the fragments. I beg you to open the door. This is the military order of the Corps. A man with gold-rimmed glasses approached, looking well-groomed. Even if I am outside, they still wouldn't open the door. He is not dead yet. Xiao Zhiyun turned around, pressing his back tightly against the stone door, shouting sternly. Yang Beihai, I command you to open the door. Yang Beihai adjusted the frame of his golden glasses, lifting it slightly, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. A lieutenant guarding the troop dared to call my name directly and commanded me to open the door. Has he been scared silly by the chaos? He knows my name, does he not know my nickname? Some would rather be devoured by the chaos than fall into my hand. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly for just half a second. Suddenly green mist surged from the mud, transforming into a small sprite. The sprite was a skeleton. My master asked me to tell you. The flower fairy flew in front of Zhao Xiang, wiping away her tears with its bony little hand. He is fine. Damn, what's the big deal? Isn't it just blocking the sunlight? The skeleton shield was stacked in 2 layers. The first layer blocked most of the sunlight, and the second layer sealed the gaps. Is sunlight poisonous? Why can't it be exposed? What difference does the sunlight on the ground make from that at the mountain's peak? My skeleton babies are fine. This black ironstone door is truly impressive. The moment my palm touched the black iron, a bone-chilling cold penetrated to my marrow. It was covered in coarse patterns, feeling thicker than the entire earth. I haven't seen a monster's corpse all the way here. Is it necessary to establish this stone door in the narrow canyon? How do I get inside? Looking up, the stone door connected directly to the top of the cliff, an estimated distance of about 500 meters. I could either wait here until nightfall to open the door, or climb up. Let me think for a moment. Inside the black ironstone door, the flower fairy's words reassured Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger, as they could only sit by the door and wait. Lord Commander. Xiao Zhiyun placed his right hand on his chest and bowed. I am Lieutenant Xiao Zhiyun from the station troop at N12 Forward Outpost. Yang Beihai's face was longer and colder than the black ironstone door, with the lenses failing to conceal the cold light in his eyes. You left the convoy without permission. Yang Beihai's tone was as hard as iron. You violated military orders. That's because I do not listen to explanations. Xiao Zhiyun was interrupted. Take him away. 2 soldiers approached from either side, already assuming a stance to apprehend him. Xiao Zhiyun opened the pouch at his waist and pulled out a parchment, the red wax seal, causing the paper to curl. He held the wax seal upwards and presented it before Yang Beihai. The seal was circular, with a sword of condensed light in the center, flanked by 3 wings on each side. Yang Beihai's pupils suddenly constricted, his head raised high, lowered slightly, as he received the scroll with both hands. He waved to signal the soldiers to retreat, then broke the wax seal, cradling the fallen wax pieces in his palm, as if they were treasures, tucking them into his pocket. His brow furrowed slightly. The parchment was ignited by a firestone slipping from his palm and turning to ash. Open the door. This action shocked everyone present. This door had never been opened during the day since its establishment, and the soldiers were somewhat at a loss. Do I need to say it again? On either side of the black ironstone door stood 2 tall towers with rotating chains and gears intertwining along the stone wall, ascending to the lookout tower at its top. Rumbling. The lookout waved a red flag to issue commands, and the winch started to turn, causing the stones on the ground to jump. Yi Qingfeng. Xiao Zhiyun lay on the ground, shouting outside, his voice sharp and resonant. Brother. Senior brother Yi. Huang Jiefa and Zhao Xianger also lay beside him, calling out until their voices became hoarse. The blinding sunlight was blocked, and a face appeared in view, causing a tight knot in his heart to relax. The door is open. Yi Qingfeng used all fours to clamber in, resembling a lizard swaying as he entered. I thought we would have to wait until night. A pair of icy eyes gazed at Yi Qingfeng and at Xiao Zhiyun. Night. Xiao Zhiyun let out a long sigh. You won't be around then. Where is Xue Tao? He turned his head to search around. The other squads have been assigned new tasks. Zhao Xiang helped him brush off the dirt on his body. Our squad stayed behind temporarily to wait for you and the commander. Thank you, Lord Commander. Yi Qingfeng waved at Yang Beihai. Thank me. The corner of Yang Beihai's eye twitched coldly as he turned and threw off his cloak, the emblem of the wings of freedom fluttering in the wind. No need. Thank your guardian behind you. Risking so much for you is simply unreasonable. Southern border of the Lingyin Empire, Misty Snow Mountains, base of the 3rd Attack Corps of the Investigation Troop. Chaos Danger Level Green Safety Zone. The top of the base was covered by a massive dark green tarpaulin, allowing a view of the outside at the edges, but sunlight could not penetrate inside. Though somewhat dim, the reflected light was bright enough to see things clearly in the pitch-black corners. Only torches and oil lamps could be lit. You tossed me into the door gap. Xiao Zhiyun frowned, tightly, speaking with a hint of reproach. You didn't want to come in yourself. Aren't you afraid of death? Commander, you seem to be a strategist without any combat power. The first squad was finally fully assembled, heading toward their tents. I have many tricks, that's fine. Don't be so impulsive. In the future, a life is only given once. He jogged a few steps to keep pace with Yang Beihai. I will report the task. You all rest for a bit. Brother. Huang Jiefa circled around, Yi Qingfeng constantly turning. After you left, everything was very safe. We stayed up all night waiting for you at the door. Zhao Xianger's face had regained color. Her messy hair was neat. Brother. She leaned closer, glancing at Xiao Zian's back. Is this officer male or female? Male. Just as she was about to answer, she suddenly remembered the feeling of her head tilting back. There was nothing, only softness. The officer's secret cannot be casually revealed. It's too difficult for him. Male. She reached out to turn that round face back. Don't gossip about the officer behind his back. This officer is quite good. Huang Jiefa appeared robust, but when he spoke, he was rather fussy. When you were locked outside, he directly roared angrily. Yang Beihai. He lowered his voice, almost inaudible. Order him to open the door. Roaring at Yang Beihai, a lieutenant from the station troop, commanding the commander of the investigation troop, to open the door. It was worth my struggling to let you in. The officer is still benevolent. By the way, the tent was built against the stone wall, and Yi Qingfeng took a few swigs from his water pouch. Why can't we see the sun? The chaotic monsters in the safety level area are sensitive to light. Zhao Xianger was clearly a good student, remembering every lesson by heart. Light would reveal the humans' locations to them. Interesting. I've only heard that animals have a keen sense of smell that can be hundreds of times more sensitive than humans, detecting prey from miles away. The chaotic monsters rely on light to gather information. No wonder they act only at night. That is. The canyon extended from the pit, the cave entrance resembling a massive mouth capable of swallowing an entire mountain. Both sides of the mountain wall were covered with black cloth. It's simply a sinkhole. Brother. Huang Jiefa pulled him back. Don't go over there. The defenses are strict. They won't even let you take a look. A section has been carved out on the cliff, allowing a view of the entire canyon and cave. The command center of the 3rd Assault Corps of the Investigation Brigade is established here. The specially crafted boards are made from a mixture of metals, and the platform on the cliff has been outfitted with a medical room, mapping room, communications department, and equipment room to meet the operational needs of the troops. In the command center, Yang Beihai gazed intently at the sand table. Southwest direction. A red light point appeared at the marked location by Xiao Zhiyun, drawing a straight line towards WN. It has to pass through here. He scanned the commanders of each department. Who has seen the Garuda? I believe you wouldn't mistake it. No one answered, their eyes falling on Xiao Zhiyun. Send this message to the Imperial headquarters. If it is really the Garuda, something monumental is about to happen. The Empire must respond with equivalent strength. Otherwise, his gaze turned toward the massive cave entrance. What mission has Xuetao gone on? The three-leafed green blade lay in his favorite sprawled position. When are we going back? Brother, Huang Jieffa set up a portable military stove at the tent entrance. I don't know, nor do I dare to ask. They ignore me, this swordsman. He opened the aluminum foil-wrapped box and placed it on the rack to bake. No one cares about us. Zhao Xianger sat beside, Yi Qingfeng wiping the dirt and dust off his armor. Brother, a plate of shiny braised pork was brought into the tent, and the aroma of bay leaves and Sichuan peppercorns instantly filled the tent, stimulating the nostrils and causing one to sit upright in surprise. So hungry. How is the investigation brigade? The meat entered his mouth, bringing a burst of heat, then a mouthful of oily fragrance swallowed whole before it could be chewed. Is it as you imagined? They're all logistics transport troops, actually just like ordinary professions. He handed Zhao Xianger a plate. Like the commander I admire. Brother, do you remember? A freckled square face suddenly leaned in, startling Yi Qingfeng enough to almost spit out. When we boarded the airship, that black-armored warrior. His eyes rolled back, a silly grin on his face, looking more satisfied than after eating the braised pork. That is the real combat unit capable of facing chaotic monsters heat in. He clenched his fists, flexing his biceps. A rare profession, heavy cavalry warrior. Basically the pinnacle of close combat professions. The pressure from it was indeed immense, the level completely unperceivable, far too high. Then you, this swordsman. The plate was empty, and Zhao Xianger immediately reached for it. Can you become one? Brother. Huang Jifa's nostrils flared, mouth elongated. Have you heard that a sparrow can become a phoenix? Self-abandonment. Yi Qingfeng rolled his eyes. What is the pinnacle of a swordsman? He pressed his fingers together, frantically searching through his memories. Still. His voice grew weaker. Still a swordsman. Is a flower farmer also one? Zhao Xianger nodded, gently revealing some inferiority. A gardener. Is not different from a flower farmer. I remember. You can change jobs at level 60, entering a higher realm. Yi Qingfeng grasped Zhao Xianger's hand. Can't you change to another profession? Brother. The waterproof cloth of the tent blocked his body, leaving only his head hanging in the air. I have never seen a swordsman reach level 60. Then what are you worried about? Yi Qingfeng stretched lazily and lay back down. Let's talk about it when we reach level 60. Commander. A communications soldier also wearing glasses handed a combat order to Yang Beihai. A reply from the command headquarters. Combat order no. 117 to 3rd Assault Corps from Investigation Brigade Command Headquarters. Summary: the target Garuda may have illegally crossed the boundary of Lingyin Kingdom. The headquarters has activated the Divine Monitoring System to cover your defensive area. Mission requirements: from today, the 3rd Assault Corps enters a Level 1 combat readiness status, with all personnel firmly holding the defensive nodes at the base to ensure absolute control of border markers from sections 74 to 81. Action Guidelines: execute Article 7 of the Cross-Border Threat Response Regulations against illegal border crossing targets with authorization given for the oath-taker of a certain deity to enter combat readiness. The Divine Monitoring System provides early warning support. Engage immediately with divine-level strikes in response. Command coordination: the Battlefield Command is still under the responsibility of the 3rd Assault Corps Commander Yang Beihai, with divine monitoring data being synchronized in real time to your command system. Signed, Chief of Staff of the Investigation Brigade Fong Yilan. Encryption level red highest. It's been a long time since divine beings have participated in battle. What does Lingwu Kingdom want? Moreover, it's in a secure area. Oh, do they really want to compete with us? Not hesitating to ignite a divine-level war among humans. Hopefully you are only dealing with chaos. Please don't stir up trouble. Relay the order. The combat order was archived, and Save the War Machine's switch has been pressed. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. A circular light circle flashed above the sand table, covering the area defended by the brigade, the outer circle having a layer of wavy stripes pulsing slightly like a heartbeat. Attention to all units. The loudspeaker's voice drowned out all other sounds. Yi Qingfeng, who had just entered Dreamland, was jolted awake. Enter Level 1 combat readiness. Brother. Huang Jieffa shouted, suddenly pointing at the group of mages. A black-robed mage group composed of 4-dimensional grand mages. Wind, fire, ice, and lightning elements have been pushed to the extreme, an invincible air defense combat unit. He jumped up, waving his fists. This is the true strength of the Investigation Brigade. Damn, what a strong sense of oppression. It's indeed impressive. Why did it suddenly enter Level 1 combat readiness? Right, Xiao Zhiyun told them about the intelligence on the Garuda. No wonder they are mobilizing so heavily. If facing a deity, this would be reasonable. I have witnessed the pressure of the Garuda. The black-robed mage group might not be able to withstand it. In the Lingyin Kingdom, the Himalayas, and the imperial capital of Phoenix City, the sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious hall, where half-length oil paintings of the illustrious figures of this empire hung behind the Roman pillars. A servant wearing white gloves pushed open the door, revealing a man on the sofa with graying hair, a cigar clamped between his lips. The servant leaned in and whispered in his ear, "The ambassador from the Lingwu Empire has arrived." This man was none other than Yi Nanqing, the prime minister of the Lingyin kingdom. The ambassador, named Awaken, was tall and thin, dressed in a suit with eyes as sharp as a hawk. "Why has the Garuda appeared within our borders?" He flicked the ash off his cigar, his tone curt and forceful. "Please explain." "Prime Minister, about that area you mentioned." The tea was placed in front of him, but he ignored it. "That is, I am referring to the airspace." He took a few hard puffs, the ember glowing brightly. "I am also referring to the airspace." The ambassador pressed his hands together quietly, observing Yi Nanqing. "What does the Garuda want?" He crushed the cigar with force. "Or rather, what do you Lingwu kingdoms intend to do? May I ask what your country's investigation corps is doing?" He sat on the edge of the sofa, his upper body straight. In that canyon area, Yi Nanqing opened a silver box carved with a lion design and took out a new cigar. It seemed this topic could not be pursued further. It was merely a formality His Majesty would never yield. If matters like this could lead to concessions, it would be better for the empire to dissolve. "Let's buy some more time. Mr. Ambassador, could we temporarily put aside our disputes?" He shifted his body closer to Awaken, softening his tone. "This matter can be discussed slowly. It's not that we don't want to talk, but that area has been the ancestral land of the Birdman tribe for generations. Your military actions have enraged the Birdman tribe. Even the king cannot control them." He remained in the same posture like a statue. "Unless you withdraw your troops." He forced a stiff smile. "Otherwise there's nothing to discuss." "The savages of the Birdman tribe." "Prime Minister," the servant whispered in his ear, "His Majesty has summoned you to the palace to discuss military matters." The aides of the Lingwu Empire's ambassador also exchanged a few hushed words with him. In that case, Yi Nanqing snapped the cigar in two and stood up. "Ambassador, please take your leave." Yi Qingfeng. Xiao Zhiyun rushed in, pressing a button on his watch for a countdown. "I didn't expect the appearance of the Garuda to make the higher-ups so anxious. War might be imminent." He pulled Yi Qingfeng and the others into the tent. "We cannot retreat now, we can only seek opportunities for survival." What is happening? Huang Jiefa tightened his helmet. "Are we going to war with the chaos?" "If it is chaos in this region, it might be manageable." Xiao Zhiyun pulled back the tent flap, observing the situation outside. "We are facing the guardian deity of the Lingwu Empire." "Garuda?" "Oh." Huang Jiefa's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Garuda? I thought Garuda was here to deal with the chaos." The officer must have thought so too. "I never expected it was going to attack the Lingyin Empire. The chaos is still eroding humanity, and we are already fighting among ourselves. This is classified military intelligence. He shouldn't be telling us." "Why is Garuda attacking humanity?" Zhao Xianger asked timidly, which was also what Yi Qingfeng wanted to know. Xiao Zhiyun opened a gap and nodded toward the pit. "It must be because of that. What is inside that big hole?" A warning line was drawn at the entrance of the cave, black armored heavy infantry forming a defense line. "I don't know what is inside, but..." His eyes were constantly scanning for something. "The cave extends into the territory of the Lingwu Empire." "Then it's easy to understand. The things inside the cave must be crucial to both empires, important enough to mobilize divine powers. Once they take action, it will be a battle of the highest level. The Lingwu kingdom is ruthless. The Lingyin Empire is also quite ruthless, directly crossing others' bottom line. None of them are easy to deal with. What are we going to do now? The canyon is a closed environment, only the Shin. We can do nothing." He stared at the heavily armored warriors at the cave entrance. "The Empire has also responded and will mobilize divine power to combat the Garuda." "Oh." Huang Jiefa was like an ant on a hot pan, both panicked and excited. Our country has also mobilized divine power, equivalent to nuclear war. What would that scene be like? Both sides suffering. No victor. Shui Tao." A familiar figure rushed out from the direction of the cave, looking around as if she didn't know where to go. Yi Qingfeng pulled open the tent door and rushed out. "Shui Tao." The double tent was packed with 5 people, yet it felt secure. I. She gasped for breath, dirt smeared on her face. "I finally found you guys. Did you go into the cave to carry out a mission?" "Yes." Shui Tao nodded gently, her gaze evasive. "That's right. Can you tell us," he said, glancing at the countdown on his watch, "what is the situation inside the cave?" Commander." Shui Tao looked awkward, her fair neck flushed red. "I can't say. That cave may be our only hope for survival." Xiao Zhiyun grabbed Shui Tao's arms, squeezing them painfully. "Forget about any military secrets. Preserving life is the priority." This officer is quite adaptable, not at all rigid. For soldiers, executing orders outweighs their own lives. However, if I were to choose, I would do the same. My life is my own. Shui Tao took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, "I was only at the cave entrance using techniques to observe some crystals. I didn't go deep inside. Oh, I don't know the specifics of the cave. She rubbed her eyes bloodshot. There are heavily armored warriors guarding every 10 steps. Without the captain's orders, no one can enter. What kind of thing is inside that can warrant such a high level of alert? Could it be that a deity is inside, and both empires are trying to seize the rights to that deity? Yi Qingfeng shared this thought with Xiao Zhiyun. It's not impossible. He pondered for a moment. Perhaps a certain deity is sleeping here and they want to awaken it. Garuda and the Lingyin Empire would also mobilize deities plus the sleeping one. A divine battle of 3 gods. Can we survive this? Artemis is not in her complete state. Garuda is in perfect condition. How are we going to fight this battle? Hiss. The shrill alarm was suddenly suppressed. It was a sound that could pierce through the heavens, directly penetrating the mountains. The tent was rattled by the airflow the guy ropes taut. It's here. My body can't move. This familiar voice. Garuda. The clouds in the high sky began to whirl violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand in an ink pool. The clouds roared like a beast while white giant walls erected a tower thousands of meters high, and the air currents shredded everything in their path. All that remained in the world was the eye of destruction slowly opening, devouring the azure sky into a terrifying vortex that spanned the heavens and the earth. The sky above the canyon resembled a sail catching the wind filled with fierce gusts. The iron cables were pulled taut without a hint of curvature, and cracks appeared at the welds. The cracks gradually widened as if a shackle was being pried open. With a thunderous break, the massive curtain blocking the entire canyon was torn away by the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, it was swept into the high sky as tiny as a grain of sand. The dim sunlight fell, casting the canyon in a shadowy yellow hue. My God, the hurricane is right above us. Hiss, hiss. The eye of the wind resembled a giant's gaze looking down upon the ants below as the air roared against the cliff walls, each edge screaming. The sharp alarm sounded muted, and all he could hear was the howling wind. He pulled up his collar to make a mask to breathe. Each breath was a struggle more exhausting than lifting his head out of water. What did you say? Yi Qingfeng only saw Xiao Ziyun's lips moving. I can't hear you. He moved the panel of his watch closer, where 2 characters were flashing. Chaos. Chaos. Isn't this the hurricane of Garuda? Xiao Ziyun pointed to the sky, clasping his hands into a circle and then spreading them downward. Sunlight. Yes. He was talking about sunlight. Chaos is a light-sensitive species, and without the canopy's obstruction, chaos can sense our existence. Surrounded by mountains, only the giant iron door could allow passage, its hardness perhaps surpassing that of the mountain itself. Can chaos break through this chasm? Or did they come from the heavens? 6 towering spires stood in the canyon facing different directions, resembling an irregular hexagram formation. The black-robed mage stood against the wind, slowly raising the staff in his hand, which was not pointed at the giant eye in the sky, but rather at the periphery of the canyon's base. The staff began to gather radiance: blue, red, cyan, and purple. The brilliance filled the lookout tower, and spikes burst forth from the 4 arched doors, blinding the eyes. Yi Qingfeng covered his ears, unable to hear the violent explosions. His body shook, his heart trembled, and the pores of his skin closed, forcing him to curl up. Curled up in the corner against the stone wall, he felt no pain from the sharp rocks scraping against him. At the tip of the staff, electric balls, fireballs, ice balls, and wind balls coalesced. The attack array of the 4 elements spun around the tower's peak, while his right hand raised the staff, and his left hand changed the hand seals. Was chaos closing in? Did he not care about the hurricane above? Yi Qingfeng's body was shaken violently, as Xiao Zhiyun tugged at his arm, the tactical watch displaying a message. Don't waste your combat power. Help on the tower. You can kill the chaos minions in this area. Experienced. When did this become a time to think about leveling up? It seems the commander is also a leveling fanatic. He quickly pressed on the watch, his fingers moving like a blur, and a message appeared in front of Xue Tao and the others. He pointed to the corner. You all hide in the rock crevices, don't come out. If there's a chance, enter the cave, and hide, don't make a sound. Huang Jie nodded seriously, opening his arms to shield the 2 women. The lift of the tower was swaying wildly under the pull of the hurricane, having already deformed after slamming against the iron pillars, and was no longer operational. Entering the tower, the storm was temporarily blocked, with only the iron door swaying. Up. The stone steps spiraled upward along the tower wall, lacking any extra decoration, with only the lines of stone bricks stitched together. Creak. The bolt was about the thickness of an arm. As it was moved, rust fell away, and the 2 joined forces to push it open. The earth was covered in cracks like sores on skin, from which countless monsters crawled out, resembling locusts. The swarm of locusts covered the ground, flooding the approaching canyon. A wave of heat brushed against his cheek, and the black-robed mage was not far away in the lookout tower, shooting a red fireball in the direction of his finger. The fireball drew a wave of heat, and the stones, lifted by the wind, turned into magma. The world before him swayed. A crack was hit by the fireball, and the flames rolled like waves, spreading layer upon layer, instantly turning the swarm into charred remains. This is the kind of power a fire mage should have. Xiao Zhiyun pulled Yi Qingfeng, pointing beneath the iron door. This iron door seemed like a frozen waterfall crashing down between the mountain walls, cutting off the different worlds of chaos and humanity. The narrow path was filled with swarms of insects like a dry riverbed welcoming the rainy season, flooding catastrophically. The hurricane is too fierce. Can't stand. Without the shelter of the cliff, his whole body was exposed under the eye of the wind. Had he not grabbed the railing, he would have been swept away long ago. Between the gaps in the stone pier were iron chains connecting them. Xiao Zhiyun pulled them out and wrapped them around his body. He waved at Yi Qingfeng, and the two were simultaneously wrapped by the chains, their backs pressed tightly against the stone wall. Archers. Mages. Green light flashed along the marble corridor of the lookout tower, stretching into a glowing rod. Don't let them near the stone door. Unfortunately, there was no moonlight, which affected the shooting speed. Fairy, speed them up. The little fairy flitted back and forth between the skeleton archers and mages like a bee spreading pollen. This little bee could not fly in the hurricane, only able to cling to the ribs of the skeletons, jumping and climbing. The skeletons held onto the iron chains with their feet, their bodies being mere skeletons that didn't take much wind, allowing them to attack even amidst the strong airflow. However, the green light from their bodies was being drawn away as if they were burning like withered bones, suffering under the flames of punishment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows and ghostly fireballs rained down, tracing shining lines along the winding path. Experience for killing chaos locusts. Increased experience began to flood the screen. However, the skeletons in the hurricane were also losing health, and Yi Qingfeng's energy was slowly decreasing. Energy is dropping so fast. Without moonlight, he realized how great the consumption was. It seems that daytime is really not suitable for me to go out. Suddenly his eyelids began to twitch, feeling like a shock, and all the hairs stood on end. The light before his eyes swayed, and the white marble turned purple. Electric ball. Countless bolts of lightning combined to form a circle, arcs flickering, occasionally shooting toward the metal clasps of the stone pillars. Although he couldn't hear the sound of the current, his body twitched, and the mountain wall shook as well. The light suddenly surged upward, and his eyelids closed automatically, yet they rubbed against his eyeballs. Yi Qingfeng peeked through the firing port in the direction of the stone wall. The electric ball glided above the ground, generating countless electric arc whips that struck the swarm, turning them to charcoal. It spun along the crack, and any monster that poked its head out was instantly killed, continuously cutting off the endless swarm. This is the strength of the Survey Corps. Necromancer leveled up from 37 to 39, directly leveled up twice. Level 39, 51. Strength 49. Agility 54. Intelligence 106. Constitution 49. Luck 103. Armor 5. Summon space 3. He was about to break through to level 40. However, as his level increased, the experience gained also dropped significantly. The monsters were suppressed by the mage, and their numbers were rapidly dwindling. What was that? Suddenly, a colossal creature poked its head out from the fissure. The flickering cracks were pried open, and a four-legged monster crawled out. It had no eyes and howled at the sky. It slowly moved into Yi Qingfeng's line of sight. It has no eyes, so why is it looking this way? Right, chaos monsters don't rely on sight, they sense light. The monster, like a carnivore, crouched on its hind legs, propping its body up with its forelimbs baring its fangs as it panted. Its body lowered, coiling its strength, preparing to leap. Its massive frame, as large as a house, shot into the sky with a single push of its hind legs. Did Garuda hate the spirit-hidden kingdom this much? Why didn't the hurricane strike those chaos monsters and only kept its eye hovering above us? A chill emanated from the stone wall as frost spread from the mage's ice orb, encasing the entire watchtower in a frozen world. Beside the ice orb was a cyan sphere, air currents compressed towards its core, forming a small vortex. An ice orb and a wind orb. The black-robed mage's wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as he chanted, gathering energy. His hair, which had been sucked upwards by the hurricane, now blew to the upper right. Two hurricanes, one large and one small, were both vying for the surrounding air. What kind of muscles are those? It can leap into the sky. The four-legged eyeless monster actually jumped to a spot higher than the cliff, right below the clouds, and lunged towards the watchtower. The ice orb and wind orb attracted each other, gradually merging. Frost intertwined with the whirlwind. They coalesced into a blizzard. Snow and frost flew everywhere. A significant portion of the snowflakes was drawn into the hurricane's eye, while the rest blanketed the mountain wall, turning it into an icy peak. The black-robed mage spread his arms wide, and the blizzard sphere rolled out, charging heat-in towards the giant monster. The mage's attack was indeed fierce, but it required continuous energy, and the incantation time was relatively long. Too close. The monster was almost pouncing on the tower's spire, but the blizzard seemed to have an attraction, pulling the creature in. It crashed directly into the monster's embrace. The stone wall shook, the storm raged, and blocks of ice embedded themselves into the rock. The skeleton warriors raised their shields, forming a line of shield wall. Too powerful. The bone shields were shattered by flying ice shards cut in half, as easily as slicing through tofu. Fortunately, the relic's invincibility effect bought time to compensate for the battle losses. Roar. It was too close and too large. Its roar alone was enough to shake the mountain walls. The giant monster was struck down by the blizzard, its body covered in ice, its hide torn open to reveal flesh and blood, its sharp claws deeply embedded in the mountain rock. It hung below the watchtower, devouring the falling rubble with its gaping maw. From its mouth down to its throat, it was lined with sharp fangs and red barbs. The black-robed mage launched attacks with 4 elements in succession, then bent over, panting heavily. His body was unsteady, and he leaned against a stone pillar. The ice sealing its spine shattered. Its frozen hind legs suddenly stretched out, kicking down a large chunk of rock. The mage couldn't sustain his power. His mana must be nearly depleted. Even the attack combining 2 elements couldn't kill this thing. Oh, it would probably take all 4 elements. On the mountaintop, black-robed mages manned every watchtower, constantly firing fireballs, ice orbs, and more. Chaos monsters were coming from all directions. Too many. No wonder this iron gate couldn't be opened during the day. This morning, if I had been exposed to the sunlight and attracted these monsters, what would have happened? Just thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine, making his scalp tingle. Boom. One of the giant monster's foreclaws hooked onto the granite railing, pulling its body up. Holy crap. Just a few meters away, Yi Qingfeng's skeleton was crushed under the claw, its bones exploding into fragments. The black-robed mage tried to chant again, but his body trembled, and the fireball he just formed dissipated instantly. Can't worry about that anymore. Had to act. If this thing crawled inside, the entire base would be finished. My minions hammer it. A group of greenish skeletons raised bone hammers, pounding the giant beast's foreclaws. Clang, clang, clang. Like blacksmiths at a forge, each hammer blow only left a small dent, unable to pierce its hide. Tougher than rock. Little orangutan, go. Archers, ferry all of you, attack. The monster's body was crawling with skeletons, some even appeared on its head, and the necromancer's staff was shoved deep into its mouth. The netherfire orb exploded in its throat. Roar. The monster grabbed the stone wall with one foreclaw, while its other 3 legs kicked wildly, gouging a pit into the mountain. Garuda did it on purpose, tearing open the sky to let the chaos attack us first. When humans fight amongst themselves, they are more ruthless and merciless than monsters. Fairy used the new skill, spray it with venom. The flower fairy, riding on the little orangutan's shoulders, was agile enough to dodge the monster's swiping claws. Spray it into its mouth. Poisonous mist emanated around the flower fairy, then quickly gathered along her arms, concentrating in her palms as she pressed them together into a triangle. A dark yellow ray burst from the flower fairy's hands. The fang maw was filled with pus-like venom, like a baby nursing, half of it spilling out until it spread over the entire body. The monster's movements became sluggish. It twitched, hanging from the cliff. The black-robed mage reached a hand out towards Yi Qingfeng, nodding in acknowledgement. You're welcome. Hurry up and recover. I can't kill this thing. What is its skin made of? It's harder than steel. What is the commander doing? Yi Qingfeng's heart raced at Xiao Xian's actions. He was actually touching the monster's claws, bending over to look around like a doctor examining a patient. Conducting research. Holy crap, so dedicated. How could a commander so fearless have such delicate skin without a single scratch on him? When he first met him, he thought he was a woman because his skin was so good. Better and softer than a woman's. No, softer than a baby's, perfectly flawless, as if it weren't real. Suddenly Yi Qingfeng was startled. A chill ran through him, his scalp tightened, pressing against his temples. His skin is the same as Su Baiyan's. Perfect to the point of being unreal. Is it some kind of special class? A sudden tremor from the claw sent Xiao Ziyun tumbling back, and Yi Qingfeng caught him. What are you doing? He raised his wrist. Text appeared on the watch face. The photosensitive organ should be a dark reticular pattern. Look for it. He really was investigating. Hold on tight. Yi Qingfeng flipped over, gripping the rock face, tightly leaning out to observe the monster. Little orangutan, go take a look. Its entire body was covered in dark red, wrinkled, thick hide, layered upon layered, impossible to see fully as it swayed. Reticular. Touch it. My minions, stop fighting. Touch it. He switched all summons to skeletons that cost 1 summoning space, and they crawled all over the giant monster, as if picking fleas off it. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes, feeling the subtle sensations transmitted by his skeletons. It was all rough hide, like touching rock, somewhat prickly. Thump, thump, thump. As his fingers swept across, a regular vibration was produced. Reticular. Photosensitive organ. Where is it? Through the tactile sensations relayed by the skeletons, Yi Qingfeng constructed the giant monster's entire structure in his mind. It seemed to be in the abdomen. The rebound fluctuations in the abdomen were the most rhythmic, and it was also the least likely place to be discovered. Little gorilla, smash it to pieces. My treasures return, and conserve your energy. Save it for the burst. Its size compared to the giant beast was like a mouse to an elephant. The smallest creatures could often overpower large beasts. The wrinkled skin was thick and coarse, even more convenient than a tree trunk with enough friction to prevent slipping. Scrambling down from the spine, he reached the abdomen. Strike him. Burst. Show no mercy. Never let it get in. Roar. The giant beast's neck contracted violently, its head smashing into the stone wall, scraping and rolling as if scratching an itch. Can't break through. The texture hanging down was very hard, only causing some damage insufficient to destroy that organ. Even the little gorilla couldn't shatter its defense. What else could be done? All out. The witch and the archer materialized beside the little gorilla, arrows and staves aimed directly at that net-like organ. It was between the giant beast's thighs, about a square meter in area, like a piece of gauze plastered to its belly. With ice arrows, netherfire fireballs, and the giant ape's iron arm strikes, the monster's body twisted into an even greater arc. Its hind legs bent, trying to claw at its own abdomen, but fell short, only thrashing wildly. Roar. The howl overpowered the hurricane. The mere sound of it could collapse a stretch of cliff. It flipped its body like a fish stranded on shore, ramming and scraping its belly against the mountain. The skeleton archer and witch couldn't withstand the impact of the massive body. Their bones shattered in an instant, leaving only the little gorilla to hold firm. The silver line on its back remained clearly visible. When it crashed into the mountain, it gouged out a hole. Fairy, my energy is full. Try the venom ray. The little spirit perched on the little gorilla's neck, its bony fingers forming a circle. Easy. The venom was compressed into a thread as fine as wool, like an electric welder cutting through steel plates, tearing a crack in the net-like organ. Huff. Huff. The fairy's venom ray consumed too much energy. The fiercer the skill, the greater the drain. Without moonlight, I truly understood what it meant to live beyond one's means. I've taught you everything now. Tear that damned organ apart for me. The little gorilla's fingers were very slender, being only bones, so the gap didn't need to be large. Her fingers slipped into the gap. Netherfire surged toward the ape's arm, strand by strand, weaving muscles for the skeletal frame. Whoa. I thought those green mists had no real use. So they could construct a torso. Then could they produce skin? And that ape arm became as thick as its own body, the green muscles suddenly tensing the fingers like hydraulic-driven iron pincers. The iron pincers clamped onto the giant monster's skin. Roar. The little ape opened its mouth and bellowed. The tension in the muscles expanded to the limit. It was using its body to probe where the ceiling of its strength lay. Crack. The tear in the membrane extended by half a finger's length. Pull. Yi Qingfeng was also shouting, sweat beading on his forehead, though it was invisible. No sooner had it seeped from his pores than it was swept away by the hurricane. The veins on his neck bulged, reaching his ears and temples. Xiao Zhiyun held tightly to the iron chain, using it to keep his body balanced, but the gap was too large. So he filled the space with his own body, the two men embracing tightly once more. Crack. A fissure appeared on the little gorilla's ape arm, and one of its bony fingers snapped off. Roar. 2 ribs broke. The muscles continued to contract. The muscle fibers formed by the green mist showed no mercy, oblivious to the fragility of the bones. There's a crack. Again. Don't worry about my energy. I won't die. The necromancer's face was drained of color. This pallor fit people's imagination of his profession, the herald of death. Energy was like an underground spring in the desert. The moment it surfaced, it was ruthlessly sucked dry. Huff. Huff. Every breath drawn into his lungs required the strength of his entire body, and every exhale felt like draining the blood from his heart. Snap. The little gorilla's right arm broke the muscles, instantly dissolving into mist. No energy left to summon it again. Use your mouth. Your bite force should be stronger than your tearing strength. For fangs clamped onto the edge of the membrane, its hind legs lifting as its waist curled paws near its mouth. Tear it off. At all costs. The green mist enveloped its thighs, weaving muscles, invisible needles, intertwining repeatedly, layers of fibers clear and complete. This time it was thicker than the ape arm. Its body was hidden by the thigh muscles, making the ape seem to have only a head and legs. The thighs trembled, gradually straightening amid the shaking, the giant beast's skin sinking under the pressure. Its neck also contracted with effort, and the remaining left arm still gripped the membrane, draining every ounce of strength. Only the silver mane was spared. Crack. A piece of the membrane tore away like a section of barbed wire pried open, revealing a layer of vertical nerves beneath. Roar. The giant beast's arms clawed at the cliff's edge, its torso convulsing once, thinning the mountain with each spasm, like a prisoner writhing under torture. It's working. Its head no longer thrashed as before, though it had no eyes, its face turned toward the black-robed mage. It's affected its positioning, but it's not enough. Don't fear death. You won't die. Go wild like your father and smash this bastard to pieces. A flying stone hurtled toward Yi Qingfeng's head. His energy was scattered, and he had no strength to dodge. Smack! It struck the garrison badge. Xiao Zhiyun straddled Yi Qingfeng's thigh using his own back as a shield, pulling his head into his embrace. Keep going. His lips pressed against his ear, the voice low but audible. Don't hesitate. Sir, you smell so good. And so soft. Yi Qingfeng shouted in his arms, though venting would help his energy recover faster, draining his own potential. The thigh bone showed cracks, the meniscus was torn, and the cruciate ligament was deformed. Crack. The lower left fong shattered. The membrane was also stretched, the thread-like objects growing thinner, the curve of the bend gradually widening. Bang! The little gorilla's knee exploded. Its lower leg snapped. Only its mouth remained clamped, suspending its small body. It had no strength left. The ape swayed in the wind at the mercy of the elements. Roar! The giant beast's neck writhed like a severed earthworm, lashing and crashing aimlessly. The membrane also flapped in the wind. It had come loose. Only its roots still clung to the wrinkled skin. Huff! Huff! Just a few more seconds, and you can be reborn. Tear it apart until the end. The green mist condensed upon the membrane, and this time the little gorilla brought a companion. Venom shot into the nerve tissue, carving gaps. Then the ape tore it apart. They moved like seasoned partners who had worked together for years, dismantling the monster as easily as taking apart a sofa, skilled and efficient. The membrane detached completely, leaving the monster's body, and began to wither. The muscles lost their tension, the body went limp, sliding down the cliff face. Rumble. Chaos, faceless beast, rare slain. Experience gained. Necromancer level up. Level 40 is 61. Strength, 51. Agility, 56. Intelligence, 110. Constitution, 51. Luck, 107. Armor, 5. Summon space, 10. Skill point earned for breaking level 40, click to claim. Every 10 levels mark a stage with a significant increase in attributes, and more importantly, the opportunity to acquire skills. Who? The young gorilla roared at the falling behemoth, beating its chest in provocation and defiance. It seemed to have grown larger, its eyes were no longer so pure and clear, and its expression had gained a touch of solemnity. It had matured. Summoned silverback gorilla evolved to juvenile stage. Level 40. Strength, 122. Agility, 101. Intelligence, 32. Constitution, 100. Luck, 31. Armor, 50. Gained active skill, Silverback's Wrath. Silverback's Wrath gathers nether energy to form muscle, unleashing maximum potential and breaking limits. Consumes the Necromancer's stamina. That was the state you were in after your breakthrough. If I couldn't resummon you, I wouldn't have let you make that suicidal attack. You are all my brothers. When Yi Qingfeng is needed, I won't hesitate. The black-robed mage pushed back his hood, peered at the chaotic behemoth disintegrating in the distance, then turned to look at the Necromancer. He burst into hearty laughter and gave a thumbs up. Commander. Yi Qingfeng pressed against his chest, pushing Xiao Zhiyun away with effort. I can't breathe. Suddenly, this feeling. Impossible. Could it be? The military uniform was too thick. It must be an illusion. The wind must have scrambled my mind. This gale was not as fierce as the first encounter with Garuda. Garuda's goal might simply be to tear open the sky and let chaos attack us, not to deliver a killing blow. Moreover, the protective aura mitigated most of its force. Otherwise, this entire canyon would have been flattened. The giant eye pulled all the clouds in the sky together, gathering them directly above the canyon, as if monitoring every move below. Was that a white mage? The pristine white robes formed a seamless ensemble. The staff was forged from dark yellow metal, only half the length of a long staff. A gem like an oversized pearl was embedded in the staff, emitting a white glow. The white light scattered, falling around the black-robed mage and flickering incessantly. The black-robed mage's panting slowed. He straightened his back and resumed his incantation. A restoration skill. The black robes were for offense, the white robes for support. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng finally had time to observe the other watchtowers. Each defensive node had a black-robed mage, while white-robed mages were interspersed among them, ready to provide healing or restoration. The heavy-armored warriors had also ascended. Only 2 black-armored warriors remained at the entrance of the abyss. The rest were stationed at watchtowers or key positions, forming an unbroken line of defense. They should have a chance to enter the cave. The outside world would eventually be destroyed, whether by chaos or by humanity itself. The chaotic fissures on the ground were sealed by ice spheres, and the number of external entities was gradually decreasing. Catch your breath and see what skill you've gained. Holy cow! New talent acquired, puppetry art. Puppetry art allows the combination or separation of different nether entities, consuming the Necromancer's stamina. What does this skill mean? Combining or separating nether entities. Attaching the head of a flower fairy onto the young gorilla's body. This seems a bit useless at first glance, but upon deeper thought it's terrifying. and seems incredibly explosive. Were they cheering? All the chaotic fissures had been sealed. The black-robed mages were truly formidable, and the support from the white robes allowed for sustained attacks. You did well. A hand rested on Yi Qingfeng's shoulder. He turned to see gold-rimmed glasses. Yang Beihai, I thought we wouldn't make it in time. The airflow around him slowed, his voice could be heard clearly, and his breathing returned to normal. Such powerful aura, he himself was a force field. You actually killed the faceless monster. A sharp gleam flashed behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Was it you who found the monster's weakness? Photosensitive organs, Yi Qingfeng said, glancing at Xiao Zhiyun. He discovered it. It's on the abdomen. His watch had already completed an analysis report on the faceless monster. I've uploaded it to the combat system. Thanks to your discovery, or we couldn't have suppressed these behemoths. Yang Beihai pressed his hands on the stone pillar, sizing up Yi Qingfeng and Xiao Zhiyun once more before looking up at the gale. You too. He seemed about to say something, but stopped abruptly, gazing silently at the sky. Find a place to hide, he said after a few seconds. Wait for rescue. He then flung his cloak aside and strode toward the next watchtower. The only place to hide, the two said as they descended the spiral stone steps, is inside the abyss. Though we've held off the chaos, the threat of Garuda remains. Bang! The outer wall of the tower was torn apart by the gale, the central pillar snapped, and the stone steps collapsed. Rumble. Darkness engulfed them, the taste of rust filled their mouths, their nostrils were clogged with dust. Cough! Cough! Only for a brief moment before the rubble around them was swept up by the air current. They floated faster and faster, pulled into the sky by the wind. Yi Qingfeng and Xiao Zhiyun supported each other, pressing close to the rock wall, squeezing their bodies into a crevice. The watch displayed a message: Garuda is about to strike. The black-robed mages, white-robed mages, and heavy-armored warriors formed a circle, expending their stamina to maintain the protective aura. Why hasn't it come yet? Yang Beihai's face was drained of color. He kept glancing toward the northern sky. A gale of this intensity. Garuda is about to attack us. Are you really going to give up on this major discovery? I absolutely refuse to believe it. This is a turning point for the Empire's fate. We must fight. The sky suddenly darkened, the gale churned like boiling water. A dark silhouette appeared within the eye of the wind. Is it coming? So soon? SSS. A sky-rending cry pierced the air as Garuda spread its wings that seemed to brush the heavens. Every feather blazed with the true fire of the sun. Its talons like vajra sliced through the airflow, its bird-headed human-bodied form blotted out the sky. A third eye opened on its forehead, emitting a crimson radiance that pierced the void. Around it, cyclone spun, shearing off a section of the mountain wall. Sanskrit seals resounded through the three realms with each beat of its wings. On the day I joined the Survey Corps, I forgot life and embraced death as my destination. My comrades, my brothers, General Yang Beihai bids you farewell. 3rd Attack Division of the Survey Corps, all troops hear my command. He tore off the cloak emblazoned with the wings of freedom, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and smoothed his slicked-back hair. Fight with all our might against the deity. Fight! Fight! The war cries overpowered the howling gale. Energy erupted from within their bodies, held nothing back. Release. Yang Beihai pressed his palms together, radiating a golden light. Celestial mandate, holy light. Bang! A pair of golden wings sprouted from his back. He drew a golden longsword and pointed it at Garuda. The season's first snow fell upon the cyan stone tablet, like a pristine floral wreath offered by heaven and earth. The cemetery was profoundly silent, broken only by the rustling wind through the pine forest, a distant requiem. A white-haired mother, supported by others, shuffled step by step towards the gravestone. Her wrinkled hand trembled as it traced the carved inscriptions. His father's surname, his mother's given name. Su Baiyan stood in the front row, snow piling upon her shoulders, veiling the 5 stars. The soldiers stood like a phalanx of steel, their right hands pressed over their most precious hearts, saluting the mother. Her hands, whiter than snow, carried a velvet-lined tray upon which lay a starlight medal, the highest honor the Lingyan Empire could bestow upon a hero. The old mother did not take the medal. Instead, she suddenly bent down, pressing her warm lips to the icy stone. A single tear traced down the epitaph, leaving a tiny scorched mark upon the snow. The general's hand paused midair, then slowly withdrew. She knelt on one knee, gently placed the medal before the tombstone, stepped back, and bowed in salute. The stooped figure gradually receded into the distance, her footprints filled by falling snow. Yang Beihai stepped forward. The man stood tall and straight, his eyes blazing like raging flames that boiled away the glistening tears. I bestow upon you the Starlight Medal. Su Baiyan personally pinned it to his chest and asked softly, have you ever been afraid? General, why would you ask me that? Is it because I am not brave enough? I have never flinched from battle, always charging to the front. I have never been afraid. Yang Beihai straightened his posture even more, tightening his eyelids to hold back his tears. I have never been afraid. Today's glory, she said, a slight curl to her lips devoid of any general's authority, is tomorrow's tombstone. Today's glory is tomorrow's tombstone. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, clinging to his eyes, stinging, but endured. Protecting yourself and your comrades, Su Baiyan wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. That is the truest form of courage. Yes. Thump, thump. Even facing death, Yang Beihai's heart had never pounded so fiercely. The one conferring the medal was the commander-in-chief of the Survey Corps. She was also the Empire's guardian deity. If not for you, General, cultivating my demigod abilities, Yang Beihai would have long become a tombstone. To be by your side is my glory, even if it means becoming a tombstone. I would not hesitate. The snow continued to fall, gradually covering the metal's luster, yet it could not conceal the young man's name and his eternally frozen youth. The black-robed Mage Corps 4-element attack array took shape, a sphere of light forming above Yang Beihai. It fused fire, lightning, wind, and water, prismatic, yet not blinding. Attack! Rumble! The violent gale tore off the watchtower's dome, as if a mountain had risen from the earth to challenge the heavens. Hiss! Garuda, facing the light sphere of its own size, violently flapped its wings, summoning a hurricane. Neither dodging nor avoiding, its talons wreathed in golden divine fire, it cleaved the sphere apart, like rending silk. The explosive magical energy impacted its wings, merely stirring up clouds of light. Hiss! A cry pierced the sky, its sound waves transforming into rings of air that pressed the sphere's residual tremors down to the ground. Armored warriors. Yang Beihai was bathed in golden light. Triangular killing formation. Whoosh. The black-armored warriors formed a triangular array, their black-gold greatswords gleaming coldly as they were drawn, the sharp metallic sound as keen as a blade's edge. The cold gleam of the sword tips elevated the triangle into a three-dimensional form, its apex aimed directly at Garuda's vortex. Rumble, rumble. The vortex only trembled slightly. The triangular sword light was then torn apart, the black-gold greatswords bent under the pressure. Bang! As if they weighed 10,000 pounds, the armored warriors lost their grip, their bodies crashing to the ground. Is this divine power? Yi Qingfeng and Xiao Zhiyun crawled along the stone wall step by step towards the sinkhole, the skeleton watching them from outside. Although the Survey Corps attacks couldn't cause substantial harm to Garuda, they had mitigated the hurricane's intensity, protecting them. Where was the Empire's guardian deity? Why had she not yet come to aid? Yang Beihai revealed a smile, a relaxed one, like the end of a long workday, when one could finally rest. Garuda, golden light burst with dazzling brilliance. He became the sun soaring into the sky on golden wings. Don't underestimate me. Where his sword pointed, the vortex was actually split open, creating a gap. Let me show you something. Light rolled along the blade, converging layer by layer towards the tip, its area expanding dozens of times. Sword of holy light. Hiss! Garuda swooped down, extending its talons wreathed in golden divine fire. Bang! Hum! His chest felt as if struck by a battering ram, his eardrums screamed in the sonic tremor, and the metallic taste of blood filled his throat. Am I dead? It didn't hurt as much as I imagined. There was no feeling at all. What's there to fear? Death would be a relief with no ties. My brothers and the general. I can't look after them anymore. Take care, everyone. See you in the underworld. Huh? Why can I still see Garuda? Is it dead too? But it's moving. Rubbing his eyes, he saw clearly. It was Garuda, six-winged seraph. The hurricane's winds dissipated. The speaking voice was clearer than ever, as if shouting right in his ear. Keep your voice down, I can hear you. Captain, the general is here. I knew it. The general wouldn't abandon her. You may have left the Corps, but you will always be my general. With one command from you, my life is yours. Golden light repainted the entire canyon, as if it were a palace forged from pure gold. When the six-winged seraph spread its wings, they were like feathers forged from molten stars, radiating blinding divine light. It enveloped the canyon, bringing heaven down to earth, isolating all evil and heresy. Was this the guardian deity of the Lingyin Empire? The six-winged seraph? Commander? Xiao Zhiyun suddenly collapsed into Yi Qingfeng's arms. What's wrong with you? That last shock was too intense. I was almost knocked out too. With your delicate skin, you couldn't withstand it. Yi Qingfeng shook his body. His arms swung limply, his body went slack. He was still breathing. Commander! Slap! Slap! Commander, we're safe? What to do? Yi Qingfeng loosened his collar, laid him flat on the ground, and pressed on his chest. He pressed his ear to his heart. Thump! Thump! Continued pressing. Your body is too weak. I can't worry about that anymore. He pinched Xiao Zhiyun's cheeks, opened his mouth, and leaned in. Huff! Huff! He blew air into his lungs. I've never learned CPR, I'm just fumbling through it. Don't die on me, Commander. Huff! Huff! Is it this exhausting? I'm getting lightheaded from blowing. Slap! Suddenly a sharp sting shot through his cheek. Xiao Zhiyun had slapped him. Xiao Zhiyun withdrew, clutching his hands to his chest, a flush spreading across his cheeks as he averted his gaze from Yi Qingfeng. Why was the commander blushing? Among comrades there was no need for such formality. I had forgotten that he had suffered a severe injury to his lower body, so it was understandable that he lacked masculine vigor. Commander, as long as you're safe. He pointed at the golden 6 wings in the sky. We're safe. The 6-winged angel can't hold on much longer. He trembled slightly as he propped himself up. It's not complete. Yi Qingfeng frowned, gazing at the 6 wings. Indeed, there were wings, but no angelic form was visible. He raised his wrist to check his watch, leaning against the rock wall, his chest still heaving violently. The feathers on the periphery of the 6 wings began to tremble subtly, the motion gradually spreading inward until all 6 wings were affected. The wings slowly faded, as if melting, dissolving into specks of starlight that swirled a few times before vanishing. Commander, the black-robed mage on the watchtower shouted. The crown prince has arrived. Yang Beihai turned his gaze northward. The first thing to appear on the horizon was a cerulean trail that rent the heavens and earth. Unexpected, the crown prince came in person. Both sides have a crown prince. Interesting. And where is the general? She hasn't manifested her full form, merely protecting us from Garuda's attacks. She doesn't wish to intervene, and the Empire didn't send the general herself. So, she must be nearby. Odin rode a black celestial steed across the void, each hoof strike freezing the air into a path of crystalline ice. The rescue airship has arrived. Rumble. The airship skimmed low over the ridge, dodging Garuda's hurricane, its outer layer shielded by a protective light barrier. Brother. A head emerged from the dirt with a square face and a broad nose. Finally managed to keep my life. Zhao Xianger and Xue Tao also crawled out after pulling open an iron plate. He said it wasn't enough, but this method was quite good. Hiding underground was the safest. The hurricane was also drifting northward, its target shifting to Odin. Hiss! Garuda circled in the sky, shrieking, as if issuing a pre-battle challenge. Odin's dark armor devoured the surrounding light, only the faint runes on his breastplate flickering like breath, dimming and brightening. Beneath the lion helmet, there was no face, only 2 clusters of burning, eternal ice flames staring fixedly at Garuda. Quick, prepare for evacuation. After enduring Garuda's hurricane, the airship propeller's draft felt so gentle, like a mere breeze caressing the face. Strange, how did the chaos monster disappear? Xiao Zhiyun muttered to himself, his brow furrowed without relief. 3 deities have appeared at once. On the mountaintop, there was a platform barely large enough to accommodate 2 medium airships. Chaos is scared stiff, but would it still dare to come out? Huang Jifa's words made sense, but why couldn't I feel at ease? Old Gu said that chaos caused many gods to fall. Thinking of this, a chill ran down my spine. Chaos isn't afraid of gods at all. Could it be that the gods are afraid of chaos? Whatever, since Odin and the 6-winged angel have arrived, let the big shots figure it out. Damn, how majestic. Odin's steed was as imposing as a mountain, if only it could be my mount. Line up, don't crowd. Combat personnel were still holding defensive nodes while logistics waited on the platform for evacuation. The wounded go first. I really wanted to see Odin fight Garuda, or would I be able to see it from the airship later? The commander seems injured, Huang Jiefa said, licking his lips as he saw his idol. Isn't he leaving? The survey corps won't evacuate, Xiao Zhiyun said, tilting his chin toward the massive chasm. This hole is crucial to the Empire. Garuda seemed to be faltering, its hurricane gradually weakening as it retreated to a position with its back to the mountain, assuming a defensive stance. After all, it was facing Odin and the 6-winged angel. Odin's steed galloped like a meteor toward Garuda, a massive jet black sword hanging at his waist. Even before it was drawn, the space around it began to warp. From a distance, it looked like the optical refraction caused by flames heating the air. Was the battle about to begin? They were starting to probe each other. The advantage was on our side now. All combat units, hold your positions, escort the wounded and students to evacuate. Without his glasses, Yang Beihai exuded a more heroic air. The gold-rimmed frames had made him seem gloomy and cunning. Repair the defensive structures as soon as possible and reactivate the protective aura. If Garuda doesn't retreat, neither do we. I never expected a simple logistics transport mission to reveal 3 deities. The gains weren't bad either. I reached level 40. The little gorilla had also grown, and I met a good commander, which improved my impression of the Corps. If I join later, I'll follow him. I always thought military commanders lorded it over their subordinates, but the Survey Corps was nothing like that. My first impression of Yang Beihai wasn't great. He seemed too cold-blooded and somewhat sinister. Actually, he truly is a qualified commander. Every soldier under him is valiant. That sword strike just now was magnificent. He's a hero. Commander, are you feeling better? His face was still deathly pale, the color drained from his lips. Maybe you should take the wounded's airship and leave first. I am not injured. He avoided Yi Qingfeng's gaze, turning to the other side. Just a little tired. Why were the commander's lips so soft? I've never kissed a man before, but it felt just like a woman's. Stop. Don't dwell on that question, don't go down that path. Brother. Huang Jiafa waved his fists bouncing on the tips of his toes. So our guardian deity is Odin. So cool. Hiss. Garuda roared at Odin, and though the airflow was weakened by the protective aura, the side wheels still lifted off the ground. Odin raised his left arm, black light bands coiling around it, plunging the entire battlefield into silence. Time seemed to freeze, birds hung motionless in the air, and the wind lost its momentum. Was he about to strike? He had to strike. They were practically shitting on our heads. We had to retaliate. Being able to see his move made this trip totally worth it. His pressure was all directed at Garuda, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to breathe. I know that feeling of despair. I couldn't even summon the skeleton baby. Odin tightened the reins, and the divine steed reared up, stamping its forehooves on the void, sending a glacial wave of energy tearing through the clouds. But it wasn't aimed at Garuda. It struck the mountain range beneath it. Hiss. Garuda let out a long cry, spreading its wings to unleash a red solar storm. The scorching divine fire clashed violently with the void's frigid energy. Boom. There was no flash of explosion, only a vortex of divine power, where two laws clashed, constantly annihilating and being reborn. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xian's watch emitted a piercing alarm. Chaos energy detected. Sharp increase. Safety level raised to mild. Brother. Huang Jiafa jumped up in excitement. Is chaos here to feed? Don't they know Odin and Garuda are duking it out here? He rubbed his hands together. Or are they here to mediate? Safety level raised to moderate danger. Safety level raised to severe danger. Evacuate immediately. This area is now a human exclusion zone. What is happening? A suffocating pressure, as if trapped in a nightmare, wanting to escape, but unable to flee, only waiting for the dream to end. The once verdant land suddenly dimmed, leaves withered swiftly, tree trunks shriveled, and the river became murky and dry. Roar. Garuda flapped its divine wings, soaring into the high sky to circle, its gaze no longer fixed on Odin, but sweeping across the boundless earth. Quickly. Soldiers pushed the crowd, occasionally glancing back at Odin. Everyone faster. Xiao Xian's brow furrowed like a locked knot as he silenced the alarm on his tactical watch. The Legion's sirens still wailed, red lights flashing frantically, yet it seemed silent, failing to draw anyone's attention. No longer worth noticing. Survey Corps. Yang Beihai sheathed his long sword, his back appearing calm. Abandon the defense nodes. All units evacuate. Even the Survey Corps was retreating. Facing Garuda, he dared to draw his sword and fight, yet against this level of chaos, Yang Beihai actually returned his blade to its sheath. Had he lost his will to fight? Or was there simply no need to battle? The last crew member's foot was still in midair when the airship lifted, nearly causing him to fall, but a comrade caught him. The airship, hovering in the sky, lowered cables and ladders, unable to wait for landing, conducting the evacuation midair to save time. Rumbling. The colossal airship's shadow draped like a canopy, blocking the sunlight as dozens of simple safety ladders clattered down, some dangling beyond the cliff walls, impossible for anyone to grasp. Commander, board the airship. A guard grabbed a cable and handed it to Yang Beihai. We can still evacuate in time. Shut off that damned alarm. Yang Beihai ignored the guard, his eyes fixed on the landscape. He'll be the last to leave. Garuda, this is your doing. If you can't have it, you destroy it. Humans are even more selfish than chaos. All that talk of fighting chaos together was nothing but lies. The rock face was battered and shattered from the earlier battle, the once smooth passage now filled with cracks and rubble. A conscript with a broken thigh suddenly stepped into empty air, tumbling down with the stones. Little ape, save him. A green flash on the cliff. The ape caught her belt, hoisting her onto its shoulder as it climbed up. Thank you. I have to help them. Yi Qingfeng summoned skeletons, using bone shields to fill the gaps and skeletal frames to form a guardrail. The little ape directly grabbed the wounded soldier and hurled him toward the giant airship's hatch, which was wide enough to receive him like cargo. Please throw me up there. A man with his arm in a sling approached the little ape, scratching his head sheepishly. I can't climb. The wounded, free from worry, quickened their pace. Please throw me up too. Those with impaired limbs gathered around the silverback gorilla, lining up like cargo awaiting loading. What were they waiting for? Odin's divine steed trod through the void, rising from the ground to the same height as Garuda, reins in hand, as he surveyed the land below. The two deities no longer confronted each other, but instead watched the ground warily. Holy crap! The earth was shrouded in dust, green plants turned to withered with the surface cracked, and mountains lay bare as if skinned. Was this the erosion of chaos? Even the gods could only watch, helplessly powerless to stop it. You go up first. Yi Qingfeng lifted Zhao Xiang, ascending her up to grasp Huang Jifa's hand. The swordsman hooked his arm around the ladder's chain, stretching to his limit to pull Shuetao up. Commander. Yi Qingfeng extended his hand to Xiao Zhiyun. Let's go. He was still fiddling with the dark green watch face, the panel flashing various data charts, as numbers kept rising. Crackling. The canyon's protective barrier rippled, shimmering, like water waves gradually spreading upward, growing denser. Faster. The airship, still carrying people, began to fly away, its sudden jolt causing them to sway in the wind. Yang Beihai turned his gaze, falling into the dark depths of the massive chasm, eyes filled with unwillingness and disappointment. A little more time, and we could have excavated the core. Couldn't the Empire's high command buy us even that? Why didn't they act before Garuda appeared? Now even Odin had to retreat. All efforts wasted, like drawing water with a sieve. No wonder the general had left. I should have followed her, for only she never lets us down. She wouldn't let the soldiers' sacrifices be in vain. Commander, forgive me. Yi Qingfeng wrapped his arm around Xiao Xian's waist, pulling him close while grabbing the cable with the other hand. What are you doing? Xiao Xian struggled twice. Evacuate now, no more missions. The airship began to rise, the gusty wind causing them to sway. Hold tight. The last black-robed mage entered the airship, leaving only Yang Beihai. The propellers hovered, waiting for this commander. General, where are you? Have you boarded the airship? He scanned the area again, searching with his eyes and sensing with his mind, confirming he was the last one. The moment Yang Beihai gripped the cable, the giant airship immediately ascended without hesitation. Rumbling. Odin drew his sword Fegniel and lightly touched the tip to the void. The touched void instantly burst into spiderweb-like spatial cracks, dark dimensional energy, surging like a tide, swiftly forming a portal spanning the sky. I was wondering if the airship could evacuate in time. So Odin tore space to create a teleportation channel. Phew. Yi Qingfeng let out a long breath. No wonder Xiao Zhiyun and Yang Beihai were so calm. They knew about the spatial teleportation. The leading airship formation climbed rapidly, entering this divine escape route one by one. Boom. As if falling from a great height, his back slammed heavily onto the rocks, his heart feeling torn. That tremor was the shudder of heaven and earth. What was this? His arm locked tightly around the cable, curling his body, legs clamping the knot. Heavens! The earth was split by an invisible force, a rift spanning 2 mountain ranges wider than a river. Was something about to emerge from there? Roar! Garuda beat its 4 fiery wings, shrieking at the rift as if warning or halting whatever was coming. Odin's great sword tilted forward, its cold light cast into the earth's rift, a warning for the chaos within not to dare show its head. Ugh! A strange howl burst from the crack, shaking the very sky, 1,000,000 times more terrifying than the screech of metal on stone. Under that eerie sound, muscles went numb and perception faded away. Commander! Xiao Zhiyun reached out his hand toward him, his pupils dilating, layer by layer expanding. Why did I let go? I could never let go. Or was I torn loose by the gale? Damn it! I swore no comrade would die before my eyes. I must keep that vow. Sir. Yi Qingfeng released his grip, his body yanked downward by the wind. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. You fool. Xiao Zhiyun shouted. What? His face contorted by the howling wind, stretched and warped like dough kneaded in furious hands. I can't hear you. A sharp pang pierced Xiao Zhiyun's heart. You truly are a fool. Yi Qingfeng tightened his body, drew his legs together, and extended his arms forward, like a diver poised for entry. Air resistance diminished, he fell faster than Xiao Zhiyun. Drawing steadily closer. He reached out, fingertips brushed against the leather belt, then strained forward, seizing it firmly in his grasp. They tumbled through the air, locked in each other's embrace, seeing only one another's eyes. Why does the commanding officer gaze so tenderly? Snap back to focus, spread arms wide to increase drag. Fool. Xiao Zhiyun clutched Yi Qingfeng tighter, pressing his forehead hard against the other's shoulder. Aren't you afraid of death? I am a necromancer. A wisp of emerald smoke trailed Yi Qingfeng's descent. Afraid of death? What nonsense. Why did you save me? His arms tightened further. It wasn't necessary. Sir, once I boasted. A bone shield coalesced above him, skeletal figures materializing around it. No comrade shall perish before my eyes. Then, his voice softened, gentle as twilight. Just close your eyes. That's all it takes. Haha. Hold on tight. Yi Qingfeng wrapped his legs around Xiao Zhiyun and reached upward, gripping the tendons of the skeletal figure. Sir, you've got quite the sense of humor. More skeletons shimmered into existence, the bone shield unfurled like a parachute, slowing their fall, but still too fast. Impact with the ground at this velocity would shatter bone and rend flesh. I can redirect damage onto my summons, but not the commanding officer. Wait, I've just mastered the new talent, puppet weaving. Can I weave these skeletons into a deceleration net? No time to hesitate. Act now. That fissure is narrow. If only we could form a web like a spider's. Assemble now. Emerald mist seeped into a slender crevice. Along the cliff face lay a recess. A perfect semicircular hollow. Crack, crack. This time no skeletal summons emerged. Instead, bones interlaced themselves, strand by strand. 6 bones spanned the chasm, anchoring across both cliffs in a hexagram formation. The remaining gaps were filled with slender interwoven bones. Though crooked and uneven, it formed a net, sufficient to absorb impact. There was no choice. Sir, Yi Qingfeng pressed Xiao Zhiyun's head into his chest. Hold on tight. The skeletal lattice held, defying collapse. The emerald mist stretched like taut cord, then recoiled violently, launching Yi Qingfeng forward. Thud. Stone. He hurtled toward a jagged rock spur, sharp as an axe blade embedded in the cliff wall. Summon now? Yi Qingfeng twisted midair and slammed his back into the protrusion. Crash. His spine hardened like tempered steel. The stone spur shattered upon impact while the skeletal back absorbed the full force. Phew. Safe landing. Sir. Yi Qingfeng pinned Xiao Zhiyun beneath him, eyes locked, breath mingling. Are you injured? Aye. They rolled apart in opposite directions. Such intimate proximity rarely occurs between two men. No injuries. The airship won't return. Dust choked the canyon's upper rim. We're trapped. Rumble, rumble. The canyon walls blocked all sight. Only tremors echoed, chaotic and unrelenting. What emerged from that fissure? I've never seen anything like it. He glanced at his watch, the digits frozen mid-tick. Its threat level exceeds all known human thresholds. No wonder Odin and Garuda stood guard with such grim resolve. A pity, we'll never witness the battle. Creak, creak, creak. Fragments began peeling from the cliff face. A hairline fracture split the base and raced skyward, vanishing into the clouds. Chaos erosion. It breaches even our defensive aura. Xiao Zhiyun stared into the colossal sinkhole. Our only path lies inward. Yi Qingfeng seized Xiao Zhiyun's hand and sprinted forward. Green mist coalesced beneath them, solidifying into the form of a wolf upon whose back they mounted. Rumble, rumble. Thunderous echoes ricocheted between cliffs. Each tremor toppled entire sections. Cracks split the earth, swallowing soil and stone alike. The Wolf Kings surged ahead. Behind them, the world disintegrated, fracturing piece by piece. Boom. Cavern walls fissured, stone pillars stabbed downward like fangs piercing the floor. Stand guard. Bone shields rose, arching overhead like a tent, within only eerie green light and the quiet intensity of 2 pairs of eyes. That same charged silence again. 2 men pressed close, leaning on each other, not merely in proximity, but bound by life and death. Sir, if only you were a stunning woman, someone like Su Baiyan. Perfection is beyond reach, but even near her grace would suffice. After the tremors faded, stillness descended, absolute, profound, as if they'd stepped into another realm untouched by chaos war. Rustle, rustle. The bone shield parted. Dust billowed inward, grit stinging their lips. Spit. How deep had they fallen? In that instant of total blackness, every sound ceased, abruptly, utterly. Sir. A sudden warmth bloomed in his palm. Xiao Zhiyun had taken his hand. Better we hold him, to avoid getting separated. His tone remained calm, steady. Thump, thump. Don't panic. Separated means exactly what it says. Nothing more. Still, if one judged only by his silhouette, in this touch, he truly resembled a woman. Indeed, a breathtaking one. Even a woman's skin wouldn't feel so flawlessly smooth. Fine. Hold hands it is. No one's watching anyway. Look. Xiao Zhiyun tugged Yi Qingfeng forward. How beautiful. Countless natural crystal clusters hung from the vaulted ceiling and rose from the floor, forming a silent crystalline forest. Within their translucent depths, soft blue luminescence pulsed rhythmically, like slow sacred breathing. I've never beheld crystals of such magnitude. He sidestepped jagged stones, advancing deeper. Is this the Empire's highest secret? Dim emerald light refracted through crystalline facets, transforming the cavern into a vast living kaleidoscope. What purpose do these crystals serve? Yi Qingfeng walked beside Xiao Zhiyun, hand in hand, guided as though by a lover, choosing their shared path. These crystals contain immense energy. They pressed onward, the density of crystals thickening with every step. They are the gods' most cherished sustenance. Now it made sense. No wonder the Lingyan Empire guarded this place with divine might. This was divine nourishment. Could this crystal vein sustain legions of deities? Wow. They stepped onto a broad platform. The air chilled with potent energy. Each footfall resonated with ethereal clarity from the crystalline floor. They stood as if adrift in a sea of stars. My angel will be fully restored. Xiao Zhiyun spread his arms wide and spun, like a child entering a wonderland. What's come over the commanding officer? An angel. Full restoration. Yi Qingfeng sniffed. The air was crisp, pure, odorless. No toxins detected. Yet, is this another illusion? Yi Qingfeng. Xiao Zhiyun's gaze locked onto him, intense, expectant. What are you about to do? Why does his voice sound feminine now? That timbre, it's hauntingly familiar. He unfastened the top button of his tunic, then the next. She's impossible. As she shed her thick and rigid military uniform, her chest's curves immediately blossomed before the eyes. What the hell? It really is her. She donned a golden breastplate, her flowing curves hugging her full waist and hips. The hem of her battle skirt fluttered with the movement of her legs, revealing the beautiful lines of her leg muscles. Is she a Valkyrie? What are you staring at? She raised her hand to catch her flowing hair, the tug distorting her facial skin, pulling the skin around her neck taut. When she removed her mask, her golden hair cascaded like melting sunlight onto her shoulder guards, while her azure eyes reflected the cold light of a sword's edge and the heat of a woman. Don't you recognize me? Sue. Yi Qingfeng stood frozen in place. Her hair had turned golden, and her eyes changed to a deep blue. Teacher Sue. I thought that by acting Loki I could transition smoothly. She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. I never expected to still be caught up in this world-ending crisis. What does this mean? The one who has been following me all along is Su Baiyan. I have been holding on to her. Artificial respiration was also her. Thud, thud. The sensation of her chest, no wonder. It was so soft. Because you are a necromancer and have used divine power. As she spoke, her chin lifted slightly, her lips curving with a hint of a smile. I value your potential immensely, and your performance in the Dark Forest has pleased me. I'm sorry, do you hate me? A golden sword hung at her waist, dragging down to the ground. I initially intended to suppress you, making them think I wouldn't protect you. About those people. She crossed her arms over her chest, secretly cursing under her breath. There can't be even a shred of pity. I do not harbor any expectations for them. Ripping up assessment reports, starting training classes, becoming a temporary professor, making me level up, mocking me. It hurts when you curse at me. I thought I had offended you, feeling somewhat confused and unsure how to satisfy you. I still acknowledge you as my teacher Sue. I don't blame you. Yi Qingfeng took a couple of steps forward. Oh, she was too aloof, making it hard to approach. To be honest, I'm afraid. Afraid you might expel me from Lingyin Academy. No, it's not Lingyin Academy. He choked slightly. It's your training class. Her delicate fingers tucked her golden hair behind her ear, revealing a small scar on her neck and shoulder. Every time I scold you, it feels like a knife piercing my heart. She approached him, pulling the man into her embrace. Feeling shy, her gentle breath brushed against his ear like a warm breeze. You've been holding me all day. Yi Qingfeng's arms pressed tightly against her body, slowly moving towards her waist, this time without the hindrance of a military coat. Not just touching, but bumping into me. Su Baiyan's face suddenly flushed like a ripe peach, timidly lowering her gaze. You even pressed me. Kiss me. Avoiding his gaze, she pressed her face closely against his. So hot. Teacher, your heartbeat is so fast. Thud, thud. My heartbeat is also quick. Ooh, our rhythms are in sync. Does this count as a teacher-student romance? Back at the academy, wouldn't those students hate me even more? She seemed not to care. Regardless of whether I am her student or what others think, a goddess is a goddess and will only act on her whims. Then I don't care either. I only care about you. Teacher Su. Why? Yi Qingfeng's hand finally regained its freedom, resting where it should. Why do you like me? Is what I said not clear enough? Her fingertips accidentally brushed against the sword hilt, the 3 pairs of wings of the sword igniting golden flames. Hug me, bump into me, press me, kiss me. No one has ever treated me this way. She poked his nose with her finger. Only you dare. I don't dare either. It's not just because you are Xiao Zhi, you know otherwise. Even if I had the desire, I wouldn't have the courage. And when I fell, she brushed Yi Qingfeng's long hair aside, caressing his cheek. You jumped down without hesitation. That was my bragging, and I had no choice. This bragging felt like a curse. I truly cannot watch my teammates die before me. It makes me feel powerless, like I am useless. Tell me, their fingers intertwined, rubbing against each other. What does it feel like to be scolded by me? It's very uncomfortable. Also very angry. Yi Qingfeng pouted, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's also somewhat strange feeling that your character is unpredictable. Perhaps it's a midlife crisis. Midlife crisis. She pondered slightly, but still looked bewildered. What does that mean? Right people in this world might not have this issue. It's when a woman reaches a certain age, her fingers curled around her flowing hair, bringing it to her nose to smell its fragrance. Her temper can become irritable, her moods erratic. Her hair glided through her fingers smoother than a spring. It's the first time I've heard such an evaluation. So how do you feel now? She squeezed the tender flesh on the inside of her arm. Am I still in a midlife crisis? Now you are a goddess. A goddess can't have a midlife crisis. My girlfriend is a goddess. Old. Teacher. Yi Qingfeng's gaze fell on the wings of the sword hilt. Are you the 6-winged angel? I was seriously injured and should not have used divine power again. She nodded in acknowledgement. To save Yang Beihai, I had no choice but to act. Otherwise, their eyes met, emotion flowing between them. You would never have had the chance to kiss me. The captain truly acts with great righteousness. Brother, I owe you a favor. A favor as grand as the heavens. No matter what request you have, Yi Qingfeng will surely comply. Ouch. A sharp pain surged through. So painful. Su Baiyan bit him deeply on his shoulder. If she bites me, then it's no big deal. The tactical watch lay on the crystal stone surface. Its hour, minute, and second hands all ceased to move. Su Baiyan tied up her cascading golden hair, a sleek ponytail swaying in the wind as she turned her head. Since fate has bestowed upon me this enormous crystal mine. Su Baiyan drew her sword, golden flames, turning the blue crystals into gold. I no longer need to be subjugated. I call upon you with the sword of flames. The golden flames flickered with her voice, the crystals transmitting the flames to every corner. Six-winged angel Michael. The silence of the crystal cave was abruptly shattered. Crash. A blazing white figure stumbled into this golden crystal forest, six light wings, missing a tip, the feather edges curling like burnt paper. Michael is injured. No wonder she has been suppressing herself. Oh, it was to buy time for recovery. My dear Mike. Su Baiyan held a charred feather. Fragments of light dust fell from the wound, dripping onto the crystal ground, sizzling with a burning sound. I'm sorry. The angel's voice came from the void, lacking distance, only bearing authority. I cannot resist the chaos. It supported its body with a dark long sword, the holy flames that once flowed along the blade, now faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Now you can restore to your original state. Su Baiyan stood in Michael's palm as it lifted its head, the burning gaze beneath its head sweeping through the cave, suddenly bursting forth with golden flames. Hee. Amidst the fierce winds at the mountain peak, the hem of the black coat fluttered like the wings of a bat. Odin Garuda, still in the manifestation state of the first stage, and yet so eager to show off. Standing on a piece of razor-sharp rock, a step forward led to an abyss of immeasurable depth. The master isn't teaching these two kids properly. He pulled out a rectangular iron box from his pocket, only a finger's thickness, with colorful paintings embossed on the lid. To deal with a god of this level. Such grand efforts. The colorful painting depicted a woman in a deep red cheapao, her thighs exposed at the split, reclining on a table. I didn't expect her to appear here. A fifth-tier six-winged angel. This journey is not in vain. On the table lay scattered playing cards, half a bottle of red wine, a lighter, and chips of green and red. Last time, it got away. He opened the box, took out a cigarette without a filter, and tapped it a few times. This time, you probably won't escape. Respected Michael. His long, slender fingers were stained red, as if brushed with some pigment darker than vermilion, bringing the cigarette to his lips. That cave is well hidden. Click. The lighter in his hand had no windproof feature, yet the fierce wind could not reach that flame. Huff. Almost ready, let's have some fun with you. He stood up, tilted his head with his index and thumb fingers together, intertwining his hands, as if weaving a painting, his eyes gradually turning black, as if filled with ink. The black coat unfurled, revealing a circular pattern on the back, with a character, descend. Boom. The huge sound was like the earth groaning under unbearable weight. The scar that spanned between two mountains continued to expand, with countless tiny cracks resembling a decaying wound. Finally, the giant airship entered the portal. Odin's 5 fingers tightened, and the energy vortex began to shrink, gradually disappearing into the air. The battlefield had been cleared, and one could strike without mercy, for the earth was already scarred, and a few more wounds mattered not. Odin faced the direction of Garuda, the elevated horns of his helmet emanating a gaze filled with divine fire. Hiss! Garuda responded with a shriek, flapping its divine wings towards Odin. Together, they faced the crack that split the earth. Michael hovered in the crystalline cave, holding the sword of flames, golden flames blazing fiercely. The core of the blue crystal erupted in light particles dancing upwards, flying toward the 6 golden wings. It is regaining divine power. I can feel this strength, just like when Artemis appeared, all negative emotions vanished, and my perception reached its peak. And that was only the power brought by an arrow. I wonder what the experience is like in a state like Su. Is it even more perfect than the peak experience just now? Impossible, that was already the most perfect. Su Baiyan stood on Michael's left shoulder, gently caressing the edge of the hood, inscribed with the sacred runes of heaven pulsating with each breath. The charred curled feathers radiated new brilliance, pushing out the old feathers, growing new wings of light. With this crystal mine, divine power can be restored infinitely. But the disputes over this treasure will not cease, and will even become more brutal. Are you envious? Su Baiyan landed beside Yi Qingfeng, casting a flirtatious glance. You will also have a guardian spirit in the future. The cold and elegant Ice Snow Queen, is she so uninhibited after emerging from seclusion? Fiery passion. You are my guardian spirit. Now can you tell me? She kissed him on the cheek as light. Which god's power do you possess? It belongs to the owner of this feather. The blue light particles emitted by the crystal were also absorbed by the feather of the moon goddess. The moonlight goddess, Artemis. The main deity of ancient times. He gently stroked the feather of the moon goddess's eyes filled with affection and a hint of loss. Unfortunately, she has already fallen. Could it be? Is the goddess in the underworld? His eyes suddenly brightened as if shining like stars. Can you summon her from there? Sort of. In times of crisis, I just call out Artemis' name. He flicked the silver feather, and the blue light swirled in response. Is it absorbing divine power? Yes. Su Baiyan turned her head and glanced around her beautiful hair, sending a waft of fragrance. Energy that grew in ancient times coexisting with the gods. Artemis. Michael's voice came from the void, his head tilting downwards. Moonlight goddess. Why is the Ice Snow Queen so excited today? Is it because I made her a true woman? How old is she? Why is she only now truly maturing? After falling, is she in the underworld? Su Baiyan asked. Do you know each other? We have known each other since ancient times. After a pause, his voice echoed again. Gods are eternal beings. Only the power of chaos can break such rules. Rules. Artemis mentioned them too. It requires me to continually grow stronger. Only by reaching a certain level can I break the rules. Even gods cannot break the rules. Do I need to surpass the gods? Chaos reshapes the rules, trapping gods in the underworld, or perhaps directly becoming one with chaos. The angel's voice suddenly rose. The emergence of the Necromancer opens a path between the underworld and the human realm. What does this mean? The cave echoed continuously as if repeating this phrase. You have the answer. I know the answer. I can summon powerful beings from the underworld. Where does chaos from the void? Su Baiyan brushed her long hair, her eyelashes twinkling like stars. Even the gods cannot know the truth of chaos. It blocks all information. One day when humans coexisted with gods, it suddenly descended with no warning. She lowered her eyes filled with pity. The invasion began and humanity ascended the mountains. Gods also became cautious, no longer ruling the three realms as in ancient times. Instead, they resisted chaos alongside humanity. Gods have also fallen to the ends of the earth. Ooh, what kind of world is this? Su Baiyan lightly pursed her red lips, a hint of nostalgia. They have become part of chaos. Those who are alive, those who have fallen, and those who have become chaos. Is this the new three realms? No. It should be chaos devouring the other two realms. Suddenly golden flames burst forth, piercing through the cave and directly into the heavens. The six-winged angel slowly rose, looking up at that small patch of azure. Her wings were already filled with energy, divine light pouring out, coalescing into feathers of light. Michael was about to go into battle. I will go with you. Yi Qingfeng extended his hand towards Su Baiyan. The two lovers stood on the shoulder of the archangel. Michael transformed into a blazing meteor, golden divine might soaring into the sky like an erupting volcano. Boom. The earth first emitted a wail, a mournful cry, as countless small cracks spread around a massive wound resembling a spider web. Yellow smoke hissed into the air, filling it with the stench of sulfur and rust that made one's throat itch and sting. A figure slowly rose from the surging lava. He wore dark red, heavy armor, cracked and broken at the edges, solidified with blood and unquenched flames, the fire darkening to a near black. Hiss. Garuda continuously flapped its divine wings, its cry becoming sharper as the hurricane moved toward the fissure. The giant golem revealed half of its body muscles, dark purple, with blood vessels spread like pipes and forearms, each grasping a massive black flame, sword chains entangled with souls, a serrated curved blade dripping with pus, and a gigantic shield forged from wailing faces. The hurricane spiraled above the golem, then suddenly descended, pressing down toward the great crack in the earth. Who? The cyclone enveloped the golem, the eye of the storm pouring down from its head as debris from the ground was sucked into the whirlwinds, soaring to greater heights. Tree bark, sand, soil, sulfur, and lava were all hurled into the sky, turning the azure into a dark yellow, a polluted haze. A flash of black light split Garuda's hurricane from above. The swirling air currents immediately lost their gravity, crashing into one another, white mist scattering with mud and sand. Hiss. Garuda stomped with its sharp claws the dissipating hurricane, seemingly causing it pain as the long-accumulated eye of the storm vanished in an instant. Swish! Odin's wrist slightly sank. The giant sword gleamed as it was drawn from its sheath. There was no dazzling brilliance, only an absolute darkness that tore through space, spreading along the blade's trajectory. Where the sword light reached, a circle of runes lit up on the golem's chest, isolating the sword's edge from the dark space, rendering it ineffective. The golem extended an arm entwined with the chains of souls, aimed at Garuda and simultaneously at Odin. Buzz! Wind, flames, and the earth crumbled, all sounds drowned out, leaving only this low hum swirling in the mind, blocking ears. Was futile. It reached the very heart. The chain grew like tender sprouts in early spring, slowly branching out, stretching toward Odin and Garuda. Just as Odin was about to swing his sword, his arm trembled, as if pulled by an invisible rope, unable to extend. The divine horse raised its front hooves, neighing loudly, wanting to gallop through the air. However, that invisible rope bound it, as well its head lowered. Hiss! Garuda flapped its divine wings, red flames danced out from its feathers, surging toward the golem like a giant wave. Like Odin's attack, a circle of runes flashed, absorbing the red flames as effortlessly as the sea. The chain was semi-transparent, thin as a sheet of paper, lacking thickness or hindrance, stretching toward the two deities. Garuda's wings ceased flapping as the chain tightened, folding its wings into a mass. Red feathers scattered and fell to the ground, burning as flames consumed the earth. Two slender chains, seemingly fragile, bound Odin and Garuda. As the chains tightened, they were pulled. Garuda's sharp claws waved in the air. Red flames spewed forth, but were immediately extinguished. Its sharp beak pecked at the chains, but it had no substance passing through. The chains suppressed its divine power, leaving Garuda as an ordinary bird, merely with a massive body. Odin was also being pulled as the horse's hooves stepped through the void, yet the chain's pull could not be reduced. Holding the divine sword, unable to strike down, it froze midair as the chains dragged it. The god's predicament no different from that of an ordinary person. The chains diminished the god's majesty, but fortunately its followers had already retreated, having not witnessed this scene. Roar! Hiss! The heavens resonated with the cries of the gods, helplessness, reluctance, shock, as an even mightier law emerged, compelling even the strongest to bow. Just as humanity once bowed to the gods, exactly the same the weak were restrained by the strong. Suddenly the firmament was enveloped in a burst of white light. After the flash came a golden radiance, showering the world. With 6 wings fully unfurled, each feather erupted with blinding golden flames, illuminating the dim sky with radiant gold. Upon seeing Michael, Garuda and Odin's struggles grew more intense, yet the chains showed no signs of slackening. What is that? Yi Qingfeng gazed down at the earth from the shoulder of the 6-winged angel. Limbs and arms, each holding a magical artifact. Indeed it is it. Su Baiyan's gaze sharpened, her eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. Azura, Odin, and Garuda. That appearance. The Azura's golem resembled a ghost catcher binding the two deities. They've been captured. They are merely first tier in their initial manifested form. The bowtie's brow furrowed, her golden hair swirling with a murderous aura. Certainly not a match for a 7th tier Azura. What tier is Malurga? 5th tier. After all, whatever decision she makes, I will follow, even to death. We will face it together. What is there to worry about? It's just a pity I am too weak in a battle of this scale. I can only be a spectator. Garuda and Odin turned their heads, looking towards Malurga, pleading for help. The chains, entangled with endless vengeful spirits, were about to strangle Garuda's neck, while Odin's giant sword was also tightly bound, his fingers loosening, the divine sword on the verge of falling. Holy law! Su Baiyan's right elbow bent, then thrust out the flaming sword. Light of judgment. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Even the sunlight had to retreat. This was not light, but a judgment from a higher law. Thump! Thump! Having a goddess wife is simply too comfortable. What are you laughing at? Su Baiyan shot him a sideways glance, her expression questioning. So lewd. Dear, go for it. Yi Qingfeng struck out with a palm. Slay this demon. I can't. Su Baiyan's tone hesitated, and he was suddenly startled. The Azura has leveled up again. Just now it was 7th tier, now it's advanced. 8th tier. A difference of 3 tiers. As far as humanity knows. The highest divine tier appearing in the Chaos realm. The goddess' gaze was icy, yet she did not retreat. World destruction, Demon King, Azura. Thump. Thump. My goodness. How tense. We cannot lose. My throat rolled, swallowing hard unconsciously. Who? My breathing quickened, palms already damp. Don't worry. My lover winked at me, her eyelashes like stars. Even if it is an 8th tier Azura, it won't be easy for it to kill me. I must save Garuda and Odin. Yi Qingfeng nodded with a smile, yet the smile wouldn't reach his eyes. 8th tier is the unknown for humanity. My dear, are you a bit overconfident? The judgment holy light fell like countless shooting stars, converging towards the sword of flames as golden flames swirled and intertwined. Malurga held the holy sword horizontally and gently thrust it forward. There was no deafening explosion, only a serene tranquility that reached deep within, a confrontation that transcended ordinary physical laws. The cursed chains binding the gods Odin and Garuda were sliced through by the holy light. Like a paper cutter gently pulling across a canvas, regardless of the depicted iron fortress, it was instantly severed in two. Odin and Garuda broke free from their restraints and quickly ascended to the higher skies, distancing themselves from the Azura's demonic form. They looked towards Michael and nodded in acknowledgement. The Azura looked up at the 6-winged angel, the two gods locking eyes, a clash of two different laws, not merely a contest of strength. Are Garuda and Odin not leaving yet? Do they still wish to join the battle? Or are they simply here to gain experience like in a dungeon? Certainly, a Tier 1 god is considered a novice among gods, being able to face an 8th tier Azura. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the radiance subsided, Michael hovered in the firmament, the brilliance of his 6 wings seemingly flattening the folds of space. The flame sword in his hand burning with eternal, holy fire pointed downwards, its tip still roaring. This realm, a deep voice resonated like thunder, carrying the undeniable power of divine decree echoing through every corner of the vast earth. You shall not offend here. Garuda flapped his wings, evaporating red flames, and letting out a long cry. Odin drew his divine sword, gazing deeply at Michael. This realm, both gods declared simultaneously, you shall not offend here. These 2 lesser gods found their elder sister and hurried over to ingratiate themselves. Gods and humans had coexisted for so long that their faces were quite similar. Wife, don't be fooled by them, just enough will do. That Azura looks too terrifying, currently the highest tier of chaotic gods known to humanity. Don't be too aggressive. Dear, maybe we should retreat for now. Yi Qingfeng gently stroked her hair, trying to ease the urge to fight. Haven't we already rescued Odin and Garuda? We can't, Azura. Right? I was too optimistic. This isn't a vegetable garden where the gate is. Do you think one can just come and go as they please in front of the Azura? Right? I was too optimistic. This isn't a vegetable garden where the gate is open for casual entry with no security checks needed. This is tough. A drop of cold sweat trickled down my temple. Thump. Thump. Damn it, I can't help. Forget it. At a critical moment, I'll summon my mother. Grip the feather of the moon goddess tightly, keeping my energy at its peak. Holy Hall laws. Su Baiyan held her shoulders with both hands, pressing the sword's blade against her forehead. Starlight extinction. Michael's 6 wings fully unfurled. The entire sky became a canvas of light wings as divine light surged towards the Azura like a tide. Every swing of the holy sword carried the divine will to purify evil. The scorching blade shimmered in the air, tracing countless golden trajectories as it attempted to tear apart the Azura's dark red body. Wife is in excellent condition. She's in a state that won't lead to defeat. The crystal keeps her at full health. I just tried. It's definitely peak condition. A perfect state. Not a single flaw. It renewed my understanding of life, giving me a deeper insight into existence. However, it's still not entirely clear, but I've opened a door to a vast world inside. The Azura raised all 4 arms simultaneously, crossing the burning great sword with the serrated curved blade to meet the challenge of the Holy Hall laws. This attack and defense have exceeded my understanding. This is the law between gods. The Azura utilized the laws of the Shura realm, while Malurga brought forth the laws of the celestial Holy Hall, merely manifesting as an attacking form. So how do we judge the strength of the laws? Why are Tier 1 Odin and Garuda easily overwhelmed? It seems that there is indeed a hierarchy among laws. Or perhaps their ranks are insufficient, only able to wield lower laws constrained by higher laws. Starlight extinction intersected between the Azura's blades, revealing a toothy grin as dark energy coiled around like swirling mist. The golden light gradually dimmed, devoured by the dark runes resembling the calm surface of a tumultuous sea. Is the brilliance of heaven all there is? You shall fall here. The Azura opened its 4 arms, its deep voice resonating from the earth's core, laced with mockery and provocation. Gods and humans are not so different. They all engage in such theatrics. Wife, don't let it provoke you. Stay calm and fight. She seemed a bit nervous, that look in her eyes lacking the confidence from before. Now I'm getting nervous too. Why don't humans send stronger gods? 2 novices are no use. They still need my wife to save them. Don't disturb her. It seems the Azura is about to strike. Gulp. For the first time, swallowing is so laborious, like lifting a massive stone, requiring all my strength. The arm wielding the chains swung, launching the soul-binding chains that coiled towards Michael's ankle like a venomous snake. Bang! The Azura leapt from the fissure in the ground, soaring to the same height as Michael, raising its massive doom shield hand directly towards the holy sword's core. Clang! My brain felt as if penetrated by some sound waves, every cell trembling, neck twisting, abdomen tightening, and scalp feeling as if suddenly inserted into a stone crevice, both painful and constricting. The space before my eyes trembled, blurring the distinction between front and back, left and right, and I couldn't even sense if my fingers were bending. Hold on to me. Su Baiyan pulled my focus back. The spinning and shaking ceased. Hold tight. This is what I used to say. Oh, why has it reversed? My head still felt dizzy and her body was spinning, floating up. Michael rapidly slid back, the light on the holy sword dimming momentarily. Shura, purgatory. She leaned forward, her chest heaving violently. From the laws of destruction? It seemed a bit straining. The light of the 6-winged angel's pure white feathers seemed suppressed, retreating slightly under the tangible, murderous intent of the Azura. My heart raced. Thump, thump. It was about to leap out. The Azura seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, simultaneously wielding its forearms. Boom. The space behind it tore open like an explosive flame, blinding my eyes and rolling in to swallow the light. At this moment the world was clearly divided. The Azura represented darkness and destruction, while Michael stood for light and justice. This is the storm of destruction. Su Baiyan smiled wryly, her lips curling up. It has opened the Shura barrier. Mysteriously impressive. Wife, you must hold your ground. The laws of gods are beyond my comprehension. Michael spun the holy sword into a wheel of light. The storm of destruction made her arms tremble, her 6 wings flapping, as she continuously infused new power. Suddenly she shook violently, the angel's body tilting. Malurga. The soul-binding chains ensnared the archangel's ankle, pulling him down from the Shura barrier. Let you fall here. Garuda quickly ascended, transforming into a blue bird shape, leaving only a fleeting shadow as it dove into the sun's light. Running away. Just now it was showing off as if it wanted to annihilate the earth. Now seeing the true world-ending Azura, it doesn't dare to engage in battle. Odin seized a moment to breathe. The dark divine sword carved a line of fissures and space energy vortices, devouring the surrounding light. He pulled the reins, the horse's head raised in a whinny, galloping into the portal. Even gods have moments of retreat. Perhaps it was the one who established a connection with the gods that flinched. No matter who it is, they are all cowards. 8th stage. Azura. Su Baiyan hooked her arm around Yi Qingfeng's neck, her pink lips resembling a cherry blossom. I still cannot defeat you. You can't escape either. Her features were fully blossomed, revealing a beauty unmatched in the world. But being together is enough. Yi Qingfeng held her waist, brushing aside a strand of golden hair from her eyes. We can do anything. She appeared strong and unyielding, yet she felt so soft in his embrace. Even through the armor, he could feel her warmth, gentle and considerate, not cold at all. Su Baiyan was a woman of flesh and blood, bold in love and hate, straightforward in her ways. The woman I love. Don't despair. He wiped away the tears from her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, even more radiant than the starry sky. And I am here. He tore off the necklace, removing the feather of the moon goddess, calling out in his heart. Goddess Artemis, at the brink of life and death, I need your help. The army of the underworld. I am the lord of the underworld, who I command you to come to my aid. Thump, thump. All sounds around him faded away, leaving only the rhythm of his own heartbeat and breath. Who? Where are you? Come out quickly. If I die, you will be forever trapped in the underworld, becoming lonely spirits and wild ghosts. Why is there no response? I can no longer see the outside world. Have I already fallen into the Azura's hell? Is it all over? Wife, can you hear me? Su Baiyan. Milajia. What is going on? Why has everyone disappeared? Summon the skeletons. A silence. A blank white. What use is it for me to think? Don't make me think anymore. Take it all away. I am done playing. The white before him gradually dimmed, revealing a hint of green light. It's coming. The green is right. The flames of the underworld. You are calling for me. Thump, thump. Finally there was a response. It's me. I am calling for you, Goddess Artemis. Just a little stronger. There was a moment of silence. Still too weak. I am in an emergency. If you don't lend me your strength. The green light gradually spread, filling his entire field of vision. There will be no more chances. Outside is the 8th stage Azura. His words quickened. Mijaha and I are being consumed by the Azura hell. Why is there no sound? Are you frightened by the 8th stage Azura? Moonlight Goddess, although it was too direct to ask, there was no time to think. Can you defeat the 8th stage Azura? It's really urgent. His heart ached, his voice cracking with emotion. My wife is waiting for me. The Azura has fallen into chaos, and the 8th stage is the pinnacle. Artemis' voice was like a lifeline. But it was a lifeline that could not be grasped. I cannot defeat it. This is bad. Haha. There is no way out. I asked a foolish question if I could defeat it. The gods wouldn't have fallen. My heartbeat normalized. Oh, anyway, being tense was useless. I am also satisfied. The moment I had with you is enough. No regrets. Let me go back. In my last moment, I wish to see only your face. But it's worth a try. Artemis' voice came through this time. It was a true lifeline. I don't want to. Mom. Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but shout. You are my real mother. That feather was filled with divine power. The voice was distant and ethereal, but he could sense the joy within. This time perhaps I can be summoned completely by you. All right. Mom, feel free to use my energy. Don't hold back, you can drain me dry. Odin and Garuda were both drawn into that storm of destruction. The hurricane of the wind god swept away the remnants of the clouds, charging towards the Azura. With a gentle wave of his hand, the hurricane dissipated, as simple as blowing a breath. Odin's divine sword could not be wielded at all, though under the pressure of the Azura the divine beast staggered, trampling aimlessly in the void. Wife. Yi Qingfeng held Su Baiyan with one arm, raising the feather of the moon goddess high. Artemis is here. Oh. Her divine eyes brightened, emitting a ray of golden light. Did you summon it? Yes. He focused all his energy on the relic of the goddess Artemis. Lord, I call upon your name. Moonlight goddess, Artemis. A dark cloud gathered above the Azura, unnoticed by it, with a hint of green light emerging from the depths of the cloud blocked by lightning. The laws of the Lord of the Underworld tore apart the chasm between two worlds as the twisted moonlight flowed out from the underworld space. She descended with silent steps, her skin as pale as moonlight, once vibrant silver hair, now withered like a spider's web cascading beneath a decaying crown. It really is Artemis, the sixth-stage moonlight goddess. Su Baiyan jumped up, lifting the flame. Milajia, get a grip. She raised the divine sword, golden light shining once again. Fight to the death. Mom. You are the underworld body capable of infinite rebirth, so I entrust you to protect my beloved. She still held the moon shadow longbow in her hands, but it was entwined with unyielding resentment and unwillingness, the bowstring woven from the wails of anguished souls. The arrows were carved from pale bones, burning with the cold flames of the underworld on her shoulders. She tilted her head slightly, the sound of her cervical vertebrae cracking like dry twigs, silently gazing at her summoner, waiting for the command to kill. Oldgu, did you see? I have summoned the complete form of Artemis. Is it as you imagined? The skeletal version of the moonlight goddess. Draw the bow. Bony fingers rested on the soul fire bowstring. The moon goddess bow was quietly drawn, filled with moonlight and underworld fire from the underworld space, as well as the fury of a necromancer. Shoot. Swish. A pale bone arrow silently coalesced, and when she relaxed, the arrow did not fly in a straight line, but transformed into a cold arc of the moon, creating a frost path in the space. The arrow of the moon. The Azura reacted, swinging the burning giant sword to block, but the bone arrow at that moment split into countless residual shadows of moonlight. The moonlight shadows circled around the Azura's sword edge, attacking the runes on its skin from different angles, as well as its limb joints. Artemis. The Azura howled, spewing flames of destruction. From the underworld, light of judgment. Milajia spread his wings and soared, resisting the shackles of the chains of the dead, once again soaring in the sky. Golden flames pierced through the icy path created by the arrow, directly embedding themselves into the Azura's chest. The runes immediately emitted a dazzling red light. One arm, directly grasping the blade of the angels, soared. The flames of the Azura clashed with the light of the heavens, the resulting power distorting the space. Who allowed you to come from the underworld? With the other arm extended, it grasped the moon goddess bow. Both divine artifacts were held in its hands. I want you all to come and never return. Artemis relaxed her divine bow, her hand gripping the arrow as her body flashed downward. The ghostly flames on her arm twisted like fire, the arrowhead tearing through the rune defenses. Inch by inch it pressed against the body of the god of death. Bang! The runes cracked, beginning to distort, gradually separating and ultimately collapsing. Destructive dark energy surged forth, crashing against Artemis' arm as if vines were wrapping around her. Mama, put in more strength. Mirroring Artemis' actions, fists produced cracking sounds. Muscles contracted, forming lines as veins pulsated, channeling all strength into the fingertips. It broke. The arrowhead made contact with black skin. The tip pierced in slightly, just the size of a fingernail. Artemis pinched the arrowhead with her fingers, pulling it forward and driving the blade in another half-inch. Black blood oozed from the tiny wound, the dark fluid splitting into strands, the tips swaying like tentacles, exploring the surrounding environment. Is this the blood of a god? It's alive? Mama. Yi Qingfeng roared, his vocal cords stinging. Put in more strength. The moonlight goddess' arms stretched straight, her whole body inverted as ghostly energy surged forth from her chest. That energy blazed like the flames of an engine, propelling the goddess downward. The sharp blade plunged deeper. The body suddenly experienced weightlessness. The arrowhead pierced through. It penetrated the skin of the Azura. You have fallen. The black flames in the god of death's eyes erupted like a breached dam. There is still complete power. It released the giant arm holding the shield, grasping Artemis' upper arm, fingers pinching against the bone. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks spread from the fingertips. I will shatter you. Crack. That elegant and slender arm broke in half, splintering into fragments, some large, others shattering into tiny pieces. So painful. Who? Yi Qingfeng's teeth trembled. The nerves in his arm twisted, his body pain piercing deep into the marrow, muscles spasming as if they were twisted and broken like red-hot iron. Suddenly he felt drained, his face numb, the chest violently contracting. Air felt like a solid block, and he couldn't inhale even when opening his mouth. Is it over? Wife. Su Baiyan's face began to spin. Your eyes are so big. What? So tired. I can't muster the energy. My body feels drained. Can I sleep for a bit? Just a bit. My eyelids feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds no matter how hard I try. I can't feel their presence. Mama, I'm sorry for summoning you to suffer. It's all my fault for being useless. So weak. Necromancer. Yi Qing Feng. The game is over. If there is an afterlife, I will find you again. My beloved Xiang or Alpha, my skeletal treasures, you are not my puppets. You are a part of me. Puppets. A part. Puppet construction technique. Who? Can I reconstruct Artemis' body? Transform into a skeletal cage. Imprison the Azura. Artemis' skeletal joints dislocated, every connection point falling apart, suspended in the air like dismantled parts. Yes. The Azura roared, crushing the goddess bones pinched between its fingers into dust. I will reduce you to ashes. Ghostly flames scorched the bones. The sky became a furnace, burning the moonlight goddess, the light surpassing that of her brother Apollo's son. Michael, the god of death, turned, raising the golden divine sword of the six-winged angel. The cursed chain slowly climbed along Michael's legs, pulling the angel before its eyes, the fierce light devouring the brilliance of the sanctuary. What? The Azura attempted to stab with the Azura sword, but its arm was bound. Bones. The body of the god of death was wrapped in a skeletal frame, ribs spanning from back to front, arms entwined with the ulna, lower limbs attached by the femur and tibia. The Azura was clad in a skeletal armor. This armor did not provide defense, but bound the god of Artemis. It roared and struggled, but could not break free from the shackles. What is this rule of yours? The goddess' skull emerged from the Azura's back, the ghostly flame in her eye sockets clashing with the black fire, each burning fiercely. By the command of the Lord of the Underworld, the bones began to tighten, and the Azura's arms ceased their wild flailing. Bind you within the Underworld. Underworld. The Azura's destructive fire burned upon its own body. I will crush the Underworld. The cursed chains of action deeply embedded in the six-winged angel's feathers, the god of death's fury eroded the holy light, attempting to break its divine wings. You will accept the holy judgment. Michael's shout was filled with pain and determination. 3 pairs of light wings suddenly spread wide, emitting scorching white rays that pierced the heavens. For eternal justice. The god of death's destructive chains broke inch by inch under the impact of the sanctuary's light, turning to smoke. It released its hands, abandoning the sacred sword held hostage by the Azura, transforming into a streak of light charging towards the massive object standing among the mountains. That great gate forged from meteoric iron. Boom. It grasped the meteoric iron, 10 times larger than its own form, with both hands, the 6 wings flapping with all their might, pulling the iron embedded in the mountains out. Boom. It grasped the meteoric iron, 10 times larger than its own form, with both hands, the 6 wings flapping with all their might, pulling the iron embedded in the mountains out. Light descending from the heavens, piercing through the world, striking down upon Malurga. The Azura's black flames surged upwards, the bones binding it cracking. Bang. A rib shattered. Artemis. Before the sword's edge arrived, the divine power of justice solidified and collapsed the lava beneath the Azura's feet, suppressing the wails of the Azura's hell. You. Before the words fell, the meteoric iron giant sword unleashed a light of heavenly judgment, cleaving through the Azura's skull. The immense divine power descended like punishment from the heavens, piercing through its divine body, reaching its chest. Bang. Artemis' skeletal frame shattered, breaking into chunks, not a single bone intact, continuing to fracture until it turned to powder, the divine power ruthlessly torn apart. Golden light shot from Michael's hood towards the vast heavens, feathers trembling violently, gradually dimming, withering, and falling onto the scarred earth. The Azura sword protruded from its back, the black flames and golden light mutually annihilating. As the battle of the 2 laws unfolded, the darkness consumed the light. The archangel raised his right arm, holding a golden orb in his palm, using his last strength to fling the 2 individuals away. The remaining divine power broke free from the god of death's restraints, protecting the fragile humans, a man and a woman, falling into the crystal cave. Su Baiyan's flame sword transformed into a golden meteor, descending from the heavens, traversing the stone cave, embedding itself into a massive crystal. Once again that feeling. I cannot move. Summoning Artemis has pushed my body beyond its limits, have all my bones shattered. Mother, are you there? Teacher Su. My beloved Su. Archangel. Stone. A sudden cry echoed out. It lingered in the air. Stone. It really is that stone. Who is speaking to me? I do not recognize this voice. There is no medium. We cannot pass through. My master. Where is Artemis? She was devoured by Azura and fell into the Azura hell. What? I promised her I could resummon. Summon. I can no longer summon her. Unless I go to the Azura realm and bring her back. The Azura realm. Malaga. Yes. The Archangel. Was also consumed by the Azura sword. What about Su Baiyan? Where is she? Next to you. But what? Hurry up and say. She is already on the brink. How can I save her? Only by breaking the rules can we achieve this. The only method. Become stronger. Change the rules. Yes. Reshape the rules. Only someone stronger than the rule maker can do it. What do you mean by stone? Why do you mention the stone every time? That is the cornerstone of creation. Oh, find the stone and create your own rules. Where's the stone? It is beside you. What? In this cave. But obtaining it requires conditions. What conditions? I am the god who governs the underworld on your behalf, Hades. A glimmer of blue light flashed in the darkness, gradually increasing in number, blinking like a sky full of stars. Huff, huff. Yi Qingfeng gasped for air, and as he moved slightly, he felt intense pain, especially in his arm, as if something were pinching it. The ground was smooth and cold, radiating a blue glow, pulsing with his heartbeat. Cave. Eyes. I cannot see clearly. Snap. Snap. He vigorously slapped his temples and rubbed his eye sockets, trying to clear the mist before him. Gold. Teacher Su. Yi Qingfeng rushed forward, touching her hair. Su Baiyan. He followed her hair down to her cheek. His heart suddenly jolted, and his hair stood on end. Cold. Skin without warmth. It cannot be. It cannot be. Lying on her chest was hard armor. He leaned in to listen. No heartbeat. Su Baiyan. It must be the armor blocking the heartbeat. You are a goddess. It cannot be. Michael has already. He dared not think further, only continuing to explore the edges of the armor along the waist and back. Damn it. How do I take off this armor? He felt a metal hole at the ribs connected to a thick leather belt. Through the gap, he could feel silk lingerie. What happened to your eyes? Let me see clearly. Before him was only a blur of gold surrounded by blue light, indistinct and unfocused. Found it. The first leather buckle. He repeatedly confirmed the structure of the clasp with his fingertip, gently pulling it, and heard a click as the mechanism loosened. Su Baiyan. Following the leather strap upwards, he reached the second metal buckle, his nails digging in to pry it open. I am not dead. When the last piece of shoulder armor was removed, he exhaled a long breath tinged with rust. It cannot be. Lying on the soft chest, when he pressed his ear against it, it felt as if he were waiting for a verdict. It cannot be. Thump. Thump. A heartbeat. Yes, yes, yes. Artificial respiration. His vision began to narrow slowly, and he saw a dark red orb leaning in to blow air. Huff. 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 He sent all the air he could inhale into Su Baiyan's mouth. Get up. His arm had become soft, but he forced his elbow straight, continuing to press down with his body. Don't scare me. Unconsciously, tears had soaked her lingerie, and her fair skin was covered with what looked like ice crystals. His hand grew weak, and he fell down, lying on her body. It would be better to let me die. What is this? Tears blurred his vision further, as if he saw something move slightly. Quickly wipe away the tears. His vision cleared. Thump. Thump. It is beating. He saw the heart. It was pulsating, blood gathering towards it. But his head swelled a loud roar, and the heart suddenly stopped. His limbs. A cold silence. The heart was drawing all the blood from his body. It was performing its final rites. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and starlight burst from the gaps of her eyes, instantly melting the heart of the necromancer. Why are you crying? The voice was so gentle, merely a breath, hardly audible. Yi Qingfeng sniffed, chuckling. I am happy. Your hand is so cold. Her fingers gently brushed against the back of his hand, and a blush escaped her lips as they curved. Crystal. The ground was a solid block of blue crystal, emanating a blue glow from its depths. It can help you restore your divine power. That is the source of this crystal cave. Yi Qingfeng searched everywhere for the flame sword. I will cut it out for you. The sword was embedded in the center of the crystal surface, its six-winged hilt losing its golden glow, fading into a matte sword. The cracks surrounding the blade's insertion were filled with fissures resembling a spider web clinging to it. Wait for me a moment. He gently rested his head on the armor, taking off his clothes to cover her body. It will definitely be useful. Don't. Su Baiyan's voice was too soft and weak for him to hear. Malaga has already. Crack. He pulled out the flame sword, and the cracks spread blue light bursting from the gaps, rich as liquid. The blue light danced in the space like layers of waves, crashing and merging. When the flame sword pierced through, sending a stiff recoil, he felt a pain in his palm, not even a tiny scratch left. What happened? It cannot be pierced. He looked at Baiyan. She had been gazing at him, serene and tranquil, silently watching. Their eyes met, and Yi Qingfeng let go, walking over. He embraced her tightly, feeling each part of his body connecting with her warmth. Don't be sad. Su Baiyan wrapped her arm around her fingertips, gently tapping his cheek. Aren't you a necromancer? Yi Qingfeng remained silent. He knew what she wanted to say, but he could not find the words, and could only remain silent. Pressing against her hair, his lips gently brushed her locks, solidifying this fragrance in his memory, building an unbreakable fortress. You will definitely find me. The voice grew weaker. I am not worried at all. Her fingers went limp, and Yi Qingfeng tightened his grip. The flame sword became transparent, and the armor carved with 6 wings on her chest also began to fade. He covered his mouth, stifling the sound of his weeping, not wanting to disturb this tranquility. Looking up, he held back tears in his eyes, afraid to wet her hair. No matter the distance. The only thing he could do now was to use all his strength to hold her body. At any cost, remembering every moment, engraving it in his heart. I will bring you back to my side. She transformed into golden stardust, slipping away from his fingertips. Yi Qingfeng, to make you my student is to regard you highly. If you can't defeat the rare boss, then just drop out. Don't let me see you again. Su Baiyin's voice echoed repeatedly, yet it was inaudible. Her pouting lips and tightly furrowed brows were right before him, but all that surrounded him was the profound cave. His hand hung in midair. Just a moment ago, he could feel his beloved's silky hair, but now all that remained was a pale palm. Her scent vanished, leaving only memories to search for. Tears could no longer flow, only dried tear tracks remained on his cheeks, transforming into 2 riverbeds of longing. Lying on the crystal, his limbs spread out, forming a large character, which was Yi Qingfeng's favorite posture, allowing him to completely relax. Everything he had just possessed felt like a dream, dissipating in an instant, leaving only a lingering bitterness tightly gripping his heart. Where have you gone? To the underworld, leaving nothing behind, not even a single hair. Suddenly a faint sting arose on his shoulder. It was the bite mark left by Su Baiyin, a mural of their love etched upon his skin. Yi Qingfeng tilted his head back, reaching the limits of human structure, seeing the crimson bloodstains, feeling a slight unevenness under his fingertip. Fortunately, everything is real. If she indeed left a mark on me. Unfortunately, the bite was too light and shallow. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared. I'm so sleepy. Blue light overflowed from the cracks of the giant crystal, gradually gathering together, while the surrounding crystal clusters lost their luster, turning into transparent crystals. The blue light formed a wave, rolling within the cave, bouncing back upon hitting the stone walls, as if searching. The necromancer lay on the ground, devoid of consciousness, his hair frosted over, turning white from the roots. As white as snow. The blue wave surged into the crack at the top of the cave, wanting to fly into the blue sky, escaping this narrow and oppressive space. Just as it was about to escape, its tail was caught by something like a shackle binding it. The source of the shackle was at Yi Qingfeng's heart, where his heart beat rhythmically, pulling the blue wave back. It was stretched into a blue galaxy, each blue light a star, all falling onto Yi Qingfeng's chest, as if a black hole was consuming it. The cave lost its brilliance, leaving only stone walls and dim crystals, which were no longer crystals, but mere transparent stones. A ray of sunlight shone down from the cave's top, left by the 6-winged angel breaking through the stone cave, the only exit. The black essence of the Azura flowed out, tearing open the chaotic fissure again, the cursed chains entwined with Artemis and Michael, pulling the 2 deities into the Azura's realm. Azura Hell. The scarred earth gradually calmed down, sunlight dispelling the gloom, magma solidifying, birds flying in to forage. The sky was torn open, growing larger, revealing a vortex of energy from the portal. A twin-winged airship hovered above the cave, dropping down a cable. Whoosh! A shadow slid down the cable, swiftly reaching the bottom of the cave in an instant. On his left arm were 2 intersecting wings, extending 2 fingers to probe Yi Qingfeng's breath. Yi Qingfeng. The fingertips hovered there, holding their breath, fully concentrating on the sensation. Time seemed to freeze until a faint warm breath brushed across his skin like a wisp. General. Yang Beihai furrowed his brows tightly, having prepared for the worst in his mind. Upon entering the cave, he understood there was no trace of the 6-winged angel. Where is she? Yi Qingfeng was already unconscious, his white hair as pale as his face, devoid of any color. General. This call was a soldier calling for a comrade. The hoarse voice echoed within the cave, only to be met with the dull sound of falling stones. He glanced again at the tactical watch, the combat interface, flashing red bold text indicating 0 energy fluctuations from the 6-winged angel. The meaning of 0 was in fact fallen. Yang Beihai lifted, Yi Qingfeng grasping the cable, swiftly returning to the airship. The portal closed, and this land became a complete forbidden zone for humanity. That giant black iron sword embedded in the ground became the tombstone of the War of the Gods. Incredible. In a daze, Yi Qingfeng heard the voice of a middle-aged woman. His bones have completely returned to normal, and her voice carried a magnetic tone mixed with surprise. He is even stronger than before. Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes to see a woman in a white coat, smiling gently at him, wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a bob haircut. The familiar bitter scent of alcohol and medicinal herbs flooded his nostrils, a rectangular mirror facing him right behind the female doctor. Why has my hair turned white? In the mirror was a handsome face, cold and tall, yet devoid of color, with long hair parted down the middle, falling to his shoulders, resembling the moon's silver. Creak, click, click. The sound of footsteps approached from behind the pale blue screen. 3 men in black walked over, their attire somber and uniform resembling a certain organization's uniform. One of the men wore sunglasses. The female doctor saw them, nodded at Yi Qingfeng, then turned to leave, her lips curling slightly. Are you Yi Qingfeng? The man's voice was clear and crisp, devoid of emotion. Professional necromancer. He nodded, trying to prop himself up. But his hands were bound by some force, allowing only a few centimeters of movement. His arms could not bend at all. I'm asking you. Are you Yi Qingfeng? His voice rose slightly, conveying a stern aura. Are you a necromancer? Each wrist bore a metallic ring connected to square metal plates on either side that emitted beams of light, allowing only slight movement. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes, unwilling to see unfamiliar faces or hear their voices. So noisy. The man on the left approached the bedside with a gust of wind rummaging through the bedside cabinet. Bang! The sound of the drawer slamming shut was like a thunderclap, causing him to frown. Yi Qingfeng. Necromancer. The voice was like a plague, impossible to shake off. Do you know who we are? The words reached Yi Qingfeng's ears, but his brain stopped receiving information. Each word was meaningless fluctuations of airflow. You'd better cooperate with us. Clarify all the issues. A voice spoke again nearby with a somewhat friendlier tone, less aggressive. This way you can gain your freedom sooner. After all, you are still very young. I can't understand what he is saying. It's really noisy. The ward fell into silence. The tranquil environment made Yi Qingfeng smile, slightly involuntarily lifting his head, letting out a long sigh. If you answer our questions. A hoarse male voice came from a distance. We will also tell you about Su Baiyan and the situation regarding the six-winged angel. At the mere mention of the name Su Baiyan, Yi Qingfeng's heart seemed to skip a beat as he opened his eyes. The 3 men in black retreated to the back, revealing a gloomy-faced man with a narrow, elongated horse face etched with wrinkles and 2 thick black eyebrows. It seems you still care about her. He wore a plain silk robe that draped over his slender shoulders like a frozen water. What is your relationship? She was my teacher. Having not spoken for a long time, his jaw felt stiff as he parted his lips. I am her student. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, the corners of his mouth stretched, and the piled wrinkles formed several dark lines. You still haven't grasped the situation. He'll give you a day to think it over. The man stroked the ring on his little finger, turned, walked to the screen, and glanced back at Yi Qingfeng. You will face the trial of the Empire's Supreme Military Court, the Moral Tribunal. No matter what tribunal. Don't try to use her to threaten me. Bang. Yi Qingfeng looked at the white-haired youth in the mirror. His eyes had lost their luster, leaving only profundity. He surely couldn't summon anything either. Not only were his wrists bound, but metal shackles also clamped around his ankles, locking and freezing his energy, rendering it unusable. Where had Su Baiyan gone? How could he determine whether she was in the Nether Realm or the Azura Realm? Hades, I have a question for you. It seemed that only when he was gravely injured could he establish contact with the Nether Realm. How to get out? Lingyan Kingdom, the Himalayas, the imperial capital Phoenix City. Beneath the obsidian dome stood a giant golden scale sculpture flanked by guards in heavy black armor. In the spectator seats, nobles whispered behind scented fans, while the iron bars before the defendants' stand bore years of rusted bloodstains. Bring Yi Qingfeng to court. The judge furrowed his thick brows, the wrinkles on his long horse face sharply defined. The metal bracelets had been replaced with iron chains and shackles. Each step was heavy as 2 guards escorted him into the courtroom. I am the Grand Elder of the Imperial Moral Tribunal, he said, the sound of him flipping through the parchment case, file piercingly clear in the dead silence. I am here to judge your actions in Operation 117 and other illegal activities. The Grand Elder lifted his gloomy face, looked at Yi Qingfeng, and asked, does the defendant understand? The defendant's stand was at the lowest point of the courtroom, isolated from the outside by a railing forged from solid black iron, its surface covered with deep scratch marks and dark stains. Bang! Yi Qingfeng did not answer, nor did the presiding judge need his reply, directly striking the copper gavel. The trial begins. Has your relationship with Su Baiyan transcended that of teacher and student? He leaned forward, staring at Yi Qingfeng. Let me be more explicit. Have you already had a substantive relationship as lovers? Shackles to restrain the wrists were embedded in the armrests, their edges worn smooth. None of your damn business. A stifled disturbance rippled through the spectator seats as they leaned in to whisper, producing faint fragmented sounds. Yi Qingfeng, a man seated below the Grand Elder, suddenly stood up and roared. How dare you show contempt for this court? He gave a signal, and 2 warriors behind the defendant's stand raised their whips, lashing fiercely at Yi Qingfeng. Crack! Crack! You'd better beat me to death. Let me go and meet Teacher Su. The whipping did not cause Yi Qingfeng any pain. His body was numbed like a walking corpse, leaving only the longing for Su Baiyan. The Grand Elder raised his hand, signaling the guards to stop, saying nothing will not benefit you in any way. His gloomy voice rose slightly as if pitying the defendant. If you let us investigate promptly, you can regain your freedom sooner. Freedom? I need to get out. I need to find Teacher Sue. Go ahead and ask. He sat in the defendant's stand, forced to look up at the entire courtroom like a prisoner fallen into an abyss, enduring the cold scrutiny from all sides. Are you and Su Baiyan in a romantic relationship? Yi Qingfeng said calmly, yes. Heavens, the Empire's guardian goddess. And this brat? He must have used some trick. He deceived General Su. Gasps erupted from the spectators' seats, the murmuring grew louder, and curses, discontent, and anger stabbed at Yi Qingfeng like knives. Why would she become your lover? The Grand Elder swallowed, stretching his neck. Was it her choice? Yeah. At the thought of Su Baiyan's image, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. We love each other. Bullshit. How could Su Baiyan ever fancy you? Shameless. People in the back rows of the spectator seats pounded on the wooden chairs, unleashing a wave of boos and curses. Order. Bang. The copper gavel struck, and the whispers in the spectator seats receded like a tide, leaving only countless meaningful gazes weaving a net over the defendant's stand. When did you learn she was the oath-bearer of the six-winged angel? During the final evacuation, we fell down. This memory brought Yi Qingfeng some solace, as it allowed him to recall his beloved. After entering that giant pit, she revealed her true identity to me. Didn't you know that Xiao Zhiyun was actually Su Baiyan? I didn't know. So that means... The Grand Elder stroked his brow, pondering for a moment. She intentionally concealed her identity from you, didn't she? Yes. Yi Qingfeng did not hesitate. He only wanted to get out early and find her. What was inside the giant pit? The judge's gaze sharpened like a blade drawn from its sheath. Blue crystals. So you saw Su Baiyan and allowed the six-winged angel to descend. His questions came one after another without pause. You absorbed the power of the blue crystals and recovered to full health, correct? Yes. You all know this already, so why ask me? Did you know that the Azura's strength had already reached the 8th rank? Yes. How did you know? Su Baiyan told me. The Grand Elder looked up, glanced at the spectator seats, and continued. Knowing you couldn't defeat the Azura, why didn't you retreat? I wanted to retreat too. But Yi Qingfeng recalled the oppressive aura of the Azura, as if the entire world was shrouded by it. Facing an 8th rank Azura, there was no escape. No escape. His thick brows raised as if he didn't quite believe it. Then how did Odin and Garuda manage to escape and retreat unscathed? They were only 1st rank. His voice suddenly rose, trembling. But Su Baiyan's Michael was 5th rank. One more thing. He licked his finger, lowered his head, and flipped through the parchment scroll. We detected another powerful divine energy fluctuation, even stronger than Michael, a 6th rank deity. This matter. They didn't know about it, so I couldn't tell the truth. A 6th-tier deity. The Grand Elder held his breath. The spectators in the rear fell into a hush. Which one is it? Someone murmured. The sky gate opened, and another angel has arrived. Yi Qingfeng remained impassive, lifting his gaze to the dome. I do not know its name. Silence settled over the hall as the Grand Elder conferred in low tones with an elder in a green silk robe to his right, both casting furtive glances at Yi Qingfeng. They nodded to one another as if reaching a conclusion. As far as we know, only an angel capable of 6, that is to say, an angel a rank above Malaga. The Grand Elder's eyes sharpened like a blade, as if trying to cut Yi Qingfeng open. A sudden shout broke the stillness. It simply does not exist. You are lying. No matter what I say, I cannot tell you the truth. After storms of fortune and the tears of parting and death, the Necromancer's heart had long since grown numb. Perhaps only Su Baiyan could stir it, make it pound wildly again. What I have described is precisely what I saw. Yi Qingfeng's face was like still water. Even the Grand Elder could detect no hint of deception. If you do not believe me, there is nothing to be done. The two bowed and resumed their whispered conference, taking more time this round as they leafed through the parchments on the table, brows knitted in debate. What is this? The Grand Elder opened a peachwood box and withdrew a single feather. Artemisai had been devoured by the Shilalianyu. The feather had lost its sheen. This fall felt different. Had it truly fallen? Or had the Shilalianyu severed all of its ties with your other equipment is ordinary within the bounds of our understanding? He turned the feather slowly between his fingers. Explain how you summoned the undead into this world. They had clearly conducted a thorough investigation of me, yet my secrets would not, and could not, be revealed to them. Would they learn that Lao Gu gave this to me? Write that tale, the king's sword of the Chaliman Empire. They searched the entire land at the time and found no definitive information, which meant the Guardian would not divulge it lightly. Lao Gu entrusted the moon goddess feather to me because I was a necromancer, and he had no attachments. In effect, he passed on the duty of guarding Artemisai to me. Lao Gu would never tell them. The rest need not be concealed. That feather merely increases my mobility across certain terrains and reduces negative effects. Pale-faced and silver-haired, he sat in the defendant's dock, as still as a statue. I summoned the Wolf King, the Silverback Ape, and the Flower Fae by using their summoning mediums. Then in the Darkwood, the Grand Elder flipped the parchment and spoke slowly. When you slew the Chaos Beast, from where did the power for that arrow you fired originate? That arrow. He raised his eyes to Yi Qingfeng. There was a fluctuation of divine power. I was already unconscious, then my bones shattered. I do not know why the divine fluctuation you describe occurred. Let me ask more directly, the Grand Elder said, placing the feather upon the table and leaning forward with pressing force. Can a necromancer summon a fallen god? I do not possess that ability, Yi Qingfeng said calmly. If I did, I would not be sitting here on trial. The Grand Elder clasped his fingers and rested his chin, staring unblinking at Yi Qingfeng. They held each other's gaze without a single blink. The tribunal hall hung suspended, so quiet that even breathing seemed tentative. Defendant and chief judge remained motionless, a tableau like an oil painting that riveted the onlookers, and no one dared draw a breath. With a soft rustle, the Grand Elder shifted his attention back to the parchments and flipped forward a few pages. What state was Axioluo in when you last saw it? Malaga struck Axioluo's head with the Xiantai Jumen, cleaving it in two. The Grand Elder glanced at the two elders seated to either side, their white hair framed eyes as unfathomable as abysses. Can you be certain? Axioluo was cleft in two by Migiale. He pressed his arms to the table as if to steady himself. Did you see Axioluo slain? I only saw another angel bind Axioluo, while Migiale's sacred sword became entangled by Axioluo's soul chain. So Migiale abandoned the sacred sword, seized the Xiantai Jumen, and the gate of heaven shot forth holy light, converting the iron into the sacred sword. One stroke split Axioluo's head, black blood flowed out, consuming everything around it. Migiale protected Su Baiyin and me with holy light and cast us into that chasm. At that, the Grand Elder and the two elders rose and withdrew into a small rear chamber. A heavily armored sentinel stood before the carved wooden door. Was Axioluo truly killed? I could not be certain. Yet the voice that called itself Hadisai told me that Artemisai and Migiale were devoured by the Shiluo Linyu. At least the Shiluo Linyu remains. Is the Shiluo Linyu symbiotic with Axioluo, or an independent existence? The holy light did cleave Axioluo's head. Could such a thing still survive? Then it is an immortal body. I could not grasp what a god truly is. A death for them is not the death we humans right. By law, gods are constrained by certain rules. They do not vanish, but are sent to different spaces. So, Su Baiyin must be in some other space. I must find her. I must find her. Please give me a pack of cigarettes. White gauze wrapped most of the man's face, revealing only his left eye. The strongest kind. 1 pack, 52 packs, 98. The clerk recoiled at the sight of his eye. How many packs do you want? Ha ha ha. He pulled a coin stamped with 100 from the pocket of his black trench coat. 2 packs. The man turned and limped off, stumbling on the stone steps at the shop's entrance and catching the doorframe to keep. That man's eyes were all black. The clerk, a young girl, turned deathly pale and rushed to the office to tell. So frightening. A hole had been punctured where his mouth should be. He shook a cigarette from the pack, held it between his lips, and the lighter's click flared a bright spark. He breathed out a white mist toward the sky, his trembling fingers steadied, and his eyes regained whites and pupils. Ugh, what a bother. Such a profession exists. He mounted the steps in long strides and ran toward a solemn domed building. Seems I missed some part. He opened his coat to reveal a uniform, and the guards let him pass without question. The character Jiang that had been on the back of the black coat had vanished. The man entered the courtroom and chose a corner by the window to sit, casting a glance at the figure in the defendant's. He opened the cigarette box as if engaging in a delicate craft, neatly placing unfiltered cigarettes into a metal case, ensuring each one was of equal length. The judge's seat featured a tall backrest resembling an arched doorway topped with a carving of a balance. Creaking, the wooden door was pulled open and 3 elders walked out. The eldest returned to his judgment seat, pressing his hands down to signal the audience to remain silent. Is there anything you wish to add regarding your description of the Azura? The eldest elder sat heavily down. I might also ask them questions. Perhaps I could learn some information about the Azura. The Azura unleashed the Shuro Abyss, and whether Malaga and another angel were consumed. The man's fingers, which were holding the cigarette, suddenly paused midair. I'm a bit unclear, but if you could share some information you have, I might recall more. I can tell you clearly that the Azura was not. The eldest elder did not hesitate to respond. However, it must have been seriously injured. Yes, the Azura was not killed. The 5th Order Milegas holy law could only wound it. Moreover, its injuries were significant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived in the cave, nor would there be a trial today. But why is such crucial information being disclosed in a public trial? Yi Qingfeng did not turn around, yet he could feel that the audience was filled with people. To disclose the Empire's most confidential information like this, there must be ulterior motives. Judge, I have a question. Please speak. The eldest elder nodded. Mikhail and another angel. This time there was a flicker in Yi Qingfeng's eyes. Were they bound by the laws of the Shura Abyss? We know very little about the Azura as well. The eldest elder's gaze drifted elsewhere, somewhat vacant, as if recalling something. For a chaos deity of this level. He hesitated, glanced at the two elders beside him who nodded to each other, then continued. Only Su Baiyan's guardian Mikhail has fought against it. So Mikhail's injury was caused by the Azura. Yes, she mentioned that the Azura had become an 8th order. This bastard. I want you to pay it back double. I have another question. Yi Qingfeng's tone turned cold and severe. The eldest elder nodded slightly. Odin and Garuda fled the battlefield. It was not a question, but an accusation. Especially Odin, he has a portal. Why didn't he save Mikhail? The man placed all the cigarettes into the metal case, his face obscured by a gauze revealing only a pair of squinted eyes that slightly curved. Saving Malega. If not for other purposes, those two kids would be in danger themselves. Those who participated in this battle will be investigated. The eldest elder sneered, touching his crooked nose. Those who contributed will be rewarded, and those who are guilty must bear responsibility. Investigation. Yi Qingfeng looked at his wrist, tightly shackled by 2 cuffs. Why are you judging me? The necromancer was truly miserable being made to look so wretched by these people, but the man crossed his arms in front of his chest, casually leaning back and stretching his body. With that said, will my task be a little easier? Because we have already conducted a preliminary investigation on you. His eyes narrowed, darkening further like an old witch. You have reached the level of being judged. The level of being judged. What is my crime? It's not just you with the crime. He raised his chin, looking down at Yi Qingfeng, enunciating each word. Su Baiyan is also guilty. Only this name could stir the necromancer's emotions. Thump. Thump. What are you saying? Yi Qingfeng stopped and leaned away from the backrest. Su Baiyan is guilty. Yi Qingfeng did not press further, the cold glimmer in his eyes enveloping the judge. You arrived at the investigation team's base when it was already dawn. The eldest elder spoke slowly. If you did not enter in time, why did Yang Beihai open the iron gate for you? Why? Why did he open the iron gate? What kind of question is that? Do you know this military order? Under the sun, the opening of the iron gate is prohibited. The eldest elder turned to the guard and made a gesture to raise his hand. Bring Yang Beihai in. With gold-rimmed glasses, a lively demeanor, and a sharply tailored dark green military uniform, the emblem of the Wings of Freedom on his left arm shimmered like light as he moved. He was not handcuffed, indicating he was merely a witness and not on trial. Yang Beihai. The right side of the judge's seat was a small space enclosed by an oak railing where Yang Beihai sat on a black wooden chair. The sun had already shone on the iron gate. Why did you order the gate to be opened? The eldest elder extended his bony finger-like hand, pointing towards the defendant's seat. To allow Yi Qingfeng to enter the investigation team's base. Because he is a student and does not understand the rules. Yang Beihai seemed to have lost some weight, yet he appeared spirited with determination in his eyes. So I ordered the gate to be opened. Humph. The eldest elder let out a cold laugh. Do you know that Xiao Zhiyun is Su Baiyan herself? I do not know. His response was crisp and straightforward, like reporting military intelligence. I do not know. The eldest elder flipped through a sheepskin scroll in front of him. Xiao Zhiyun gave you a scroll, and after reading it you destroyed it. He raised his head, staring at Yang Beihai, his hands resting calmly on the ebony table, quietly waiting for a response. The information in that scroll was, with a blank expression, he looked straight ahead. Garuda appeared on our country's border. It turns out that it was Xiao Zhiyun's scroll that prompted Yang Beihai to open the gate. That must have been Su Baiyan's order. She has always been protecting me. My heart felt as if it were soaked in warm acid, and a wave of sourness surged in my nostrils, blurring my vision in an instant. Commander, I thought it was I who was protecting you. The corners of my mouth slightly lifted in response to that kindness, but I couldn't help but tremble slightly, ultimately turning into a choked voice filled with laughter. Yang Beihai, you were once Su Baiyan's subordinate. The eldest elder's voice was laden with meaning, tinged with discontent. He saved your life, granting you demigod powers. Xiao Zhiyun once shouted at you, ordering you to open the gate. His voice grew louder, and his pace quickened. Then you took out Su Baiyan's personal command, and upon seeing it you opened the gate. The final question turned into a roar. Isn't that so? No. Yang Beihai did not look at Yi Qingfeng or the eldest elder. He merely gazed at the carved balance pattern on the judge's table. So many years have passed, yet you still enjoy playing the judgment game, as if sitting behind that table makes you the embodiment of justice. Under your judgment, everyone is guilty. The man's eyes turned black again, except he was in the corner unseen. You refuse to admit it. The elder's lips pursed as he wiped the drool from his mouth, his chest heaving violently. Your general is no longer here. No one will protect you anymore. No wonder Su Baiyan at a critical moment did not hesitate to show up as an injured six-winged angel just to protect Yang Beihai. She truly is his most loyal subordinate. I am merely stating the facts. He raised his hand to adjust the frame of his golden glasses. It is not a denial. Take him away. The elder sighed lightly and waved his hand. Yang Beihai stood up, turned, and stepped forward, each movement exuding the efficiency and composure of a soldier, his gaze always level, not once looking at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng did not look at him, either, silently murmuring in his heart, "Thank you." You entered the crystal cave. The elder's gaze shifted to Yi Qingfeng. What did you discover inside? Blue crystal. Do you know what the blue crystal is used for? It allows deities to regain their divine power. Su Baiyan explained more simply, the blue crystal is food for the gods. Did Michael regain his divine power through the blue crystal? Yes. Yi Qingfeng nodded slightly. You entered the crystal cave for the second time. What was the situation inside? The elder stroked his chin and cleared his throat. Does the blue crystal still have luster? Yes. Yi Qingfeng last saw the blue light spilling out, then he fainted, unaware of what the blue light eventually turned into. There are things you do not know, so I won't mention them. It's a pity that Michael and Artemis cannot return to the cave. If they regain their divine power, can they defeat Ashura? The three elders leaned together, whispering, almost bending over to the table. Now that crystal cave is completely dried up, the elder raised his head, sitting upright. Do you know the reason? I don't know. I lost consciousness. Yi Qingfeng shook his head slightly. He truly did not know. When I woke up, I was in the state you see now, lying in the hospital wearing shackles. The man raised the collar of his black trench coat to cover his head, which was wrapped in bandages. Not even a single breath left, causing me to search everywhere. This severe injury. I don't know when I will recover. So many blue crystals, no deity has the ability to drain them dry. Even if the boss came, he wouldn't be able to drain them. He opened an iron box adorned with the image of a woman in a deep red qipao, filled to the brim with cigarettes overflowing. No matter how strong the craving, one cannot smoke so many at once. The cave's smoke volume is equivalent to that of a giant warehouse. It's truly strange and very terrifying. Next, he retracted his sharp gaze and began to flip through the heavy parchment scroll. Is a trial for your crimes at the Lingyin Academy. The crimes of the Lingyin Academy. Whatever, just make it quick. Bring in the witness. A short, stout, bald man stepped forward, glancing towards Yi Qingfeng occasionally. Vice Principal of the Lingyin Academy. During the hunting ceremony, did you not kill all the students? A commotion and insults erupted from the audience. Although they wouldn't actually die, you monopolized all the rewards. I was attacked first by fireballs, ice balls, and arrows. These trivial matters can be answered as asked. I had to retaliate, so I killed them all. So you admit? The elder rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms like dry branches. Does the vice principal have any objections? Your Honor, the evidence is conclusive. Zhang Long leaned forward, nodding and bowing. I can testify. You all can handle it as you see fit. He didn't want to explain or argue. He just wanted it to be over quickly. Such an attitude may be detrimental to you. Your Honor, please speak for yourself. Sitting in the defendant's seat under scrutiny, Yi Qingfeng had had enough. I will accept any charges thrown at me. Your Honor. Zhang Long raised his hand, shifting his bottom to sit at the edge of the chair. The defendant Yi Qingfeng has long had an improper relationship with Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan gave up her position as a professor for him. She covered up Yi Qingfeng's various illegal acts. The vice principal spoke rapidly like a machine gun, and concealed it from the academy. Yi Qingfeng turned his eyes for the first time to the greasy, bald man. I remember you. As for Su Baiyan, he raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Long and glanced at this witness. Let's not mention that for now. Zhang Long shrank back into his seat and fell silent. You went to the black market to participate in underground fighting. The elder paid no heed to Yi Qingfeng and continued flipping through the parchment scroll. You killed the bloodthirsty ones and even seized their equipment. Yes. Without waiting for the elder to finish, Yi Qingfeng directly interrupted. And in the lost tomb, I killed everyone who entered. The elder helplessly raised his head, glancing at the elders on both sides, and closed the parchment scroll. Will you not defend yourself? Defend? Who are you doing this for? A waste of time. No need. Yi Qingfeng looked up at the scale sculpture, feeling more uncomfortable than the distortions of the chaotic monster. Given the defendant's contempt for the court, we shall proceed directly to the final verdict. The elder closed the parchment scroll and stood up. The two elders beside him, along with those in the audience, also stood up. Court adjourned. Bang. The Moral Council will make the final revision. After striking the gavel, the three turned and walked through a small door. Whispers arose from behind like mosquitoes swirling above their heads, waiting for a chance to descend and suck blood. Yi Qingfeng couldn't care less about what they were saying. All his energy was focused on thinking. How can I break the rules of the Ashura Purgatory? Is Su Baiyan in the underworld or in the Ashura Purgatory? How can I talk to Hades again, and how do I obtain the heart of the rock? Bang! The three elders walked slowly back, each returning to their seats, with only the elder remaining standing. The whispers from the audience ceased, and all eyes were on him holding a judgment paper. Defendant Yi Qingfeng after the trial by the Empire's highest adjudicating body, the Moral Council. He looked up at Yi Qingfeng, then at the people seated around, and rubbed his forehead, palms spread forward. He bears primary responsibility for Su Baiyan and the fall of the six-winged angels. I bear primary responsibility. Yi Qingfeng laughed. He knew this trial would be absurd, but he did not expect it to be this absurd. From the moment he received the notification, he had been diligently executing tasks, transporting goods, killing giants, defeating chaotic plague maggots. Upon reaching the Survey Corps base, Garuda came to cause trouble, climbing the lookout tower to battle the chaos. Protecting the injured and retreating, he jumped off the airship to save Xiao Zhiyun. At that time he did not know she was Su Baiyan. He was just saving a comrade, and he would have done the same for anyone else. Against the enemy, the Necromancer would show no mercy. But for brothers and comrades, Yi Qingfeng had never hesitated, even sacrificing himself without a second thought. This is his character, a person with flesh and blood, cold on the outside, but gentle on the inside. However, none of this matters now. All he needs is to find Su Baiyan. It doesn't matter what charges are added, whether it's 1 charge, 2 charges, or a long list like the judgment paper. There is no difference. Sentenced to death. And the elder slowly lowered the judgment paper, lifting his head to look directly at Yi Qingfeng. All abilities of the Necromancer shall be stripped away. A just verdict. Applause erupted from the gallery as they rose to their feet, as if in praise of the trial's fairness. Let him be buried with the guardian, Archangel Michael. To protect a mere Necromancer, the Empire sacrificed. Yang Beihai, seated in the front row, joined the crowd, standing and clapping, though his face remained impassive. Death. Stripping the Necromancer of all his powers. If I die, I could reunite with Su Baiyan. I would ask for nothing more. But what if we are not in the same world, never to meet again? Take him away, ordered 2 heavily armored guards as they unlocked the shackles from the defendant's bench and escorted Yi Qingfeng out of the courtroom. We await the Emperor's final decree. As he walked along the gallery toward the exit, the jeers from the audience did not cease. Fists were shaken at him, paper balls and water bottles were hurled his way. Yi Qingfeng felt nothing. He was numb, his spiritual energy shackled, unable to summon. Even if he could summon, it would be futile. Artemis had fallen. In the heart of the Empire, his power was far too insignificant to turn the tide. I am so useless. I boasted that I would never let a comrade die before me. Yet I let my beloved perish in my arms. And I could do nothing. Too weak. Everything stems from my own weakness. Only now did I grasp the weight of Artemis' words. So lightly spoken, yet they cut to the core of the matter. A man in black slipped out of the courtroom unnoticed, hiding behind a stone pillar. It seems I won't need to intervene. In his current state, it's best he rests. He touched his head, fingers gently tugging at the gauze, then hesitated before tearing it off. I wonder what the boss is thinking. This Necromancer profession is intriguing, able to summon the souls of fallen deities. Artemis actually trapped Azura with her own skeleton. Fortunately, they were only low-level manifestations. If they were of the 7th or 8th rank, things might have truly. There are so many fallen deities. If he were to summon them all, it would be detrimental to our plans. I'd better return and see what the boss thinks. His eye fixed on Yi Qingfeng as he was dragged out of the hall. Black liquid rolled across the white of his eye like burning Azura fire. Atop the highest peak of Phoenix City stood a statue of a phoenix, its wings eternally frozen in flight. Each feather caught the first rays of dawn, its beak slightly open as if about to cry out. The shadow cast by its wings precisely shrouded the imperial palace, while its tail feathers cascaded into 9 waterfalls down the cliff. Yi Qingfeng was escorted into an elevator. Flashes of light rose from below as he descended deep into the earth. Clang! The iron gate was pulled open. A straight passage stretched to the horizon. Surrounded by black-armored guards, he moved mechanically forward, until a door appeared before him. A pure black door, flawless, made of an unknown material. The light cast no reflection upon its surface. His shackles were removed, and he walked in alone. The door closed behind him, leaving only darkness. My spiritual power is completely drained. I am just an ordinary man now. Is this where they strip me of my abilities? Suddenly a sliver of light appeared, gradually widening, as if a door were opening. Beyond the door lay a garden connected by a corridor of marble pillars. A figure approached. His hair was gray, his beard meticulously trimmed like a manicured lawn, not a single strand out of place. He wore a long white robe that trailed on the ground, sweeping fallen leaves aside as he walked. The moment the man stepped inside, the 6 walls turned white, illuminating the entire room. This room can seal off everything. His gray eyes bore the purest traits of the Lingnian kingdom, understated, kind, and filled with compassion. Whether it be the realm of Azura chaos or the netherworld, his tone was deep and gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. This verdict must have filled you with resentment. The man clasped his hands behind his back, meeting Yi Qingfeng's gaze. The vast empire is like a machine operating on these very rules and regulations. Stable and ruthless. How the empire operates has nothing to do with me. I cannot grant you a pardon. He raised an eyebrow. Michael's fall requires someone to bear the responsibility. It doesn't matter. He must be a person of great importance. I am merely a pawn. After you escape, you can head north to the Snow Kingdom. His tone shifted, stirring a flicker of emotion in Yi. Legend has it that the river Styx leading to the Netherworld flows there. Perhaps you can find Su Baiyan in the Netherworld. Those words shattered his psychological defenses completely. It is an opportunity for a necromancer. Escape, eh? The man nodded gently and spoke slowly. Today's trial was not my will. Oi. He is the emperor of the Lingyan Kingdom. I could only express my intent in this manner. Before Yi Qingfeng could react, the door behind him opened again, and he turned to walk into the garden filled with birdsong and floral fragrance. Rest assured. A final sentence lingered as his figure vanished. I will look after your companions. Darkness returned. Yi Qingfeng was once again in the narrow corridor flanked by his guards. Was that an illusion just now? Heavy footsteps echoed. Torches on the stone walls turned the passage into an underground cavern, twisting and turning, filled with agonized screams. The air was thick with the sour stench of mold mixed with excrement. Water seeped from the stone walls, dripping into puddles with a rhythmic echo. Get in. A thick black iron gate screeched open as soldiers shoved Yi Qingfeng into the cell. The torch crackled. In the darkness, one could feel the claw marks of countless prisoners on the rock walls. The rusty smell of shackles mingled with the putrid stench of rotting wounds lingering in the cave. The Snow Kingdom in the north. The river Styx. Go to the Netherworld to find Su Baiyan. Yi Qingfeng collapsed onto a pile of straw. Occasional murmurs and groans escaped his lips, drowned out by the faint sound of rats gnawing on bones in the distance. With the method and hope of finding Su Baiyan, his present suffering transformed into a driving force, propelling him forward to seek his beloved. Whether his words were true or false, as long as I can escape, I will find every way to locate Hades, discover Su Baiyan's whereabouts, and find that stone. I can summon skeletons, seek treasures, cultivate, grow stronger, and establish my own laws. And he recalled the scene of Michael being pierced by a single sword strike, Artemis' bones shattering, both dragged into the Azura hell. The necromancer clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, nails digging into his skin, without feeling any pain. Azura. I will raise your Azura hell to the ground. How dare you make them suffer? I will make you pay tenfold. Yi Qingfeng. A sudden voice rang out, jolting him upright. That voice is familiar. A golden cold light flashed, severing the iron bars with molten iron dripping from the broken ends, and a metallic taste of blood and rust lingered in the throat. Yang Beihai, go. With a kick, he pushed open the iron door and shattered the shackles on his hands with a sword. I will unseal you, but do not summon the skeletons now. The guards outside collapsed to the ground without a trace of blood, as if they were knocked unconscious or paralyzed. He did not head back through the tunnel he came from, but moved deeper into the prison, advancing unhesitatingly at every fork. As if traversing a maze, yet he knew where the exit was. Once you get out, you'll have to rely on yourself. He tossed him a square metal box, the front engraved with the emblem of the Survey Corps Wings of Freedom. Inside is your equipment. Could it be that Yang Beihai was arranged by the emperor? Help me break out. He opened the metal box, revealing some ethereal compartments like a storage case with the equipment placed in fixed positions. What about you? Yang Beihai's loyalty to Su Baiyan had already been proven the moment he opened the dark iron door. With 6 wings spread, he resisted the attack of Garuda, even summoning the injured Michael, which demonstrated Yang Beihai's significance in Su Baiyan's heart. I can trust him. Go to the northern snow country. Yang Beihai laid his sword horizontally, golden light gathering on the blade. Find the underworld river and bring the general back. Schwa. The vice principal of Lingyan Academy, Zhang Long, was the one who deliberately leaked information, allowing Garuda to cause trouble. Yang Beihai cursed. That bastard has already been sent into chaos. His flesh will gradually rot and turn into a monster. With a swing of his sword, the stone wall at the end was instantly melted, revealing a glimpse of the sky. How do you know? Yi Qingfeng was not concerned about the vice principal, quickly donning his gear, his energy fully restored, and the recovery speed was even faster than before. A trustworthy person. Yang Beihai halted, pulling out a rusted, broken sword from his backpack. I found this in the general's office. It is no ordinary item. You take it. Can you tell me who that person is? Yi Qingfeng touched the broken sword, recalling how Su Baiyan had carefully examined it. I cannot say. Outside the broken opening was a mountain covered in white snow. But he is also someone the general trusts. Bring the general back. Yang Beihai pulled up his mask, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with hope and desire. I will stop at nothing. Yi Qingfeng pressed on his heart, nodding in acknowledgement, a salute of the Survey Corps. Bring her back. He leaped into the vast sea of snow. Bang! The fur leaves absorbed the impact of the fall, rolling down the slope, the protective chi of the suit isolating him from the sharp stones. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of snowflakes, resembling a snowman lurking in the desolate ice. And to the north, the sun was on its westward path, moving forward at a right angle, green mist rising from the snow, transforming into a huge wolf of the underworld. The capital of Lingyin Nation, Phoenix City, was atop the mountains, its buildings stretching across the entire range, overlooking the earth. And Yi Qingfeng. Su Bai and wait for me. It won't be long. Fa Shui Tao Xiang Air, take care of yourselves. Click. The lighter's flame was suppressed by the cold wind, leaving only a flickering ember about to extinguish in the next moment. He pulled the gauze covering his mouth slightly, bringing the cigarette but closer as he inhaled the red glow of the ember emanating a tar-like scent. This bird is truly annoying, unable to teleport, only able to walk. Huh. He looked up at the phoenix's head, found an angle, and exhaled a puff of smoke enveloping the phoenix. The black windbreaker rustled in the cold wind. He raised the collar, tightened the belt, and his hands curled tightly within the sleeves. When will my face return to normal? I need to find enough blue crystals. Who drained the crystals in that cave? If I had them all. Taking down the Lingyin Empire alone isn't impossible. Why do I have to encounter such ghostly matters? My luck truly sucks. Their progress can't be faster than mine, right? After all, I am already at the 8th level. If I fall behind, it would delay the boss plan, and that would be troublesome. Stop. The path was blocked by towering stone walls, the iron gate tightly shut, only 2 bonfires burning. Ahead lies the chaotic zone. Entry is prohibited. Soldiers on both sides moved closer to the man, drawing their swords and raising their shields, slowly approaching. Why are you out alone? His head was wrapped in white gauze, his entire body also covered in snow, with only a pair of dark eyes visible. I want to go out to find chaos. Don't move. The soldiers exchanged glances, instantly revealing nervous expressions, bending their bodies and raising their swords higher. According to the guarding regulations, no one is allowed to approach the chaotic zone otherwise. Before he could finish, 2 heads fell onto the snow, the necks cut cleanly, the wounds appearing as if burned by an iron, blood coagulated and flesh charred. I don't want to kill. The man muttered to himself, watching the 2 corpses gradually melt into a pool of black water, casting 2 shadows on the snow. Even though you are like ants, you are still lower life forms. After all, you are also my kind. Using his shoulder to push open the large door, he squeezed his body out. The protruding metal piece snagged the gauze, and with a forceful pull he tore it down. His scalp was a vivid crimson, veins pulsating. His nose bridge collapsed into 2 cavities, and only a piece of skin remained on the left side of his lips, biting onto the cigarette. Splash. He walked to the riverbank, the frozen ice reflecting his charred and twisted face as he exhaled a puff of smoke. So fucking beautiful. This is what an angel looks like. He squatted down, stretching his neck, swaying his head left and right, as if appreciating a piece of art. Why do humans lack this aesthetic? But his tone carried a hint of regret as he lightly sighed. It won't be long before these scars heal. Stepping across the icy surface toward the yellow zone, the warning sign was red and conspicuous. Crossing further would result in being killed. Woo! A piercing alarm rang, red lights flashing only a few meters away from the red zone. You have entered a dangerous area. Please evacuate immediately. The yellow leather boots stepped into the red line. A current crackled, sending him flying. Being an ordinary person is really hard. He slumped in the snow, his leather boots emitting black smoke, giving off the smell of burnt meat. Creak, creak, creak. He got up, twisted his neck. The back of his windbreaker split open, growing 2 black arms that tore a gap in the lightning field. So ruthless even to his own. Such strong electricity can really kill. The lightning in the red alert zone separated by the black arms, evaporating the accumulated snow into mist. Chaos. Is this what humanity calls a great cause? Truly lacking in literary talent, should go find an ancient poet. The 2 black arms retracted into his shoulder blades, fingers tracing a rune in the air, unfolding a rift before him. Depict the beauty of the Lord. How can I traverse the chaotic region? I have been running through the vast snow for 3 days and nights, and ahead lies the border of the empire, guarded by stationed troops, preventing Yi Qingfeng from crossing the defense line. My current strength is inadequate to confront the guards hidden, nor can I penetrate the defensive aura. As a condemned criminal sentenced to death by the empire, escaping from prison surely makes me a wanted fugitive. I must conceal my identity and find a way to escape from Lingyin Kingdom. However, these 2 challenges feel as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Even if I manage to leave the country, how can I survive within the chaotic region? Dingling. Not far away, the sound of bells rang out. Yi Qingfeng saw a group of people traversing through the snowy forest, moving slowly. The cart was loaded with goods stacked high, with boxes and various tools hanging from the edges of the cart. There were many people, and they were sparsely scattered, with a few individuals taking a break in the woods. I decided to follow them and blend in with the caravan. He recalled the Wolf King and quietly followed along, casually emerging from the forest to join the group. The thick white snow showed no sign of stopping. The heavy fur coat felt like a bundle of cotton, and the breath escaping from the hood formed clouds of white mist while ice crystals adorned his eyebrows and beard. I heard that the six-winged angel has fallen, Yi Qingfeng remarked as he walked alongside the cart where the passengers were chatting. The Empire is currently on high alert. If this batch of goods cannot be delivered, we will suffer a total loss. This news had already spread, even to the merchants. Such significant military intelligence, why was it leaked so easily? I am also very anxious. This batch of goods has used up all my savings. Yi Qingfeng lowered his head and continued their conversation, saying, "What do you think we should do?" "There's nothing we can do. We can only see when we reach Lindong City. The formal route won't work, so we should go through the underground black market." The underground black market. I almost forgot. If the formal route is blocked, I can head to the black market. I still have the slaughter stones, so entering the underground black market should be no problem. I just need to find a way to escape the country. Fortunately, Yang Beihai retrieved my equipment and gold coins. The horse team followed the mountain path, and as night fell, lights appeared ahead. Smoke wafted from the snow houses, and the smell of firewood warmed my body slightly. Lingyin Kingdom, Himalayas, northern border, Lindong City. Produced the clearance documents. There were no tall city walls, only wooden stakes marked the boundary, and the guards climbed onto the carts to inspect the goods. Goods must be unpacked for inspection. There were only a handful of guards, about 7 or 8, while there were over 50 carts. It was clear that Lindong City did not have enough manpower. Yi Qingfeng found a gap and quietly slipped in. The Dawn Tavern is the entrance to the underground black market. Is Lindong City also in a tavern? Just then a burly man by the roadside staggered with a wine bottle, his fur coat wide open, exuding warmth as if his body was hot and needed the snow to cool down. "Big brother, how do I get to the tavern district?" Yi Qingfeng pulled out 100 gold coins and handed them to him. "I'm from out of town here to do some business and want to grab a drink." "West side." His cross-eyed gaze fixed on the 100 gold coin, reaching out into the void a couple of times. "Mountain Forest Road. It's just." After grabbing the gold coin, he fell face first into the snow, his vomit staining the white snow a light yellow, the sour smell wafting over, prompting Yi Qingfeng to quickly run away. Lindong City was filled with low wooden houses, and there were few pedestrians on the streets, lacking the noise of a big city, lending it a sense of tranquility. Without the pollution of lights, the starry sky became brighter, with a Milky Way stretching across the horizon. "Bai Yin, are you one of the stars? Or perhaps a constellation? Is there a golden tavern?" Arriving at Mountain Forest Road, the small wooden houses stood next to each other, and the crowd began to swell with the stronger scent of burning firewood. That tavern clearly had more people inside. Entering a tavern named Spring of the North, a wave of heat rushed over me instantly, making me feel as if I had entered a torrid tropical hell. Inside, people were dancing around the fire, bare-chested, as if the crisis of chaos had been completely resolved. "Boss, I'm here to fight." Yi Qingfeng pulled out the stone coin engraved with a human face. Indeed, upon seeing the slaughter stone, the burly man with a face full of muscle no longer bore his fierce expression and immediately made a gesture towards the back room. The underground black market was bustling with people, as if the entire population of Lindong City lived underground, with various vendors lining the streets. It was a winding cave, twisted and hard to discern direction. "Please follow me." A man from the tavern followed Yi Qingfeng closely. "The fighting arena is this way." His attitude was surprisingly good. Are they truly going to fight? "My goal is to escape the border and reach the Kingdom of Snow without causing any trouble. Kill." As I turned a corner, the sound of slaughtering cries immediately filled the air, and the damp smell of blood assaulted my senses, causing my blood to surge. On the familiar large screen, rewards were being displayed, with everyone holding betting tokens. Some were joyous, while others wept and stomped in the corners. "Slaughter stone." A man wearing an eye patch stared at Yi Qingfeng, sizing him up. "You are our esteemed." I never expected that this slaughter stone would be so sought after in the underground black market. If I hadn't taken it back, then I might be in even more trouble now, unable to ask anyone. However, they will definitely want me to participate in the fight. Summoning a skeleton would expose my identity. Oh, I am surely a wanted fugitive now. Will this bring trouble? The one-eyed man seemed to see through Yi Qingfeng's concerns and smiled slightly, saying, "Necromancer, do not worry." Yi Qingfeng was taken aback. Does he know I am a necromancer? In our underground black market, the man's smile revealed a fierce demeanor, his scarred face twisted slightly. "Anyone who dares to betray the owner of a slaughter stone will be." He made a gesture of cutting his throat, his gaze cold and menacing. So that's how it is. The information had already spread, and the profession of every slaughter stone holder was no longer a secret. "I wish to go to the Kingdom of Snow." "Since that's the case," Yi Qingfeng directly asked, "is there a way?" "Of course, no problem. The man crossed his arms, a meaningful smile on his face. However, you must bring us an exciting fight. There is no free lunch in this world. Now please welcome today's special warrior. A sharp voice rang out. The Necromancer. In a bloody battle, he slayed 3 opponents and defeated a bloodthirster beyond his rank. Necromancer. The Necromancer will surely win. Standing on the sandy ground of the fighting arena, this time it was not jeers but cheers as the audience shouted for Yi Qingfeng. His opponent is. The cheering subsided as they awaited the appearance of the challenger. The Northern Hunter. The Demon of the Snowfields. The Man-Eating Demon King. A monster about to advance. Level 58 Snow Demon. The entire arena fell silent, and the cheers for Yi Qingfeng gradually faded. This time the fighting arena did not set a trap for Yi Qingfeng. He chose the strongest opponent himself. The Snow Demon is not a human, but a predator from the snowy domain. It is essential to obtain this reward item. I cannot miss any opportunity that could enhance my combat power and level. If I wait another day, Su Baiyan may suffer another day. Oh whoa! The Snow Demon shook the iron bars, causing the entire arena to tremble. Its body was even larger than the iron bars. The gamblers began to hesitate. They initially intended to bet on the Necromancer, whose record in the underground black market of Mount Tai is well known. Such unfair battles allowed one to retreat unscathed. However, looking at the level 58 Snow Demon now, they started to waver. A level 60 opponent could advance, and the breakthrough was just a step away. The odds, Necromancer 1-2. The Snow Demon. The odds are also double, indicating a clear evaluation of strength. It is evident that the Snow Demon holds the advantage. With an 18 level difference, such odds are already greatly overestimating me. 4 ordinary warriors, of 5 level difference would disallow them from competing on the same stage. Oh, no one wants to watch a one-sided match, as it wouldn't profit the bookmakers. If the outcomes are too predictable, the arena would not be able to continue operating. Clang! The iron gate slowly opened, and a wave of pressure surged forward. Although there was a protective barrier in place, the audience was taken aback, their breaths quickening. Why do I not feel the pressure? My heartbeat remains unchanged, and my breathing is still so steady. Logically speaking, being 18 levels higher should allow me to feel the shock of a powerful opponent. Could it be that after experiencing the battle with the Azura, enduring despair and death, and being forced into a desperate situation by the terrifying power of the divine, I have become numb to the pressure of these ordinary beings? The Snow Demon had to lower its head to enter the fighting arena. Its large arms smashed against the iron door, cracking the wall, and the iron latch in the lower left corner sprang open with the iron structure swaying precariously. The audience no longer overwhelmingly supported the Necromancer. Most shifted their bets to the Snow Demon. In the north, it is an unbeatable entity below level 60. It looks like a bear has a pair of horns on its head, can stand upright, and is covered in white fur with sharp fangs clearly visible. Opening the panel, the enhancement of the feather of the moon goddess has dimmed. After Artemis fell, the divine relic lost its luster, turning into a gray, powerless feather. Artemis relic. Feather of the moon goddess Artemis fell, enhancement ineffective. The level is too high, I cannot see through its flesh, and must fight with all my strength. Oh whoa! The Snow Demon closed in, and Yi Qingfeng, who was only the size of its arm, seemed like a mere morsel, not even enough to fill its belly. It would take 10 of him to make a meal. Come out, everyone. The arena was filled with a sea of green as the skeletons appeared in formation, with the front row for defense and the back row for ranged attacks. Why has my energy not diminished? Yi Qingfeng had exhausted all his summoning space in one breath. Previously, he would at least expend half his energy. However, his energy had not decreased at all, as if this summoning required no energy. What is going on? Without the enhancement of the feather of the moon goddess, have I become stronger? Since it does not consume energy, I will unleash my full power. Kill. The little gorilla jumped out first. It was no longer a cub, but a young giant ape as tall and robust as Yi Qingfeng. The skills Silverback Fury and Berserk Strike activated simultaneously, charging forward to engage in close combat with the Blood Demon. Oh whoa! The two fierce beasts exchanged blows, flesh and blood flying. Its skill activation state surprisingly allowed it to compete evenly with the level 58 Snow Demon. There is still no energy consumption. If that is the case, Flower Fairy, unleash your full power and take down the Blood Demon. The little sprite flew in a serpentine trajectory, circling behind the Snow Demon, drawing a heart shape with its hands, and the toxic smoke condensed into a solid state within the circle. Whoosh! The solid toxic liquid shot out like a laser, striking the Blood Demon on the back, instantly staining its white fur yellow and emitting a sizzling corrosive sound. Oh whoa! The Snow Demon cried out in anguish, frantically leaping, trying to shake off the excruciating pain on its back. Then came the fireballs, ice arrows, and bone hammers pounding its lower body, surrounded by a swarm of skeletons with nowhere to escape. All the baby skeletons activated their skills, their energy still full with no loss whatsoever. What has happened to my body? Why do I have no idea at all? Could it be that something occurred after I fainted in the During the judgment, I was asked why the crystals had been drained. Who did it? Could it have been me who drained them? That is the source of divine energy. How could I absorb it into my body? And since Artemis has fallen, Michael has also fallen, and Subayin too. Forget it as long as I become stronger. Bang! The snow demon leaped to avoid the attacks from the ground, but was struck in the head by the little gorilla's fist, flying back to crash against the protective energy field, rebounding and falling to the ground. The health bar has already dropped by half. Oh whoa! The heart-wrenching roar sounded like a hurricane, sending Yi Qingfeng's hair flying. The snow demon struggled on the ground, its body already stained red with blood mixed with toxic liquid resembling a fur ball soaking in pus. Suddenly the snow demon's limbs erupted with immense power, sending the bone shield warrior flying and shattering it. A single punch instantly broke through its defenses. As it started to go berserk, the health bar is less than 1/5 remaining as the little gorilla climbed onto its neck. No matter how berserk it became, it pounded fiercely on its head. You go berserk. When I, the little gorilla, go berserk, I can tear apart the chaos behemoth. It tugged at the snow demon's scalp while a wave of protective energy erupted like a tide, enduring the invincible state as it output damage. The Necromancer's energy does not deplete, and the damage output can be maximized, maintaining a continuous explosion from start to finish. The Flower Fairy's toxic liquid beam targeted the area the little gorilla was striking, and the invincible state of the snow demon showed signs of cracking. Bang! The cracks suddenly burst open, causing the snow demon to tumble down, its flesh torn apart. The audience had forgotten to shout. They gaped, watching the snow demon convulsing in the sand, as a level 58 faced a level 40 opponent and couldn't even fight back, only struggling to escape. Top. Kill the snow demon. Rare Necromancer level increased to 45. Level 45, 71. Strength, 58. Agility, 61. Intelligence, 126. Constitution, 57. Luck, 125. Armor, 5. Summoning space, 20. Defeating the snow demon grants the title Snowfield Slayer. Water resistance, 10. Obtain new skill. Click to claim. Received arena reward. Breath of the Mountains. Obtain skill enhancement item. Ice armor. Ice armor activates to provide a layer of armor for melee combatants. Can withstand physical and magical attacks. Fire resistance, 10. Directly increased by 5 levels. What happened? After coming out of the cave, my energy bar remains full, and even my experience has increased. It's unlikely that defeating a level 58 opponent would lead to such a dramatic rise. Yi Qingfeng felt no excessive excitement in his heart. He only wanted to quickly enhance himself and find Subayin to rescue his mother Artemis. Click to receive the skill. Ding. New skill acquired. Skeleton Wizard upgrade. Gained combo skill, Nether Flame Incineration. Nether Flame Incineration combo skill. When more than one skeleton wizard combines, they can form a mage group to launch a collective attack, summoning the Nether Flame to create a burning area that inflicts extremely high magical damage, consuming the spiritual power of the Necromancer. Great. We can form a group for attacks now. Its power must be formidable. Clicking on Mountain Breath, golden light flashed, and it was applied to the Lord of the Nether. Ding. Lord of the Nether upgraded successfully. Summon medium, 1. Summon medium, 4. None. Another powerful ally will be added. I need to find a summon medium. Lastly, the skill enhancement item. I can go back to find skill stones, which should be available for purchase in the store. Yi Qingfeng swiftly eliminated the formidable enemy and unlocked a new skill, feeling completely rejuvenated, as if reborn from the ashes. The audience was utterly silent. They hadn't even had their fill of the battle before it ended. The Necromancer walked past its corpse with a heavy heart. The flesh-eating demon, a fierce beast of the northern borders, was thus dismembered by a group of skeletons from the Nether. Are there any stronger opponents? Yi Qingfeng quietly wiped away a bit of blood from his chest, his tone calm, as if he were shopping in a store. Better rewards. The one-eyed man shook his head, pulling out a round stone and handing it to Yi Qingfeng with both hands. You have already defeated it. Another piece of the killing stone. Is it possible to obtain one after challenging the strongest in every underground black market? Without hesitation, he took the killing stone. Although the one-eyed man had only one eye, killing stone X1 acquired killing stones, owned X2 black market currency, 0. That single eye was enough to express respect for Yi Qingfeng, as fighters were highly sought after in the underground black market. I want to leave the country. The bloody scent of the fighting arena no longer bothered Yi Qingfeng. He even felt a desire for the thrill of the kill. Help me arrange it. Leaving is not a problem. The owner of the fighting arena responded readily, yet with some concern. How will you cross the chaotic area? No need to worry. Yi Qingfeng couldn't care less. He needed to quickly reach the land of snow. I have my methods. Once you're ready, he flicked the dust off his eye mask and nodded deeply. You can depart it. Before setting off, he first arrived at the underground black market to purchase skill stones, activating all the enhancement slots. However, ordinary skill stones could only open 3 slots for each summon. The Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior still had 2 enhancement spaces available. The Skeleton Archer's 3 slots were all full, and the Wizard had just opened 3 positions. With 3 powerful generals summoned, many enhancement slots were still available. To open more slots, the owner of the underground black market in Lingdong City was a middle-aged woman. You will need high-level skill stones. Equipping ice armor for close combat, continuing to boost the defense capabilities of the Shield Warrior. Hammer Shield Skeleton Warrior Skill Enhancement Slot 2, Ice Armor activating, provides a layer of armor for melee combat capable of resisting physical and magical attacks. Fire resistance 10A. This line of defense was becoming more solid. Although my energy was currently infinite, summoning would still consume time, and the skill reduction of the Moon Goddess Feather was gone, so reducing losses was the best choice. Are there any enhancement items for sale? Glancing over the shelves, all he saw were unappealing equipment. Or any hidden treasures? Yes. The female owner twisted her body, her thick eyeshadow resembling bruises from domestic violence. Today we're selling the muscle men of the fighting arena. Skill enhancement item: Snowflower grows in extremely cold places, exuding intense cold energy, can resist fire damage. Fire resistance 15. With a price of 3,000 black market currency, Yi Qingfeng did not haggle or waste words, he bought it directly. Black market currency, 3,000 Snowflower acquired. For the melee resistance team, flames cannot harm you, and all 3 skill enhancement slots are full. This treasure. The female owner twirled her hair, a strong fragrance wafting as she pulled out a white gem from her chest. I also want to sell it to you. She shook it a bit, and then retracted it, almost as if teasing the customer. Will you buy it? Yi Qingfeng's eyes fixed on her, not seeing a seductive woman, but rather a mere skeleton. I'm in a hurry. This is my prized possession. She pressed the white gem against her heart, pouting as if to act coy. I need you to help me. Yi Qingfeng remained expressionless, turning directly to open the yellowed old wooden door. Wait, the female owner called out, I'll sell it to you. He did not turn around, waiting for her to state her price. I want to ask you for a favor. The woman's voice was filled with pleading. Please help me find my lost sister. For matters like this, you'd better report to the city defense team. His tone was very indifferent, not because he wanted to be like this, but he truly had no mood to chatter. When buying things, you set the price and I will pay. The defense team is useless. They are afraid of danger and unwilling to search. The female owner stepped out quickly, her clothes slightly loose, swaying as if 2 rabbits were running. This gem belongs to my sister if you can find her. Without wasting too much time. Her brows lowered, her eyeshadow drawn into 2 black lines by tears. No matter the outcome, I'll give it to you. She directly handed the white gem to Yi Qingfeng. Just let me know my sister's whereabouts. Where is your sister? He did not reach for the gem, first assessing whether he could complete this request. Why doesn't the defense team go? She is to the west of Lingdong City, where a new relic was discovered. My sister is a renowned female warrior and went to explore, but did not return. As she spoke, tears gushed out like a fountain. I truly have no other options. Seeing that you can slay the snow demon, I rashly implore your assistance. There is no one else at home, we rely on each other. She goes to hunt treasures and I sell these items. The relic. Every opportunity for cultivation must not be missed, and I could help her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. Seeing Yi Qingfeng nod, the woman wiped away her tears and stuffed the white gem into his arms. After I finish my business, I will come back for it. He did not reach for it, stepping back a pace. There is no reason to give it to me first. It's fine, that relic seems to have very terrifying things. She pushed firmly. With this gem, the odds are a bit higher. Skill enhancement item acquired: sticky gem rare. It is actually rare. The first time obtaining a rare skill enhancement item. Even the shard of the Sanzang Master's relic is not considered rare unless it is complete. A mere fragment is quite common. This white gem does not appear to be purely white, but rather carries a faint hue of yellow. It feels like holding a piece of gummy candy, sticky, just as its name suggests. Let's check what the attributes are. Sticky gem rare has a certain chance to place the attack target into a sticky state, causing a 20 reduction in agility. The sticky gem originates from a special mineral where clay undergoes geological changes over countless years, subjected to immense pressure and temperature fluctuations, condensing into stone while retaining the properties of the clay. An invaluable item. A certain chance, which means the more hits land, the greater the probability of triggering the effect. It is given to the skeletal archer who has a large number and possesses the lucky arrow that can split more arrows, along with the fairy's kiss for acceleration. Skeletal archer skill enhancement level 3, sticky gem rare activated. The howling wolf claw has reached a high level and no longer holds any effect, so let the gorilla use it for now. Silverback giant ape juvenile skill enhancement level 1, howling wolf claw accompanied by a tearing injury effect. Don't worry, the Necromancer said lightly while adjusting his equipment and skills. Wait for my news. The defense guards of Lintong City are indeed few, and as the female boss mentioned, they seem somewhat lax in their duties. After all, it is a small border town, so why work so hard? The wooden barricades are practically like a facade. Riding the Wolf King, I leap out and dash along the indications on the map. The university is no longer at waist height. The giant wolf seems to be clearing away the accumulated snow. Before me lies a collapsed stone pillar hidden deep within the dense forest covered by the university, making it difficult for anyone to discover. Is this the ruin? Based on the female boss description, it should not be wrong. However, it is impossible to tell if someone has been here, as the university has erased all footprints and traces. Below the stone pillar is a dark passage, pitch black, leading into the unknown depths with a chill inside that is stronger than a blizzard. Skeletons lead the way as a large army enters the ruin, resembling an archaeological team, but more like grave robbers. These murals seem very vivid, colored with paint. Passing through the corridor, I enter a vast space where Yi Qingfeng stops and begins to observe. The mural depicts a fierce man with a flowing beard dressed in a deep blue official robe reminiscent of styles from the ancient Tang and Song dynasties. It feels so familiar. Where have I seen this before? In the previous world. He has one foot planted on the body of a green-faced tusked demon, the twisted figure dissipating into wisps of black smoke, while his other hand grasps the throat of a woman in red, the pale fingers sparking against the breastplate. This is depicting a scene of ghost capturing. Who is this Taoist? In the background, countless spirits wail and flee among the vermilion talismans, and the string of skull beads at his waist quivers slightly in the mural, as if about to break through the wall. I remember now. Oh, this is Zhong Kuei. Is he considered a deity? This ruin must be related to him. Did Zhong Kuei come here to capture ghosts? If that is the case, then the monsters here are of the ghost type. Can my skeletons be considered the same? That is. Without the cover of heavy snow, clear footprints can be seen on the broken stone slabs extending along one of the corridors. Yi Qingfeng compared with his own foot. It is a size smaller and obviously slender, clearly a woman's size. It is likely left behind by the boss sister. A glance around shows that the dust in other areas is evenly settled. No one has been here. The skeletal army surged into the passage and arrived at the second large space, a square hall, resembling a royal palace that had been ransacked with signs of opulent decor, now in a state of ruin. Over here. The voice of the flower fairy came, her faint green glow swirling around an object before gradually descending to rest upon it. Turning over the heavy stone slab, someone is face down, pinned by a backpack, limbs curled together. The footprints also stop here. When turned over, it is indeed a woman. Her gear also has a shielding effect. Yi Qingfeng touched her nostrils. The breath was very faint. Sorry, I need to check your body to confirm if you are injured. Undoing the buttons of her clothing, he opened her chest to reveal white lingerie. Her body is voluptuous. The heart is still beating, blood flow appears normal. She is not dead, but why can I not sense the breath of a living person? It would not be good to check for injuries in other areas. I cannot strip her completely. Artificial respiration. Who? Opening her clothing, confirming there are no foreign objects in her mouth, tilting her head back to clear the airway, he delivered sufficient oxygen into her mouth. The woman twisted her neck slowly, opening her eyes immediately, clutching her chest, shrinking her body, and looking at Yi Qingfeng in terror. She was even more frightened, covering her mouth at the sight of the surrounding skeletons. Don't be afraid, Yi Qingfeng said, handing her the fallen whip. Your sister sent me to find you. She quickly buttoned her clothing tightly, put on her armor, smoothed her disheveled hair, took a deep breath, and the panic on her face gradually faded. Are you injured? Acting on behalf of another, the Necromancer's voice was calm and composed. There are ghosts here. Swallowing hard, she stared at the skeletons. Are you a ghost? Or, I am a necromancer, able to summon skeletons from the underworld. Her head, full of white hair illuminated by the green light, indeed, had a somewhat terrifying appearance. Yi Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, confirming that this place had once erupted in fierce battles, some signs of conflict caused by this woman, while others were long sealed. What ghosts? He asked lightly. I used a false death potion to avoid being attacked by ghosts. The woman held an empty bottle. Breathing will attract monsters. A false death potion. No wonder I couldn't sense her life signs earlier. Attracting monsters. Am I considered a monster since I summoned from the underworld? Don't worry, Yi Qingfeng extended his hand, trying to help her up. Let's get out of here. Whoa. A strange crying sound emerged from the dark passage, very faint, like creeping insects inadvertently creeping into the ear. The ghosts are coming. Although the woman was somewhat frightened, she grasped the whip and took a stance to confront. The skeleton army had already prepared for battle, forming a circle. The outer layer was shields, while inside were archers and mages, with a general, the silverback giant ape, standing alone on the periphery. A greenish smoke slowly seeped out, the eerie sounds growing louder. They are coming. From the passage emerged humanoid figures with red eyes and black skin draped in tattered, deep red robes, captivating yet jarring. Without Yi Qingfeng's command, the Undead Legion had already formed an unspoken understanding. As the Necromancer's intelligence attribute increased, the summoned creatures' wisdom also grew. Moreover, they would automatically seek out the weak points of their targets and learn from previous battles. Bang bang. Did the female ghost possess some kind of defensive mechanism? The fireball struck her, yet it couldn't even scorch her crimson robe. The bone hammer clanged against her like striking. Did the female ghost possess some kind of defensive mechanism? The fireball struck her, yet it couldn't even scorch her crimson robe. The bone hammer clanged against her like striking iron, clattering incessantly, without inflicting any damage. Fortunately, the special effect of the sticky gem caused the female ghost to halt, with every step her body seemingly tethered, allowing her to move only inch by inch. This female ghost has some sort of damage defense mechanism, the woman said, readying her flowing hair. I tried just now, but I can't even scratch her. The flower fairy's venomous rays also failed to threaten the female ghost. The poison slid off her skin like clear water. Crack. With a mere gentle grasp, the red fierce ghost tore through the bone shield, piercing the skeleton warrior's frame as easily as toppling a stack of blocks. What level of monster was this? What level is this ruin? The woman's level was higher than Yi Qingfeng's, and judging by the pressure, it was around level 55. According to my analysis, it should exceed level 60, she said, flipping open a small green notebook and taking notes with a pen. It's an advanced tier. That meant it was a realm beyond level 60. It seemed this battle wasn't merely about killing monsters above one's level, it was a fight across different cultivation stages. Thus no damage could be dealt, meaning their defenses were utterly impenetrable to the fierce ghost. And this was just a minor monster. If the boss appeared, wouldn't they be instantly killed? What did that mural I saw earlier mean? Yi Qingfeng asked. Was that Zhong Kuei? Zhong Kuei. The woman's eyes were blank, and she shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps this world had no knowledge of Zhong Kuei. Had he also fallen, leaving the humans of the mountain range era unaware of this great deity's existence? The priority now was to find a way to retreat. The skeleton archer's rate of fire was like a torrential downpour, ceaseless and without interruption. The special effects persisted, and that fierce ghost could only move forward one step every few seconds. Let's pull back, Yi Qingfeng said, rearranging the undead formation into a line of skeleton archers. I'm afraid we can't get out. The woman pointed toward the passage they had entered. A red robe, glowing like a lantern, blocked the way. Hiss! The piercing shriek made their scalps tingle and sent goosebumps across their skin. The terrifying pressure made the woman tremble uncontrollably. Yi Qingfeng, however, was unaffected by the pressure. Ever since leaving the cave, it no longer had any hold on him. The fierce ghost moved with the speed of lightning, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Shoot it! A portion of the skeleton archers redirected their aim, causing this fierce ghost to also enter a state of sluggishness. What kind of agility attribute was this? Even if I were riding the Wolf King, I doubt I could evade its attack. New fierce ghosts kept appearing, and as the archers' arrows were distributed among more targets, the intervals between their immobilizations grew shorter. Follow me. The woman grabbed Yi Qingfeng and headed toward the mural. This seems to be a barrier. She fixed her gaze on Yi Qingfeng, awaiting his decision. More and more fierce ghosts were gathering outside, making escape impossible. If even one ghost broke free from control, they would be instantly killed. The string of skull prayer beads flickered, pulsing with the energy of a teleportation portal. What kind of world lay beyond, no one could tell. Perhaps there was a chance. Or perhaps it meant a quicker death. But staying here meant certain death. Enter. The words had barely left his mouth when a fierce ghost suddenly charged from a corner, lunging directly at them. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed them, as if they had plunged into water. An unseen force tugged at their bodies, and they slid into a dimension of otherworldly space. This was a ruined palace. Stone pillars were entwined with wailing, vengeful spirits, and from the gaps between the bluestone floor tiles seeped a crimson liquid, yet there was no odor. I sensed a familiar aura. That power stirred deep within me like the first heartbeat of an infant burgeoning with life. Floating wisps of ghostly green fire cast flickering light upon the mottled stone walls. Countless iron chains were laden with corpses that swayed in the eerie wind, colliding to produce a faint metallic clatter. Who goes there? A stern, ferocious voice echoed, reverberating throughout the hall. How dare you trespass here? It felt somewhat like a deity speaking to me. A voice from the ethereal void, penetrating straight to the soul. Who is that speaking? The woman's face turned pale under the immense pressure. She could only stand with Yi Qingfeng's support. Such overwhelming power. Yi Qingfeng did not answer. He continued forward, ascending the stone steps. A colossal shadow loomed at the end of the palace, seemingly both in motion and still, like a mountain bearing down upon them. As his vision gradually cleared, he saw a massive desk piled high with scarlet documents. Black mist rose from a giant writing brush, vaguely forming a human face. Looking up, he saw a plaque inscribed with 5 bold, vigorous characters, "The Mansion of the Jinshi of Zhongnan." Beyond the hall flowed a river where a chilling wind swept through, and the water teemed with wailing, tormented souls. "I am asking you." The shadow suddenly charged forward. A face as black as ink with a bristling beard and eyes like lethal blades that seemed to pierce straight through the heart. The woman collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently, her entire body icy cold. Strange. Why was I not afraid at all? I hadn't even blinked. This visage could only belong to Zhong Kuei. His beard was like steel needles, and his leopard-like round eyes blazed with crimson flames as he scrutinized Yi Qingfeng. "I am Yi Qingfeng, Lord of the Netherworld." Zhong Kuei stepped forward, clad in a tattered crimson official robe that revealed his blue-black chest matted with hair, a tiger skin with a white forehead and glaring eyes cinched at his waist. He actually bent down, sniffing around Yi Qingfeng. "The heart of bedrock." He leaned back slightly, his brow. "You carry the scent of the heart of bedrock." The heart of bedrock. Was that the stone Hades had mentioned? "May I ask, what is the heart of bedrock?" Zhong Kuei sniffed again, scrutinizing Yi Qingfeng from head to toe, as if appraising a treasure. "It is the law of creation. You also carry the sense of Artemis, Michael." He twitched his nose, revealing a mix of surprise and disgust. "And Azura, Lord of the Netherworld." Zhong Kuei's body loomed like a grand hall, so large that the little gorilla could sit upon his shoulder like a child. "You are the Lord of the Netherworld, and you possess the heart of bedrock." Zhong Kuei turned his back, muttering to himself, then glanced back and shook his head. "My eyes and nose never lie, or it must be." Slap. He suddenly clapped his hands together, sending gusts of eerie wind through the hall. He nodded firmly, then knelt on one knee. "I pay homage to the Lord of the Netherworld." Zhong Kuei joined the army of the Lord of the Underworld. Zhong Kuei, full form maintained in a manifested state, with the energy of the Necromancer. Level God level, 1st rank. Qingfeng 7-star sword, orange mythic equipment. The sword body is engraved with the landscape of the River of Forgetfulness. When swung, it pulls the power of soul-binding, emitting a mournful sound until it drinks blood. 9-section exorcism whip, orange mythic equipment, forged from the black dog blood of heavenly punishment. Lightning feathers, each section inlaid with the relics of exorcised evil spirits. Striking an evil being will trigger a rebirth incantation. Soul-binding iron fan, orange mythic equipment. The fan ribs are forged from impermanence iron. When unfolded, it reveals the 18 layers of hell, capable of capturing all monsters and malevolent spirits. Exorcism method, blood seal exorcism, biting the middle finger to draw a talisman. In the void, the blood will transform into fire crows too. Yi Qingfeng himself did not know why he was not shocked. It seemed like the most normal occurrence, a deity joining him, so mundane. First, deal with the malevolent spirits outside. Yes. Zhong Kuei followed behind Yi Qingfeng, heading towards the spatial rift. Hiss. The malevolent spirits were howling, searching for targets like headless flies, filling the entire space. When Yi Qingfeng suddenly appeared, all the malevolent spirits turned their heads, letting out sharper cries, a sound that seemed capable of tearing a person apart. Blood seal exorcism. Zhong Kuei's middle finger sprinkled bright red blood, and beams of light, symbols formed from the bloodstains, flew towards those malevolent spirits. Wherever they passed, the malevolent spirits turned to ash, having no power to resist. "Do they deserve your—" Yi Qingfeng could feel the energy consumption, but it did not diminish at all, as if he had scooped a ladle of water from a river, not harming anything. "I haven't moved for a long time." Zhong Kuei shrugged and tilted his head. "Let me see if I'm rusty." "Master, don't laugh. Can't you come out without summoning a medium?" Yi Qingfeng did not summon at all, he just followed him out. "Using skills does indeed consume my energy. You have a heart of stone, your energy is infinite." Just a moment ago there was still a hint of hesitation, but now his eyes were filled with certainty. "I can summon at will." "What exactly is the heart of stone?" He spread his hands. "Why can't I see it?" "The heart of stone is the cornerstone of world creation, a power that can establish or change the laws." The woman had already fainted, separated by the barrier, unable to see Zhong Kuei or hear this conversation. "You must learn to feel and apply this power." "No wonder my energy is boundless. It turns out the stone is the energy contained in that huge crystal which I have absorbed." "My beloved Su Baiyan, you also sensed it earlier. Her guardian angel Michael was dragged into the Azura realm by Azura." Yi Qingfeng choked up for a moment. "Where is Su Baiyan now? Can you bring her back to me?" "And Artemis and Michael, how to rescue them from the Azura?" "Su Baiyan is dead, gone to the underworld." Zhong Kuei placed one hand on his waist, rubbing his beard. "She has entered reincarnation. Only by breaking the laws can she be brought back." You are Zhong Kuei, how can you break the laws? I cannot break the laws, even deities must obey them. He gently patted Yu Qingfeng's back, his strength very gentle. Only the power of creation can change the laws, which means you can change the laws. What must I do? Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes, twisting his neck. I suspect the ability of the Heart of Stone is related to your abilities. You are too weak now to unleash the power of creation. At least, you need to reach the mythic level. He adjusted his waistband, his belly shaking. Then we can discuss the issue of laws. Yu Qingfeng pressed his lips together, staring ahead, nodding heavily. Help me level up quickly. Oh, I need to reach the holy level as fast as possible. Yes. Zhong Kuei smiled, looking less like a fierce deity. I will go to the snow country to find the river of the underworld. Can I find Su Baiyin in the underworld? The river of the underworld is the entrance for humans to the underworld, if you insist on going. The ghost-catching deity pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. How? Yu Qingfeng saw the difficult expression on Zhong Kuei's face, agreeing reluctantly. Is it so hard, even for you, a deity? Since there are laws, deities must obey them. He nudged his belly and rubbed his nose. Moreover, there are deities guarding the laws. Fighting would result in mutual destruction. Understood. The so-called breaking the laws means to destroy those deities that establish the laws, and thus the laws would cease to exist. No wonder I need to become stronger. With the power of the Heart of Stone, if I reach the level of a deity, I can naturally change the laws to act according to my will. As the Lord of the Underworld, can I not change the laws of the Underworld? Of course you can, but not now. Zhong Kuei shook his head slightly. You cannot bear the consequences now, you must undergo tribulations. It seems I understand experiencing hardships and conquering powerful beings is precisely the meaning. Time began to flow, and Zhong Kuei transformed into a rune stamped onto Yu Qingfeng's arm, a fierce deity, glaring fiercely. Ding. Kill malevolent spirits. Necromancer level up 3. Level 48, 63. Strength 68. Agility 67. Intelligence 150. Constitution 63. Luck 153. Armor 5. Summon Space 75-6. Explore Lost Relics. Discover Zhong Kuei gained the title of Ghost King. Ghost King, all attributes of Underworld summons increased by 5. Experience skyrocketed, all attributes increased faster than before. The Heart of Stone must have brought me some changes, albeit hidden from my sight. Yu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. He was no longer considering the issue of killing monsters above his level, but rather thinking about crossing realms to defeat enemies, leveling up quickly, farming for treasures, and altering the laws as soon as possible. In the underground black market, Yu Qingfeng placed the female boss sister on the sofa as she slowly opened her eyes. You have completed your task, goodbye. The Cyclops saw Yu Qingfeng only after just stepping out for a moment. The pressure from the energy level increased significantly, and he had to swallow to ease his surprise. Are there still dungeons or secret realms above level 60 near Lingdong City? Not leaving the territory. The Cyclops was somewhat surprised. We are leaving, but I want to level up. With Zhong Kuei, I should level up quickly. Going to the snow country is also for leveling up. Fighting is fine too. I want rare monsters, Yu Qingfeng added. Typical dungeons and secret realms no longer attracted him. The harder the better, but don't consider whether I can clear it. Just in time. The Cyclops' eyes lit up, snapping his fingers. The wandering bard just happens to be in Lingdong City. She has clues about various treasures. At the southernmost edge of Lingdong City, on a secluded cliff, a tent was pitched within a crevice of the rocks beside, which stood an old battered carriage. Outside the tent, a bonfire blazed its light, casting warmth over a patch untouched by snow. Instead, it resembled spring with green grass beneath and budding branches above. This skill was intriguing, capable of reversing the cycle of seasons. Melodious strings floated through the air, shaking the snowflakes loose from the branches. A woman cradled a paulownia would chain, a bracelet of stars adorning the back of her hand. Pardon the intrusion. Yu Qingfeng settled by the bonfire, exhaling softly. I seek clues or maps to rare treasures. Shoo. The woman's apricot robe was dusted with grass, her chestnut hair cascading over her right shoulder, her fair neck like a piece of warm jade. Yu Qingfeng clasped his hands behind his head, listening intently to her melody. It was a lullaby for the soul, gentle and soothing, instilling peace within. The woman set down the moon lute and reached toward Yu Qingfeng. May I see your sword? Certainly. He removed the broken sword from his waist and tossed it to her. It has been appraised. It emits a golden radiance. Though she appeared barely in her early 20s, her gaze bore a calm wisdom far beyond her years. In this world, appearances were deceptive. Age could not be discerned from looks alone, especially for those with secretive vocations harboring untold mysteries. This is the ancient sword of a great hero from a bygone era. She wiped the rust off with her sleeve. King Arthur's sword. Naturally, Yu Qingfeng recognized the legendary hero's name, a figure of grand renown. Then this sword must be the legendary Lady of the Lake's Blade. Is it possible to restore its former glory? Perhaps. It is worth a try. She entered the tent and retrieved a book from a pile. When I traveled to the Charlemagne Empire, I heard tales of legend. She opened the book and presented a hand-drawn map. This marks where King Arthur fell, now a chaotic zone. Its level is unknown, but it should surpass your realm by at least one stage, perhaps more. Within the Charlemagne Empire. Yi Qingfeng frowned slightly. Too far. How to get there? Choose a card. The woman grasped a handful of cards scattered on the blanket, their backs adorned with a unified hexagram. The wheels of fate will turn at this moment. Yi Qingfeng drew one at random and flipped it open. A worn backpack appeared, radiating 7 colored arcs of light, with star-like blossoms sprouting along the muddy road. Seeing the card, the woman waved her hands before her eyes, her long crimson nails tracing silent incantations as she closed her eyes and murmured softly. This is the rainbow of the wandering traveler, a symbol of extraordinary meaning. She gazed at Yi Qingfeng with a mysterious smile. The wandering soul, forsaken and alone, now encounters a miracle. The outpost in the wilderness will bear the torch for you. Perhaps it is a forgotten nursery rhyme suddenly reminded by a bird. She hummed, as if enchanted by celestial music. Or more likely, you have finally discerned your true path amidst the swirling sands. I can teleport you there. The hand-drawn map emitted a faint glow as if the image were about to leap from the ring. This is fate's design. Let us go now. Yi Qingfeng took the broken sword and sheathed it at his belt. The woman flicked her hair and began a graceful dance, tearing open a rift in space that revealed a colossal castle within. Passing through the portal, they arrived in a scorching world surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow desert. In the distance, at the horizon's edge, stood a towering castle, its high spires shimmering under the blazing sun. Was this not supposed to be a chaotic zone? Why did the sunlight not attract any of the light-sensitive chaos monsters? With Zhong Kuei present, no chaos creature would survive. All would be eradicated. Bang! Suddenly explosions erupted throughout the desert, sending sand into the air like rain. Has it arrived, the chaos? Come forth. A phalanx of skeletons encircled Yi Qingfeng. The chaos monsters that leapt forward were instantly slain by ranged attacks. An arrow or a fireball was enough to fell them. Those near death or torn apart by a little ape, their venomous spray dispatched the larger beasts. Experience flooded in. Yi Qingfeng remained calm and unhurried, steadily advancing toward the desert city. Its shadow flickered uncertainly, perhaps a mirage. The Necromancer ascended to level 49. Only one level remained before gaining a new skill. A full 10-level upgrade surpassed even a 5-level one. The utmost priority now was leveling up to break through and advance his realm. A roar echoed as the chaos rift tore open once more and the eyeless behemoth re-emerged. Yi Qingfeng stood unmoving, beckoning the beast to come and grant him experience. The giant charged forward, each step stirring a whirlwind of sand. Its mouth was the only feature on a face devoid of eyes and eerie sight. Yet Yi Qingfeng saw not a monster, but a wellspring of experience. Above the lord of the netherworld, dark clouds gathered. Zhong Kuei emerged amid thunder and lightning, iron chains adorned with countless hanging corpses trembling, their agonized wails flickering within the black clouds. I am here. The official robe swayed, emanating a sorrowful undead aura. Grasping the Qingfeng 7-star sword, his piercing blade energy had already cleaved the giant beast in two. All malevolent spirits be quelled. Was it truly that simple? Master, I manifest in my complete form. Zhong Kuei stood amidst the black clouds as if his steed beneath him moved with him. Your energy is utterly undiminished. Is this the creative power of the heart of stone? Yi Qingfeng merely smiled faintly at the corner of his lips. There was no need to make a move. Remembering the days in the investigation regiment where he nearly fainted trying to slay such a beast, only barely victorious through the savage efforts of the little ape tearing its flesh. Divine power carried me through leveling, turning the battle into a mere steamroll. The chaos rift with severed monsters gradually diminished. The desert returned to tranquility, the bloodied flesh melting under the sun, becoming part of the sands, as if the battle had never taken place. The skeletal army marched like a conquering host toward the castle, traversing the desert without rest, driven solely by relentless assault. The Necromancer ascended to level 50. Level 50, 71. Strength, 78. Agility, 77. Intelligence, 160. Constitution, 72. Luck, 163. Armor 5. Summon space, 8120. Skill points acquired, ready to claim. Summon upgrade point earned. Please select a summon to upgrade. God, your units cannot be upgraded. Open skill points. Passive skill acquired, Puppet Mirage. All summons generate a mirror unit possessing identical abilities indistinguishable from the original summons, not occupying summon space. Ineffective against God tier units. The summoned creatures multiplied, forming a symmetrical formation of the undead army. Although I currently possess the god-level combat power of Zhong Kuei, my companions are still capable of defeating minor monsters. The consumption of spiritual power by divine strength is immense. Normally someone of Yi Qingfeng's level would be unable to manifest divine power. However, after an unexpected encounter in the cave, his spiritual power surged, becoming unfathomable, with no depletion regardless of how it was used. The summoned creature leveled up. The Wolf King is my mount, but its level is too low and its attributes insufficient. Although my agility has augmented it, it still falls short compared to the current dungeon. Let's upgrade the Wolf King. With Zhong Kuei here, I have no worries about upgrading them one by one. The Wolf King has upgraded to the Silver Wolf King. Silver Wolf King's underworld body level 50 strength, 165 agility, 202 intelligence, 45 constitution, 181 luck, 54 armor, 61 summon creature space, occupied 10 puppet technique, activated the summon creature, takes 100 of the damage, and Yi Qingfeng's attributes stack with the summon creature. Ghost King, all attributes of the underworld summoned creature increased by 5. Active skill Wind Chasing Wolf Shadow doubles agility, while gaining a sprint acceleration effect, inflicting physical damage that tears through armor, consuming the spiritual power of the Necromancer. Skill Enhancement Slot 1, empty. Skill Enhancement Slot 2, empty. Skill Enhancement Slot 3, empty. This attribute is good. The summoned creature's level up matches my own. Summoning the Silver Wolf King. The void suddenly collapsed, the underworld flames, emitting a silver glow flowing into silvery strands. Phantom wolves appeared in the desert, kneeling and bowing, crawling towards the same direction. The Silver Wolf King stepped out from the underworld, standing 3 meters tall, its old wounds transformed into dark runes. The most chilling aspect was its eyes. The left eye burned with ghostly fire capable of melting iron and cutting gold, while the right eye held the cold depths of eternal night. A woo! As it howled to the heavens, the crescent pattern on its forehead emitted light, and its silver mane swirled with starlight. The Silver Wolf King bowed its head to Yi Qingfeng, bending its forepaws, waiting for its master to mount. It was twice the size of the previous Howling Wolf King. This height allowed for a broader view, suitable for commanding an army in battle. Attack! The undead army split left and right, aligning into 2 formations, truly resembling a mirror image, with the Necromancer stationed centrally to command. The chaotic rift was severed by Zhong Kuei's sword energy. The monsters had vanished without a trace, and the Silver Wolf King unleashed its speed, stirring up dust and becoming a streak of yellow lightning. The castle had endured countless years, leaving only crumbling walls. 2 towers had collapsed halfway, and yellow sand covered a corner of the palace. How could King Arthur be in the desert? After the chaos, the time and space had become distorted, not resembling the ancient patterns. Entering the castle, there was a massive sand pit, as if a giant eye in the desert was watching the heavens. There is a barrier there. Yi Qingfeng's energy was sufficient to keep Zhong Kuei manifested without worrying about consumption. This is the chaotic area, and I do not know where it leads. No matter where it leads, whatever comes, I will cut it down. The Silver Wolf King walked towards the center of the desert giant eye, with sand particles converging towards the core, as if drawn by a force. Reaching the center, Yi Qingfeng drew the broken sword and raised it high. King Arthur, do you recognize your boom? Just beneath the Silver Wolf King's feet, the sand particles began to swirl. There was no violent airflow, yet a furious sandstorm formed, with the Necromancer situated at the eye of the storm. Who breaks the barrier? A hoarse voice emerged from the void. The sandstorm gradually coalesced into a figure floating in the air. Under its robe were not feet, but countless severed limbs writhing. Are you King Arthur? The figure was tall and slender, clearly not a normal human. It wore scaled armor and held a curved blade, its pointed hat adorned with numerous golden and silver jewels, appearing extremely extravagant. If this person truly is King Arthur, Yi Qingfeng would be quite surprised. He did not resemble the imagined figure, but looked more like an ancient Persian king. I am King Saladin. He raised the curved blade, pointing it at Yi Qingfeng, and sternly shouted, you shall retreat immediately, or I will sever your head. Yi Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent stirring within. Since you wish to sever my head, let us see if your strength can achieve it. Severed. Before the words fell, a sword energy came from behind, splitting the sandstorm in 2. King Saladin had no time to react, instantly cut in half, without even a moment to raise his blade in defense. Ding. You have slain Chaos Aladdin Rare, and the Necromancer has leveled up to level 54. Summoned creature space, 100-120, acquired Aladdin's curved blade rare, unidentifiable, acquired skill enhancement item soul of the desert rare. Ding. Opening the identification scroll, Aladdin's curved blade emitted a glow, sparkling brilliantly. Acquired Aladdin's curved blade blue rare, equipment strength 25, agility 25, attack power 18, generates a small sandstorm upon attack, inflicting physical damage. The attributes are decent, but they hold no significance for me. Yi Qingfeng directly threw the curved blade into the sand as a tribute to Aladdin's tragic sacrifice. I might as well throw away this set of equipment from the Lingyan Academy, as they wish for me to leave anyway. Lost all components of the Lingyan Academy trial set. Having discarded a pile of equipment, they sparkled in the sunlight like gold, often reflecting glimmers that drew attention. The desert eye gradually cracked open an energy gate. Yi Qingfeng knew that inside was the barrier where King Arthur resided. Suddenly a battlefield filled with smoke and chaos appeared before him. Cries of battle and screams echoed. Knights charged forward with swords raised while fathers, daughters, and children fled in the opposite direction. Stop them! The knights formed a line creating a defense with their bodies. The castle's defensive stone walls had shattered, leaving debris scattered, and the arrow tower on the city gate revealed its wooden frame. Their enemies were not fellow humans, but monsters crawling out from a twisted spatial rift. Swish! The clear sound of metallic friction rang out as they drew their swords, and their horses reared up, neighing, as if sounding the charge. The sword blades reflected sunlight, making them hard to gaze upon. They shone together like a necklace of stars. Everyone for me, I for everyone. Defend justice, fear not tyranny. Protect the women and children, show compassion to the weak. The knights pointed their swords towards the enemies ahead, galloping forward as the earth cheered for them. There were a total of 13 individuals. The one commanding in the center emanated a regal aura. Are they the legendary knights of the Round Table? A woman emerged from the chaotic rift, cradling a crying infant in her arms. King Arthur sheathed his sword and halted his horse, forcing the 12 knights behind him to stop their charge. My king, the woman said, her tattered clothes exposing her bare feet, which were pricked by sharp stones. Help my child. The 12 knights surrounded the woman, blocking the chaotic monster beside her, and King Arthur dismounted. Don't worry, we will protect you. He removed his cloak and wrapped the infant in it. Ride my horse. The woman transformed into a chaotic form, and Yi Qingfeng felt something was amiss, but they existed in different time and space, and could not communicate. Ha ha ha. The woman's hair suddenly morphed into countless tentacles wrapping around King Arthur. Her voice turned hoarse, neither male nor female, resembling a blend of many voices. What you defend will ultimately be destroyed. My king. The 12 knights were taken aback simultaneously and swung their swords at the woman. The woman transformed back into a pitiable figure kneeling on the ground, and pleading, blood and tears rolling down her cheeks as the child fell to the ground. They hesitated, retracting their swords, while King Arthur severed the tentacles with the woman from the lake. The scene suddenly constricted, and a woman appeared before Yi Qingfeng, the one who had been holding the child and binding King Arthur with tentacles. Do you see the weakness of humanity? The woman slowly approached Yi Qingfeng, looking so pitiful and helpless. You still need to evolve. The chaotic form, evolution. Let me help you evolve first. The army of the undead surged forward, and after the woman was torn apart, only a rift remained, gradually expanding back to the battlefield, where 12 swords formed a circle. Their bodies had vanished, and the surrounding space had fallen silent, as if it had endured countless years, with weeds and rust enveloping those swords. Yi Qingfeng quietly stepped forward, cradling the broken sword in his hands, paying tribute to the 12. King Arthur's kindness reminded him of Zhao Xiang. Perhaps kindness could be exploited, but without kindness humanity would cease to be human, possibly what chaos referred to as evolution. Swish! He plunged the broken sword into the center of the circular sword array. The golden light spread like a cracked ice lake, radiating outward toward the 12 swords. The rust faded, and the sword blades shone with brilliance as they slowly lifted off the ground, as if pulled by an unseen force. 12 figures grasped the long swords, pressing them to their chests, kneeling before Yi Qingfeng. We come at your command, willing to follow the lord of the underworld. Before him knelt a man wearing a crown, also on one knee, awaiting Yi Qingfeng's response. Knights of the Round Table.